Chapter 1. Rebirth. As elder sister Shen Yao tightly clutched the leg of the man before her, crying out, "Father, take me away," Shen Fu realized that her sister had also been reborn. In their previous life, both sisters had been abandoned by their biological parents at the tender age of 6 in a desolate wilderness, only to be taken in by two passing men. Shen Fu was adopted by Song Jingshan, a sixth-rank official in the capital, and became the esteemed young lady of the Song family. In contrast, Shen Yao's fortune was less favorable. She was adopted by the impoverished Yun family and became their youngest daughter. Shen Fu and Shen Yao were twin sisters, a phenomenon considered inauspicious in that era. Upon their birth, their grandmother and father contemplated drowning them. However, as they were their mother's first children, she, filled with maternal compassion, pleaded with her husband and mother-in-law, and they reluctantly allowed the girls to live. When they reached the age of 6, a younger brother was born, and this time even their mother could no longer tolerate their presence. In an age of scarcity, unable to bear the thought of drowning them or selling them, she abandoned them in the wilderness to fend for themselves. Fortuitously, they were discovered by Song Jingshan and Yun Zhengqing, who, moved by the sight of the two forlorn children, decided to take them in. From that moment on, Shen Fu was brought to the Song household, where she enjoyed a life of luxury as a noble young lady, while Shen Yao was taken to the countryside to live with the Yun family. The Yun family had 5 sons, and their mother longed for a daughter. Unfortunately, she suffered complications during childbirth and was unable to conceive again. Upon her arrival at the Yun household, despite their modest means, Shen Yao was cherished by her parents, who doted on her more than their 5 sons. Shen Yao's mother believed that a daughter should be raised delicately, while those mischievous boys ought to experience hardship to mature. Thus, whatever delicacies and amusements the family could provide, they were lavished upon Shen Yao. Initially, her 5 elder brothers were somewhat resistant to accepting her, but over time, they grew to embrace their younger sister wholeheartedly. However, spoiled by their affection, Shen Yao grew dissatisfied with their humble living conditions and sought to climb the social ladder. When she learned that her biological sister Shen Fu had become the wife of the heir of the Shuni marquis, jealousy consumed her. Why should her sister enjoy wealth and splendor while she struggled in poverty? During one of Shen Fu's visits to the Baoguang temple to pray for blessings, Shen Yao seized the opportunity to acknowledge her sister. Shen Fu, feeling a pang of sympathy for her sister, brought her to the Shuni marquis residence, unwittingly inviting trouble. Shen Yao seduced the heir of the marquis and became his concubine, infuriating her adoptive parents to the point of illness. As Shen Yao's ambitions grew, she devised schemes to undermine Shen Fu, ultimately aspiring to become a mistress of the Shuni marquis household. After a failed attempt to poison Shen Fu, she was expelled from the residence, at which point she recalled her adoptive parents and brothers. Upon returning to the Yun household, she discovered a mourning altar set up in the courtyard, realizing that her parents had succumbed to illness after being devastated by her disgraceful choices. Her 5 brothers, upon seeing Shen Yao return, were consumed by rage and cast her out, severing all ties. She was no longer a member of the Yun family. In dire straits, she resorted to selling herself in a brothel, not long after which she contracted a disease and lived a wretched life until her untimely death. Meanwhile, Shen Fu, raised as the legitimate daughter of the Song family, enjoyed a life of luxury and refinement. By the time she reached 15, her adoptive father was promoted to a high-ranking official and formed an alliance with the Shuni marquis family. When Shen Fu was honored with a title, she learned of Shen Yao's descent into a life of debauchery at the Baiwa Tower, which caused her profound regret. Though Shen Fu basked in the splendor of her life, after being poisoned by her sister, she managed to survive, but her health deteriorated day by day until she succumbed to illness. At the age of 28, when Shen Fu opened her eyes once more, she beheld her younger sister, as well as the very wilderness path where they had been abandoned. It was then that she understood she had been reborn, transported back to the year they had been discarded at the age of 6. Just as she was grappling with the shock of returning to her childhood, she heard Shen Yao say, "Sister, be good. Let me smear your face with dirt." As Shen Yao spoke, she scooped up a handful of soil and applied it to Shen Fu's face. Shen Fu paused in surprise, then smiled. Perhaps the heavens could not bear to see Shen Yao's tragic fate in her previous life, granting her a rare opportunity of rebirth as well. In her past life, Shen Yao had not been so kind-hearted. Shen Yao inquired, "Sister, our parents have abandoned us. Why are you still so happy?" "Because from now on, grandmother and father will no longer beat and scold us. Luckily, I still have you by my side, sister. You wouldn't want to abandon me, would you?" Shen Fu blinked her big eyes, gazing innocently at Shen Yao. The little Shen Yao maintained her composure. "Sister, from now on it will just be the two of us relying on each other. How could I ever abandon you?" Deep down, Shen Yao agreed with Shen Fu no one would ever strike or scold them again. As for whether she would abandon her sister, that was a certainty. Given the chance of rebirth, she intended for her sister to experience the solitude she once endured. "Sister, why do I need to smear my face with dirt?" Shen Fu feigned ignorance, asking innocently. "Silly sister, smearing dirt on our faces will prevent bad people from recognizing us." Shen Fu allowed Shen Yao to smear a layer of soil on her face, making her once pristine visage resemble that of a beggar. Satisfied, Shen Yao smiled. "Sister, in this life, I will see how you compete with me." In her previous life, she had been rejected by Song Jingshan due to a dirted face, leading him to choose the fairer Shen Fu instead. "Why don't you smear dirt on your face, sister? Aren't you afraid of bad people? I am your elder sister, and it is my duty to protect you. If bad people come, let them find me first," Shen Yao replied earnestly. Shen Fu feigned being touched. "Sister, you are so good to me." But this gesture of kindness was not what she desired. She had no intention of accepting such a favor. Suddenly, Shen Fu seized a handful of dirt and, before Shen Yao could react, smeared it across her face. "You are good to me, so I will protect you too." Seeing her own face now sullied, Shen Yao angrily pushed Shen Fu to the ground, demanding, "What are you doing?" She then vigorously wiped her own face with her sleeve. Sitting on the ground, Shen Fu cried, "So you were doing it on purpose, sister? You didn't want to protect me, you just wanted to dirty my face." Disdain flickered in Shen Yao's eyes. Indeed, the words meant to deceive children were easily believed. It seemed that the heavens had smiled upon her only she had been reborn, while her sister had not. With this realization, her heart leaped with joy. "Shen Fu, do not blame your sister. This time, you will remain a village girl." In the distance, the sound of clip-clop, clip-clop, approached. A carriage drew nearer. Shen Yao's heart leaped in excitement. They had arrived. Ensuring her face was clean, she stood by the roadside and began to cry, attracting the attention of Song Jingshan. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and, upon seeing a little girl standing by the road, called out, "Stop." The driver immediately understood and halted the carriage. Shen Yao spotted a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire, descending from the carriage. It was he, the adoptive father of her sister in the previous life. Unable to resist, Song Jingshan squatted down, marveling at the girl's fair complexion and exquisite features, wishing she could be his daughter. Regrettably, after 7 years of marriage, his wife had yet to bear him a child. "Child, why are you standing here? The sun is about to set. Hurry back to find your parents." With glistening, tear-filled eyes, Shen Yao looked up at Song Jingshan and said, "I have no family. I am so hungry. Can you take me with you?" Chapter 2. Adoption. A surge of joy welled up in Song Jingshan's heart. Was this child a gift from heaven? He resolved to adopt Shen Yao. The elders often remarked that if one remained childless for too long, they might consider adopting a child, as this could lead to the arrival of other children. It appeared that fortune favored him today. Having altered his route for travel, he unexpectedly found a daughter. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Yao," she replied. "Good, good. From now on, you shall be known as Song Yao, the daughter of me, Song Jingshan." As Song Jingshan prepared to leave with the tiny Song Yao in tow, he noticed the filthy Shen Fu standing nearby. He furrowed his brow and bent down to ask Song Yao, "Who is she?" Song Yao shook her head. "I do not know her, but she seems rather pitiable. Why not take her home as well, father?" Her suggestion stemmed from a desire to leave a favorable impression on her adoptive father. Song Yao distinctly recalled her past life, where her younger sister had tearfully pleaded with their adoptive father to take her along, only to be met with disdainful rejection. He had declared that there could be only one young lady in the household, and that was Shen Fu. The foolish younger sister had cried, "If my sister does not go, then I shall not go either," until Yun Zhengqing arrived. At that time, she had observed Yun Zhengqing in his fine attire. Even though she was still quite young, she could discern that he hailed from a family of greater means than her own. When she saw him passing by, she had rushed forward and clung to his leg. Little did she know that Yun Zhengqing had only this one respectable outfit, which he rarely wore. It was only upon following him to the Yun family that she discovered they too were of humble means, foraging for wild vegetables and eating coarse grains. This time around, she resolved to let her younger sister endure a life of hardship in the countryside. Indeed, as soon as Song Yao spoke, she was met with rejection from Song Jingshan. He regarded her with a gentle smile, realizing he had not misjudged her character. She possessed a kind heart. As the elder sister, she would surely care for his children in the future. Observing the tender scene of father and daughter, Shen Fu smiled faintly. Go ahead, seize the moment. Sister, you will come to understand in due time. The reason their adoptive father, Song Jingshan, rose to prominence as a high-ranking official was significantly due to the efforts of this daughter. And when she married into a prestigious family, her husband's ascent to power was bolstered by her support behind the scenes, even securing honors and titles through her own endeavors. Oh sister, as you live this second life, you remain the same ignorant sister from your previous existence. You believe that by associating with the powerful, you can lead a life of luxury, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that human affections are but a fade, bound solely by interests. Whether in the Song residence or the Shuni marquise, the respect afforded to her stemmed not only from her status as the legitimate daughter of the Song family, but also from another layer of identity. Even if her sister usurped their adoptive father, she could not claim Shen Fu's life. Let her take what she wishes. This sister of mine will eventually discover that her life's trajectory in this incarnation is entirely different from that of her previous existence. Would she not be struck by the harsh reality? Just the matriarch of the Song family would suffice for Song Yao to savor her triumph. And as for the Yun family, she genuinely believed it far surpassed the Song household in every respect. Although they were impoverished, Yun Fu and Yun Mu showered affection upon their daughter, a sentiment that even her 5 brothers could not rival. If she treated those 5 brothers with sincerity, would she not become the beloved darling of the family? As for the poverty, that was merely a temporary state. With her presence, she believed the Yun family's fortunes would flourish. Child, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Upon returning from visiting relatives, Yun Zhengqing had taken a less traveled path to reach home more swiftly. Spotting a frail child standing alone, he felt a pang of sympathy. The spring chill lingered in the air, and, as a father, he could not bear to see a child suffer in such conditions. Surely, the child's parents must be worried sick. He removed his own coat and wrapped it around the small figure, only to be met with the child grasping his arm with sincerity, her bright eyes shining as she asked, "Can you be my father?" Internally, Shen Fu scoffed. She had no desire for this predicament, but in this desolate wilderness with darkness approaching, she had no choice but to cling to whatever hope remained. Yun Zhengqing was taken aback. Then his heart softened upon realizing the child was a girl. He and his wife had long desired a daughter. Yet fate had blessed them with 5 sons instead, each resembling him. Their longing for a daughter was compounded by the fact that the mother, having suffered during childbirth, could no longer bear children, leaving them with an unfulfilled yearning. "What is your name, little one? Where are your parents?" Shen Fu shook her head. "My name is Fu, and I have no parents." Yun Zhengqing felt a surge of joy. Surely, this child was a divine gift bestowed upon him. He had never imagined he would have a daughter in this lifetime. "You shall be called Yun Fu, my daughter. Come, let us return home." As he spoke, he crouched down, allowing Yun Fu to climb onto his back. From the carriage, Song Yao watched in elation as her sister was truly taken away by Yun Zhengqing. "Sister, in this life, I shall ensure that I fare better than you." Song Jingshan observed Song Yao with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This child possessed a genuinely kind heart. "Yao, that child has been taken away. You can rest easy now, right?" Just moments prior, Yao had confided that she had escaped from human traffickers and had also helped a little beggar. She felt compelled to see the beggar safely taken away before she could feel at ease. "Father, let us depart. Quickly now," she urged, eager for the carriage to hasten so she might indulge in her new life as a young lady. Meanwhile, Yun Zhengqing was all smiles as he carried Yun Fu home. Initially, she felt a bit uncomfortable being carried by a middle-aged man, but gradually she relaxed. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old child, and being carried by her nominal father was perfectly normal. Without his support, her little legs would take ages to reach the Yun household. His back radiated warmth, and wrapped snugly in his coat, Shen Fu experienced a feeling she had never known in her past life. In her previous existence, her adoptive father, Song Jingshan, had been perpetually occupied with official duties, leaving Shen Fu to rarely see him. As for her adoptive mother, Wei, she had suffered health issues for 7 years, constantly consuming medication. The old matriarch of the Song family incessantly reminded Wei of her inability to bear children, pressuring her with reminders of concubines, which drove Wei to become increasingly paranoid. Though she had eliminated many of those concubines through various means, the cumulative strain had pushed her to the brink of madness. Upon entering the Song residence, Wei had assumed that Song Jingshan adopted Shen Fu merely to spite her, a cruel reminder of her own perceived inadequacies. She harbored no affection for Shen Fu, making it impossible for her to care for her. As the wheels of destiny began to turn, Shen Yao returned to the Song family, embarking on a life of luxury as a wealthy young lady, while Shen Fu made her way to the Yun household. Yun Zhengqing, carrying Shen Fu, engaged her in light-hearted banter, evoking laughter and the warmth of paternal affection. The journey to the Yun family was filled with bumps and uneven paths, and noticing that the soles of Shen Fu's shoes were too thin, he could not bear to let her walk. Upon their arrival, he resolved to have his wife craft a sturdy pair of shoes for their daughter that very night. Father and daughter traversed the winding rural paths until they finally reached the Yun family home. Passing through the gate, Yun Zhengqing set Shen Fu down, saying, "Child, we have arrived. Come, let's go inside and eat." Then, calling out to his wife through the thatched roof, he exclaimed, "My dear, I have wonderful news. We have a daughter." Chapter 3. The Yun family Lu was inside the house, diligently sewing garments for several children. Upon hearing Yun Zhengqing's words, she assumed he was jesting. "Ah, good. I see. You must be weary from your journey. Come inside and have a meal," she replied casually, setting down her needlework. Lu had longed for a daughter, and if she were to have one, surely it would be her, the mother, who would know first. How could the father possibly be aware of whether she was carrying a child? She instructed her sons to accompany him to the kitchen to serve rice and dishes. Yun Fujing stood in the courtyard, surveying the humble 5-room adobe house of the Yun family. The modest courtyard was enclosed by a bamboo fence, the kitchen constructed of earth, and the firewood shed built from thatch. Just as Lu and her sons emerged from the house, she caught sight of Shen Fu standing there and was taken aback. "Oh, whose child is this?" Yun Zhengqing replied, "This is Fu, dear wife. Come, take a look and see how this child could be our daughter." The mention of a daughter immediately piqued Lu and Appo's interest, and she approached to scrutinize Shen Fu. The child appeared frail and delicate, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Mother," came the sweet, crisp call that warmed Lu and Appo's heart. "Ah, so well behaved." Lu and Appo's eyes crinkled into crescent shapes with delight. As the sky darkened, she crouched down to observe Shen Fu's features more closely. Despite the dirt obscuring her face, it was evident that she was a beautiful child. Lu felt a pang in her heart, realizing that this clever little girl must have endured considerable hardship. Perhaps her innate beauty had led her to smear dirt on her face to avoid the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Meanwhile, Shen Fu was assessing Lu. The woman appeared to be around 35, with fair skin and delicate features. Her hair was neatly arranged, and though her coarse clothing was somewhat faded, it was clean and tidy. "Eldest, second, you two hurry and fetch hot water to prepare a bath for your sister, and boil her a couple of eggs to eat. Third, fourth, you two prepare to serve the rice. Your sister must be hungry. Little 5, go and bring out the new clothes your mother made for you, so your sister can change into them first." With that, Lu took Shen Fu's soft little hand and led her towards the main room. Noticing that her 5 sons were still standing idle, Yun Zhengqing raised his voice. "Why are you 5 just standing there? Ken and Amp, Appo's, do you hear your mother calling you?" His shout startled the boys into action. As they stepped into the house, Shen Fu felt a flutter of anxiety within her. In her past life, she had encountered numerous dignitaries, Yet she had never felt this way. Meeting the 5 sons of the Yun family for the first time filled her with apprehension. In her previous life, her elder sister had died early, leaving her unaware of what she had missed. The eldest brother, Yun Jiqian, had been her adversary in the business world, a suave and polished gentleman whose apparent humility masked a ruthless nature. The second brother, Yin Zhizhong, possessed a formidable presence with his sharp brows and piercing gaze. Though he was straightforward and principled, he had a penchant for martial pursuits, ultimately rising to a general commanding substantial forces. The third brother, Yin Jian, was studious and had achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, ascending to a high-ranking official in Oppo's position, aided by his elder brother's wealth and influence. The fourth brother, Yun Jiluan, had captivating phoenix eyes that seemed to enchant those around him. As an adult, his charm was even more pronounced, capable of driving countless young women to distraction with a mere smile. In her previous life, her sister had only known that the fourth brother had been taken by a mysterious figure, believed to be lost, yet in truth, he had become an apprentice to an esteemed healer, mastering both medicine and poison. As for the fifth brother, Yun Jilie, true to his name, appeared courteous and refined, yet harbored a profound cunning beneath the surface. Just moments ago, he had been camaraderie with an enemy, and in the next breath could plunge a dagger into their heart. Lu, holding Yin Fu's hand, sensed the child's grip tighten, revealing the fear and unease of a 6-year-old in an unfamiliar place. She bent down to meet Yin Fu's gaze, gently reassuring her, "Child, there is nothing to fear. Your mother is here." In her past life, Yin Fu had never experienced maternal love, and in that moment, her fondness for Lu surged. The meal was soon brought to the table by the third brother, Yin Jian, and the fourth brother, Yin Jiluan, while the fifth brother, Yin Jilie, fetched the new thin coat that their mother had made for him. Just as Lu reached for it, she noticed Yin Jilie retract his hand, his face clouded with reluctance. "This is the coat mother made for me. Why should I give it to her?" He glared at Yin Fu. Yin Fu quietly assessed Yin Jilie, who seemed around 8 or 9, exuding an air of arrogance that starkly contrasted with the boy she had known in her past life. "Little 5, you must let your sister wear it first. Tomorrow, mother will buy fabric to make you a better one." "Really?" "Indeed. When has mother ever deceived you?" Lu sighed, for among her children, it was this fifth son who caused her the most concern. He had a tendency to climb trees to catch birds and scale walls for dates, often becoming the leader of the children wherever they went, resulting in numerous fights that left others bruised, ultimately leading to the family's relocation. They had only been in Shilling Village for 2 years, but thankfully little 5 was now of school age, and with 4 older brothers to guide him. He had settled down somewhat. Yin Jilie, with a pout, eventually handed the coat over to Lu. It was the garment their mother had made for him, one he had hesitated to wear, and now having to give it away stirred feelings of discontent within him. Yet, he could not defy their mother's wishes. She had always favored him, and he wondered if this little beggar might one day steal her affection away. Lu, however, remained oblivious to her youngest son and Oppo's internal struggle. "Good child, you must be hungry, yes?" As the dishes were laid on the table, Lu promptly served Yin Fu a bowl of brown rice porridge, also offering her the only large white bun. This prompted discontent among the third, fourth, and fifth brothers. Yin Jian could not contain himself. "Mother, did you not say that fifth brother is unwell? Shouldn't he be the only one to eat this bun?" Lu felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, little 5 was robust enough to withstand a bowl. Previously, allowing him to eat a white bun while his 4 brothers had to settle for coarse grain was merely an excuse. Your fifth brother has fully recovered. Besides, he is the elder brother and should thus share with his sister. Yin Jilie rolled his eyes but held his tongue. Noticing that Yin Fu had not taken the bun, Lu gently encouraged her. "Fu, do not be afraid. Take it and eat." "Mother, I need to wash my hands first. I must clean them before I can eat." Yin Fu tilted her little head, her voice sweet and innocent, reminiscent of fresh buds. Lu was taken aback. Oh, this child is quite particular about cleanliness. Truly a good child. She instructed Yin Jian to fetch warm water, and only then did Yin Fu wash her face and hands. Lu wiped away the water, revealing Yin Fu's true appearance to everyone in the room. Chapter 4. A Mother's Love. Although Shen Fu appeared frail, she possessed delicate features. Her round face, lacking in flesh, accentuated the brilliance of her large, bright eyes and the softness of her small, pink lips. The shallow dimples that adorned her cheeks were perfectly placed, enhancing her overall beauty. Even the most attractive girl in the vicinity, Yun Jilan, seemed to pale in comparison upon seeing Shen Fu. Lucia remarked, Fu is truly beautiful. Having her as a daughter is a great fortune. Shen Fu held a strong confidence in her appearance. For the only precious gift bestowed upon her by her biological parents was this exquisite visage. Lucia, who worked as a maid in a prominent household, had encountered many noble ladies and daughters from affluent families, yet none could rival the charm of this child. Suddenly, a tightness gripped Lucia's heart as she glanced at Yun Zhengqing. She resolved to inquire about where her son had found this child and urged him to investigate further. If the girl truly had no one to claim her, they would raise her as their own. Yet, this child did not resemble the offspring of impoverished parents. Although her own children were also quite pleasing to the eye, they paled in comparison to Fu. Upon noticing the tattered clothing Shen Fu wore, Lucia reassured herself that she was merely overthinking. Surely, Fu was a child no one wanted, or else she would not be dressed so poorly. Despite having 5 children of their own, even in poverty, they would never allow their offspring to go without proper clothing. With that thought, Lucia felt at ease again. Even if the child's biological parents were to come, she would not relinquish her, lest the child suffer again. Lucia picked up the only remaining white steamed bun and offered it to Shen Fu once more. This time, Shen Fu accepted it. Mother's love, she thought as she received it. "Fi, brother, here is some for you." Shen Fu tore off half and extended it to Yun Jili. She felt compelled to embrace her brother's thigh. Yun Jili glanced at Lucia and then at Yun Zhengqing, hesitating to accept. With their father in the house today, he dared not, and a part of him was sulking, feeling that his mother would no longer love him. Five brother is unwell. This bun should rightfully belong to him. Sharing with his sister brings her great joy, she said, instilling a sense of guilt in Yun Jili. Little Wu, take it. It's yours. Yun Jili finally accepted after Yun Zhengqing spoke. This gesture altered Yun Jili's perception of his sister. The thought of having a sibling calling him brother was not so unpleasant after all. In the village, Huzi had a little sister named Arya, and he often complained about how troublesome women were, expressing disdain for his sister. Yet, he found that this sister was not so bothersome. Eldest brother Yun Jiqian and second brother Yun Jizhong were boiling water in the kitchen. Yun Jizhong, holding a clean raw egg, inquired, "Eldest brother, what are your thoughts on today's events?" "What thoughts?" "Quickly put the egg in the pot. Our sister is waiting to eat," Yun Jiqian replied. Noticing his younger brother's pained expression as he looked at the egg, he snatched it away and carefully placed it in the pot, covering it and starting the fire. Yun Jizhong pouted. This egg was saved to sell for our tuition, since their parents had picked up little Wu a few years back. They cherished and protected him like a precious gem. It had taken considerable effort for them to accept him as their brother, and now, their parents inexplicably brought home a girl. "Be quiet." Yun Jiqian's expression darkened, more forbidding than the pot's bottom. Such talk must never be uttered in front of anyone, especially not in front of the third, fourth, or fifth. Little Wu is our mother's own child. Do you understand? Yun Jiqian could not help but reprimand his straightforward younger brother. At 14, he had grown tall but lacked wisdom. While it was permissible to speak so in front of him, if their father were to hear it, he would surely be punished. Years ago, when the third and fourth were still young and ignorant, only he and the second brother knew that little Wu was their mother's biological child. Their parents had repeatedly warned them not to mention this to anyone. Little Wu was born of their mother. Why had they moved? Did the second brother not think about it? Although he felt some displeasure at their parents adopting this girl, it had been many years since their mother had longed for a daughter. Fortunately, once the girl reached 15, she would be married off, merely adding another pair of chopsticks to the household. Chastised by his usually kind elder brother, Yun Jizhong suddenly realized the gravity of their situation. Indeed, this secret had been guarded by the Yun family for 9 years. They did not know to whom little Wu truly belonged or why their parents had chosen to relocate. But this secret must remain undisclosed. The thought of their father's imposing face sent a shiver down his spine. "Brother, I was wrong." Yin Zhizhong quickly apologized, fearing that his brother might report him to their father, which would cost him dearly. Yin Zhiqian patted Yin Zhizhong and Appo's shoulder and gently said, "Second brother, remember this is our mother's wish. Do you not wish to see her happy? The water is boiled. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Let us see this sister instead. If she proves to be troublesome, I shall find a way to send her away when our parents are not home." Yun Zhizhong felt a chill as he looked into his elder brother's eyes. His brother was becoming increasingly like their father. No, even more terrifying. Their father was merely imposing, while his brother, though seemingly amiable, had a deeper intensity. Yun Zhiqian ladled the egg into a bowl and carried it outside. "Eldest brother, wait for me." Seeing his brother leave the kitchen, Yun Zhizhong hastily followed. Lu Shi intended to ask the third son if the water was boiling, only to see both of them enter the room. The family gathered around the table, waiting for the two to join them before starting their meal. "Mother," Yun Zhiqian glanced at Shen Fu, his eyes widening in surprise. It turned out that his sister was so beautiful. "The water for her has been boiled. This is the egg for her." Suddenly having a sister left Yun Zhiqian at a loss for words. Lu Shi took the bowl, saying, "Sit down and eat. I initially wanted your sister to eat first, but she insisted on waiting for her elder brothers to return. This child, so young yet so considerate, truly tugged at one's heartstrings." This prompted Yun Zhiqian to regard Shen Fu with renewed interest. She was indeed quite understanding. As Yun Zhiqian looked over, Shen Fu could not help but scrutinize her elder brother. He appeared to be around 16, handsome, with gentle eyes and a slight smile that radiated warmth, like a gentle spring breeze. In her past life, Shen Fu had encountered Yun Zhiqian a couple of times and had suffered greatly at his hands. Fortunately, in this life, he was her elder brother. She then turned her gaze to Yun Zhizhong, her second brother, who had sharp features and a tall, slender build, towering over their elder brother by half a head. When he noticed Shen Fu looking at him, he shot her a glare, prompting her to quickly lower her head. Their father observed Yin Zhizhong and Appo's little antics and scolded, "Second brother, are you not hungry?" Chapter 5. The unappetizing daughter, second brother, Yin Zhizhong hurriedly took a seat, averting his gaze, no longer daring to glare. Once they were all seated, Father Yun spoke, "Fu-er will be your sister from now on. You must take good care of her. Fu-er, let me introduce you. This is your eldest brother, Yun Zhiqian. This is your second brother, Yin Zhizhong. And this is your third brother, Yin Zhiyan." Yun Zhengqing introduced his 5 sons in succession. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Fu-er called out each name in order. Eldest brother Yun Zhiqian responded with a faint HM, while second brother Yun Zhizhong grunted, only to correct himself hastily upon noticing their father and Appo's gaze, sister. Third brother Yun Jian nodded slightly, offering no further comment. Fourth brother Yun Zhilong cast a sidelong glance at Fu-er before turning his head away. Fifth brother Yun Zhilai reluctantly uttered sister. Father Yun sighed inwardly. It seemed that it would take time for his 5 sons to accept their sister. However, it was nothing new. When little 5 had first arrived, eldest and second brothers had also been hesitant, while the third and fourth brothers were too young to understand. Yet, eldest brother had always taken care of little 5, and whenever village children bullied her, second brother would be there to defend her, leaving the bullies bruised and their parents seeking explanations. By now, little 5 had fully integrated into the family. He shot a warning glance at his brothers, urging them to be courteous to their sister. The 5 brothers promptly lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. The Yun family dining table was large, crafted by Father Yun from trees he had felled in the mountains, and now, even with Fu and Appo's joining them, it remained ample. "Let us eat," Father Yun commanded. Yet Fu-er did not move her chopsticks. It was not that she was unwilling to eat. Rather, having just been reborn, she had experienced a plethora of delectable dishes in her previous life, and now, confronted with a meal of wild vegetables, porridge, and steamed bread, she found herself lacking in appetite. Lu Shi busied herself peeling an egg for Fu and Appo's, while Father Yun relentlessly piled food on her bowl until it overflowed. "Fu and Appo's, start with this." When your mother returns from work tomorrow, she will bring back 2 pounds of pork belly to make dumplings for you. Lu Shi noticed Fu staring at her bowl, untouched, and offered her the peeled egg. Fu was aware of the Yun family's modest means. She had done her research after acknowledging her sister in her previous life. They lived in a village near Shiqiao town on the outskirts of the capital. And the Yun family was an outsider with no land of their own. Father Yun worked at a blacksmith shop, while Mother Yun served as a maid for a wealthy family. And on top of that, she occasionally sold embroidery work, bringing in about 4 to 5 taels of silver each month. Yet, with 5 mouths to feed, Father Yun insisted on sending all his sons to school, which consumed a significant portion of their yearly expenses. In reality, those 4 to 5 taels of silver barely sufficed for their basic needs, especially as the sons grew and their appetites expanded. The family's food expenses were considerable each month. Typically, the brothers were left to fend for themselves with coarse grains and wild vegetables, and except for the occasional leftovers from festive occasions brought home by Lu Shi, they rarely enjoyed anything more substantial than fish during holidays. The eggs they had today were considered a luxury, and Lu Shi had not prepared for her sudden arrival. The meal before them was what the family usually ate. Feeling touched, Fu insisted, "Mother, please eat first." Lu Shi replied with a smile, "Good child. I don't care for it. You should eat. Look at how thin you are. Eat to nourish your body." This sentiment echoed the universal words of mothers everywhere. "Father, you eat." Yun Zhongqing responded with a smile, "Good daughter, I also do not care for it. You should eat. Brother, you eat." Fu and Apos insisted, but no one complied. Her brothers were eager to eat, yet the stern gaze from their father rendered them hesitant. The 5 brothers swiftly raised their bowls and devoured their food. In her previous life, Fu had lived in the Song residence, but Madame Song, Wei Shi, had not favored her, and she often dined alone in her room, never having witnessed such a scene. Seeing her brothers eat with such enthusiasm made her feel a pang of hunger. Eldest brother Yun Jiqian, while eating, occasionally served her and Yun Jilai from his plate. "Thank you, eldest brother." It was commendable that even though he had yet to fully accept her, he did not forget to care for her. This made Fu regard Father and Mother Yun with newfound respect. Was their life as a blacksmith and maid truly so simple? In her previous life, aside from her sister, they had raised several outstanding sons. After the meal, her brothers collaborated to clean the table and tidy the house. And then they went about their respective chores, washing clothes and chopping firewood. Lu Shi, skilled with her hands, quickly altered Yun Jilai and Apos as clothes. However, looking at the gray fabric, she felt it was unfit for a girl and instead embroidered a few branches of red plum blossoms, feeling much more satisfied with the result. "Fu, mother will take you to bathe." Fu nodded. Though she housed a mature soul within her, her small body had little to be shy about. After bathing, Lu Shi helped Fu into clean clothes. Gazing at her daughter, she thought how beautiful she was. Even draped in a sack, she would outshine any young lady. Lu Shi could hardly take her eyes off her, feeling she had truly struck gold. Soon, it was time for bed. Fu insisted on sleeping alone, and only then did Lu Shi relent. The Yin family had 5 rooms, 1 for dining and resting, and 4 bedrooms. Father and Mother Yin shared one. Eldest brother Yin Jiqian had another. Second brother Yin Jizhong had his own, while the remaining room was shared by 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers. Under Father Yun's orders, second brother Yin Jizhong reluctantly tidied his belongings and moved into eldest brother's room, freeing up his space for Fu. It was conveniently located closest to their parents' room, making it easier for Lu Shi to care for her. Lu Shi thoroughly cleaned the room, then laid out bedding she usually reserved, allowing Fu to settle in. She filled the lamp with oil and asked, "Fu, do you really not need me to stay with you?" "I'm not afraid, Mother. You are tired too. Please go rest." This made Lu Shi even more appreciative. Her daughter was thoughtful, far surpassing her sons in this regard. Well, her sons were considered as well, but somehow, the feeling was not as fulfilling as with her daughter. As Lu Shi left, she turned back 3 times, taking the dirty clothes Fu and Apos had changed out with her. Fu, feeling weak after a long day of activity, was already yearning for sleep. Once Lu Shi stepped out, she closed her eyes, and, before half a stick of incense had burned, she was fast asleep. Lu Shi first washed the clothes, then retrieved her embroidery frame. Settling down to work beneath the lamp's glow, Yun Jingqing, concerned for his wife, urged, "At this hour, you should not be working. Do you not find your eyes tiring?" Chapter 6. Her name is Yao. Lu knew her husband spoke thus out of concern for her. When their 5 sons were young, she spent her days tending to them and could only engage in needlework at night after they fell asleep. Over time, her eyesight had diminished. "I wish to make a pair of shoes for our daughter, lined with cotton. The early spring weather is still quite chilly," Lu noted, having observed that when Yun Fu arrived, she wore only thin shoes. When Lu helped her bathe and removed her shoes, she saw her little feet were frostbitten, which greatly pained her heart. Upon hearing the shoes were for Yun Fu, Yun Jingqing immediately acquiesced, saying, "Then by all means do it. We must not let our daughter suffer from the cold. However, do take care of your health and do not work too late." Lu understood his sentiment well. "As if you need to remind me. It aches my heart too when our daughter is cold." Earlier, while bathing Yun Fu, Lu had secretly measured her daughter and Appo's little feet. Lu was quite skilled with her hands, and soon enough, she had completed 1 shoe sole. "Chinga, speaking of which, our daughter has a special bond with our family. Since her arrival, she has not cried or fussed, and she feels so close to me. Indeed, when I first saw her by the roadside, there was an immediate sense of familiarity. I recall when our youngest arrived, she cried for 3 days and nights." Yun Jingqing fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Yun's father noticed his wife eavesdropping by the wall. "What are you doing?" he inquired, but Lu did not respond. "Yun Fu has called for her. I must check on her." Approaching little Yun Fu's bed, Lu found her soundly asleep, curled up within the thick blanket. Her tightly shut eyes accentuated her long lashes. Her fair complexion radiated a rosy hue, and her tiny mouth was a delightful shade of red. Lu could hardly take her eyes off her. She gently tugged at the quilt, watching Yun Fu with a silly grin before stepping outside. This was her daughter. She wished to stay in her daughter's room, but the embroidered shoes were not yet complete. She needed to finish them before dawn to surprise her daughter in the morning. At the Song residence, Song Yao was brought back by Song Jingshan. Upon entering, the servants promptly informed Wei. "She is just a little girl," Wei remarked dismissively. "Though she is small, she will need to stay in the residence for 2 years before she can be of any use. At least having been raised in the Song household, she will surely remain loyal. Zhang Mama, please take care of the new girl and train her well. If she proves to be clever, she might even become your successor." As Song Yao reached the doorway, she hesitated. In her past life, Mei was raised as the legitimate daughter of the Song family. How had she become a servant now? She timidly looked up at Song Jingshan, father. Clearly, Song Jingshan had overheard Wei's words, and he reassured her. "Do not be afraid, Yao. Your mother is quite easy to get along with. I will explain things to her." With this reassurance, Song Yao felt a sense of relief. "I will listen to you, father." Seeing Song Jingshan return, Wei quickly approached with a smile, bowing respectfully. "Husband." It had been many days since she last saw him. She could hardly count the number of days. Her greatest concern over the years had been her inability to conceive. Yet, her husband had left her alone in the room, and how could she bear a child on her own? Now, encountering Song Jingshan brought her joy, and she instructed the servants to prepare the meal promptly. "Go, add a chair for the young lady," Song Jingshan commanded. Wei was taken aback and looked from Song Yao to Song Jingshan. "What did you say?" "Madam, her name is Yao. This child is quite unfortunate and lonely. On such a cold day, she was standing all alone by the roadside. Had I not happened to pass by, she might have frozen to death tonight. I took a liking to her and decided to bring her home. She shall stay with you from now on." Wei was shocked. She glanced at Song Yao, then up at Song Jingshan, her eyes filled with astonishment, grievance, resentment, humiliation, and anger. After enduring for 7 years, the status of the legitimate daughter of the Song family had been taken by another. For these 7 years, the old matriarch had continuously sent people to her husband's room, and she had tolerated it. Her only bottom line was that no woman should bear illegitimate children before she had given birth to the legitimate son or daughter of the Song family. Each time her husband spent the night with those lowly women, she would send them a bowl of nourishing soup, under the pretext of helping them regain their health to bear children for him, while secretly adding contraceptive medicine to the soup. To her dismay, Her husband had brought back a child who now occupied the position of the legitimate daughter. A bastard, surely the spawn of my husband and a mistress. A flash of hatred flickered in Wei's eyes, and just as she was about to refuse, she noticed Zhang Mama giving her a knowing look. Though she did not understand Zhang Mama's intent, she trusted her as her dowry mother. Thus, she relented. Husband, let this child stay in my room. She seems to possess good fortune. Perhaps she could bring luck to the Song family, and perhaps even bless us with a son or daughter. Song Jingshan agreed with this sentiment. Earlier, the old matriarch had advised him similarly. He had not taken it seriously, but now, 7 years later, if only Wei had been unable to conceive, it would have been her fault. However, his mother had taken 5 concubines, none of whom had borne him any offspring. Gradually, Song Jingshan began to doubt himself. If this child could truly bring a son or daughter to the Song family, she would be their benefactor. Now, he regarded Song Yao with greater favor. The servants worked swiftly, soon setting the table and adding an extra chair for Song Yao. As she sat before the table laden with delicious dishes, even having lived 2 lives, Song Yao could not help but feel her mouth water. In her past life, she had never enjoyed such delectable meals in the Yun household. Later, when she went to the Shuni Marquis' residence, Yun Fu had initially welcomed her warmly as her elder sister. However, after she became a concubine, Yun Fu did not hold it against her, merely feeling disappointed in her sister. Yun Fu had intended to find a worthy family for her sister, given her status. Selecting a prestigious family for Song Yao to be the legitimate wife would have been entirely feasible. However, unexpectedly, her sister had rushed to become a concubine to her dandy husband. Even so, Yun Fu would still occasionally send good things to Song Yao's room. Yet, Song Yao seemed unsatisfied. Sharing the same blood, why was she relegated to being a concubine while her younger sister could enjoy the esteemed title of the heiress wife? After repeatedly scheming against Yun Fu, the bond of sisterhood was thoroughly dissolved. Yun Fu no longer sent her gifts, and Song Yao's standard of living plummeted. At times, the kitchen would even serve her spoiled food. She had not tasted good meals for years. Yao, try this 5-flavor roasted chicken made by the cook. It is quite delicious, Wei said with a smile, serving a generous piece of meat to Song Yao. You little wretch, wait until your father is not in the estate. I will show you how to deal with you. In this inner chamber, it is always I, the Song matron, who holds the final say. At that moment, she thought to herself, just wait chapter 7. Locked in the woodshed, thank you, mother. Indeed, this mother is kind. At the Song residence, there is still meat to eat. However, Song Yao always feels that way in damp. Appo's gaze upon her is peculiar, though she cannot quite articulate what is amiss. Surely, she is overthinking it. In her previous life, her sister grew up quite well, so why should she not? During this meal, Wei appeared particularly cheerful, as she noticed that her husband seemed to treat her with much more affection today. At last, she comprehended why Mama Zhang had been signaling her. As long as this child is present, she can secure her husband in Appo's heart. Wei felt a slight sense of relief. Glancing at Song Yao, thinking, you are somewhat useful after all. After the meal, astonishingly, Song Jingshan remained in Wei's chamber, which filled her heart with uncontainable joy. She instructed Mama Zhang to prepare the finest room in the Zuihua courtyard for Song Yao, and Mama Zhang understood her intentions and led Song Yao away. As soon as they exited, Mama Zhang pinched Song Yao hard. You little wildling. Why are you pinching me? Ouch. Before she could finish her sentence, Mama Zhang covered her mouth with one hand while dragging her with the other, threatening, you little wretch, if you dare to make another sound, I will ruin your mouth. She flung Song Yao onto the ground in the woodshed. You shall sleep here tonight. At least you can use the firewood as a blanket. Consider yourself fortunate. Why are you treating me this way? Aren't you afraid I will tell my father? You are but a servant in the Song residence, and I will inform my father, who will have you beaten to death. Anger flared in Song Yao's eyes. This only amused Mama Zhang. Oh dear, you just entered the Song family and already act like a young lady. Do you believe I won't kill you today? And tomorrow the madam will inform the master that you died of illness? Do you think he would believe that? You little yellow-haired girl, I will teach you a lesson. At merely 6 years of age, she was already sharp-tongued. How could she be of use to the madam without some proper training? With that thought, Mama Zhang kicked Song Yao, causing her to grimace in pain. Then she crouched down, glaring fiercely at Shen Yao, and said, "If you dare to utter even a word in front of the master tomorrow, beware for your life." Feeling unsatisfied, Mama Zhang kicked Shen Yao twice more before leaving, locking the door with a resounding click. The woodshed was dark and empty, leaving Shen Yao feeling both cold and pained, filled with resentment. Impossible, impossible. Why is this happening? Was my sister also locked in the woodshed in her past life? Clenching her fists, her eyes sparked with defiance. Tomorrow, I will definitely tell my father, and that old hag will pay. As Shen Yao sat in front of the pile of firewood, hugging her knees on the cold ground, her lips turned blue from the chill, and her small body trembled. She instinctively called out, "Mother." This mother was not Wei, but Lu. Though the Yin family was somewhat impoverished, Lu's affection for her was genuine. However, arriving at the Song residence, she was locked in the woodshed on her very first day, rendering the Song family's wealth utterly meaningless to her. In the enveloping darkness, she could see nothing and felt both cold and frightened. Slowly, she stood and groped her way to the soft firewood, which was actually straw. Knowing this would prevent her from freezing to death, she worked diligently to spread a thick layer on the ground, finally lying down upon it. "Ouch!" she gasped, having hit a wound, causing her to grimace in pain. "Old witch, wait for me. One day, I will make you taste the bitterness of being beaten, leaving you crippled and sold." Cautiously, Shen Yao sat down and covered herself with a layer of straw. Yet, even so, she remained unbearably cold. Curling into a ball, she forced herself deeper into the straw, tears streaming down her cheeks. Regret washed over her for coming to the Song residence. Meanwhile, Lu visited the small Yin residence no less than 10 times that night. Fearing her daughter would feel uncomfortable after just arriving, worrying that she might awaken in the middle of the night and feel frightened, or kick off her blanket and catch a chill. Before dawn, Lu began preparing breakfast, and despite having not slept a wink, she felt no fatigue. Her face radiated with uncontainable happiness. Yin Fu had already awakened before Lu called for her. She turned over, still in a daze, and instinctively called out, Shia. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, she opened her eyes to see the dull gray wall before her and comprehended that she had been reborn. Gazing out the window, she noticed the faint light of dawn, indicating that it was still early. Upon looking around her room, she marveled that the Yin family had kept an oil lamp burning throughout the night. Such a poor family likely rarely indulged in oil lamps. It would be a lie to say she was not moved. She had never slept so soundly, not even in the Marquis's residence. At that time, she had to remain vigilant at all times, wary of the hidden daggers from the Song family and the schemes of the Marquis as household. She could only trust those who were supposedly loyal to her to a limited extent. Yet, she already knew that her parents, Yin Fu and Lu, were simple and sincere. With them around, she would not suffer any grievances. It was only her foolish sister who failed to cherish what she had. Thinking of this, Yin Fu smiled. "Sister, I bet you're still locked in the woodshed right now. You scheme against everyone, and even in your rebirth, you seek to usurp my life, unaware that my life is not what you desire." Lying in bed with her eyes wide open, she felt the morning chill, and the thick quilt filled with cotton kept her warm. She curled up in a blanket, reluctant to rise. Turning again, her gaze fell upon the embroidered shoes placed on the bedside, warming her heart and dispelling her sleepiness. She donned her overcoat and sat at the edge of the bed, unable to resist picking up the embroidered shoes for closer inspection. The shoes, a deep green, were adorned with red plum blossoms, so vividly embroidered that they seemed to bloom right on the surface. Yin Fu had not anticipated her mother-esque embroidery skills to be so exquisite. Examining the layered soles, the fine stitching revealed that her mother must have worked tirelessly through the night to create them. Her mother was indeed efficient. It would take anyone else not just one night, but even two to accomplish such a feat, feeling guilty for not sleeping. Yin Fu resolved to help Lu with chores. After dressing and slipping into the embroidered shoes her mother had made, Yin Fu finally stepped out of bed. With each step, the soft, cotton-filled soles felt pleasantly warm and comfortable. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed smoke billowing from the kitchen chimney, indicating that Lu was busy preparing breakfast. Sure enough, upon entering the kitchen, she saw Lu hard at work. It seemed Lu sensed her presence. She turned her head and saw Shen Fu walking toward the kitchen door, her short legs scurrying forward. "Mother, I am awake." "Oh dear, why didn't you sleep a little longer? It's quite cold. The sun hasn't even risen yet. Go back inside and rest a bit more." Shen Fu shook her head. "Fu is not sleepy. I want to help Mother with the work." Lu could not bear to send her away and relented, allowing her to stay. Chapter 8. Mother, what is she eating? Although Shen Fu grew up in the Song family, she was not a pampered young lady. The early years in the Song household were quite harsh for her. However, she had never performed any laborious tasks. Lu Shi forbade her from getting her hands dirty, providing her with a small stool to sit on. Watching little Shen Fu sit obediently, chattering away, brought a smile to Lu Shi's face, almost causing her to laugh with joy. Suddenly, Lu Shi's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her longed-for daughter, just as she had always imagined. They say daughters are tender and caring, and it proved to be true. When had her sons ever accompanied her in such a way? Though her 5 sons occasionally expressed concern for their mother, none could compare to Fu. Who would have thought that Lu Gaihua would have a daughter in this world where hunger prevailed and everyone else wished for sons, who could grow into strong laborers and lighten the family burden? Yet, Lu Gaihua was different. She cherished her daughter. What was wrong with having a girl? She could teach Fu her embroidery skills, and when she grew up, she could still support herself. Lu Shi lifted the pot lid, retrieving a boiled egg, cooling it briefly in water before deftly peeling it and handing it to Shen Fu. "Are you hungry? Here, take this to fill your stomach. The rice will be ready soon." Shen Fu took the egg and offered, "Mother, you eat first." This gesture deeply touched Lu Shi. Her efforts were not in vain. Lu Shi pushed Shen Fu's small hand towards her mouth, insisting, "I'm not hungry." "Fu, you eat quickly. Eggs help you grow taller." Indeed, Shen Fu was quite hungry. Children feel hunger quickly. Seeing her take small bites reassured Lu Shi, who had feared she might choke. If it weren't for the tattered clothing Shen Fu wore upon her arrival, one might mistake her for a lady of noble birth based on her eating habits. Lu Shi covered the pot once more, continuing to cook. Although the egg was ready, the rice still needed more time. As the rice neared completion, her brothers, drawn by the scent of food, began to wash up. "Mother, is the meal almost ready?" Hearing their voices, Shen Fu quickly finished the last piece of her egg. Upon entering the kitchen, Yun was surprised to see a small figure sitting there. He turned, his narrow eyes glancing at Shen Fu, who had her cheeks puffed out, and asked, "Mother, what is she eating?" At 10 years old, Yun was at the age where he grew rapidly and felt hunger keenly. They say that young boys can consume their fathers and Appo's fortunes with their appetite. What an Appo's, she and Appo's is eating. "This is your sister. Quickly call her sister," Lu Shi exclaimed, grabbing a fire poker threateningly at Yun, as if she would strike him if he failed to comply. "Sister." Reluctantly, under Lu Shi's pressure, Yun called out, though he felt an inner rebellion. Did their mother no longer love them? But that seemed to be the way she had always been. Why then did she look at that little girl with such affection? Yun glanced back at Shen Fu, pondering that perhaps this little girl was more remarkable than he initially thought. If only he could transform into a girl himself. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. So he decided to return to his room and discuss with his brothers how to deal with this troublesome girl, exposing her schemes and driving her out of the Yun household. Meanwhile, Shen Fu blinked her innocent big eyes, as if to say she was truly innocent. If Mother didn't love them, it was not her fault. After Yun left, Lu Shi added more firewood to the stove, recalling her daughter's cleverness. Seeing someone approach, she hurriedly stuffed the last piece of egg into her mouth, which only heightened her joy. Lu Shi looked at Shen Fu with admiration, believing her daughter to be remarkably intelligent and perceptive, never tiring of her presence. She quickly poured a bowl of water for Shen Fu to prevent her from choking. Indeed, when it was time to eat, there was no egg on the table. The only egg had long since found its way into Shen Fu's belly. She and Yun each had half a plain bun. After the meal, Shen Fu pulled Yun aside, mysteriously rummaging through her pocket until she finally produced a boiled egg. This was not entirely her fault. The pocket was too small, and the egg filled up all the space, making it difficult for her 6-year-old hands to retrieve it with any strength. This is for you, brother. She knew she had to cling to his favor. If she secured his support now, she would have someone to rely on in the future. Yin Julien and Oppose. S. heart trembled slightly as he feigned surprise. Looking at Yin Fu, what is this? He had not seen an egg on the table today. Don and Oppose. Don't worry, brother. This isn't from yesterday. It's from this morning, given to me by mother. I saved one for you. As she spoke, she pressed the boiled egg into Yin Julien and Amp, Oppose, S. hand. He recoiled slightly. Don and Amp, Oppose, do you think you can win me over? He refused to be fooled. Yet, as he gazed down at the egg, his expression softened a bit. Since it was given to you by mother, you should eat it. Yin Julien turned to leave. What mother gives me is mine. This is what I saved for you. I and Oppose, already eaten, so please, brother, enjoy it. Yin Julien did not take it. Recalling how fourth brother had just mentioned that their sister was manipulating their mother to take all the good food for herself, warning them not to indulge her. Seeing the hopeful look in Yin Fu's eyes, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to let her down. Ultimately, he accepted the egg. You traitor, little five. Yin Julien exclaimed in frustration. Be quiet. How can you, a grown boy, be outdone in thoughtfulness by your 6-year-old sister? I am genuinely embarrassed for you. Scolded big brother, Yin Jiqian. Who would have thought that this little sister was so kind-hearted, willing to share the good things given to her by their mother? In truth, when Yin Fu had sneakily pulled Yin Julien aside, Yin Julien had seen everything. He had called upon his elder brothers to follow them secretly, eager to uncover what this girl was scheming. Instead, he witnessed her small hand produce an egg from her bulging pocket and give it to Yin Julien, leading him to inwardly exclaim that she indeed had a plot. Yin Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt utterly ashamed. Earlier, when fourth brother had suggested they devise a plan to drive the little girl away, he had been the first to support it. Here was a brother who was outdone by a 6-year-old child, and he was a full 8 years older than her. Yin Jian observed the scene with a blank expression, offering no commentary. Aside from books, nothing else piqued his interest. Only Yin Julien wore a face of indignation, feeling it was utterly excessive. Indeed, he had underestimated her today. Everyone disperse. This matter ends here. I do not wish to see such things happen again. Otherwise, beware of father's punishment. Yin Julien had intended to say more, but upon big brother's decree, he fell silent, swallowing his words. Meanwhile, from a distance, their parents, Yin Fu and Yin Mu, observed everything. Now you can rest assured, can't you? Do not be deceived by our youngest daughter's size. She is the most cherished one. Even her brothers cannot bully her, Lu Shi said, smiling at Yun Zhengqing. Yun Zhengqing looked on with satisfaction, yet replied, I doubt any of them would dare. My punishment is without mercy. Chapter 9. To the town, Lu remarked, You are merely putting on a brave front in my presence. You have no idea who has harmed a few children, yet you lie awake at night, burdened by your own conscience. Observing his wife, suppressing a smile, Yun Zhengqing felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Alas, the stern father image he had painstakingly crafted had crumbled to dust. As the morning light began to illuminate the beams of their home, it was time for the Yun family's 5 brothers to head to the academy. They attended the Shirgu Academy in Shiqiao Town. After breakfast, under the guidance of Yun Jiqian, they shouldered their book bags and bid farewell to their parents before embarking on their journey. In this era, particularly among impoverished rural families, the thought of sending a child to school required considerable contemplation, let alone the fact that Yun's parents were supporting 5 children. Yun Jiqian had repeatedly suggested that he forego his studies to work alongside his father, believing it would be more beneficial to earn some wages for the support of his 4 younger brothers. At 16, he felt it was his duty to help sustain the family. Yun Zhizhong interjected, Allow me to take on that burden. My strength surpasses that of the eldest brother, and I have little interest in studying. Their father, sternly reprimanding them, declared, All of you, go to school. Your father is not yet too old to support you. The 2 brothers promptly fell silent. Yun Zhengqing toiled at a blacksmith shop in Shiqiao Town. Before departing, he instructed Lu to take good care of their daughter. And then he left. Fu, shall we go to town? Sure, I will follow you, mother. The more obedient Yin Fu was, the more Lu's heart ached for her. Such a well-behaved child, who did not cry or fuss, must have endured considerable hardship before. Lu worked as a servant in the Xia household in Shiqiao town to help supplement the family income. The Xia family was wealthy, and the village where the Yun family resided, Shiling Village, lay about 7 or 8 li from the town. Usually, Lu could reach the town in the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks. However, unwilling to let her daughter suffer, Lu decided to take a donkey cart to town. Old Li at the village head had a donkey cart, and except during the busy farming season, he would transport people to Shiqiao town, earning some fare in the process. Lu brought Shen Fu to the village head and inquired, "Uncle Li, how much to Shiqiao town?" Surprised to see Lu, Old Li raised an eyebrow. Typically, the Yun family would not spend money on a donkey cart, as they were supporting 5 scholars. Noticing Lu was accompanied by a little girl, Old Li replied, 2 when per person, since the child is small. Let us say 3 when in total. Shiqiao town, being relatively close to the capital, had higher prices, but the short distance made 2 when a reasonable fare. Lu promptly produced 3 won and handed them to Old Li, earning a curious glance from him. Today, she seemed willing to spend. A few other women were also waiting for the donkey cart. "Ah, Sister Yun, who is this little girl? She is truly delightful," Aunt Wang exclaimed, noticing Shen Fu with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "This is my daughter, Shen Fu. I was busy previously and sent her to her maternal grandparents. I just brought her back yesterday," Lu fabricated story. After all, they were newcomers to the village and not well acquainted with the locals, merely having superficial interactions. Upon hearing Lu's explanation, the women dismissed their suspicions and began to praise Shen Fu. "Fuer, this is Aunt Wang, and this is Aunt Zhang. Be polite and greet them." There were a few other women Lu did not recognize, so she refrained from introducing Shen Fu to them. "Hello, aunties," Shen Fu greeted sweetly. So well-mannered. Once they boarded the donkey cart, Old Li urged everyone to sit properly before they set off. Shen Fu gazed around with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Having been confined within the confines of a grand estate in her previous life, she was not accustomed to such open excursions. The sky seemed infinitely bluer to her now. Meanwhile, Lu was approached by Aunt Zhang, who leaned closer and whispered, "I've never heard you mention having a daughter. Where did you bring her from?" Aunt Zhang was the mother of Huzi, who often played with Yun Jilia. Hence, she was somewhat familiar with the Yun family. Occasionally, while chatting with Huzi and her daughter, Arya, Aunt Zhang had heard about the Yun family and could vouch that they had no daughters. Huzi and Arya had previously recounted that Yun's parents desired a daughter, and Yun Jilia envied Huzi for having a sister. The sudden appearance of a daughter raised Aunt Zhang's suspicions. In most families, sons were coveted for their potential as strong laborers, while some families would go to extremes, discarding or selling daughters. Kind families would raise their daughters and prepare a dowry for their early marriages. Yet here was the Yun family, having no daughters, suddenly presenting one. If only Aunt Zhang had known the Yun family yearned for a daughter, she might have offered Arya to them. Despite Yun's poverty, the family had 5 scholars. Who could say that one day, a talented scholar might emerge from their ranks, and Arya could benefit from such a connection, marrying into a good family? Lu's expression darkened as she replied, "How would I not know if she is my own child?" She did not wish for Fu to grow up with the stigma of being an adopted daughter, subject to village gossip. Fortunately, they had only moved to Shiqiao town a few years ago, and the villagers were not well acquainted with them. Although Aunt Zhang's comments annoyed Lu, she understood that Aunt Zhang was somewhat oblivious and had no ill intentions. "Forgive my curiosity. Upon closer inspection, the child bears a strong resemblance to her 5 brothers. If she were not biological, how could she look so alike?" Aunt Zhang chuckled, aiming to ease the tension. "Sister Yun, I've heard you're working as a servant in the Xia household. What is it like inside that grand estate? Is it as splendid as depicted in the tales?" Aunt Zhang quickly changed the subject. Before long, they arrived at Shiqiao town. Lu exchanged pleasantries with a few acquaintances and guided Shen Fu towards the Xia household. Passing by a candy art stall, Lu noticed Shen Fu staring intently and said, "Fuer, if you like one, Mother will buy it for you." "Mother, let us go. I don't want any candy art. It's too sticky," replied Shen Fu. Though her body was that of a 6-year-old, she housed the spirit of an adult. How could she truly behave like a typical child, begging her parents for sweets? In her previous life, she had been confined within a grand estate, having seen such candy art before, but never knowing how it was made. Today, she was merely curious. Nevertheless, Lu spent 5 won to buy her a small rabbit-shaped candy art. In this era, sugar was expensive, and so was candy art. Amidst the envious gazes of other children, Shen Fu clutched her candy art as she followed Lu into the Xia household. Entering through the side door, someone seized Lu's arm and exclaimed, "Sister Lu, you finally arrived." The old lady is throwing a tantrum and has already scolded many people. Lu withdrew her arm and asked if the old lady is upset. Why not soothe her? Why pull me into this? Yu Ming replied, "Sister Lu, we are in dire need of your help. The old lady specifically requested you to assist with her grooming and demanded your breakfast. We are utterly helpless." Her voice trembled with urgency. Very well, Lu, feeling sympathy for the struggles of the servants in the grand estate, relented at Yu Ming's pleas. As they took a few steps, Yu Ming noticed the little girl Lu was holding and furrowed her brow, asking, "Sister Lu, whose child is this?" Chapter 10. Peach Blossom Pastry. Lu Shi, my daughter. Yu Ming was taken aback, pondering how Sister Lu, who only had 5 sons, suddenly had a daughter. "Sister Lu, we are here to serve the old lady, not for leisure. Is it appropriate for you to bring a child along?" Yu Ming's expression darkened. Lu Shi's face turned cold. "Indeed, it is not appropriate." After saying this, she took Shen Fu's hand and walked in another direction. Yu Ming stomped her foot in urgency. "Sister Lu, you are going the wrong way." Lu Shi ignored her and continued on her path. At that moment, Yu Ming realized she had misspoken. "Fuer, do not run around. Stay by your mother's side. Do you understand?" "All right." Shen Fu understood Lu Shi's intentions. In this grand estate, danger lurked at every corner. As a 6-year-old, if she stumbled upon something unsavory, it could spell trouble for her. Lu Shi worked at the Xia residence, doing laundry and other menial tasks. She led Shen Fu through a maze of paths to the servant quarters, and before they even entered, they could hear the lively chatter inside. As soon as they stepped into the yard, Shen Fu saw many people washing clothes. Their hands moved swiftly, yet their mouths were not idle, gossiping about events outside. One of them looked up and spotted Shen Fu, asking, "Sister Lu, whose little girl is this?" With a simple introduction, Lu Shi replied, "This is my daughter. Her name is Shen Fu." "When did Sister Lu acquire such a lovely daughter? I thought you had 5 sons at home." Lu Shi resorted to the same explanation she had given to the villagers of Xiling when she left the village. The Yun family had many children, and Lu Shi could not manage them all. Shen Fu was merely staying at her maternal grandparents' home temporarily and had just returned. Everyone chimed in, complimenting the child's beauty, and the atmosphere was quite lively. Among those working in the yard were hired help like Lu Shi, but most had sold themselves to the Xie family. The work of a hired hand was unstable and poorly paid. The large household only sought help when they were short-staffed. If there were enough servants, the hired hands would find themselves out of work. Some, in desperate need of money, had no choice but to sign contracts, which offered a more stable income. Lu Shi found a stool for her daughter to sit on and, after giving her several instructions, began her day's work. Meanwhile, Yu Ming returned to the old lady's chamber. Seething with anger, Chuan Hong noticed Yu Ming returning alone, her face flushed with temper, and inquired, "Where is Sister Lu?" "She refused to come." "Stop talking nonsense. Sister Lu is not that kind of person." Yu Ming retorted, "I told her that the old lady was waiting for her to style her hair, and instead of hurrying to serve, she turned and left." Chuan Hong frowned and asked Yu Ming to elaborate on the incident. "It's just a child. Let Sister Lu bring her along. There are so many rooms in the old lady's courtyard. Surely one can accommodate a small child. But the rules of the Xia residence. She is so young and may inadvertently offend a noble person. If it comes to light that I allowed her in, I would undoubtedly face punishment." Chuan Hong countered, "Rules are rigid, but people are not. What mother does not love her child? Do not forget, Sister Lu comes from a respectable family, unlike you and me. Moreover, if the old lady's head ailment flares up, can you manage? Will you be able to serve her? You would still need to summon Sister Lu." "Forget it. I will go and invite her myself. You handle the old lady for now, and tell her that Sister Lu has not yet begun her duties. Once she enters the Xia residence, she will bring her along." At this moment, Shen Fu sat on a small stool, listening to the lively discussions in the servant quarters about the latest happenings in Shiqiao town, as well as whispers about the Xia residence. They spoke softly, careful not to raise their voices, yet Yun Fu caught every word. Among the chatter, someone mentioned the affairs of concubine Lin, noting that her maid Haitang had been punished and sent to work in the servant quarters. Previously, Haitang had been quite arrogant, even disregarding the mistress, but now she was reduced to doing menial tasks in the servant quarters. No one knew what crime she had committed. Serving in the master's presence was far more uncomfortable than working here, where one had to constantly watch their master's mood. Before long, a young maid approached Yun Fu, squatting down before her. From her pocket, she produced a handkerchief, layer by layer unfolding it to reveal a piece of peach blossom pastry, which she offered to Yun Fu. "Little sister, would you like to have some?" Yun Fu blinked at her. She had heard someone call her sister Haitang, so she presumed this was the Haitang from concubine Lin's side. Lu Shi, ever vigilant, observed her daughter closely. Just as she was about to intervene, Yun Fu said, "Thank you, sister, but my mother taught us not to eat things from others." Relieved by her daughter's response, Lu Shi felt a weight lift from her heart. "I'm not a stranger. Your mother takes good care of me, so I like you too," Haitang insisted, trying to press the peach blossom pastry into Yun Fu and Appo's hands. Lu Shi's heart raced. Yun Fu evaded her, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but the pastry contains peach blossoms, and the doctor said if I eat it, I might develop a rash." Haitang was taken aback, unsure whether to believe Yun Fu and Appo's words, and attempted to persuade her to accept it. At that moment, Lu Shi stepped forward, angrily stating, "My child has already said she cannot eat the peach blossom pastry. Why are you insisting she take it? What are your intentions? Sister Lu, please listen to me. I simply like this child and want to share a treat that the master gave me with her. I mean no harm." Lu Shi snorted in disbelief. "If the master gave it to you, enjoy it yourself. My child does not have that fortune." Just then, a steward overheard the commotion and shouted, "Get back to work. Do you want to lose your pay?" Haitang shot one last resentful glance at Yun Fu before leaving. Lu Shi knelt down to meet Yun Fu's gaze and gently asked, "Fuer, why didn't you accept the pastry from that sister? Was it because it contained peach blossoms?" It seemed she needed to be more cautious. When she returned home, she would inform her family that Fuer must avoid peach blossoms and perhaps have Qing Gu cut down the peach tree in the yard. Yun Fu shook her head. "Mother, I was deceiving that sister. I can eat peach blossom pastries. I have never had a rash." She glanced around, then leaned closer to Lu Shi and Appo's ear, saying, "I do not like that sister." Lu Shi was taken aback, wondering if a 6-year-old could truly perceive such things. When she saw Yun Fu's innocent, wide-eyed expression, she smiled and gently tapped her daughter and Appo's forehead, saying, "You little clever one, my Fu and Appo's is truly astute." After Lu Shi had been busy for a while, someone from the back courtyard came to invite her again. This time, it was Chuan Hong, the head maid by the old lady's side. "Sister Lu, please stop doing such heavy work and come with me to serve in the back courtyard." Lu Shi continued washing the clothes without lifting her head. Chuan Hong snatched the damp garments from Lu Shi's hands and tossed them back into the basin. Then, with a smile, she added, "Dear sister, please do me this favor. It was just Yu Ming being thoughtless, and I have already scolded her. Is this your daughter, Sister Lu? She is truly lovely. Sister Lu, I understand your concern about the child being alone here. Just bring her along. I will keep an eye on her, so you need not worry." Seeing that Chuan Hong was being kind, Lu Shi finally paused her work. This was a job she could not afford to refuse, as she had 6 children to support. However, working in someone else's household meant relying on their goodwill, and even a high-ranking maid like Chuan Hong could dictate her fate. She stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and casually removed it, saying, "Let us go." Chapter 11. Peach blossom scabies upon hearing the news. Chuan Hong's face lit up with joy as she approached Yun Fu alongside Lu. "Little sister, come with me. I shall bring you some pastries," she said. Yun Fu had overheard their conversation, and, since her mother was going, she felt compelled to follow. Otherwise, her mother would surely be uneasy. To her astonishment, her mother was able to placate the old matriarch of the CF family, which only piqued Yun Fu and Appo's interest in Lu further. Her mother was indeed no ordinary peasant woman. "Very well," Yun Fu replied obediently. The 3 of them soon arrived at the old matriarch and Appo's courtyard, where Lu instructed Yun Fu to wait patiently outside while she entered the matriarch and Appo's bedroom. Following Chuan Hong into a chamber, Yunfu noticed the decor indicated it was the maid's quarters. Observing Chuan Hong's distracted demeanor, she said, "Sister, you may go about your business. I can manage here on my own." Chuan Hong, slightly anxious as she was the matriarch and Appo's as chief maid, feared that if the matriarch called for her and she was absent, it would not bode well. Seeing Yunfu enjoying her pastries and behaving so well, she relented. "Very well then. I shall summon someone else to attend to you. You must not wander. Wait here until your mother comes back, understood?" After Yunfu nodded, Chuan Hong left. Shortly thereafter, another maid entered, muttering, "That Lu's sister is quite something, bringing her child to work and having someone else look after her. One might think her child is a young lady of some noble family." With that, she shot a glare at Yunfu. Unperturbed, Yunfu continued savoring her pastries. In fact, as soon as Chuan Hong had left, she had stealthily stuffed several pieces into her pocket, feeling it insufficient, and wrapped a few more in the handkerchief Lu had given her, sliding them into her sleeve. When she sensed someone's presence, she picked up the single piece she had been eating and took small bites. Meanwhile, Lu had finished styling the old matriarch's hair and prepared her favorite breakfast delicacies. Hurrying to fetch Yunfu, upon entering, she found Yunfu sitting quietly, which eased her worries. Noticing that the plate of pastries was nearly empty, it was clear her daughter had indulged. "Fu and Appo's, come with me," she called. Just as they were about to leave, Chuan Hong re-entered with a smile, saying, "Sister Lu, I appreciate your efforts today." "Not at all. I am here at the Xie residence earning my wages. Serving the matriarch is part of my duty," Lu replied. "Since we are speaking plainly, would you consider serving the matriarch regularly? It would be far easier than your current duties in the servants and Appo's quarters." Without a moment in Appo's hesitation, Lu declined. "I would prefer not to." She took hold of Yunfu and began to exit. "Wait, Sister Lu." Chuan Hong grasped Lu's arm, reiterating, "The matriarch has said that if you agree, you will receive an additional half a coin in wages." Lu firmly refused again. "No need. Please convey my gratitude to the matriarch for her kindness. I'm rather clumsy and find that menial tasks suit me better." Chuan Hong found herself at a loss, for Lu's good standing made it difficult to compel her. If she were a contracted servant of the Xie household, it would have been a different matter entirely. "Sister Lu, serving the matriarch could be quite beneficial. You have 5 sons to educate, which entails considerable expenses. An extra half coin monthly amounts to 6 taels a year, combined with your current wages. That totals 18 taels annually. You could occasionally improve your children's quality of life." This time, Lu remained silent as she continued to lead Yunfu outside. "Sister Lu, please reconsider." As they made their way out, Lu still had laundry to attend to before returning home. "Fu and Appo's, why did you eat so many pastries that Chuan Hong gave you? Do you like her?" "It's not that I particularly like her. It's just that she has a request of my mother, so I ought to eat the pastries she offers, and even more so to reassure her," Yunfu explained. "Besides, there's no harm in enjoying the pastries." This made Lu even fonder of Yunfu. At just 6 years old, her daughter understood such nuances. "Ah, mighty Fu and Appo's, you are truly a treasure," thought Lu. Yunfu then pulled a piece from her pocket and raised it with her small hand, saying, "This is for you, mother. You should eat it." Lu accepted the pastry from her daughter's hand, her heart swelling with warmth. In that moment, she realized that, after only half a day apart, her daughter was already thinking of her. Taking a bite, she found the taste surpassed any delicacies she had ever savored. This also softened Lu and Appo's heart towards the idea of serving the old matriarch. Perhaps doing so for Fu and Appo's sake could be a good thing. Upon entering the servants' and Appo's quarters, Lu was immediately met with the sound of wailing from within. Approaching, she inquired what has happened. A familiar face pulled Lu aside, whispering, "Today, Aunt Zhao brought her grandson to work, unable to care for him since her daughter-in-law is ill. However, he ate a piece of pastry given by Haidang, and soon after, he passed away. Now, how will Aunt Zhao explain this to her son and daughter-in-law?" Haidang claimed the pastry was given to her by concubine Lin, and the head steward had taken her away for questioning. To dare poison pastries and implicate the household's mistress, her life is likely forfeit. Lu could not absorb the rest of the conversation, Cold sweat broke out across her skin. Sister Lu, Sister Lu. The voice called her repeatedly until she finally snapped back to reality, gripping her daughter's hand tighter. Oh, what a tragedy. Such a good child gone in an instant. By the way, wasn't T. Haidang supposed to give your daughter some pastries? Thank goodness your daughter did not eat any. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Aunt Zhao rushed toward Yunfu, crying out, "It's all your fault. If only you had eaten the pastry from Haidang, you'd be the one dead. My grandson sacrificed himself for you. Oh, my poor, sweet grandson." As Zhao charged forward, Lu instinctively shielded Yunfu, saying, "Fuer, don't be afraid. Mother is here. I demand that you pay for my grandson's life." Before she could reach Lu and Yunfu, she was restrained by a friend of Lu's. Lu replied, "Aunt Zhao, I understand you are upset, but what do you mean by saying my child is responsible? My daughter did not eat the pastry because of her hidden illness. How could that be related? Is it my daughter who poisoned your grandson? If anyone is to be blamed, it is simply misfortune. He was not afflicted with the same ailment. Furthermore, why do you not seek the true culprit instead of targeting this innocent child? Indeed, Aunt Zhao, you must come to your senses. It was not Sister Lu's daughter who harmed your child. It was Haidang. Right, if anyone owes a life, it is Haidang who should pay, not Lu's innocent child, who nearly faced dire consequences." Everyone chimed in to persuade Aunt Zhao. The statement about the child not having the hidden ailment struck a nerve with her. If only he had been afflicted, he would not have eaten the pastry from Haidang. Even if he had the illness, it should not have cost him his life. Aunt Zhao collapsed in despair, wailing uncontrollably. Chapter 12. Theft with a Sigh. Lu pondered her inability to extend sympathy, realizing that the essence of the matter was lost on her. Shortly thereafter, the steward of the Xia household dispatched someone to send the individuals in the courtyard away. The hired help from outside the estate could return home, while the servants within were allowed to rest, with their wages for the day assured. Lu, accompanied by Yunfu, finally departed the Xia residence. Lu was resolute in her thoughts. This place, rife with intrigue, was one she dared not provoke, especially not the matriarch of the Xia family. It would be best to secure some menial work here. But if that proved impossible, she would take her leave and seek employment elsewhere. As the day was still young, Lu and Yunfu meandered through numerous shops. Arriving empty-handed, they left with their basket brimming with goods, including fabric for making garments, 2 pounds of pork, and sweets and hair ribbons for Yunfu. After waiting at the city gate for a while, Oldly arrived with his donkey cart. He made 2 trips to Shiqiao town daily, taking passengers in the morning and returning at noon, just in time for them. Upon their return to the Yun household, Lu allowed Yunfu to entertain herself while she busied herself in the kitchen. Reflecting on the day's events, Yunfu felt a surge of relief, grateful for her cautiousness. She speculated that Haidang had likely uncovered a grave secret about Aunt Lin, leading to her punishment in the courtyard, where she narrowly escaped a deadly fate. The morsel of food she had received was probably laced with poison, a nefarious gift from Aunt Lin. Had she perished in the courtyard, Aunt Lin could easily absolve herself of any suspicion. Haidang was likely aware of the underlying intentions behind Aunt Lin's gesture. This morsel of food became a litmus test. If it were free of poison, it indicated that she still held a place in her mistress's heart, and a return was inevitable. Conversely, if it were poisoned, the intent was clearly to eliminate her. Haidang, too, had deduced this, compelling the children to help her test for poison. Indeed, this world of privilege was fraught with peril, bearing a striking resemblance to her previous life in a grand estate. With only Lu and Yunfu present at noon, Lu prepared a dish of noodles topped with savory meat sauce, a meal that made Yunfu's mouth water. Had her 5 brothers been there, they would surely have accused their mother of favoritism, questioning why she only prepared such delicacies in their absence. After sampling a bite, Yunfu found it delectable, quickly finishing an entire bowl. "Slow down, dear. No one is competing for your food." Lu chuckled as she observed Yunfu's eagerness. "Mother, I am full," Yunfu said, patting her small belly. Were it not for her still-growing frame, she would have relished another bowl. After dining, Yunfu returned to her room for a brief nap. Upon waking, she found Huzi and Arya at her door. "My brother hasn't returned from the academy yet. You may come back later," she informed them. Having inquired about the time before her brothers departed, She knew they typically finished their lessons around the 3rd hour. "We're not looking for your brother. We came to find you. My mother mentioned that you were his sister, Yunfu." "I never knew he had a sister," Huzi remarked. Yunfu wished to avoid any interaction with the two children, yet dismissing them outright seemed inappropriate. "I was at my grandfather's house," she replied. "Oh, I see," Huzi responded, seemingly satisfied. Meanwhile, Arya scrutinized Yunfu, noting her 2 hair buns adorned with crimson ribbons. Although her attire was drab, it was intricately embroidered with red plum blossoms, made from fine material that Arya could not afford. A flicker of jealousy sparked in her eyes. "Why do you wear gray?" "Only my brothers wear gray clothing. This is my brother's outfit, altered by my mother for me to wear." Understanding this, Arya felt a mixture of relief and sympathy for Yunfu, realizing that her family's preference for boys was not unique. However, unlike Yunfu, she had not been sent away during her childhood. At that moment, Arya noticed the handkerchief on the table and curiously opened it, revealing the pastries within. Brother, there are cakes here. I want to eat the cakes," she exclaimed, saliva pooling at the sight of the enticing treats. Yunfu quickly covered the handkerchief, saying, "These are for my brothers. You cannot have any." Arya, feeling slighted, huffed, and then resorted to her usual tactic with her brother Huzi, sitting on the ground and wailing, "I want the cakes. You're a bad person." Yunfu felt a slight headache coming on. Huzi, feeling embarrassed, tried to pull his sister away, but Arya was resolute, her eyes fixed on the pastries in Yunfu's hands. "You're in cahoots with her. You're both bad. I'll tell mother and grandmother that you're bullying me, and I'll drive all the outsiders out of the village," she cried as she walked away, still sobbing. Huzi, at a loss, apologized to Yunfu. Out of goodwill for Huzi, Yunfu decided against arguing with the child and instead retrieved some candy from the provisions Lu had purchased that day, offering a handful to Huzi. "This is for you, Huzi." Initially reluctant, Huzi accepted the candy when Yunfu pressed it into his hands. Hearing the commotion from the main room, Lu rushed in, looking Yunfu over for any signs of distress. "Has someone bullied you?" she asked. Yunfu shook her head. Just then, a loud voice rang out from outside. "Everyone, come and see. The Yun family outsider is bullying people. The wicked outsider is oppressing the good people of Shiling Village." Granny Sun's booming voice summoned many villagers. "What are you shouting about, Granny Sun? If anyone is bullying, it's you who bullies others." "Indeed, she came to my house yesterday to steal eggs, and when caught, had the audacity to accuse me of her chicken laying eggs in my yard, demanding compensation. Such audacity. It seemed more like Granny Sun was trying to take advantage of the situation, targeting the Yun family as outsiders. Previously, she had not found the opportunity, but now it seemed she was eager to extort something. I don't believe Granny Sun's claims. The Yun family has never interacted with us villagers. Perhaps they do harbor some unsavory habits." This sentiment resonated with many who were present. Unable to contain their curiosity, some asked Granny Sun, "Pray tell, how have the Yun family wronged you?" "It wasn't Timi, it was my daughter Arya. She went to the Yun household to play, only to have some wild child from there snatch her pastries." Everyone in Shiling Village knew that the Yun family had 5 sons studying in Shiqiao town, and the notion that they would engage in such behavior was met with skepticism. If anything, it was Arya who had pilfered from the Yun family. When Granny Sun saw that her words were not believed, Arya piped up, "It was Yunfu, the daughter of the Yun family, the sister of the 5th brother. She took my pastries." Confusion spread across the faces of the villagers. When did the Yun family acquire a daughter? Weren't they known for having 5 sons? One of those who had shared a donkey cart with Lu stepped forward. "The Yun family indeed has a little girl. I heard she was just brought back from her grandfather and Amp, Oppo's house, and she's quite a sight." "Bah!" Granny Sun spat on the ground dismissively. "She's merely a little girl." Chapter 13. Phoenix Tail Pastry. What is wrong with the little girl? She's also a treasure of the Yun family. Lu had already been informed of the situation before stepping out, and for some reason, she had not considered having extensive interactions with the villagers of Shiling. Unexpectedly, those who were oblivious sought trouble at their door. Upon opening the door, everyone caught sight of the little girl, approximately 6 years old, following Lu. Surely, she was Yun Fu, the daughter of the Yun family, as mentioned by Arya. A treasure indeed, just a burden, destined to be married off sooner or later. You are a burden, an old burden, and your entire family is a burden. Yun Jiqian had not yet reached the Yun family's door when he overheard discussions about them, accompanied by an old woman shouting curses. Yun Zhizhong, known for his quick temper, immediately objected. Although he did not particularly like this sister, it did not mean he would allow others to bully her. He hurriedly made his way to the front door, where a crowd had gathered around the Yun family. Seeing his younger brother's anxious figure, Yun Jiqian shook his head, recognizing the stubborn yet soft-hearted nature of his brother. Yun Zhizhong perked up his ears and heard an old woman berating his sister. Infuriated, he stood defiantly before Granny's son, glaring down at her. "You old hag, how dare you insult a member of the Yun family? Just watch, I will tear you apart." He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. It was one thing for his sister to be bullied, but he could not tolerate an outsider doing so. Despite being merely 14 or 15, Yun Zhizhong stood tall at 8 feet, towering over his older brother Yun Jiqian by half a head. In front of Granny's son, he resembled a mighty mountain. Granny's son crossed her arms defensively and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Although she was a local of Shilling Village, her reputation was far from good. She had bullied nearly everyone in the village, and even the villagers did not support her. Some had suffered at her hands before and were now eager to see her taught a lesson. "Indeed, young master of the Yun family, did you not hear? She has been cursing at your doorstep for quite a while, even insulting your ancestors. Yes, had you not returned, she might have resorted to violence, endangering your mother and sister. This kind of rogue deserves a lesson to prevent her from slandering others in the future." One of the old women who were on good terms with Granny's son interjected, "Regardless of what Granny's son has done, she is still one of us from this village. How can you turn against your own and allow an outsider to mistreat us? What will the other villages think of Shilling?" Just as Yun Zhizhong was about to take action, Lu intervened. After all, Granny's son was a local. Despite her faults, the village would ultimately side with her, especially since she was a woman and an elder. Lu, wishing to avoid conflict, urged Yun Zhizhong to step back. "Zhang, step back. This is not your affair." Lu stepped forward just in time to restrain Yun Zhizhang's raised hand towards Granny Sunday. "Out of respect for your age, I shall address you as Aunt Sunday. You claim that the pastries are from your family's area. I would like to inquire where you acquire these pastries." Arya felt a wave of guilt and wanted to retreat, but Granny's son would not grant her that opportunity, pulling her forward. "Quickly tell her. The pastries were bought by your mother in Shichiao town." The pastries were. My mother bought them in town." One of the women close to Granny's son said, "I will summon Zhang to testify." Meanwhile, Yin Zhili pulled Huzi aside, asking what is going on. Huzi felt conflicted. "Is she truly your sister? Whether she is my sister or not, I must clarify. Our Yin family will not allow others to slander us. Do you wish to continue siding with your grandmother in her slander against my family, or will you choose to remain my friend? The decision is yours." This left Huzi in a bind. He did not want to lose either side. He cherished his friendship with Yun Li, but equally valued his grandmother, who was the person most dear to him. However, today's events were instigated by his sister Arya and his grandmother. "I am sorry, the pastries belong to your sister, but I cannot expose my grandmother in front of so many. Enough, our friendship ends here. From this day on, I, Yun Li, will no longer consider you a friend." Seeing Yun Li walk away, Huzi felt desolate. He looked at the candy in his hand, irritated that he could not have a sister as well-behaved as Yun's. When Zhang was summoned, she appeared bewildered. "Mother, Arya, what are you doing here?" Upon noticing Zhang, Granny's son's fury erupted. This wasteful daughter-in-law had secretly purchased pastries without showing respect to her mother-in-law. She was indeed a heartless woman. "The pastries of air have been snatched by the Yun family." Zhang was utterly confused. "What pastries?" Arya, fearing her mother would expose her, stiffened and asserted, "Mother, it's the pastries you bought in town today. How dare you ask? You sneaked off to town to buy pastries without honoring your mother-in-law. I will have Zhu divorce you." Granny's son yelled, raising her hand to strike Zhang. Zhang retreated repeatedly, raising her arms to shield herself. "I didn't still refusing to admit it? I will beat you for being a greedy glutton. You must have secretly stashed money to buy them." As Granny's son scolded and struck, Zhang finally understood what was happening. She had intended to expose her mother-in-law and daughter, but doing so would only lead to a more severe beating from her mother-in-law and possibly her husband and aunt, Oppos, as abandonment. Zhang could only dodge and plead, "Mother, I was wrong. I will never indulge again." The more she dodged, the harder Granny's son struck. Unable to bear watching his mother being beaten, Huzi stepped forward. "Grandmother." It was Arya who lied. The pastries were not bought by mother, but belonged to Yun's sister. Seeing her grandson come out to testify, Granny's son was filled with frustration and shot Huzi a glare. "I know you were close with Yun's fifth. He hasn't threatened you, has he?" "Grandmother, I haven't tea. It's... Huzi stammered, raising suspicions among the villagers of Shilling. It appeared they had misjudged Granny's son. The true thieves were the Yun family. No one expected that Granny's son's household would also face theft. This revelation shifted the villagers' perspectives on the Yun family. "Is this the pastry you speak of?" Shen Fu produced the pastry and elaborated, "This is the pastry from the CF family in Shichiao town. They call it Phoenix Tail pastry. It is quite rare and costs 50 taels of silver proportion. It was procured by the old lady CF from the renowned Quan Guangzhai in the capital, and it requires advance reservations. Even with money, one may not be able to acquire it." Shen Fu earnestly explained to everyone. Chapter 14, The Truth Revealed. What? 100 taels? Just having money does not guarantee acquisition. The pastries from Quan Guangzhai in the capital are indeed rare treasures, sought after even by the imperial concubines who send their maids to procure them. Yes, I have also heard of this phoenix tail puff. It was even favored by the late Empress Dowager. However, wait a moment. Didn't you just mention that the Zhang family bought it? How could they possibly afford 50 taels of silver? At this moment, the villagers realized they had been manipulated and began to accuse Granny Sunday. Huzi felt immense shame, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He sensed the scornful gaze of Yun Jilai upon him, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. "The pastries that the CF family gifted me today were meant for my parents and my brothers. When Huzi and Arya visited my home, Arya expressed her desire for a pastry, but I had only brought back 7 pieces. One for each of my parents and 5 brothers, leaving no surplus." Now it becomes clear. The villagers' expressions toward Arya shifted. They had attempted to take advantage and ended up discrediting themselves. How shameless. This child, so young, already knows how to lie. They glanced at Granny's son, realizing just how foolish she was. Moreover, such exquisite pastries must be worth at least 5 taels each. Does she deserve to indulge in them? Facing the crowd's criticism, Granny's son retorted defiantly, "What's wrong with eating one? Tea pastry meant for consumption? Why must one be so stingy?" "Granny's son, you cannot say that. Such expensive sweets, worth 5 taels each, is not merely enjoying pastries. It is consuming silver. If it were you, would you be willing to let others eat? What is for dinner at your home tonight? I shall come over. Indeed, we shall all go to Granny's son's for dinner tonight." As one person initiated this, the villagers turned their attention once more to Granny Sunday. Upon hearing this, Granny's son became frantic, jumping 3 feet into the air. "Why should I host you for dinner? You heartless scoundrels, do you wish to impoverish my family? Dream on." "Exactly. It is unacceptable for you to take advantage of others. Why should the Yun family allow you to exploit them?" Granny's son was momentarily stunned. She realized she had no justification and collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Oh, they are bullying this old woman in West Ridge Village. It seems they want to drive me to death. I can no longer live. I shall end it all." Huzi, at the tender age of 10, understood the gravity of his embarrassment. If this continued, who would dare to play with him in the future? "Granny, please stop. This is the candy that Sister Yun gave me earlier." Huzi produced the 7 or 8 pieces of candy that Shen Fu had gifted him. The villagers' expressions toward Shen Fu transformed, not to mention the pastries. Even this candy was not something just any family would indulge in. Shen Fu, a child, generously offered Huzi 7 or 8 pieces, clearly stating that the pastries were allocated for her parents and brothers, not that she was denying Huzi and Arya. It appeared they had misunderstood the Yun family, and their faces turned red with shame. Yun Jiqian stepped forward and declared, "Since our Yun family arrived in West Ridge Village, we have been kind to all. It is truly disappointing that you cannot even tolerate a 6-year-old child. Is this the character of West Ridge Village?" Yun Jizhong also stood forth, asserting, Do you truly believe our Yun family is easy to bully? Yun Ji-yin remained stoic, displaying no emotion. Yun Ji-lan, however, wore a look of schadenfreude, reveling in the spectacle, appearing indifferent as if it were none of his concern. He had indeed underestimated his sister, who demonstrated such cunning. No wonder their father brought her back. Yun Ji-li's gaze was complex. After a moment of hesitation, he finally stepped forward. I too shall stand with you. The majority of the villagers from West Ridge were fundamentally good-hearted. They realized their misunderstanding of the Yun family and felt a wave of guilt wash over their faces. At this moment, someone called for the village leader, who made his way through the crowd and announced, "Surely you jest. It is clear that the Yun girl is a well-behaved child. From today forward, the Yun family is one of us in West Ridge Village. Should anyone dare to trouble them, I shall be the first to object. Granny Son, should you continue your misdeeds, I will have you expelled from West Ridge Village." Granny Son recoiled in fear, sensing the village leader's newfound authority. Some families close to Granny Son expressed their discontent, stepping forward to voice their opinions. Village leader, how can you turn against us? If you value your lives, then silence. As some began to comprehend the village leader's intentions, they realized the Yun family's significance. Even the CF family had sent them pastries. The CF family of Shichiao Town was no ordinary household. They were wealthy merchants, and rumors suggested they had connections to officials in the capital, conducting business even there. With the backing of the CF family, the Yin family could easily command respect in Shichiao Town. Lu Shi smiled and remarked, "Our family has no ties to the CF family. Let's all disperse." Once Lu Shi spoke, no one dared linger. The villagers' gazes towards her shifted dramatically. The Yin family truly remained low-key, while others clamored for recognition by boasting their connections to the CF family. As the crowd dispersed, only a few remained. In the distance, the sounds of Arya's cries and Granny Son's scolding echoed. "I told you not to lie. You greedy little wretch. Today I shall teach you a lesson." Granny, spare my life. I shall never dare again." Lu Shi turned to the village leader, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance today." The village leader smiled, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort. If such matters arise again, inform me, and they shall not dare to ignore my words in this village." "Very well, we shall remember this favor. Might you stay for dinner at our home tonight?" "Not tonight. I will come by when Zhengqing is home to share a drink." After the village leader left, Yin Zhizhong internally scoffed, questioning why they should thank him. Seeing him as a cunning opportunist, they had lived in West Ridge Village for 2 years without him ever showing himself. Yin Zhizhong voiced his feelings. Why thank him? He is shrewd and calculating. Yin Zhiqian rebuked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yin Zhizhong pouted, still unconvinced. Yin interjected. "Second brother, do not forget that we still reside in West Ridge. This is ultimately the village leader in Appo's domain." Yin Zhizhong clenched his fists. "Do we fear him?" Seeing her second brother's anger, Yin Fu hurriedly chimed in. "Second brother, you were so impressive when scolding Granny Son. Like a true hero." Seeing his sister gazing up at him with admiration, Yin Zhizhong was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing slightly. He scratched his head, asking, "Really?" "Indeed, second brother." Yin Fu blinked sweetly at him. Meanwhile, Yin Jilan internally sneered, recognizing Yin Zhizhong as a sycophant. Only a fool like him would be easily swayed. Chapter 15. Making dumplings. No one had ever praised Yin Zhizhong in such a manner. People typically referred to him as a brute. Yet at this moment, his sister called him a great hero, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. "Second brother, you should be more cautious with your words. Beware of calamity arising from your tongue." When he heard his father echoing this sentiment, Yin Zhizhong immediately felt disheartened. Upon seeing Yin Zhengqing return, Yin Fu joyfully scampered forward, exclaiming, "Father is back." Yin Zhengqing took her little hand and said, "Come, let us go home." In a corner, Huzi observed as Yin Zhili walked through the door. Receiving not a single glance from him, he realized that he had lost a good friend. Once the Yun family entered the house, they learned that the pastries had been brought from the Xie residence for Yin Fu. However, she had not dared to eat them, instead wrapping them in a handkerchief to bring home for her family. As they each accepted the pastries she offered, her brothers and Appos, Attitudes towards her softened slightly, except for Yin Jilan, who merely scoffed and retreated to his room. Yin Fu felt somewhat dejected, pondering how long it would take for her fourth brother to accept her. Noticing her melancholy, Yun Zhengqing reassured her, "Do not mind him. If he chooses not to eat, we shall. I will save some for fourth brother," she replied. Observing Yin Fu diligently distributing the pastries, leaving only one for her brother, he couldn't help but admire her thoughtfulness at such a tender age, which tugged at his heartstrings. "Father isn't eating? Then I shall have some for you," Yun Jingqing said. "Father, I have already eaten several pieces at the Xie residence. I and Oppose. V had more than enough, and this sweet treat would be too rich." Upon hearing her words, Yin Zhengqing finally indulged in the pastries. "This is indeed a token of affection from my daughter." He took a bite and found it to be the most delectable pastry he had ever tasted. Soon, everyone was savoring the treats, and when only one remained, Yin Fu repackaged it for her fourth brother. "Mother, are these truly pastries from the renowned Quan Guangzhai?" Yin Zhizhong excitedly inquired while stuffing his mouth. The delicacies from Quan Guangzhai are not accessible to everyone. Not long ago, a classmate boasted of having had the fortune to taste them. Little did I expect to enjoy such exquisite pastries myself. Yun Jiqian remarked, "Indeed, a classmate of mine has also spoken of Quan Guangzhai. Its pastries are indeed famous." Lu Shi turned to Yin Fu. "Fuer, how did you know these are phoenix tail pastries? Did a maid from the Xie residence inform you?" "Mother, these are neither phoenix tail pastries nor from Quan Guangzhai. When I visited the Xie residence, I happened to overhear someone mention the pastries from Quan Guangzhai. I presumed it was an impressive establishment, and I spoke thus to deceive second sister and Amp, Oppose, as grandmother. Few families in the village indulge in pastries, and even if it is not a phoenix tail pastry, the villagers have never tasted them, which is why Yin Fu could easily mislead everyone." Yin Fu's parents and brothers looked at her in astonishment. Could this truly be a 6-year-old child exhibiting such cleverness? After his initial surprise, Yin Zhizhong took another bite of the pastry and thought it no longer tasted as delightful as before. This pastry was, after all, merely ordinary. Moments ago, he had savored it slowly, but now he stuffed the remainder into his mouth. Yin Zhengqing worked at the blacksmith shop, where he had a steady job. If he finished his tasks early, he could leave ahead of schedule or even work overtime to earn extra wages. Generally, he worked late to earn a bit more. But today he felt a longing for his daughter and decided to return home early to see what she was doing and whether her brothers were bothering her. To his surprise, someone had indeed troubled her. Yet Fuer, being astute, resolved the matter with just a few words. The more he thought about it, the more elated he became. His daughter not only possessed beauty but also intelligence. When she grew up, she would surely rival the esteemed young ladies of the capital. With this thought, his gaze toward Yin Fu softened further. During dinner, the Yin family feasted on dumplings. After enjoying the pastries, Lu Shi organized the family to collectively make dumplings. It was Yin Fu's first time making them herself, and she was filled with joy. Reflecting on her past life, where she had been surrounded by servants and strict rules, she longed for freedom in this life. She wanted to be the master of her own affairs, dismissing all the constraints and teachings imposed upon her. She would rather be a farmer and Oppo's wife than a caged bird. Though a canary may seem appealing, it loses its freedom, becoming a mere shell of existence devoid of soul. "Ha, sister, your dumplings are truly ugly." Yin Zhizhong laughed heartily at the sight of her creations. Yin Fu glanced down at her dumplings, acknowledging their lack of beauty, but satisfied that they were still edible. "And you dare to criticize me? Yours aren't much better," Yun Zhengqing interjected. Yin Zhizhong intended to retort, but, noticing his father's stern expression, refrained. "Darling, be sure to cook the dumplings Fuer made separately. No one else is permitted to touch them," Lu Shi replied. "Very well, I shall cook them just for you. Father likes to eat the dumplings I made, so I will make sure to prepare plenty for him," Yin Fu declared, bringing a smile to Yun Zhengqing's face. Fuer is so considerate of her father. Yin Fu and Oppo's small hands lacked strength, resulting in all the dumplings bursting open during cooking, creating a pot of soup instead. Lu Shi placed a large bowl of this soup before Yun Zhengqing, who, after searching with his chopsticks for a long time, failed to find a single dumpling. Puzzled, he looked at Lu Shi, where the dumplings Fu are made. "This is it," she replied. "What?" Yin Zhizhong chuckled, pointing at Yin Fu, laughing uncontrollably. Embarrassed, Yin Fu wished to find a hole to hide in, having confidently promised to prepare dumplings for her father, only to discover they had been rendered useless. "Soup is still delicious. I'm still young. I will make dumplings for father when I grow older," she nodded, rolling her eyes at Yin Zhizhong. "Ah, look who's growing bold," Yin Zhizhong teased. After dinner, Yin Fu called Yin Zhili aside, presenting him with the sugar painting Lu Shi had given her. "Fifth brother, this is for you. I bought it for you in town today. I don't have money yet. Mother paid for it." Yin Zhili accepted it, marveling at the lifelike sugar rabbit, which appeared ready to hop away. "Thank you, sister. I truly like it." At that moment, Yin Zhili no longer seemed as resistant as he had been when she had given him eggs earlier in the day. He could not fathom why, in just a day, he appeared to have accepted this sister. Again, with fifth brother? Is he your only brother? Why is everything for him? Don't you have anything for your second brother? Chapter 16. Sugar painting. Suddenly, a head appeared, startling Yin Fu. She looked up at her towering elder brother, feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation. How shameless, she thought, towering over their father and still asking for sugar paintings for his 6-year-old sister. However, she dared not voice her thoughts. "When I have money, I will gift my elder brother something far better next time. That will be more appropriate." "Elder brother, this pastry is for fourth brother. Could you please deliver it to him?" Yin Zhizhong replied. "No need to concern yourself with him. If he doesn't want such a delicious pastry, then it's mine." Elder brother, upon seeing Yin Fu's pleading eyes, he relented. "I was just teasing you. Leave his task to me." Yin Zhizhong entered fourth brother's room and found Yin Zhilan engrossed in a book of unknown origin. "This is from your sister." Yin Zhilan cast a glance at his elder brother. "Have you two succumbed to her charms?" "What do you mean by an amp?" "Amp, oppose, succumbent amp, amp, oppose. How could I resist such a lovely sister?" Yin Zhilan rolled his eyes. "I ask you, fourth brother, will you eat it or not? If not, I shall indulge myself." Yin Zhilan remained silent. Just as Yin Zhizhong was about to take a bite, Yin Zhilan snatched it away. "This is for me." Yin Zhizhong shook his head, bemused by his stubborn yet tender-hearted brother. Meanwhile, Lu Shi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Noticing her troubled demeanor, Yun Zhengqing inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something you are withholding from me?" Lu Shi turned towards him. "I fear our Fu is too clever for her own good." "What do you mean?" With a sigh, Lu Shi recounted the day's events at the Xie residence, leaving Yun Zhengqing equally astonished. "My dear, Fu's intelligence and adaptability are blessings. You know our path is not ordinary. It is far safer to be astute than to be dull-witted. This is the essence of our Yun family." Yun Zhengqing's heart was heavy. He was uncertain whether adopting Yin Fu was right or wrong. He did not regret his decision, yet he felt a pang of compassion for the little figure standing by the roadside, wishing to bring her home to care for her. The path he walked was fraught with uncertainty, and ultimately, fate would decide. Lying in bed, Yin Fu reflected on her previous life, recalling how she had been locked in the woodshed by Mother Zhang at this very hour, and how her elder sister must be enduring the same fate now. Elder sister, did you not realize that the life you sought as a nobleman and Oppo's daughter is one I wish to escape? In this second life, even if she, Shen Yao, did not vie for it, Yin Fu would unhesitatingly choose the Yun family. Shen Yao was cold, hungry, and wounded, having been locked in the woodshed of the Song residence for a day and night, as if forgotten by all. During the day, she had cried out, yet no one responded. How could this happen? How could this happen? In my past life, my younger sister was thriving. Why must I now endure such suffering? Regret washed over her as she recalled her first night at the Yun family, where she had cried and fussed, and Lu Shi had comforted her until she fell asleep in her embrace, calling out mother. She longed for Lu Shi's warmth. No, she could not resign herself to fate. This was something she had fought fiercely to attain. She would not give in easily. If her younger sister could endure, then so could she. She was uncertain where the fault lay. Perhaps her younger sister had also been locked in the woodshed upon her arrival at the Song residence. She must wait until Song Jingshan remembered her. Then she would endure this trial, showing him how her so-called adoptive mother had tormented her. The next morning, after breakfast, her brothers went to the academy as usual, while Yun Zhengqing returned to the blacksmith shop. Lu Shi took Yun Fu to the Xie residence. Lu Shi understood that bringing her child to work would indeed burden her, but with the entire family relying on her husband's meager earnings for blacksmithing, he would be worn out. Upon entering the Xie residence, they saw Chuan Hong waiting for them. "Sister Lu, you have arrived. The old lady is waiting for you to comb her hair. Please hurry." Yun Fu silently criticized the old lady for her eccentricity, despite the many attendants around her. She insisted on waiting for her mother. Each morning, her descendants would pay their respects. Did it matter if she was disheveled or still in bed? Yun Fu began to visualize the scene. She recalled her previous life in the Shuani Marquis' residence, where only 2 servants were of any use to her. When those 2 could no longer serve her, she felt a profound loneliness, often finding fault with everyone around her. "Chuan Hong, I am here as a servant. My wages only cover miscellaneous tasks, and I am not responsible for attending to the old lady." Lu Shi firmly refused. Chuan Hong was taken aback. Although Sister Lu had declined to serve the old lady, she had not rejected the task of combing her hair. What had changed? "Sister Lu, this is quite inappropriate. Who would dare defy the old lady and oppose? As orders?" Chuan Hong persisted. "You know well that I have trained you in the art of hairstyling. If you cannot master it, do not trouble me daily." Chuan Hong attempted to persuade Yun Fu, but was met with Lu Shi and damp, oppose, as firm grip as she led her away. Chuan Hong harbored resentment. "Sister Lu, if you choose to be unkind, do not blame me for being ruthless." She sought out the steward of the auxiliary courtyard, instructing him to assign more work to Sister Lu and see how long she could endure. As days passed, Lu Shi's workload increased, leaving her exhausted and aching. It was evident not only to Lu Shi, but also to Yun Fu that the Xie residence was indeed tormenting her. The tasks assigned to her mother were far more than those given to others, treating her as nothing more than a beast of burden. On one evening, while returning home in a donkey cart, Yun Fu tenderly massaged Lu Shi's back, urging, "Mother, we should stop. They are bullying you." Lu Shi was surprised, not expecting Fu to notice. Children of other families at 6 were still playing. How could they bear such burdens? "Mother is not tired," she chuckled. Though Yun Fu felt pained, she ceased her pleas, understanding that her mother needed the wages to support their family. Without that income, relying solely on her father's earnings from blacksmithing would hardly suffice to cover her brother's educational expenses. At dinner, the family gathered around the table. Yun Zhengqing and their 5 sons all noticed the fatigue etched on Lu Shi and damp, Oppo's face. Yun Zhiqian could not restrain himself, asking, "Mother, are you unwell? Is there something troubling you?" "I am fine, just a bit tired these past few days." "If you're tired, take a break. You can ask the Xie residence for a 2-day leave." Lu Shi remained silent. The steward of the Xie residence would likely do this to harass her. Even if she requested leave, it would probably be denied, unless she outright declared that she would no longer do the work. But this family, the Xie residence, was in dire need of help, making it difficult to refuse. The atmosphere during dinner was heavy with unspoken tensions. After the meal, upon returning to her room, Yun Fu found her brothers waiting for her. Surely, they had mistaken her room for another. Chapter 17. The Prince of Chun, you have not entered the wrong room. We have all been waiting for you. After spending a few days together, Yun Zhizhong gradually became accustomed to the presence of this younger sister, though in her heart, there remained a hint of resistance. It seemed as though her sister's heart and mind were wholly devoted to their 5th brother, showering him with all the good things, while she wondered when she might be acknowledged as the 2nd brother. "Did you need me for something?" Yun Zhiqian asked directly. "Sister, please speak honestly. What has been going on with Mother these past few days?" Yun Fu sighed and recounted the events of the last few days to her brothers. All 5 of them wore solemn expressions. Yun Zhizhong clenched her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air. "That scoundrel is in charge. Let him not cross paths with me, or I shall punch his face in. I do not understand why Mother refuses to care for the old matriarch of the CF family. She must have her reasons," Yun Zhiqian said, his face etched with guilt. "Mother works so hard for our sakes. If this continues, her health will surely deteriorate. As the eldest son, it pains me to see her suffer in this way." This realization led him to a significant decision. Meanwhile, Yin Zhizhong was also devising her own plans, and Yin Fu was calculating in her heart as well. Lu Shi took Yin Fu into the Xie residence. Chuan Hong, observing her retreating figure, smiled quietly, wondering how long she could endure. The old matriarch had nearly driven everyone to despair, demanding Lu Shi's attendance daily, yet they had managed to evade her with various excuses. Lu Shi had matters at home and had taken leave for these past few days. The old matriarch instructed Chuan Hong to check on Lu Shi. Chuan Hong agreed, but inwardly cursed Lu Shi for becoming too audacious and ungrateful. Upon entering the courtyard, the steward assigned Lu Shi 4 tasks, insisting that she could not return home until they were completed. Yin Fu's heart ached for Lu Shi. She felt compelled to argue with the steward, but upon glancing at her own slender frame, she thought better of it. Moreover, fighting would only bring trouble to her mother. "Mother, let me help you with your work," Yin Fu offered, warmth blooming in Lu Shi and Appo's heart. "Good child, just keep me company and go play nearby." All right. Yin Fu understood that with her small stature, she could accomplish little, so she chose to avoid adding to her mother's burdens and wandered off to the side. "I have something to tell you, but you must not share it with anyone." "All right, go ahead. You know me well. I'm always tight-lipped about such matters. You can speak freely. Indeed, you are the one I trust the most." 2 young maidservants were gossiping while they worked. Yin Fu happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, picking up a twig and doodling on the ground while attentively listening. "I have a good friend serving in the master's chamber," and she mentioned. The maid glanced around to ensure no one was watching them, and upon seeing Yin Fu occupied with her play, she felt no concern. "Just a few days ago, the head steward instructed us that a noble has arrived, and we must be on our best behavior, avoiding any unnecessary commotion to prevent offending the noble. Can you guess who this noble is?" "Who?" the other maid inquired with curiosity. The first maid replied excitedly. "Someone overheard the master and the second master discussing the Prince of Chun. I suspect it is indeed him, the 9th prince of the emperor." Yin Fu and Appo's heart skipped a beat. The Prince of Chun had come to Shiqiao town. The other young maid grasped her friend in Appo's hand enthusiastically. "Really? Does that mean we have a chance?" "Yes. I have heard that the Prince of Chun is exceptionally handsome. If he takes a liking to us, we could soar to great heights and escape this laborious life. Right? Just because the master finds us unworthy does not mean the prince will as well. Just wait. I want to show everyone how splendid we are." These 2 maidservants, having failed to attract the attention of the Xie family and Appo's masters, had been relegated to the courtyard as punishment. Yin Fu cast a glance at them, finding their appearances unremarkable, and thought it absurd that they would aspire to the Prince of Chun, considering that the prince was merely 13 years old. She recalled rumors that he had yet to marry in his 20s and 30s, with whispers suggesting he had certain issues. Some even claimed he favored men and had no interest in women whatsoever. Any woman attempting to approach him had met with untimely ends through various means. "By the way, what brings the Prince of Chun to Shiqiao town? Did your friend mention if he is here to choose a princess?" Yin Fu continued to eavesdrop. "It seems not to be for a princess. I heard he is here to find someone." "Find someone? If he is searching for someone, why not look in the capital? What could he possibly find here in Shiqiao town?" Yin Fu's heart sank. Could it be that he was searching for their 5th brother? Meanwhile, Prince Qi Junyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the tranquil waters of the lake. Even as the wealthiest master of Shiqiao town, the head of the Xie family did not dare to breathe in the presence of the aloof and regal prince. "How is the investigation proceeding?" His voice was frigid. Though the 13-year-old boy's voice lacked the deep timbre of an adult man, it bore an imposing weight. The head of the Xie family bowed low, a servile smile on his face. To the prince. "Yes, we are already investigating. Rest assured, I will search every corner of Shiqiao town to find that child." The head of the Xie family dared not exhale too loudly, allowing beads of sweat to trickle down. He inwardly cursed himself for being so cowardly. At his age, how could he still fear a mere boy? The Xie family was a prominent clan, having risen through commerce. As they amassed wealth, they educated many of their descendants. The head of the Xie family had a younger brother who had passed the imperial examinations and become a 7th-rank official in the capital, recently showing signs of promotion. Not long ago, the head had sent him a considerable sum for bribes. Having encountered countless nobles, it was peculiar that he felt such trepidation before this young prince. Qi Jun turned and said calmly, "This matter must remain confidential." The head of the Xie family bowed deeply, nodding vigorously. I understand. Please rest assured. My lord." Upon exiting the pavilion, the head of the Xie family finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not dared to meet the prince's gaze throughout their conversation. The masters of the Xie family awaited outside. As soon as their father emerged, the second master could not contain his curiosity. "Father, did you meet the Prince of Chun?" The head of the Xie family exhaled heavily. "I did. The matter of the prince's presence in our household must remain a secret. If word gets out that he is in Shen town, our family will be doomed." The second master was taken aback by the gravity of the situation and quickly acquiesced. "Yes, father. We shall discuss this further at home." Chapter 18. Becoming a concubine. Originally, the Xie family intended to place Prince Chun in the main courtyard, but he preferred the secluded waterside pavilion of the Xie residence. Though remote, it was near a tranquil lake that offered picturesque views and privacy from disturbances. Once the Xie father and son returned to the main courtyard, Mr. Xie finally dared to speak. "Father, what should we do now? I have secretly arranged for someone to investigate." At that moment, the patriarch of the Xie family regretted his actions deeply. In his eagerness to elevate his younger brother's position by forming a connection with Prince Chun, he had foolishly facilitated the delivery of messages about the 7th prince's intentions in Shiqiao town. Upon Prince Chen's arrival in Shiqiao town, the Xie patriarch realized his grave error. It was rumored that Prince Chun possessed a cold heart and ruthless demeanor, exhibiting decisive brutality despite his tender age of 13, during which he had already successfully led troops to repel enemies on 2 occasions. However, Mr. Xie dismissed these tales as exaggerations, underestimating the capabilities of a mere boy. But upon meeting Prince Chun, he was confronted with the reality of his misjudgment. It was now too late for regrets. "What else can we do? We must search, upend Shiqiao town if necessary. We must find something," he declared. "You know, father," Mr. Xie the younger interjected, "it may not suffice to merely seek the 7th prince. Perhaps we should send 2 beautiful women to the prince. This might divert his attention, and he may even forget about seeking the 7th prince." The thought of the enchanting Wanqiu from the Huahui pavilion filled his mind, a temptation he found hard to resist. His eyes gleamed with lustful intent, imagining himself rushing to the pavilion for a taste of her beauty. Surely at just 13, Prince Chun had yet to experience the pleasures of intimacy, and Mr. Xie was confident that once he did, he would become utterly captivated by women. Mr. Xie the elder regarded his younger brother's lascivious thoughts with distaste. While his brother's frivolity might have been tolerable at other times, this was no occasion for such reckless behavior. Did he intend to bring ruin upon the Xie family? After all, Prince Chun was the most favored royal brother of the current emperor. "How could you endanger the Xie family? I am only thinking of our family's benefit," the younger brother protested. Enough with the arguments. Their father interjected. "Let Yenner go." Mr. Xie the elder opposed. "Father, if anyone is to go, it should be our second sister. She has been raised as a proper lady." "You are mistaken, elder brother. It is precisely because our second sister has been groomed as a genteel lady that Prince Chun may not find her intriguing. He has encountered countless dignified and virtuous noble women in the capital. Why would he seek a consort in Shiqiao town? Conversely, our third sister is different. She has always shied away from hardship and has not learned the rules alongside our second sister, making her the perfect candidate." Mr. Xie the younger dismissed the thought of their second sister. Like her mother, was far too rigid and dull. Women should possess allure, like Wanqiu. Only such women are worth pursuing. We men know what men desire. I believe Prince Chun is no different. To secure a suitable match for his daughter, the Xie patriarch had invested heavily in hiring a strict governess in the capital. However, the governess in Oppo's severity proved too much for the frail Miss Xie, prompting Lin, her mother, to plead with the patriarch, asserting that her daughter was unfit for such rigorous training. Indulgent as he was, the patriarch acquiesced. Miss Xie was charming and alluring. Noticing his father and Oppo's indecision, Mr. Xie the younger pressed on, "Father, our third sister resembles our mother, and you know well that all men are fond of such beauty. Were she not my sister, I would desire her myself." While the two brothers debated, Miss Xie Yin, the third daughter of the Xie family, conferred with her mother, Lin. "Yinner, you must seize this opportunity. If you catch Prince Chen's eye, even as a concubine, it is better than being a legitimate wife outside." "Mother, what are you saying? I am still so young," Miss Xie Yin replied, her cheeks flushed. In the privacy of their home, she addressed Lin as mother, but she dared not do so in public. "You are 14. In a year, you will be of marrying age, and it is time to consider your future. I was only 15 when I bore your brother. Your father chose me, a poor girl. Based on my merits," Lin advised. In truth, Miss Xie Yin agreed with her mother. Yet as a young lady, she felt the need to maintain a semblance of modesty. She feigned shyness. "I will heed your advice." Seeing her daughter's acceptance, Lin could hardly contain her joy. "I will make arrangements immediately. Your father dotes on you, and I am sure he will consent." Meanwhile, Lu, after a long day's work, found herself alone with her daughter, Yunfu. As dusk fell over the courtyard, sensing her daughter's weariness, she felt a pang of sympathy. Kneeling before Yunfu, she asked, "Are you hungry? Let's return home for dinner." "Okay." However, as Lu knelt, she struggled to rise. A tremor in her legs caused her to lose balance, and she found herself sitting on the ground. "Mother, what is wrong?" Yunfu inquired, concern etched on her face. With a deep breath, Lu replied, "I am fine. Let me rest for a moment." Her back ached as if it were splintered, and she resolved to leave the Xie residence in 3 days, once she received her wages. Seeking work elsewhere. Outside the Xie residence, the 5 brothers of the Yun family grew anxious for their mother and sister, arriving at the gates of the Xie estate. Just as they intended to enter, the doorman stopped them. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you know where this is?" Yin Jiqian smiled, "Sir. Our mother works here at the Xie residence. It is late, and we were concerned for her, so we came to check." "Who is your mother?" Chapter 19. The burden of illness. My mother, surnamed Lu, serves as a maid in the Xie residence. There are few maids at the Xie estate. And after my elder brother Yin Jiqian provided a brief description, the doorman immediately recognized her as Lu. "Is she the one who came with a little girl?" "Indeed, that girl is my sister." Upon seeing Lu's sons, the doorman's demeanor shifted. He called out to another doorman, "Did you see Sister Lu leave just now?" "No. The rules of the Xie residence do not allow you entry easily. However, you may wait in the anteroom. Sister Lu is likely to emerge shortly." The other doorman added, "Sister Lu has been unusually late these past few days." Hearing this, Yin Jiqian immediately understood that their mother had likely been mistreated again. "Brother, let me rush in." "Second brother, hold on." Just then, a voice calling for brother drew their attention inward. It was Lu, accompanied by Yin Fu. Lu appeared more fatigued than ever. Her posture slumped. The 5 brothers hurried to support her. "Mother, I will carry you home." "I want to carry mother too." They all vied to bear Lu. "Your mother is not old," Yin Fu interjected, "but she is exhausted. Let the elder and second brothers carry you." With no donkey cart available at this late hour, Lu reluctantly agreed to let Yin Jiqian and Yun Jizhong take turns carrying her home. Today, Lu had worked late, cleaning the entire estate's privies and washing not only the clothes of the Xie family, but also those of the servants. Additionally, the overseer of the side courtyard had been urging her on. Any pause or delay would earn her scorn, even a whip crack on the ground. Lu dared not rest for a moment, and after several consecutive days of toil, she was simply too weary to stand upright. Yun Jingqing returned home to find the meal prepared, yet the house was empty. Normally, at this hour, his wife and 6 children would be home. Where could they have gone? Just as he contemplated venturing out to search for them, he saw the brothers entering, with Lu being carried by the children. Upon seeing Lu's condition, Yun Jingqing instantly grasped what had transpired. He urged Lu to lie down and pressed her lower back, to which she cried out in pain. "You've strained your back," he observed. "Third brother, go fetch Dr. Zhang from the west side of the village." "I'll go," Yin Jiqian offered. "Brother, you and second brother must be tired from carrying mother. Allow me to go." "Very well." Third brother Yin hurried out with a silver coin from Yun Zhongqing. Yun Zhongqing looked at Lu, his expression filled with concern. "We will cease this labor. If necessary, I will work extra at the blacksmith's." "No, even if I leave the Xie residence, I must seek other work. I cannot allow you to bear this burden alone." Hearing Lu's words, Yun Zhengqing felt a pang of guilt. It was his inadequacy that had led to their mother suffering alongside him. "Eldest brother, if you have something to say, please speak." Noticing Yun Zhiqian's hesitance, Yun Zhengqing prompted him. "Father, mother, I no longer wish to pursue my studies. This could save some tuition fees for my 4 younger brothers." Before Yun Zhengqing could respond, Lu firmly rejected. "No, Qian and Appos. You are now a scholar. There is hope for you to succeed this year. Endure a few more years, and you may achieve great things. I am fine. I will rise and prepare food for you." Yun Zhengqing pressed Lu down, pained by her relentless toil. Despite her condition, she was unwilling to rest. The children had already prepared the meal, and only then did Lu relent and remain seated. Yun Zhiqian knelt before their parents, determination in his eyes. "Mother, I understand you act out of love, but my academic performance pales in comparison to third brothers. Let him study. As the eldest son, I cannot bear to watch you suffer from exhaustion." Seeing this, Yun Zhizhong knelt as well. "Father and mother, I too wish to cease my studies. I will assist father at the forge, for I possess strength and can earn money for my siblings." Yun Jilan and Yun Zhi also knelt in solidarity, expressing their desire to abandon their studies. Only Yun Jiyan was still out fetching the doctor, unaware of the family's plight. Yin Fu stood by, her eyes welling with tears. She had always believed human relationships were merely built on self-interest, but she was moved by such profound familial love. Reflecting on her previous life, she recalled her initial entry into the Song household, where she utilized her savings from years of monthly allowances to acquire a small shop. Gradually, she expanded it until the entire Song family relied on her support, and her connections elevated Song Jingshan and Appos as career, changing their family into Appos as perception of her. Her marriage into the Shuni Marquis household was similarly fraught. Her in-laws initially tormented her, and her wayward husband squandered his time in brothels, with his family blaming her for their misfortunes. Only after she invested her entire dowry to fill the family's deficits and pave the way for her husband's career did the young master begin to amend his ways, leading to a slight improvement in her in-laws' treatment of her. The eldest and second sons may only have one of them cease their studies. You two must discuss it among yourselves. Lu looked at Yun Zhengqing, clearly disapproving of his decision. "Qing, go." Yun Zhengqing sighed. "The children have grown and formed their own opinions. We must learn to let go." Lu sighed deeply and fell silent. "Second brother, as the eldest, it is my duty to care for our younger siblings. You should focus on your studies. Eldest brother, you know my academic performance is not as strong as yours. I can barely recognize a few characters. Pursuing a degree seems impossible for me. You are the one who should continue your studies. It is not that I look down upon you, but what work can you manage with your physique?" Second brother Yun Jizhong glanced at his elder brother and shook his head. "Fortunately, I have strength. Even if I assist father at the forge, I can still contribute to the family." Yun Jiqian, hearing his second brother's words, felt a surge of frustration. He was a normal person, after all. Not everyone was as simple-minded as his second brother, who only grew taller without growing wiser. "You may discuss this in private. Dr. Zhang will be here shortly. Do not remain kneeling." Yun Zhengqing wore an expression of remorse, lamenting his inability to provide for his 5 children's education with his meager earnings. Once they stood, they all displayed a stubborn demeanor, unwilling to yield to one another. Yun Fu observed this scene, deeply touched by the bond shared among the Yun brothers. She felt a pang of regret for her youth and lack of resources, realizing she could not replicate her previous life as business success. In her past life, she had saved every penny from her monthly allowances without spending a single coin and accumulated gifts and jewelry from the Song family over the years until she could finally invest in a shop and expand it gradually. In this life, the Yun family struggled to fill their bellies. A skilled woman could not create a meal without rice, and Yun Fu realized she would have to seize opportunities independently. It seemed she could only wait for the right moment to arise. Chapter 20. Wages. After examining Lu, Dr. Zhang diagnosed her with a back injury and prescribed both topical and internal medications for her condition. He reassured her, stating that fortunately, only the tendons were affected and not the bones, advising her to rest for a few days. He cautioned her against overexerting herself in the future. Grateful for Dr. Zhang's efforts, Yin'er was instructed to see him off. Once Dr. Zhang departed, the eldest brother, Yun Jiqian, called the second brother, Yun Jizhong, outside. The details of their discussion remained unclear, but ultimately, Yun Jizhong returned looking dejected. They had concluded that Yun Jizhong would continue his studies as usual, while Yun Jiqian would stay home for a few days to care for their mother before seeking employment in town. Early the next morning, upon waking, Shen Fu was surprised to find her elder brother, Yun Jiqian, tending to the fire and preparing breakfast. It was unexpected to see the once elegantly dressed gentleman now engaged in such humble tasks. "Brother, let me help you," she offered, bringing in firewood to the kitchen. Yun Jiqian, still processing the sight of his sister, rubbed his eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Why are you up so early?" "I've just woken up," Shen Fu replied, as she added the firewood to the stove. Seeing his sister's thoughtful demeanor stirred feelings of guilt within Yun Jiqian. He recalled her timidness upon entering the Yun household and how he had not treated her kindly at the time. Yet as days passed, he had grown accustomed to her presence. She proved to be more considerate than his own brothers. "Stand back a bit, you might get burned," he cautioned. Shen Fu's eyes twinkled as she smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. "All right, brother." Yun Jiqian was momentarily taken aback by her charm, feeling a softening in his heart, accompanied by a sense of responsibility as her elder brother. After their meal, Yun Jizhong left with several younger brothers, remaining silent throughout. Yun Zhengqing also departed for work, leaving only Yun Jiqian to care for their mother and sister. Shen Fu cast a curious glance at her brother, pondering what had transpired between him and Yun Jizhong, especially regarding his swift agreement to stay behind. "Little girl, do you wish to know something?" Yun Jiqian teased, noticing her inquisitiveness. "I suppose you're curious about what I discussed with your second brother?" Shen Fu nodded, but quickly caught herself, glancing at Yun Jiqian with caution before shaking her head. Seeing her reaction, Yun Jiqian chuckled. "I employed various tactics, both gentle and forceful, until your second brother, overwhelmed by my authority, had no choice but to comply. Rest assured, I want to disclose this to him. Little one, you must also heed your elder brother's words in the future, or else he paused for effect. I might have to discipline you." In recent days, Yun Jiqian had contemplated how to interact with his sister, as he had only been accustomed to his four brothers. Shen Fu nodded vigorously, realizing that her second brother had succumbed to familial ties. It was surprising to witness her elder brother's humorous side beneath his serious exterior. Yun Jiqian noted her continual nodding and smiled. "Indeed, it seems I've frightened you. Brother, I'm going to check on mother." "Very well. You go keep her company while I fetch water and chop wood." Lu was a woman who could not remain idle, even while recuperating at home. She found it difficult to rest. Observing her sewing a pair of shoes for Yun Fu, the girl felt a pang of guilt. Since arriving in the Yun household, apart from the outfit altered from her fifth brother's clothes and a pair of embroidered shoes, Lu had also fashioned a set of early spring garments for her. Finally allowed to rest due to her illness, Lu was still busying herself with sewing. "Mother, Dr. Zhang advised you to rest at home. You should sleep a little longer," Yun Fu implored, taking the needlework from Lu's hands. "All right, I'll rest for a while," Lu acknowledged, understanding her daughter's concern, and allowed Yun Fu to help her lie down. "Please sleep, mother. I will stay here with you," Yun Fu reassured her. As Lu closed her eyes, feeling a small hand tuck her in, warmth enveloped her heart. Perhaps she had indeed been exhausted from the past few days. For it wasn't long before she fell into a deep slumber, her soft snores filling the air. Yun Fu sighed, noting her mother's deep sleep. She truly was worn out. Just then, the door creaked open. Yun Jiqian silently mouthed to Yun Fu, "Is mother asleep?" Yun Fu nodded in affirmation. He gestured for her to follow him outside. "Brother, do you need me for something? I'm going to the Sierra residence to claim our mother's wages. You stay here with her." "Brother, I want to go with you." "You must stay here and keep mother company. I'll be back shortly." Concerned that his sister might wander off and be bullied by village children, he reiterated his instruction for her to remain at home. After Yun Jiqian left, Yun Fu returned to Lu's room. Over the past few days, she had gathered information about the CF family from their servants and suspected that her brother's trip might be in vain. The CF family was unlikely to release funds easily. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Yun Jiqian returned, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Brother, did they refuse to pay?" Yun Fu asked. Indeed, the doorman was pleasant and quickly reported to the lady of the house, but unfortunately, he didn't even get to see her before being sent away. To spare the doorman any embarrassment, I had no choice but to return. Yun Fu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. "Brother, after lunch, I'll accompany you to ask again." "What use would that be?" "Brother, I have a plan. Trust me just this once." Seeing the determination in her eyes, which belied her youth, Yun Jiqian felt an inexplicable urge to agree. In the afternoon, after eating a few bites, Lu fell asleep again. Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu decided to seize the opportunity while she rested to visit the Xie residence, ensuring they returned before Lu awoke. "Sister, do you truly have a plan?" "Brother, I'm not a mere child. Will you trust me just this once?" Chapter 21. Encounter. Yun Jiqian was taken aback. His sister was certainly no longer a mere 3-year-old child. However, at 6, she was still quite young. At 16, he felt as though he was conversing with a child himself. Was it merely his illusion? Oh well, he decided to trust his sister this time. As the two arrived at Shiqiao Town and passed through West Street, Yun Fu suddenly felt a chill wash over her. Just as she pondered the source of this discomfort, she looked up and saw the icy visage of Prince Chun approaching, and everything became clear. Yun Fu scrutinized him closely. The prince appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. Though still a youth, he exuded an intimidating presence that belied his guise as an ordinary passerby. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Qi Jun turned in the direction of the scrutiny, while Yun Fu, startled, quickly turned to her elder brother. "Big brother, I want to eat rice cakes." Seeing a rice cake stall by the roadside, Yun Jiqian felt a twinge of impatience, but still spoke gently to Yun Fu. "Be good. Fu, wait until I have the money, and I will buy you rice cakes." "All right." When Qi Jun saw only a girl crying and pestering her brother for rice cakes, he finally eased his suspicions. As they walked past him, Yun Fu let out a sigh of relief. This fellow was not someone to be trifled with, and he possessed an excessive degree of suspicion. Even in his presence, the air felt stifling, recalling the grievances of their past life. When Qi Jun had repeatedly clashed with her over a business, Yun Fu could not suppress her resentment. Perhaps today was the day to vent that frustration. An idea struck her suddenly. Coincidentally, the Yun family was in dire need of funds at present. As the emperor's uncle, was it too much to borrow a little money from her fifth brother? Resolute in her decision, Yun Fu began to devise a plan. She clearly remembered from her previous life that her fifth brother had recognized his family through a jade dragon-shaped pendant and a birthmark on his body. By then, their parents had already passed away, driven to despair by their eldest sister. Her eldest sister had not been fortunate enough to witness her fifth brother's recognition. And in this life, she would be even less fortunate. If she were to discover the true origins of her fifth brother, who knows how furious she might become. With this in mind, Yun Fu asked, "Big brother, could you wait for me here for a moment?" She had noticed a small beggar at the candied hawthorn stall, around 10 years of age. Just then, she remembered the 20 coins her father had secretly given her to buy sweets. To her surprise, Yun Jiqian firmly grasped her arm, saying, "No, you must stay by my side. You cannot go anywhere." "Big brother, no big brother. If you were to get lost, how would I explain it to our parents? You must stay close to me." Lowering her voice, Yun Fu implored, "Big brother, don't you want to earn some money?" Yun Jiqian's interest was piqued. Oh, at this moment, the Yun family was indeed in dire need of money. It seemed his sister had concocted another scheme. "Big brother, I have a way to earn some money, but you must let me go for a while. I promise I won't leave your sight." Before she could finish, Yun Jiqian interrupted. "No, you cannot go anywhere." Yun Fu shook his arm. "Big brother, look at how our mother has grown ill from worry. Don't you want to help our parents?" After a moment of hesitation, Yun Jiqian asked, "Can you really get money?" He was beginning to doubt his sister's intentions. From their time together over the past few days, he had noticed her cleverness. "I can get a try." "Very well. I must stay with you and ensure you remain in my line of sight. You may do as you wish." Yun Fu pouted. with her brother accompanying her. She doubted she would succeed. However, seeing his expression, it was evident he wouldn't agree to let her go alone. All right, but you must not interfere with my plans. Gazing into her sister's pleading eyes, Yin Jiqian inexplicably agreed. Big brother, do you know where I can find a place to write? Though filled with doubt, Yin Jiqian replied, I will take you there. Good. Shen Fu observed the figure of Prince Chun. He walked slowly, inspecting the shops on either side of the street, seemingly on a covert visit. Sensing that the prince would not depart anytime soon, Shen Fu followed her brother to search for a writing stall. Yin Jiqian led Shen Fu around a corner, where they arrived beside a medical clinic. Indeed, there was a stall offering writing services. Shen Fu approached, spending 2 coins to borrow paper and ink from the vendor, crafting a note. Yin Jiqian, filled with curiosity, wondered what his sister was writing, though he refrained from inquiring. Surely, she could only be doodling on the paper, he thought. Let us go, big brother. The two returned to West Street, and indeed, Prince Chun had not yet departed. He seemed to be inquiring about something from a shopkeeper. Shen Fu furrowed her brow. Could he be seeking information about my 5th brother? She found the small beggar in front of the candied hawthorn stall and asked, Would you like to eat one? The beggar nodded eagerly. Grandpa, give me a candied hawthorn. The elderly vendor smiled, thinking how kind the child was to share with the beggar. The small beggar pointed to a particular candied hawthorn, saying, I want that one. Very well, I'll get it for you. The vendor handed the candied hawthorn to the small beggar, who looked gratefully at Shen Fu. Thank you. No need to thank me. Why aren't you eating? I want to save it for my sister. She hasn't had candied hawthorn yet. Though the small beggar could not resist swallowing, he held back the urge to taste the sweet treat. Shen Fu handed the vendor 3 coins again, saying, Grandpa, please give me another candied hawthorn. I want the biggest one. Of course. The vendor cheerfully presented another candied hawthorn to Shen Fu. Taking the treat, she asked the small beggar, Where's your sister? The small beggar's face lit up with joy. I'll take you there. Watching his sister's actions with a furrowed brow, Yin Jiqian felt a twinge of concern. Although he did not support her actions, it was her money, and he refrained from stopping her. Let us see what Fu does next. The small beggar's sister was just a short distance away, at the entrance of an alley. She appeared to be ill, wrapped tightly in a tattered quilt. When she saw her brother approaching, she weakly said, Brother, I don't want candied hawthorn anymore. Please don't leave me. She felt as if she were on the brink of death, though she did not know what death meant. She had seen her mother suddenly unable to speak, and she feared the same fate awaited her. At least her brother was beside her, but he often left her behind. She was terrified that he would abandon her once more. Little sister, look what I have. The little girl seemed to catch the scent of the candied hawthorn, sweet and sour, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Candy hawthorn? Is it really candied hawthorn? Here, little sister, this is for you. Chapter 22. The little beggar handed a candied hawthorn to his sister, swallowing hard as he observed her relish the treat. His eyes filled with satisfaction. This is for you. Shen Fu offered her own candied hawthorn to the little beggar. Are you not eating? He asked. This was bought for you. Please enjoy it. If I desire something, my brother will surely procure it for me. The little beggar glanced at Yin Jiqian, noting his long gown and the scholarly aura surrounding him, realizing he did not belong to the impoverished class and would likely buy treats for his sister. Why would you buy for us? He inquired, hesitating to accept. Do me a small favor, Shen Fu urged. The little beggar, now even more reluctant, fixed his keen gaze upon her. Rest assured, it is merely a trivial task that you are capable of accomplishing. Please clarify your request. I need you to deliver a small note to someone. Just slip it to them, and nothing more. Seeing it was indeed a simple matter, the little beggar finally accepted the candied hawthorn. Meanwhile, King Chun was covertly investigating with his subordinates. He had discovered that Shao Qi was alive, hiding in Shiqiao town, specifically on West Street. Are you certain of your findings? One subordinate, Qing Nan, reported, Yes, my lord. An undercover agent confirmed that a 9-year-old boy resembling the Empress had been spotted on West Street. As they pondered this, a beggar accidentally bumped into Qi Jun. Qing Nan instinctively reached for his sword, but Qi Jun stopped him. The street was bustling with activity, and in the blink of an eye, the beggar had vanished. Foolish subordinates, Qing Nan muttered. No matter, Qi Jun replied. They had been so focused on searching for someone that they had lowered their guard, forgetting the danger that lurked in Shichiao town, where many wished for their demise. Suddenly, Qi Junyi felt something unusual at his waist. He pulled it out to find a crumpled piece of paper. Unfolding it revealed elegant handwriting, stating, "To know the whereabouts of the seventh prince, place 200 taels of silver behind the statue in the temple of the city god on West Street, and leave immediately to receive information about the seventh prince. Beware, do not allow anyone to watch, or you shall never see the seventh prince again." The script was exquisite, a level of skill achieved only through decades of practice. Next to it, additional small characters read, "White jade dragon-shaped pendant." Qi Junyi's eyes narrowed. "My lord, this may be a trap," Qingnan cautioned. "If someone with ill intent uses this to deceive us, you could be in grave danger." Qi Junyi scrutinized the note, his eyes narrowing further. The white jade dragon-shaped pendant was known to be in the possession of the emperor's nephew, a detail only shared by the empress before her passing. Few were aware of this, not even his elder brother. Regardless of its authenticity, he would soon discover the truth. "Qingnan, Qingbei, proceed to the city god temple on West Street." "Understood, my lord," the subordinates replied. Upon arriving at the dilapidated temple, Qi Junyi observed its long neglect, lacking any incense offerings. Following the note's instructions, he attempted to move behind the statue, but was halted by Qingnan and Qingbei. "My lord, be cautious of deceit." "No need for concern," he reassured them. With 2 guards flanking him, they approached the statue. After inspecting the area and finding it deserted, Qi Junyi ordered Qingnan to place the 200 taels of silver, and they exited the temple. Once at a distance, Qingnan asked, "My lord, should we not keep watch here?" "Qingnan, find a way to observe from the back wall, and see who arrives," Qi Junyi commanded. Qingnan complied. After a prolonged wait, he finally heard commotion and, concealing himself, witnessed a group of a dozen little beggars entering the temple, laden with food and supplies. Fearing to alert anyone, he refrained from entering the temple. The beggars came and went without encountering any suspicious figures. 2 hours later, Qingnan stealthily entered the temple to discover that the 200 taels of silver had vanished. His heart sank as he braced himself to report back to King Chun. "Were they merely children under 12? "Yes, my lord." "Investigate discreetly, but ensure no innocent parties are harmed." Qingnan sighed in relief, grateful that his lord would not punish him. After receiving his orders, he returned to the city god temple, determined to uncover the identity of the note's author, and disguised himself in beggar's attire to infiltrate the group. Meanwhile, Yunfu and Yun Jiqian had taken the little beggar siblings to a clinic for treatment and medication. From the little beggar, they learned that their family had faced misfortune, leading them to beg their way to Shichiao town. The brother was named Gu Che, and the sister, Gu Yu. Due to Gu Yu and Appo's as frail health, compounded by hunger and cold, she had fallen ill. Desperate, Gu Yu had expressed a desire for candied hawthorn, prompting the scene Yunfu had witnessed earlier, with Gu Che standing at the stall of the candied hawthorn vendor. At this moment, Yunfu had exchanged her clothes for those of Gu Yu and, alongside Gu Che, made her way to the city god temple to retrieve the silver. The temple was often inhabited by many beggars, who typically ventured out during the day to beg for food, returning to eat at the temple. The beggars' faces were generally filthy, and with Yunfu dressed in Gu Yu's clothing and smeared with dirt, no one noticed the switch. As they came and went, no one spotted Yunfu stealthily pocketing the 200 taels of silver hidden behind the statue. "Remember to administer your sister's medicine on time," Yunfu reminded Gu Che. She produced the prepared silver, totaling 19 taels, suggesting he purchase some nourishing supplements for Gu Yu. Yunfu harbored concerns that Gu Che might inadvertently reveal their encounter to King Chun by providing Gu Yu with a total of 20 taels. She felt as though she had drawn them into her circle of trust. For the sake of this silver, they would surely remain tight-lipped. Gu Yu's condition was not dire. She had merely suffered from chronic hunger and cold, leading to significant physical weakness. With time and proper care, she could regain her strength. Gu Che, however, did not accept the money. The physician had reassured him that while Gu Yu's condition was not critical, her frail health required careful nurturing. If they continued to roam about, her health could deteriorate further. "Thank you for saving my sister's life. Please accept us as your servants. I possess great strength and can perform any task." We are willing to sign a contract of servitude. Yin Fu did not acquiesce. Guche, regarding today's events. Rest assured, today's matters will remain undisclosed. If we utter a word, may we perish on the spot. Guche was unaware of the identity of the note and amp. Oppo's sender and had no desire to know. He simply understood that had it not been for the Yun siblings, his sister would not have survived. The Yun siblings had saved Gu Yu, making them his saviors. Chapter 23. Accumulating interest here. Take this money for now. Purchase some clothing, bedding, and supplements for your sister. We mustn't end amp. Oppo's allow her condition to worsen. Once she has recovered, you may join me, Yin Fu suggested. She contemplated that she would eventually engage in business, and it would be prudent to cultivate these two individuals for future utility. By then, Prince Shen would likely return to the capital as well. Upon hearing her words, Guche felt a surge of joy. This meant they would have a home. The Yun siblings appeared quite amiable, suggesting that their family must be easy to get along with. After accepting the money, Yin Fu turned to Yun Jiqian and said, "Elder brother, let us depart." At this point, Yun Jiqian remained utterly perplexed, unaware of how his sister had acquired such a substantial sum. He suspected that her actions bordered on deceit. Elder brother, elder brother. Yin Fu called out thrice before rousing him from his thoughts. What is it, Fu? He inquired. Let us go, she replied. Very well, he acquiesced. As they walked along an isolated path, Yun Jiqian could no longer contain himself. Sister, how could you deceive someone for money? Yin Fu was taken aback. She realized that her elder brother was troubled, believing she had engaged in trickery. Elder brother, he has plenty of money that he cannot spend. What harm is there in borrowing a little from him? Besides, he is the emperor's uncle through fifth brother, she muttered. Furthermore, in her previous life, he had exploited fifth brother and had even taken over her shop multiple times. This mere sum was simply collecting a bit of interest from him. That is not acceptable. What if he discovers it was you? Do you not realize the danger? I understand, elder brother. I will not do it again, she assured him. Seeing her admit her fault, Yun Jiqian chose not to press the matter further. However, he harbored an underlying concern that today's events were far from simple. The three individuals had an air of distinction about them. Should they discover Fuer's involvement, it might lead to trouble. He felt an obligation to protect his sister. Elder brother, take these silver notes, Yin Fu offered, having earned a total of 200 taels from Prince Chun, giving 20 to Guche and presenting the remaining 180 to Yun Jiqian. Fu, do you comprehend the value of this sum? He asked, touched by her generosity. I do, elder brother. It amounts to 180 taels, she replied. Do you realize how many fine things one could purchase with such wealth? 180 taels could buy an excellent courtyard in Shijiao town. Ordinary families struggle to save even a few taels over the year, and a laborer earns merely 1 tael a month, he explained. Please give this money to mother. Let her save it for my dowry, he insisted, feeling that as a man, he should not squander his sister's hard-earned money. Through their days spent together, he had come to accept Yun Fu as his sister. Noticing that he hesitated to take the money, she pressed, Elder brother, I am still young, and marriage is far off. I know you have aspirations of starting a business to provide for our family, but lacking capital is a challenge. Why not use this money as your investment? Once you earn more, you could prepare an ample dowry for me. Yun Jiqian was taken aback. It appeared his sister understood his ambitions. Wait, why does she sometimes speak like mother? She hardly resembles a 6-year-old child. Am I overthinking? Elder brother, please take it. I am still so young. What if I encounter a villain and lose it? She insisted, shoving the silver into his hands. He pondered her words. She was still a child, and such a large sum could attract unwanted attention. I shall exchange these notes for smaller coins, so you will have pocket money, he decided. Yin Fu smiled, that sounds good. Seeing her joy, Yun Jiqian felt uplifted as well. This sister was not as intolerable as he had thought. Far better than his 4 younger brothers. Elder brother, I believe it best not to inform father and mother of today's events, lest they worry, she suggested. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, he agreed. He planned to discreetly investigate which business ventures might prove profitable, with the intention of multiplying their earnings. As they approached the Xie residence, the doorman, upon seeing Yun Jiqian again, cautioned, Child, Sister Liu is generally amiable, and the servants at the Xie residence respect her. However, Please do not put us in a difficult position. If you return, you will be dismissed immediately, and we do not wish to incur punishment." Furrowing his brow, Yun Jiqian suppressed his anger, knowing that had it not been for the doorman's kindness, he would have barged into the Xie residence. Shen Fu smiled and said, "Uncle, we are not here to trouble you. We merely wish to discuss something with Sister Chuanhong. Please inform her." The doorman, having received news of Sister Lu's predicament, understood the situation. He hurried into the inner courtyard to relay the message. Moments later, Chuanhong emerged, her face lighting up upon seeing Shen Fu and a young man. "Little sister, have you missed me?" she asked with a smile. Shen Fu replied cheerily, "Indeed, I'm glad to see you again, Sister Chuanhong. Unfortunately, my mother has fallen ill and can no longer work at the Xie residence, so it may be difficult to see you in the future." Hearing of Lu's illness brought Chuanhong a sense of satisfaction, viewing it as a fitting outcome for Lu's ungratefulness. Yet, as Shen Fu smiled at her, Chuanhong felt an unsettling discomfort. Feigning concern, she said, "Oh dear, what has happened to Sister Lu? I warned her not to do strenuous work in the back courtyard, but she refused to listen." "Yes, Sister Chuanhong, my mother said that once she recovers, she may consider serving the old matriarch," Shen Fu replied. Chuanhong secretly relished the situation, thinking that had she known this would happen, she would have acted differently from the start. "Sister Chuanhong, could you please speak to the steward about settling my mother's wages? After all, she fell ill while working at the Xie residence, and we hope to use the money to pay for her treatment and buy some supplements to help her recover," Shen Fu requested. Chuanhong's heart raced with alarm. It was clear that these two children had ulterior motives. However, since Sister Lu still had some value, she dare not offend them. "I'm not unwilling to help, but with Sister Lu's illness, I am also concerned. Currently, the matriarch is in charge, and I hold no influence there. Nevertheless, if Sister Lu agrees to serve the old matriarch, I can mention it to her," Chuanhong offered, her demeanor smug as she observed the siblings' reactions. Throughout their exchange, the siblings remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of distress. Shen Fu leaned closer to Chuanhong and whispered, "I know you have your ways, Sister Chuanhong. If the Xie residence refuses to pay, we can always stay at the gates and call upon the townsfolk to judge." Accusing the Xie residents of bullying us and withholding wages, driving my mother to illness. Chapter 24. Selling well. Shen Fu had already surmised that the Xie residents would not pay the wages, likely due to the machinations of Chuanhong, rather than the intentions of Lady Wan. Her assertion was a gamble, for with Prince Chun present at the Xie residence, they would avoid causing trouble over trivial matters. Chuanhong was somewhat apprehensive. If this incident truly disturbed the noble, it would be no surprise if the lady and the matriarch sought her skin. Upon this realization, she quickly changed her tune. "You all wait here. I shall inform the lady." Without a moment's delay, Chuanhong hurried inside to report. Before long, she returned, carrying some pastries, and handed them to Shen Fu, saying, "Sister Lu is just 3 days short of completing a month. The monthly allowance is calculated at 1 tael of silver, and the additional 2 taels are deducted from my wages for Sister Lu, so she could buy medicine. These pastries were originally meant for the matriarch, but you can take them to Sister Lu first." Shen Fu declined, taking only the cut-up 1 tael of silver from Chuanhong and Appo's hand, and replied, "This 1 tael is my mother and Appo's monthly allowance, which we have taken. The rest you may take back." Just as Chuanhong was about to persuade them to accept, she saw Shen Fu pull the man away to leave. Chuanhong's heart raced. She quickly blocked their path. This was not deducted from her monthly allowance, nor were the pastries made by her. All of this was provided by the lady, and she feared they might cause a scene and disturb the noble residents. She had said this merely to appear favorable in Sister Lu's eyes, hoping that when she later urged her to care for the matriarch, she would have difficulty refusing. Seeing Chuanhong obstructing their way, Shen Fu queried, "Sister Chuanhong, is there something else? Please accept these. I've always been on good terms with Sister Lu. Her illness weighs heavily on my heart, but the matriarch cannot be without assistance. Please take these back for me. Let be my way of showing concern for Sister Lu." With the money in hand, Shen Fu showed no regard for Chuanhong's feelings. "Of course, you are troubled." Chuanhong was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "You know very well, Sister Chuanhong." Shen Fu was seething. It was because of her that her mother had ended up in this state. Chuanhong, exposed by a 6-year-old child, felt her face flush with embarrassment, as if a fishbone were lodged in her throat. "We must return to care for our mother. Are you still going to block us, Sister Chuan Hong?" Chuan Hong regretted her actions. Now caught in a dilemma, she could neither obstruct them nor let them pass. If the lady learned of today's events, she would surely face a severe reprimand, and there was a serious possibility of being assigned to menial tasks in the outer courtyard, within the entire residence. Aside from a few masters aware of the noble's matters, only they, the close servants, were privy to it. Should word get out, the lady would undoubtedly trace it back to her. No, that's not it. Then let me step aside. Chuan Hong steeled herself and confessed. "The additional 2 taels of silver and these pastries are from the lady. She said this is compensation for Sister Lu, urging her to take care of her health. In the face of such a future, what did a little pride matter?" Unexpectedly, Shen Fu snatched the pastries and silver. "Since the Xie residence is compensating my mother, I shall accept it." She handed the pastries to Yun Jiqian and pulled them away. Yun Jiqian stood there, seemingly in a daze, watching his sister converse with the maid from the Xie residence. Was this truly his 6-year-old sister? "Little sister, please send my regards to Sister Lu." As Shen Fu and her companion began to walk away, Chuan Hong called out loudly. Chuan Hong gazed at Shen Fu's retreating figure, sensing that this child was extraordinary. She had always been capable, rising from a mere servant to serve at the matriarch's side, gaining much worldly wisdom along the way. She had not expected to be humiliated before this little imp today. Along the way, Yun Jiqian's emotions were tumultuous. He glanced at Shen Fu from time to time, his eyes flickering with admiration for his sister. She was truly clever. He, as an older brother, felt inadequate in comparison. At the Song residence. Since that day when Shen Yao was confined to the woodshed by Mother Zhang, Wei Shi seemed to have forgotten her. She had been locked away for 3 days and nights. The early spring weather was still quite cold, and without food or water for 3 days, Shen Yao felt she might soon perish there. She began to harbor doubts within her heart. Why had her younger sister thrived in her past life, while she now faced the threat of freezing and starving? Was it truly her fate to suffer so? Why was heaven so unjust? Her resentment towards Shen Fu deepened. Indeed, as the elders often said, twin siblings were destined to bring misfortune upon one another. Otherwise, her grandmother and father would not have entertained thoughts of eliminating them. All her fortune had been seized by her sister. No, she would not resign herself to fate. Father, yes, she still had Song Jingshan. When her father left Wei Shi's side that day, he had promised to visit her once he finished his official duties. Clinging to this hope, Shen Yao endured until the 4th day. Song Jingshan arrived at Cui Huaju. Wei Shi felt a surge of joy. It was rare for her to see her husband, often going half a year without a visit. He had just been at Cui Huaju days prior, and now he returned. Surely, she would soon bear a child. "My lord, you have yet to eat breakfast. Let me have someone prepare a meal," Wei Shi said, hastily instructing the servants to set the table. Song Jingshan scanned the area, but did not see Shen Yao. "Where is Yao Er?" Wei Shi was taken aback. How had she forgotten the child? "My lord, it is still early. Yao Er is young and has just entered the Song residence. Let her adapt a little longer. It is fine for the child to sleep in." Song Jingshan's face displayed satisfaction. "Yao Er is fortunate to have you as her mother. Just be careful not to spoil her." "Yes, husband." Wei Shi signaled to Mother Zhang to quickly release the child from the woodshed, hoping she was still alive. The thought of her being dead was unbearable. Her husband would surely blame her. At that moment, Wei Shi felt a pang of fear as she silently prayed for the child's survival. "Why aren't you eating?" Noticing Wei Shi's preoccupation, Song Jingshan could not help but inquire. "My lord, no need to say more. I understand your thoughts." Song Jingshan was aware that he had neglected Wei Shi in these past years, leading to her being childless. Yet, he could not bear the full blame. She had committed unspeakable acts. Every time he had spent the night with a concubine, the following morning he would be presented with a nourishing soup, which in reality contained contraceptive herbs. A concubine had once secretly expelled the contents of the soup and subsequently became pregnant with his child, only for her to be killed in secret. Once upon a time, he had suspected his own body was at fault and felt guilty for being unable to provide a child for his legitimate wife. However, after investigation, He learned of Wei Shi's inhumane actions. Yet, that was the only time a concubine had conceived. Thereafter, none had been successful. Now, he began to question his own health. He had provided Wei Shi with a child, which should suffice to appease her, and surely she would not treat the other concubines in such a manner again. Song Jingshan lost his appetite, casting a glance at Wei Shi. As long as you treat Yao Er well, I shall visit Shui Huaju often. Chapter 25. Fainting after Song Jingshan departed, Wei Shi found herself in a state of unrest, unable to sit or lie still. The penetrating glance he cast upon her seemed to strip away all her aids, exposing her true self. The words he uttered before leaving haunted her mind, filling her with trepidation. Yet, there remained Song Yao. Yes, she still had a chance with Song Yao. If she treated Song Yao well, her husband would surely return to Tsuehua residence, and she might conceive an heir for the Song family. When Zhang Mama entered the woodshed, she discovered that Song Yao had already fainted. She kicked her a couple of times, but when Song Yao showed no signs of life, she decided to carry her back to see the mistress's decision. Upon seeing Zhang Mama cradling the unconscious Song Yao, Wei Shi was taken aback. Hurry, Zhang Mama. Lay her on my bed. But madam, Zhang Mama looked at Song Yao with disdain. At this moment, do we still concern ourselves with such trivialities? Place her on the bed and fetch a doctor at once. Remember, you must ensure his confidentiality. Do not let my husband know. Yes, madam. Zhang Mama complied, hastily laying Song Yao on the bed before rushing out to find a physician. Wei Shi then scrutinized Song Yao with care. The girl was quite pleasing to the eye. She fervently prayed for Song Yao's safety. Otherwise, her position as Song's wife would be jeopardized. She instructed for easily digestible soups to be prepared, hoping that after the doctor's examination, the child could consume them. Additionally, she ordered a maid to bring hot water for bathing Song Yao. After the doctor arrived and examined her, he remarked, had it been half a day later, this child might have perished. Wei Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her husband had visited Tsuehua residence. Otherwise, she might have forgotten about the girl altogether. The doctor wrote a prescription and offered a few more instructions before departing. Noticing Wei Shi's worried expression, Zhang Mama reassured her, Madam, do not fret. This child is blessed and fated. With heaven's protection, she will surely awaken safely. Very well, you go supervise the medicine preparation and ensure no further mistakes occur. Wei Shi felt a tinge of blame towards Zhang Mama. After all, it was she who had forgotten about the girl that day. Could Zhang Mama truly have locked her in the woodshed and forgotten her too? Yes, madam. Zhang Mama retracted anxiously. Little did she expect that the young girl would possess such fortune, managing to sway the mistress's heart. It seemed she would have to treat the girl better from now on. Although she pondered whether Song Yao would hold a grudge for being confined to the woodshed for 4 or 5 days. Report to the master. The mistress has brought the child into the room for treatment. A maid announced to Song Jingshan before withdrawing. Had Wei Shi and Zhang Mama been present, they would have recognized her as one of the little maids from their household. Song Jingshan's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity. Wei Shi, I have already granted you one child. When Lu Ping arrives, I hope you will not repeat the same treatment you afforded to the concubine with her. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, having awakened from a brief slumber, called out twice but received no response. She wondered where Qian had taken Fu. After waiting anxiously, she decided to venture out in search of them. Just as she sat on the edge of the bed to put on her shoes, the door creaked open. Mother, your health is still fragile. How can you get out of bed? Yin Fu and Yun Ji Qian rushed over, with Yin Fu hastily helping Lu Shi, while Yun Ji Qian placed the pastries on the table before also assisting her. I merely pulled a muscle while working. I'm not bedridden. Must you treat me like an invalid? Yun Ji Qian replied, Mother, you are indeed unwell. You should rest at home for a few days. Lu Shi looked at Yun Ji Qian, guilt flashing in her eyes. Had it not been for her, Qian would not have suffered any setbacks in his future. She blamed herself for meddling. It was due to the illness of a maid by the side of old Madame Xie that she had been asked to help. When no one stepped forward, she thought it would only be for a day and decided to lend a hand. Little did she know that old Madame Xie would thereafter rely upon her, summoning her daily to style her hair, praising her skill and how it made her appear a decade younger. Old Madame Xie often suffered from headaches, and Lu Shi, possessing the skill of massage, tended to her, further endearing herself to the old matriarch. Lu Shi remained oblivious to the fact that the other servants were well aware of old Madame Xia's increasingly picky nature and her volatile temperament, which often led to punishment for the servants. Lu Shi, being merely a hired help in the Xia household, was not privy to such insights. The Xia family had also learned of Lu Shi's 5 sons, inquiring if she could sell herself into servitude, offering 3 times the pay. As a mother of 5 scholars, she could never demean herself in such a manner, knowing it would ruin their futures. She would rather toil to exhaustion in the alley. Qian, once I recover in a few days, you may return to your studies. Not wanting to burden his mother further, Yunji Qian readily agreed. Lu Shi reclined back onto the bed, finally noticing the pastries on the table. What are these pastries? Lu Shi questioned, realizing that her children lacked the means to purchase them. This is the payment I received from the Xie family for mother's work, which included 2 taels and these pastries as compensation. Yunji Qian placed 3 taels of silver into Lu Shi's hand. Lu Shi recognized that the Xie family would not part with their money so readily. Did you receive this without any difficulty? Yes, mother. Yunji Qian sought to shield his mother from further worry regarding the matter, but Lu Shi pressed, speak plainly. What transpired? Realizing his mother had already guessed, Yunji Qian recounted the events of the day in full detail. Lu Shi turned to Yun Fu, a hint of concern creeping into her heart, sensing that her daughter was perhaps too clever for her own good. Fu, tell me how you spoke to Chuanhong. Yun Fu maintained a calm demeanor, though her mind was racing. If she revealed the truth, it would surely cause her mother distress, and even if her health had not yet recovered, they might hastily move again. In her previous life, it was not until the death of Yun's parents that Yunji Li finally acknowledged his kin. Yun Fu was certain that the crown prince had not found the 7th prince on this occasion. From what she knew, the crown prince was a ruthless and bloodthirsty individual, cold-hearted and unfeeling. Despite his victories on the battlefield, he could not atone for the fratricide that led to his usurpation. He had slain his own brother, the current emperor. Perhaps he feared that the civil and military officials of the court would oppose him, and that his ascension would be met with everlasting scorn. Rather than seize the throne himself, he placed his puppet nephew, the 5th brother, upon it, while he ruled as regent in the shadows. In this life, having become a daughter of the Yun family, she could not idly watch as the 5th brother followed the same path as before. Chapter 26, The School Fee's Mother. I merely told Chuanhong that if you were to give us your wages, I would persuade you to go to the Xie residence to care for the old madam. He said, Is that all? Asked Lu, visibly relieved. If that were the case, it posed no significant issue. Fu had only suggested encouraging her to tend to the old lady, without making any promises. Simultaneously, Yunji Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. During dinner, the 4 sons of the Yun family informed their parents that the academy required the payment of 6 months' tuition fees, amounting to 20 taels of silver for all 5 of them. Originally, the total should have been 25 taels, but due to the Yun parents' dedication to educating all 5 sons, the academy kindly reduced the fee by 5 taels. This is the entirety of my wages for this month, totaling 3 taels, Yun Zhengxing said as he handed the silver to Lu. All the brothers understood that their father worked hard for this meager sum of 3 taels. It required an immense amount of labor and toil in forging. Lu calculated the total amount. With the 3 taels from the Xie residence added, they had 23 taels in total. This barely covered the educational expenses of the 5 sons, especially since she had to toil late into the night, embroidering to make ends meet. The remaining 3 taels would be used to purchase paper and writing tools, leaving their livelihood in a precarious state. Thankfully, the 3 taels from the Xie residence alleviated their financial burden. Otherwise, they would struggle to afford even the stationery for the children. Now, with a daughter, Lu felt a surge of guilt within her. She had spent all the silver on her sons, yet Fu was her child too. Yunji Qian initially contemplated contributing a portion of today's silver, but then he realized that would equate to selling out his sister, a notion he could not entertain. Pay only 16 taels. My share is unnecessary, he stated. Lu replied, No, in a few days, once I have recuperated, I will work harder on embroidery to support your studies. She felt deeply guilty, believing she had already wronged her eldest son. Ziqian had always been bright, but due to the troubles surrounding their younger brother, they had to hide for several years, delaying his education until he was 12. Now, she felt she was hindering him further. Yin Zhongqing sighed. Listen to your mother. He felt utterly useless, burdening his family with hardship. Observing the sorrow on their parents' faces, the siblings' eyes grew moist, intensifying Yin Ziqian's sense of responsibility as the eldest son to bear the weight of the family. That night, as Lu lay in bed, her mind was troubled once more. What is it this time? Are you worried about money? Seeing her distressed expression, Yun Jingqing could not help but inquire. Chinga, you often say that we should educate our children to face the world, so that they won't be lost regardless of what happens. But can we truly walk this path? He sighed. We are destined to tread this thorny road. However, as long as we conceal the identity of the fifth child, our family will remain safe. At the Xie residence, Qi Jun reclined on his couch. Zhongnan reported, My lord, we have conducted a discreet investigation, but found no one with a motive. Those little beggars have been living there for years, and they have not seen any unfamiliar faces visiting the temple in recent days. I apologize for my incompetence. Please punish me as you see fit. Both Zhongnan and Zheng Bei felt troubled. These little beggars had pitiful backgrounds, and they could not bear to subject them to harsh treatment. Moreover, despite his seemingly cold demeanor, the Lord had a soft spot for the weak. Zheng Bei remarked, If you know we are searching for someone in Shiqiao Town, I suspect someone from the Xie residence leaked information. Otherwise, who in Shiqiao could recognize our Lord? Zhongnan believed that if someone wished for the Lord's demise, it would be credible. But the notion that it was merely to swindle him out of 200 taels was implausible. I believe it is not the Xie residence, Zhongnan asserted. They are wealthy merchants in Shiqiao Town. Why would they risk themselves for 200 taels? Zheng Bei, irritated, retorted, even if it wasn't them, they're still responsible for the leak. Summon the head of the Xie family for questioning. At this moment, Qi Junyi's expression remained inscrutable. He lifted his cup and took a sip of tea. Invite the head of the Xie family to come, he instructed. He alone understood the contents of the note. He was certain that the leak did not originate from the Xie family. They only knew he was seeking someone. And even if they were aware it was the seventh prince he sought, they would not recognize the white jade dragon-shaped pendant on his nephew. After Zhongnan and Zheng Bei departed, it was not long before the head of the Xie family arrived at the water pavilion. The two men knelt to pay their respects. Your Highness, the head of the Xie family greeted. Qi Junyi sat on the couch, casually twirling an object in his hand as he glanced at the Xie family head. I trust you are aware of today's affairs. Kneeling, the Xie family head felt a chill run down his spine. This humble servant deserves death. I shall investigate immediately. If I discover who leaked the information, I will ensure they suffer 1,000 tortures. Zheng Bei kicked the Xie family head, scolding, You foolish wretch. If you jeopardize our Lord's interests, I will take your life. The Xie family head repeatedly acknowledged his fault. Zheng Bei furrowed his brow, recognizing that currently, only the Xie family was privy to the Lord's search. If it wasn't them, who could have revealed the information? After pondering for a moment, Qi Junyi commanded, Prepare paper and ink, draw the white jade dragon-shaped pendant, and present it to the Xie family head. Xie family head, the person I seek bears this token. I hope you will exert yourself in this matter. Any household with a 9-year-old boy should be investigated, and any suspicious individuals should be brought before me, the prince instructed, deliberately omitting mention of the birthmark on the seventh prince's arm. He did not trust the Xie family head, fearing that such details could be exploited. The Xie family head took the drawing and replied, Yes, this humble servant will investigate immediately. After he left, he headed straight to the courtyard of Concubine Lin. Upon entering, he commanded, Summon Yen'er. Concubine Lin asked, My lord, what do you need Yen'er for? The Xie family head, growing impatient, snapped, Just call her. No need for so much chatter. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Concubine Lin was unaccustomed to such treatment from the Lord, who usually doted on her. Had Yen'er done something wrong? Without delay, she instructed her maid to fetch Xie Qian. At that moment, Xie Qian was daydreaming about marrying the prince. Ever since he visited the Xie residence, she had made it a point to stroll near the water pavilion, believing that if fate allowed her to encounter the prince, her beauty would surely captivate him. She admired her freshly adorned face in the mirror, satisfied as she gently caressed it. Sister, you cannot compete with me. Chapter 27. Enticement. Your mother could not surpass mine. Naturally, you cannot surpass me either. At that moment, a maid entered, announcing that the head of the household requested her presence. Did father mention anything? No. The head of the household did not say. Very well, I shall go at once. Xie adjusted her appearance and made her way towards Aunt Lin's chamber. Coincidentally, she also wished to inquire of her father when she might be arranged to serve Prince Chun, a prospect she had eagerly anticipated since her father had first mentioned it. The day before, she had caught a glimpse of Prince Chun standing by the window, although she could not discern his features. His noble and elegant demeanor captivated her from afar, and she instantly fell in love with him. Father, you called for me. Upon entering, Xie flitted towards the head of the CF family like a delicate butterfly, neglecting even to offer a greeting. What a display! In such a state, how could Prince Chen ever take notice of you? Xie was taken aback, a sense of grievance swelling within her. She stood frozen, unable to take another step forward. Her father appeared particularly fearsome today. He had been so affectionate towards her before, yet now he seemed so fierce. Fidgeting with the hem of her garment, she felt her eyes welling with tears. Observing her distress, the head of the CF family felt a pang of compassion. Enough, it is my fault. I should not have scolded you. It is for your own good. Hearing this, Xie felt even more aggrieved. Please persuade her. The head of the CF family instructed Aunt Lin. Unsure of the circumstances, Aunt Lin approached Xie and said, Your father acts for your benefit. Do you not wish to marry Prince Chen? It is always right to heed your father's advice. The mention of Prince Chen transformed Xie expression. Indeed, she was to marry Prince Chen. Her father must have come regarding this matter. With that thought, her grievances dissipated. Did father mention it to Prince Chen? The head of the CF family replied, With so many daughters from noble families in the capital, marrying Prince Chen is not an easy feat. What shall we do then? After dismissing the servants, the head of the CF family whispered to Xie, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed with shyness. The head of the CF family savored his fine tea, contemplating how, should Xie succeed, he would have secured a connection to Prince Chen. Prince Chen was the 9th prince of the current emperor and the emperor's most favored brother. After ascending the throne, the emperor had eliminated all princes who posed a threat to his claim, leaving only Prince Chen alive. Establishing a relationship with Prince Chen would effectively link the CF family to the reigning emperor. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, a servant rushed in, trembling and stumbling over words. Master, something terrible has happened. Calm yourself. What sort of behavior is this? He scolded, realizing that they would soon be related to the imperial family and might even ascend to noble status. Clearly, the household required a reformation to avoid tarnishing the CF family's reputation. Sir, it is about the third miss. Upon hearing about his daughter, the head of the CF family grew alarmed. Speak slowly. What has happened to Chien? The third miss was thrown into the lake. She was rescued, but has lost consciousness and was carried back to Aunt Lin's chamber. Without a moment's delay, the head of the CF family rushed to Aunt Lin's quarters. Upon seeing his nearly lifeless daughter, his heart ached. He longed to inquire of Prince Chen about the incident, but lacked the courage. If Prince Chen discovered that the CF family had plotted against him, their fate would be sealed. For now, he could only shift all blame onto Chien. If she were to perish, the CF family might still preserve itself. At the Song residence, Shen Yao awoke to find herself lying on a comfortable bed, enveloped in fine bedding that felt as though she had fallen into a nest of luxury. Had she died? Yao, you are awake. How wonderful. Wei Shi approached, taking Shen Yao's hand. She instructed a maid, quickly fetch the doctor, and also bring food from the kitchen. Yes, my lady, Jean Wei hastily complied. Yao refrained from speaking. You lack strength. It was my fault. As a first-time mother, I was careless. I have already punished Zhang Mama. Once you recover, I will have her apologize to you. Wei Shi shifted the blame entirely onto Zhang Mama. Shen Yao turned her head to survey the room, noting the absence of Zhang Mama. Seeing Wei Shi's maternal demeanor, she could hardly believe it. She had finally endured reaching a point where Song Madam accepted her. The hardships she had faced were not in vain. Yao, this is the room I prepared for you. Do you like it? If there is anything you're dissatisfied with, just tell me, and I will have it redone. This left Song Yao even more astonished. She had initially thought this was Wei Shi's room. Everything, the bedding, the wardrobe, the vanity, was of exquisite quality. Even the curtains must have cost a fortune. Reflecting on her previous life in the humble dwelling of the Yun family, she found it incomparable. Mother, she began, but Wei Shi interrupted. Yao, wait until you are well to speak with me. For now, you must focus on your recovery. Additionally, I have arranged a maid for you. You may instruct her directly for anything you need. Song Yao blinked in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jean Wei returned with the doctor, accompanied by two maids, one carrying medicine and the other food. After examining Song Yao, the doctor declared there was no significant harm, advising her to take medicine regularly and consume easily digestible foods. Before departing, Wei Shi helped Song Yao sit up against the bed, personally feeding her medicine. She cooled the spoon before offering it to her daughter. Yao, my dear, while the medicine may be bitter, I shall reward you with candied fruits afterward. Very well. To avoid incurring Wei Shi's wrath, Song Yao swallowed the bitter medicine with determination, fearing that she would once again be confined to the woodshed. Now enjoy the candied fruits. After she finished the medicine, Wei Shi fed Song Yao the sweet treats. In that moment, Song Yao felt that all her previous suffering had been worthwhile, not merely for the kindness Wei Shi showed her, but because she had finally persevered. Wei Shi had accepted her, and she was now poised to enjoy a life of wealth and privilege. She resolved to surpass her sister in this life, ensuring that she would live better than before. Sister, in this lifetime, I shall outshine you. Song Yao's room was the west side chamber of Wei Shi's courtyard, while Wei Shi resided in the main room. Upon returning to the main chamber, Zhang Mama questioned Wei Shi in disbelief. Madam, have you truly so easily accepted that little wretch? Chapter 28. Apology. Wei sighed, expressing her helplessness. What more can I do? It is all because of my uncooperative belly. After all, the child was brought back by the master, who had acknowledged her. Could she really harm an innocent girl? Zhang Mama interjected. Madam, perhaps this is for the best. As long as this little wildling remains, the master will visit our courtyard more frequently. Who knows? You might conceive a little young master one day. Wei shared this sentiment. If it meant she could bear a child, what did it matter if she acknowledged this adopted daughter? She was merely a maidservant, after all. A few days later, Lu's health had improved significantly. One day, as she prepared her embroidery frame to continue her work for sale, she realized she had run out of colorful threads. She had no choice but to put away the frame and decided to visit the town to purchase some necessities while seeking any available work. Shen Fu, I am heading to town. Would you like to accompany me? Shen Fu's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Mother, I want to go. She had been cooped up at home for days and was eager to seize the chance to explore the town. Yun Jiqian, worried about Lu's health, said, I will go too. Just as the three were about to leave, a knock sounded at the door. Is Sister Lu at home? The voice belonged to Chuan Hong. Peering through the fence, they could see a carriage waiting outside. Mother, it's the Xie family. Lu frowned, pondering their intentions. Yun Fu remarked, they must be here to persuade you to return to the Xie household. Indeed, Mother, ignore them. I will go and chase them away, Yun Jiqian asserted. Just as he prepared to open the door, Lu stopped him, saying, Chinner, let us first hear what they have to say. Nodding, he opened the door. Three figures entered. Chuan Hong was familiar to Yun Fu, while the other two were unknown. One was an elderly woman who Chuan Hong referred to as Mama, likely the stewardess of the Xie family, and the other, a maidservant. Sister Lu, I came to see you. Are you feeling better? Before Lu could respond, Yun Jiqian scoffed. My mother has been worn down by you all, and you still have the audacity to come here. Chuan Hong's face flushed with embarrassment, knowing it was indeed her oversight that caused Lu's suffering. She had been reprimanded by Mama Zhao for her negligence. Now, returning with her tail between her legs, she felt utterly humiliated. Mama Zhao, wearing a forced smile, spoke gently. I have just learned of the previous events. It was indeed Chuan Hong's fault. I brought her here so that Sister Lu could vent her grievances. Today, you may scold or strike her as you wish. If she dares to displease you, I will report it to the old mistress and have her sent to do menial labor. Chuan Hong's expression shifted dramatically. She knew Mama Zhao's words held weight. As an attendant to the old mistress, Mama Zhao had devoted her life to serving her, and now, in her old age, she was left with nothing but companionship. Everyone in the Xia household understood that Mama Zhao spoke on behalf of the old mistress. Mama Zhao shot a fierce glare at Chuan Hong, commanding, "Apologize to Sister Lu." Chuan Hong's cheeks burned with shame as she lowered her head. "It was all my thoughtlessness. I beg Sister Lu for forgiveness." "Speak louder." "Sister Lu, I am truly sorry. It was my fault. I implore you to forgive me," she repeated, her voice trembling. With the situation reaching this point, Lu felt no desire for further conflict. Enough. The matter is in the past and need not be revisited. Mama Zhao instructed, "Go and bring down the supplements from the carriage. Sister Lu needs to restore her health." "Yes." The maid hurried back to fetch the items. "Mama Zhao, since Chuan Hong has apologized and I have received my wages, there is no need for the supplements. I wish to sever all ties with the Xie family." Understanding their purpose for visiting, Lu had no intention of inviting them in for tea. "Sister Lu, you see how far I have come. I, an old woman, shamelessly seek a cup of tea." Though Mama Zhao maintained a smile, she inwardly cursed Lu for her lack of gratitude, well aware of their ulterior motives. Lu replied, "Mama Zhao, you jest. You can see our humble abode lacks the means to entertain you, and we cannot afford tea. Then it is all the more essential to earn more. The mistress has said that as long as you are willing to serve the old mistress, you shall receive a monthly stipend of 3 taels without the need to sell yourself. Even my wages after all these years in the Xia household are merely 3 taels, which is already the highest treatment." Mama Zhao scrutinized Lu's expression, assuming she would be content. Yet Lu concealed her emotions, her mind already calculating the possibilities. With those 3 taels, she could cover the child's educational expenses and occasionally buy meat and vegetables to supplement their nutrition. Additionally, Chinner could return to the academy to continue his studies. With a smile, Lu said, "Mama Zhao, please come in." Chapter 29. The Wolf's Den. Upon witnessing the possibility of persuading Lu, Mama Zhao nodded with a smile. Alas, the elder lady of their household had grown increasingly finicky with age, while she herself had aged and could no longer cater to the elderess' whims. Finding a suitable successor akin to her had proven elusive over the years. Fortunately, they had encountered Lu, who seemed to meet the elder's approval. However, to their dismay, Lu was of reputable stock and had come to the Xia household merely as a servant, not as a slave to be subjected to arbitrary punishment or dismissal. They had initially intended to lavishly pay Lu to secure her service, only to discover she was unwilling to comply. With her circumstances as they were, it was puzzling why she clung to her lofty ideals. Ultimately, the Xia household conceded there would be no contract provided she could adequately serve the elder. Mama Zhao entered the room, followed by Chuan Hong, whose eyes burned with indignation. Why should Lu receive a monthly wage of 3 or 2 taels when she had toiled for 2 years with the elder for a meager 1 tael? Yun Jiqian's expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. Had his mother forgotten how nearly they had been ground to dust by the Xia household just days prior? Now, they were granted entry. He followed her inside, determined to shield her from any potential mistreatment. "Mother, you are aware of the recent events," Mama Zhao stated. "I have come at the elder's behest to bring Chuan Hong to apologize to Lu. The madam has also imposed a penalty of 3 months' salary on her. In light of the elder's wishes, I hope Lu can extend some grace." Yun Jiqian, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "You dare come to my home after treating my mother so poorly? Let me make it clear, abandon any hope. I will not allow my mother to endure such suffering again." Moreover, he had the confidence now, clutching 180 taels of silver. Lu this. Mama Zhao and oppose, as countenance darkened. As a veteran of the Xia household, her words embodied the elder and oppose, as authority. Who would dare cross her? Yet, it seemed the Yun family was audacious enough to ignore her. Before Lu could speak, Yun Jiqian interjected, "There is no need to consult my mother. Just ask me. Her health is still fragile, and I would appreciate it if you could leave." He then urged Lu, "Mother, I forbid you from returning to that den of wolves. If you falter, Have you considered what would become of father and your younger siblings? Lu hesitated, chinner. The lure of 3 tails was significant, and she harbored her own plans. Mama Zhao, growing impatient, furrowed her brow. Lu, please provide a clear answer regarding this matter. Lu decided to lay her cards on the table. I am willing to serve the elder, but in addition to the 3 tails, I would like you to agree to one more condition. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Mama Zhao's demeanor softened. What condition could a woman of humble means propose? Surely, it will be something reasonable, merely a request for goods or money. What is your condition? Speak freely, and we shall endeavor to accommodate you, she replied with a smile. I wish for my daughter to be allowed to attend the Meiyuan school. That is out of the question. Mama Zhao rejected the idea without a moment's thought. The esteemed Mr. Mei had been painstakingly invited to teach the 2nd and 3rd young ladies, also instructing the little misses from the 1st and 2nd master's households. With several new female students, all daughters of officials or wealthy merchants, allowing a servant's daughter into the Meiyuan would invite ridicule. Then you may take your leave, for there is nothing further to discuss. Seeing Lu's resolute stance, Mama Zhao's expression soured. Yet, she was reluctant to offend Lu. Mindful of the elder's peculiar temperament and her explicit desire for Lu's service. Very well, I shall not trouble you further. Lu, reflect carefully at home. She glanced at Yun Jiqian. Do not solely consider your daughter. You must also think of your 5 sons. I know their annual expenses require a substantial amount of silver. I have also heard that your eldest son is now a student, with hopes of excelling in the imperial examinations this year. Her words carried an undertone of provocation. Yun Jiqian discerned her intent and retorted curtly, Then there is no need for you to concern yourself. Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. Since Lu and Appo's health is still fragile, let her focus on recuperation. Chapter 30. Mr. Mei Madame Zhao, having failed to accomplish her task, found herself in a state of embarrassment. Feeling discontented, she decided to leave the courtyard with Chuan Hong and another maid. Upon exiting the Yun family estate, she was met with a throng of people gathered outside. Look, the members of the CF family are coming out. The Yun family certainly possesses remarkable abilities to have summoned them, someone remarked. As soon as Madame Zhao settled into the carriage, Yun Jiqian rushed out, placing the delicacies brought by the CF family onto the carriage. Understanding the intent behind his actions, Madame Zhao did not protest, allowing him to arrange the items as he pleased. She then noticed Lu Shi holding on to Yun Fu at the entrance and said, "Sister Lu, take care of yourself. I shall return in a few days." As the carriage drove away, the villagers of Shiqiao town gathered closer, with one person inquiring, "Sister of the Yun family, what business do the CF family have with you?" Another chimed in, "What old lady? I thought she resembled the housekeeper from a grand estate." "Only a housekeeper? I mistook her for some esteemed matron from a noble family. How impressive. Is there any matter for the Yun family's daughter concerning the CF family?" Someone asked. "Do not pry. We are not well acquainted with the CF family. They merely came to inquire about my mother," Yun Jiqian interjected, pulling Lu Shi back into the house before she could respond. Upon their return, some villagers contemplated visiting the Yun family, regretting their previous lack of cordiality, wondering if it was too late to mend relations. A few, undeterred, attempted to enter the Yun household, only to find that Yun Fu had already closed the door and bolted it shut. I recall that the eldest son of the Yun family is already 16. He is of marrying age, well matched with my Yingzi, Aunt Zhao remarked. Your Yingzi cannot compare to our Xiao Yu in beauty, though the Yun family is impoverished. Their sons are well educated. Would the Yun family truly consider your Yingzi? Do not indulge in fantasies, retorted Aunt Zhou, who lived nearby and had always been competitive with Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhou, initially dismissive of the Yun family, now felt threatened by Aunt Zhao's interest in Yun Jiqian. If my daughter is to marry, it must be after my Xiao Yu has had her pick. Huh, your Xiao Yu, that foolish girl, dreaming of snaring a wealthy young master in the town. Who knows if she's even pure? Spare us your nonsense. Aunt Zhao shot back. What do you mean by my Xiao Yu being impure? Speak again, and I shall silence you. The two women soon found themselves in a heated altercation, drawing the attention of villagers who had lingered nearby, eager to witness the commotion. The dispute sparked by Yun Jiqian took some time to resolve, while Yun Fu peeked through the door, intrigued by the spectacle. The villagers were straightforward in their conflicts, unlike the subtleties and hidden schemes that plagued the grand estates, where one might not even realize how perilous their situation had become. Returning to the hall, Yin Fu overheard her brother conversing with their mother. Mother, how could you almost agree to the CF family? Have you forgotten how they treated you in the past? Qian and oppose. You will return to the academy tomorrow, their mother insisted. But mother, since the CF family has offered you a wage, this matter could indeed be worth considering. With an additional 3 taels of silver each month, we could manage your education expenses. Trust me on this. Return to your studies, she replied. Yun Jiqian shook his head vehemently. No, I will not allow you to enter the wolf's den again. Madame Lu sighed. I had hoped to have Madame Zhao agree to let your sister study alongside the young lady from the CF family. I recently heard that they have invited a renowned female tutor named Mei Shuyu from the capital, who is well regarded for her exceptional talents and has previously taught the daughters of prominent families. Yin Jiqian's eyes widened with surprise. Mei Shuyu? You have heard of her? Yin Jiqian nodded. His knowledge of Mei Shuyu came from his classmate, Chen Ziki. Born into a scholarly family, Mei was not only well-versed in literature, but also possessed an elegant and ethereal beauty. Unfortunately, after the passing of her grandfather, Lord Mei, her family fell into decline. Despite her immense talent, her gender limited her prospects. Mei Shuyu was acutely aware of her situation, lacking a strong maternal family to support her. She understood that even with numerous suitors vying for her attention, her only option would be to become a concubine, rather than rely on the whims of others. She chose to become self-sufficient, using her talents to teach the daughters of affluent families. At 18, she remained unmarried, working to support her mother and younger brother while contributing to the household. Yin Jiqian had a classmate, Chen Ziki, who had been fortunate enough to meet Mei Shuyu and became infatuated with her, incessantly recounting her virtues to Yin Jiqian, who was becoming weary of the tales. It was said that even in her difficult circumstances, she was selective about her students, refusing to teach those from disreputable families, no matter the fee. Mother, I have heard that Mei Shuyu is knowledgeable and possesses an elegant demeanor. If my sister could learn under her tutelage, it would be a tremendous opportunity. In these recent days, Yin Jiqian had come to accept his sister in his heart. I share your sentiments, but persuading the CF family to agree may prove challenging. If Fu can study under Mei Shuyu, we could save for her dowry as she matures, thereby enhancing her prospects for marriage. Chapter 31. The handkerchief Yin Fu stood outside the door, touched by Lu's plans for her. Despite her mastery of various arts in her previous life, she had labored for many years in the Song residence. If she suddenly showcased these talents, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, the prospect of learning from Mr. may seem promising. Yet, she could not be so selfish as to allow her mother to suffer again in the Xia residence. She recalled that in her past life, her elder sister had not fulfilled her desire to become a student of Mei Shuyu. The Xia family had refused to permit a servant's child to study alongside their esteemed daughters, fearing it would tarnish their reputation and become a source of ridicule. Additionally, there were no female academies in Shiqiao town, leaving her sister to learn only a few characters from her brothers. Mother, I disagree with your returning to the CF family. I would rather forego my education altogether, Yin Fu declared. Upon seeing her daughter enter suddenly, Lu understood that she was aware of everything. Fu, listen to your mother. This, Mr. Mei, I do not want it. I wish for you to take care of yourself. If my learning from Mr. Mei leads you to compromise and return to the Xia residence, it would sadden me, Yin Fu insisted. Lu was moved, never expecting her daughter to be so understanding. Most children would have readily accepted their parents' arrangements. Mother truly wishes for you to learn something. Then let us practice embroidery together, Lu suggested. Yin Jiqian also encouraged Mother. I shall surely find a better female teacher for my sister in the future. Noticing the determination in both children and Appo's eyes, Lu ceased her persuasion. Very well. We shall discuss this matter again when the opportunity arises. The first day she took Fu to the Xia residence had been marred by a tragic incident. And even if they were to study in Mei Garden, she remained anxious. With the constant disturbances from the Xia family, Lu abandoned her thoughts of going to the town. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Yin Fu's rebirth. Autumn had arrived. The CF family frequently sent people to persuade Lu to care for the elderly matriarch. Yet her demands remained unchanged. She would only go if it meant Shen Fu could attend classes with Mr. Mei and Mei Garden. The matriarch of the CF family, originally inclined to agree to Lu's terms, was thwarted when a servant disclosed this information to concubine Lin, leading the head of the CF family to reject the proposal outright. Fortunately, after several visits to the Yun family, the CF family, seeing Lu's steadfastness, ceased their attempts, leaving the Yun household in peace. Lu relied on embroidery to earn some silver, yet the income was inconsistent. Often, her labor went unrewarded, as some embroidery shops would not accept her work. Even when accepted, they would sometimes delay payment until the pieces were sold. Nonetheless, Lu's craftsmanship was commendable, and her creations typically found buyers. However, her hands had become rough from hard work, making high-quality fabrics prone to snagging, and no reputable shop dared entrust her with their delicate materials. During these days, Shen Fu learned some simple patterns from her mother. In her previous life, while she had some proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she had struggled to grasp embroidery. After pricking her fingers repeatedly, Lu, feeling pain, said, "Enough, do not embroider any longer." Lu felt disheartened. She had hoped to pass on her embroidery skills to her daughter so that she might possess a useful talent and avoid hunger in adulthood. However, it seemed unlikely now that her daughter would create her own wedding dress. "Mother, I must finish this," Shen Fu insisted. After enduring countless pricks, she finally completed a handkerchief. When Yun Zhengqing returned, she presented it to him like a treasure. "Father, this is for you." Yun Zhengqing accepted it, deeply moved. He had heard from his wife that their daughter had injured her hands while making this gift. Suddenly, Yun Zhizhong leaned over, eager to see what his sister had embroidered. He too wished to possess something crafted by her hands, yet he dared not compete with their father. Upon noticing the handkerchief bore the words, "A father's love is like a mountain," albeit in a somewhat crooked manner, he was astonished. "Sister, how did you manage to embroider words without attending school?" he asked. "Hey, why is there a grave on the handkerchief, overgrown with grass?" Yun Zhizhong couldn't help but inquire, drawn to the peculiar design. "Nonsense, second brother. That is not a grave. What I embroidered is a mountain and a great tree," Shen Fu stammered, her voice dwindling in conviction. The stitches were coarse, and the overall design was a jumbled mess. "Brother, a few days ago, you asked me for a handkerchief. I promised you. The first one is for father, and the second shall be for you. I will start embroidering it now." Chapter 32. Foraging for wild vegetables, Yun Zhizhong repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "No, dear sister, you have worked hard to embroider a handkerchief for father. You ought to take a rest, especially considering how your delicate hands might be pricked." "I don't need it, second brother. I am not tired," Yun Zhizhong retorted, retracting his neck. "If you truly wish to embroider, then it would be better to present it to elder brother. Just the other day, he mentioned wanting a handkerchief embroidered by you." Yun Zhiqian quickly denied, "I have no such desires. Second brother, if you continue to cast suspicion upon me, be wary of my wrath." As they conversed, a playful chase ensued between the two. Yun Zhengqing showed no signs of discontent, joyfully cherishing the handkerchief as if it were a precious treasure. "Father, how about I embroider another one for you?" This is Fu-er's heartfelt intention. "Regardless of the outcome, I will cherish it, especially since our Fu-er is still young. This is your first embroidery, and it is already quite commendable. Your mother's initial attempts were not as fine as yours." To spare his daughter's feelings, Yun Zhengqing hastily signaled to Lu Shi. However, Lu Shi was unyielding this time. "Since Fu-er cannot embroider, then let us refrain. What would you like? Mother will embroider it for you. If Fu-er continues, her hands will surely be pricked, and I cannot bear to see that. I believe Sister S embroidery is quite lovely. May I request one for fifth brother?" Yun Zhilai asked earnestly. "Certainly." Lu Shi was about to interject, but paused when she saw Yun Fu's delighted agreement. Relenting, she decided not to dampen her daughter's spirits. If she wished to embroider, so be it. The following day, while working at the blacksmith shop, Yun Zhengqing took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow with the handkerchief gifted by his daughter in front of his fellow workers. "Well done, brother Yun. You've changed your handkerchief again. Your wife is quite considerate," said Mandaju. glancing enviously at the fragrant cloth in Yun Zhengqing's hand compared to his own sweat-stained towel. How fortunate it is to have a wife skilled in embroidery. Unlike his own lazy spouse, Yun Zhengqing beamed with pride. This was embroidered by my daughter. When did you have a daughter? Man Dazhu was incredulous. He felt inferior to Yun Zhengqing in the blacksmithing trade, and his sons were not as accomplished as Yun Zhengqing's. The only aspect in which he excelled was having a daughter, while Yun Zhengqing had none. The sudden emergence of this daughter, who could also embroider, seemed implausible to him. Yun Zhengqing hesitated to maintain the ruse. They had been friends for years, and they knew he did not have a daughter. I found her. She is 6 years old. You found her? Are you out of your mind? Man Dazhu exclaimed in disbelief. He had 5 sons and worked tirelessly every day. To take on the responsibility of raising a daughter as well seemed reckless. Seeing Yun Zhengqing's serious demeanor, Chai Kong remarked, "What's wrong with adopting? Brother Yun's adopted daughter is so considerate, while your own daughter has yet to offer you a handkerchief. Brother Yun, don't mind him. He is simply envious that others have daughters while he does not." Yun Zhengqing paid them no mind, carefully folding the handkerchief and tucking it away. Observing how Yun Zhengqing cherished the cloth, Man Dazhu scoffed, thinking to himself that everyone had daughters. He would have his 14-year-old daughter embroider one for him upon returning home. After school, Yun Zhilai and Yun Jiqian planned to go to the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, and Yun Fu wished to accompany her 2 brothers. Having spent days at the Yun household, she had yet to partake in such activities. After repeated assurances from Lu Shi, she was permitted to join her brothers at the foot of the mountain. Yun Fu imitated her brothers, carrying a small basket on her back, which contained a small spade. She eagerly followed closely behind them, though Yun Zhilai appeared somewhat impatient and reluctant to take her along. However, due to their mother's insistence on caring for their sister, he felt compelled to comply. Otherwise, he would face their mother's ire upon returning home. Yun Zhilai walked briskly, intending to teach Yun Fu a lesson, while she struggled to keep up with her short legs. "Fourth brother, 5th brother, wait for me." Hearing this, Yun Zhilai quickened his pace. "Hurry up, 5th brother." As Yun Fu fell further behind, Yun Zhilai said, "4th brother, let us wait for our sister. If we lose her, father and mother will surely punish us. Besides, she is not entirely bothersome." "Wait for what? She is nothing but a burden." Seeing that Yun Zhilai genuinely stopped to wait for Yun Fu, Yun Zhilai's irritation mounted. She was determined not to let her accompany them. It was truly vexing. Just as Yun Fu was about to run to catch up with her brothers, a voice called out from behind, "Are you also going to the foot of the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, Miss Yun?" Chapter 33 Walking with Wang Yi. Yun Fu turned around and noticed a girl of about 9 years old trailing behind her, carrying a woven basket on her back. The girl's clothing was tattered and far from clean, with patches piled upon patches that were quite conspicuous. These patches could easily be stitched together to create a new garment. Her hands were rough, marked with calluses, unmistakably the hands of one who labored frequently at home. Upon seeing Yun Fu looking at her, Wang Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment. The stark contrast between their appearances made Wang Yue acutely aware of her own shortcomings, especially as she recalled that her garments were hand-me-downs from her brother, heavily patched, which deepened her sense of inferiority. "My name is Wang Yue, and I am also from Shilling Village. I haven't seen you in the field before, Miss Yun. Is this your first time foraging for wild vegetables?" Wang Yue and Oppos inquired. She had happened to pass by during an incident when Arya and her grandmother were causing a ruckus outside Yun's home, and that was when she learned that the Yun family had a daughter. "Yes, Sister Yue, you can just call me Yun Fu," replied Yun Fu. Wang Yue's cheeks flushed at this. Miss Yun was truly kind, addressing her as Sister Yue upon their first meeting, unlike her own brother, who never called her sister, but only by her name. "All right, Yun Fu," Wang Yue said with a shy smile. "Let us go. My 2 brothers are waiting for us up ahead." Wang Yue looked ahead and indeed saw 2 boys standing not far off. "Okay, your clothes are so beautiful. Aren't you afraid they will get dirty while foraging?" Wang Yue chatted with Yun Fu as they walked. "It's all right if they get dirty. My mother will help me wash them," Yun Fu replied. Wang Yue lowered her gaze. How she wished she had a mother like Aunt Lu. Not only had she never worn new clothes, but if she did, she would surely face a severe beating for getting such fine garments dirty while working. Catching up with her two brothers, Yin Fu said, "Fourth brother, fifth brother, you go ahead. I will walk with Sister Yue." "All right, but be careful and don't wander off. If you get tired foraging, come home, understand?" Yin Zhili cautioned. He often saw Wang Yue while foraging and knew her to be a trustworthy person, which reassured him about Yin Fu being with her. Yin Jilan, however, was somewhat impatient and tugged Yin Zhili to move along. "Sister, come home early," he called back to Yin Fu as he was being pulled away. "Okay," she replied. The boys walked swiftly, and soon their figures faded into the distance. Wang Yue seemed to sense that Yin Fu was lagging and deliberately slowed her pace to walk alongside her. "I know a place where wild vegetables grow abundantly, but the path isn't easy to traverse, so you must stick close to me," she instructed as they approached the fields. "All right," Yin Fu responded. Thus, as they reached the foot of the mountain, a vast expanse of wild vegetables lay before them. It was evident that Wang Yue frequently foraged here, as she was quite familiar with the area surrounding Shilling Village. "Let us forage here," Wang Yue suggested. "Okay," Yin Fu agreed. With Wang Yue's guidance, Yin Fu quickly grasped the techniques of foraging for wild vegetables. As they chatted, the work felt less burdensome, and soon Wang Yue had filled more than half her basket, while Yin Fu had barely covered the bottom. Through their conversation, Yin Fu learned that Wang Yue's life was quite difficult. At 9 years old, she appeared smaller than her age, a result of her family's poverty. Being the only girl in the household, she not only faced hunger, but also had to wash clothes, cook, forage for wild vegetables, fetch water, and chop firewood, all chores that fell upon her shoulders. After her eldest brother married and had a son, Wang Yue had taken on the responsibility of caring for the child, often carrying him on her back while washing clothes, which had eventually made her quite thin. Moreover, Wang Yue's mother had a disdainful attitude towards her daughter, often resorting to beatings and scoldings. Consequently, her sister-in-law mimicked her mother-in-law, constantly finding fault with Wang Yue and reprimanding her for trivial matters, making her the family's outlet for frustration. Despite being only 9, her mother had already entertained thoughts of marrying her off in exchange for a bride price with her second brother, yet her young age deterred any suitors. No family would want to take on a girl so young, especially when resources were scarce. "Yin Fu, I filled my basket. Let me help you," Wang Yue declared. Yin Fu turned to look into Wang Yue's basket and saw it was indeed full, while hers was barely filled. "Sister Yue, you are amazing. You filled yours so quickly," Yin Fu exclaimed. Wang Yue's face flushed at the compliment. "Oh, it's nothing. I've just become skilled at this. You can do it too." Yin Fu glanced at her small hands, which had developed calluses since coming to the Yin family. Although she had often done rough work at the Shen family, it felt like a distant memory now. Wang Yue was surprised to see the calluses on Yin Fu's hands. She had assumed that Aunt Lu wouldn't allow her to work at home. Working together made the task go quicker, and before long, Yin Fu's basket was nearly half full as well. Suddenly, Wang Yue let out a piercing scream. Chapter 34. "The hedgehog fruit, what troubles you, Sister Yue?" Yin Fu inquired. Noticing Wang Yue crouched on the ground, her hands supporting her feet, sweat trickling down her brow from the pain. "I'm quite fine. I merely pricked myself on this hedgehog fruit," Wang Yue replied, tossing the offending spiny sphere aside. Indeed, a round, prickly fruit lay on the ground, having pierced through her worn shoe, which had thinned from years of toil. "Shall we take off your shoe and inspect the injury?" Yin Fu suggested. Wang Yue waved her hand dismissively. "It's unnecessary. There's a grove of hedgehog trees nearby. I've been pricked by these things often lately. While it does not cause bleeding, it is certainly painful. You should be cautious." However, upon glancing at Yin Fu and Appo's sturdy footwear, she chose to remain silent. Yin Fu, intrigued by the hedgehog fruit that Wang Yue had discarded, felt compelled to investigate how it grew and how it could inflict such a sting. Following Wang Yue's gesture, she indeed spotted 2 or 3 hedgehog trees nearby. Their fruits were still a vibrant green, so much so that one might mistake them for leaves at first glance. Approaching, she picked up a hedgehog fruit and, using a stone, struck it with force, revealing its contents. To her astonishment, she recognized what lay within: chestnuts. It was a revelation to her that these chestnuts originated from the spiny fruits. Until now, She had not been particularly fond of chestnuts, as they were typically boiled in water, resulting in a rather bland meal that merely filled the stomach. It was only after she had saved a girl named Tang Xin, who had traversed time, that she had tasted candied chestnuts for the first time. The delightful flavor lingered in her memory, prompting her to request the recipe from Tang Xin. The girl explained that it was a method from her homeland and shared her extraordinary story of coming from the future. To think that these chestnuts were nestled within such prickly spheres. If even Wang Yue was unaware that these hedgehog fruits contained chestnuts, it suggested that the trees were wild chestnut trees, bearing fruit for the very first time. Clearly, the chestnuts were not yet in season, but Shen Fu could hardly wait. Fortunately, she had discovered them in time. Otherwise, once they matured and fell naturally to the ground, they would have split open, leaving no bounty for her. Her heart soared with excitement at the prospect of gathering these hedgehog fruits to prepare candied chestnuts for sale in town, thereby supplementing her family's income. Seeing Shen Fu lost in joyful contemplation, Wang Yue approached, cautioning, "Be careful not to prick yourself." "Very well, Sister Yue, let us return. It grows late," Shen Fu replied. "Why not gather a bit more? You wouldn't want to face reprimand, would you?" Wang Yue suggested. "Why would I be reprimanded?" Shen Fu asked, puzzled. Wang Yue hesitated. "I too believe Aunt Lu would not scold you." Realizing that Shen Fu's situation differed from hers, Wang Yue noted the calluses on Shen Fu's hands, initially thinking that she would also face reprimand for not completing her tasks. It seemed that her assumptions were misguided. Shen Fu wished to explain that her parents were reluctant to let her forage for wild vegetables, but she chose to remain silent, fearing that revealing the truth might cause Wang Yue distress. The two girls shouldered their baskets, Wang Yue's noticeably heavier than Shen Fu's, despite the latter carrying a smaller basket filled with only a modest amount of wild vegetables. As they walked, Shen Fu continued to gather hedgehog fruits, prompting Wang Yue to ask, "Why are you collecting these fruits?" Shen Fu casually replied, "In case we encounter any miscreants, I could use these to defend myself." Though she contemplated sharing the knowledge of the chestnuts with Wang Yue, she hesitated, fearing that if the village learned of the discovery, her plans for selling candied chestnuts would be thwarted. Perhaps once she had prepared them, she would gift some to Wang Yue. Wang Yue, finding her rationale sound, joined Shen Fu in collecting the hedgehog fruits. As the chestnuts were not yet ripe, the fallen ones were scarce. Nevertheless, they gathered a modest collection of 2 or 3 dozen spiny fruits. Wang Yue did not press further, assuming Shen Fu's interest was merely playful. "All right, Sister Yue, let us return," Shen Fu declared. Chapter 35. The bird eggs collected by fifth brother. As the two walked along, Shen Fu spotted fourth brother Yunji Lan and fifth brother Yunji Li waiting at the intersection. Yunji Lan addressed Shen Fu, saying, "Do not overthink. I'm not here waiting for you. Mother instructed me to ensure your safe return, and I fear her reprimand." With that, he strode ahead. Yunji Li observed the retreating figure of Yunji Lan and shook his head, reflecting on how his elder brother was always so tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. Yunji Li glanced at Wang Yue and, from his basket, produced several bird eggs. "Thank you for taking care of my sister today. Please accept these bird eggs as a token of my gratitude." Wang Yue declined. "There is no need. I hardly contributed." Without waiting for her response, Yunji Li placed the eggs into her basket and turned to Shen Fu, saying, "Sister, let us depart." Wang Yue appeared conflicted as she regarded the eggs. Shen Fu seemed to have an idea and suggested, "How about this, Sister Yue? Come play at my home tomorrow when you have the time." At this, Wang Yue's face lit up with joy. "All right, then these bird eggs are for you." Shen Fu accepted them graciously. Wang Yue was not averse to taking the eggs. Rather, she feared that if they were cooked at home, she would not only miss out on them, but might also face punishment for the unequal distribution of the delicacies. This had happened before when second brother and her younger sibling quarreled, resulting in her parents unjustly punishing her. Upon returning to the Yun household, Lu Shi was already busy preparing dinner. Yin Zhizhong was chopping firewood in the yard. Spotting the spiny balls in Shen Fu's basket, he approached and picked one up. Chuckling, "I told you she wouldn't gather much wild vegetables, yet she returns with these spiny balls. Can they even be eaten? Mother, please ensure my sister consumes this spiny ball. Whether she likes it or not, she must eat it." Shen Fu, far from being annoyed, smiled and replied, "Second brother, once mother prepares this spiny ball, I suspect you will be the first to snatch it." Yun Zhizhong grimaced in disdain. Admittedly, while wild vegetables could be palatable when stir-fried with oil, the family had not yet descended to the level of eating spiny balls. Ignoring him, Shen Fu began to peel the spiny balls. Noticing his sister's indifference, Yun Zhizhong returned to chopping wood. Shen Fu's collection was modest, insufficient for a meal for the family. She resolved to ask her father and brothers to gather the remaining spiny balls from the trees after dusk. Upon discovering the chestnuts within the spiny balls, Yun Li's eyes brightened. He recognized them from books he had read. Initially, he had thought his collection of several bird eggs was impressive, only to realize that his sister had outdone him by uncovering chestnuts. He recalled several spiny ball trees at the foot of the mountain. If they could gather them all, they would enjoy a prolonged reprieve from the wild vegetables. Yun Li squatted down to assist Shen Fu, and together they swiftly peeled the chestnuts. Bringing the peeled chestnuts into the kitchen, Lu Shi was astonished. "Where did these chestnuts come from?" Yun Li explained, "Mother, these are what my sister found at the foot of the mountain, extracted from the spiny balls." Lu Shi was even more astounded. "Mother, those spiny ball trees are wild. Why don't I and my brothers collect the remaining spiny balls tonight?" After some consideration, Lu Shi replied, "Very well, you may go after dinner." She intended to inform the village head about their foraging, as it was indeed the territory of Shilling Village. It would be inappropriate for the Yun family, residing in the village, to take more than their fair share. At that moment, the crops had yet to be harvested, and most families were facing food shortages. Informing the village head would also repay the favor of his previous intercession on their behalf. That evening, Shen Fu persuaded Lu Shi to prepare candied chestnuts. Sugar was a rare luxury at that time, and the small amount used had been sparingly kept by Lu Shi. Using half a spoonful of sugar for the candied chestnuts caused her considerable distress. Once the dish was served, it captivated the attention of everyone in the Yun household. Yun Zhizhong devoured them faster than anyone else, hardly noticing the heat as he juggled the hot chestnuts between his hands. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "These candied chestnuts are truly delicious." Yun Li teased him, "Second brother, weren't you the one who claimed not to enjoy them?" Yun Zhizhong shot him a glare. "You talk too much." Lu Shi, intrigued by the deliciousness of the candied chestnuts, picked one up to taste. Indeed, the flavor was delightful. However, the sugar consumption was alarming. Her family could hardly afford such luxuries even on rare occasions. "Make sure to leave some for your father to try as well," she instructed. "Of course," came the reply. Chapter 36. Treasuring weeds. Since Lu had ceased her work at the Xie family, she struggled to find a suitable occupation, and the burden fell squarely on Yun Zhongqing's shoulders. He toiled day and night, returning home increasingly late. Meanwhile, his elder brother, Yun Zhiqian, had abandoned his studies at the academy to seek odd jobs in town. However, as a scholar of frail constitution, his options were limited. Aside from Yun Zhongqing, their younger brother, Yun Zhilian, had yet to join them for meals. Lu had set aside some food for the two, calling out from the doorway, "Little fourth, what are you doing with those weeds in the yard? I asked you to gather wild vegetables, yet your little sister has already collected a considerable amount, and even brought back some chestnuts. You, as an elder brother, should be more responsible than your sister." Seeing his younger brother causing their mother undue worry, Yun Zhiqian remarked, "Second brother, throw those out." Yun Zhiqiang, ever obedient to his elder brother, stepped out to persuade Yun Zhilian, "Fourth brother, do not trouble our parents and elder brother any further. Quickly dispose of those weeds." Today, Yun Zhiqiang chopped firewood and swept the yard, while Yun Zhiyan fetched water. Yun Zhiqi and Yun Fu returned with food. Yet Yun Zhilian did nothing and only made a mess of the yard, which frustrated him greatly. "I've tidied the yard, only for it to be cluttered by your weeds," he exclaimed. "Second brother, do not touch my treasures." Yun Zhilian protested. "What do you consider treasures? Are these weeds for eating or wearing?" Yun Zhiqiang retorted, attempting to take the weeds away from him. However, Yun Zhilian shielded his precious collection, refusing to let his brother touch them. Yun Fu called from the yard, "Second brother, perhaps the weeds fourth brother gathered truly are treasures. If I am not mistaken, they might be medicinal herbs." Although she couldn't identify the herbs, from what she had seen, it seemed Yun Zhilian would soon seek an apprenticeship in medicine. Though he had left home without informing anyone, leaving only a letter behind. Yin Fu's assertion surprised Yun Jillian. The person he trusted most at home turned out to be his sister. A few days prior, he had discovered a medical book and began identifying the herbs. Today, he had secretly ventured into the mountains and collected some herbs, but he was still uncertain about their identification. He planned to dry them and take them to the clinic for verification. If they accepted them, he would know he was correct. Yet, he hesitated to share this with his family, concerned about his pride. What if they were not herbs? Hearing his sister's words, Yin Jiqiang began to entertain doubts. Previously, when it came to the chestnuts, his sister had not held it against him. Perhaps these weeds could indeed be edible. Lu remarked, since your sister claims they are treasures, let him keep them. However, you must clean the yard yourself. With that, Yin Jiqiang returned indoors. After Yun Jillian finished arranging the herbs, he washed his hands and entered the house. Fourth brother, here are some candied chestnuts for you. Although Yun Jillian's face remained impassive, he no longer rejected Yin Fu and accepted the candied chestnuts. The crescent moon hung silently atop the treetops. The villagers retired early, leaving the outside eerily quiet, save for the occasional barking of dogs. Yun Jingqing, accompanied by his brothers, set off with burlap sacks, while Yin Fu and Lu remained at home. 2 hours later, Yun Jingqing and Yun Jiqian each carried a sack full of chestnuts, while Yun Jiqiang, being the strongest, bore 2 sacks. Yun Jian carried a little more than half a sack, and Yun Jillian and Yun Ji both lifted half a sack of chestnuts home. Lu exclaimed, Fu truly is our family's lucky star. With these chestnuts, we will have plenty to eat for a long time. Yun Zhongqing reflected, indeed. We have harvested most of the chestnuts from these trees. Let us leave the remainder for the villagers of Shiqiao Town. Yun Jiqian then proposed, Mother, I would like to sell candied chestnuts in the town tomorrow. Lu replied, Is that feasible? While the chestnuts were free to gather, sugar is costly. If we cannot sell them after making them, wouldn't that result in a loss? Chapter 37. Selling candy roasted chestnuts. Yun Zhongqing concurred with Lu's opinion. Yun Zhijiang added, Indeed, sugar must be added when roasting chestnuts. In these times, who is willing to indulge in sweets? I believe no one will purchase them. Only Yin Fu understood that her elder brother possessed a keen business acumen, saying, I support you, brother. I am confident you will succeed. Yun Zhongqing furrowed his brow. If you believe so, then you should give it a try. If it doesn't sell, we can always eat them ourselves. Upon hearing their father's approval, Yun Jiqian joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, father. Realizing it was his sister's support that prompted their father's consent, he turned to Yin Fu and said, Thank you, sister. Yin Fu replied, Brother, you can definitely do it. Really? Yin Fu nodded, Yes, brother, I believe in you. Yun Jiqian had never engaged in small business before. This was his first tentative foray, and he felt a flutter of apprehension. The skeptical gazes of his family only exacerbated his lack of confidence. However, Yin Fu's encouragement filled him with newfound resolve. At dawn, Yun Jiqian rose early, eager to prepare the candy-roasted chestnuts for sale at the market in Shiqiao Town. Lu had taught him the recipe the previous night, and cooking was a task he was accustomed to at home. Their parents had always instilled in their children the importance of self-reliance, regardless of gender, fostering a spirit of independence within the Yun family. Concerned, Lu also rose early to assist Yun Jiqian. By the time Yin Fu awoke, the two had already prepared 20 pounds of candy-roasted chestnuts. After breakfast, when Yun Zhongqing and the 4 brothers departed, Yun Jiqian prepared to head to town. Brother, I want to accompany you to sell candy-roasted chestnuts. Lu interjected, No, you are too young. The market is crowded and chaotic. What if your brother loses sight of you? Mother, I will stay close to brother, Yun Jiqian reassured her. Lu remained unconvinced. If you wish to go, then I will accompany you. Today marked Yun Jiqian's first venture into street vending, and Lu, feeling somewhat uneasy, decided to set aside her embroidery work until they returned after selling the chestnuts. Initially uncertain, Yun Jiqian felt bolstered by the presence of his mother and sister, who always had clever ideas. Perhaps they could indeed sell the chestnuts. The 20 pounds of candy-roasted chestnuts were packed into a large backpack, which Yun Jiqian carried, while Lu secured Yin Fu and they set off. With Yin Fu's help, the trio rode in old Li's donkey cart. The market was bustling with people, and as they arrived later than others, they struggled to find a suitable spot. Yun Jiqian grew anxious. Mother, what should we do? There are no stalls available. Lu, having no prior experience in business, surveyed the area and confirmed their predicament. Shen Fu suggested, Brother, we don't need a stall. We can simply find a spot to sell. Is that permissible? He questioned. Absolutely, brother. If we occupy a stall, we would have to pay a fee. If we find a random spot to sell, I will keep an eye out. If the market officials approach, we can quickly pack up and leave. This revelation surprised both Lu and Yun Jiqian, realizing that Shen Fu was quite knowledgeable. All right, Yun Jiqian conceded, recognizing the merit in her reasoning. If the chestnuts failed to sell, they would lose the money spent on a stall fee. Brother, there's a spot over there. Following Shen Fu's guidance, he spotted a relatively spacious area beside a walkway where they could place the backpack. After they positioned themselves, Yun Jiqian uncovered the chestnuts. Mother, how much should we sell these candy roasted chestnuts for? Lu, lacking business experience, was unsure. How about 8 1? That 1 tea suffice, mother. The sugar is quite costly. Selling them for 8 1 would not be profitable, Yun Jiqian replied. But the chestnuts are free. If we price them too high, what if no one buys? Lu countered. Yun Jiqian disagreed, believing the deliciousness of the chestnuts warranted a higher price. I think 21 would be more appropriate, Shen Fu chimed in. After deliberation, Yun Jiqian agreed. Let us sell them for 21, as my sister suggested. Brother, how will you weigh the chestnuts for customers? Do not worry. I borrowed a scale from Uncle Wang before coming, and I practiced at home. 1 pound is approximately 45 pieces. If anyone buys from us, we will add 5 pieces, ensuring they leave satisfied. Shen Fu remarked, Brother, you truly have a knack for business. Also, you should purchase some oil paper. When someone buys our chestnuts, we should have something to wrap them in. Chapter 38. The Inquiry. Without purchase, Yun Jiqian slapped his forehead, momentarily forgetting a crucial detail amidst his excitement. Mother, sister, please tend to the stall while I search nearby for some oil paper. Here, take this 2 taels of silver for now. Lu Shi called out to him in haste. Although Yun Jiqian had brought money with him, he dared not let his parents know, fearing their reprimand would also burden his sister. He accepted the 2 taels of silver, saying, all right. After searching the vicinity, he found no vendors selling oil paper. Spotting a stall selling fried cakes, he noticed they were wrapping the cakes in the very oil paper he sought. Excuse me, sir, where do you procure your oil paper? The kindly vendor, seeing Yun Jiqian and Oppo's his amiable demeanor and respectful manner, readily replied, just outside this market at the grocery store by the entrance, they sell oil paper there. Thank you very much. Sir, Yun Jiqian expressed his gratitude as he exited the market. Indeed, he found a store with a sign indicating it was a grocery shop. Upon entering, he was relieved to see stacks of oil paper and purchased 100 sheets. Concerned that others might buy oil paper for chestnuts, he hurried back. Upon returning to the market, he was dismayed to find no customers approaching their stall. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Would his candied chestnuts truly fail to sell? If he could not sell them this time, he feared his parents would cease to support his entrepreneurial endeavors. With passers-by trickling by and not a single inquiry made, he felt a growing sense of urgency. Mother, why aren't these people even glancing at our chestnuts? Lu Shi, equally troubled, turned to Shen Fu, who was always perceptive. Mother, brother, we could call out to attract attention. Following Shen Fu's gesture, both Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian noticed 2 stalls nearby calling out to potential customers, piquing the curiosity of those passing by. As a scholar, Yun Jiqian felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of shouting, having already shed his formal attire to work at the stall. Yet, thinking of his parents' hard work and the financial needs of his siblings, he concluded that pride was less important. Am I able to do this? He inquired of Shen Fu, who had become his habitual source of encouragement. You can definitely do it, big brother. With Shen Fu's encouragement, Yun Jiqian finally set aside his hesitation and began to call out, candied chestnuts, delightfully sweet candied chestnuts. Indeed, in these times, the mere mention of candy or sweet was enough to capture attention. How much do these candied chestnuts cost? A woman in her 40s approached. Yun Jiqian promptly responded, Madam, they are quite affordable at 21 per jean. Please, try one first. If you find them delicious, you may buy some. Before he could finish, the woman waved her hand dismissively. So expensive? With that money, I could buy some meat instead. No, thank you. After her departure, More customers trickled in, but they too deemed the price too high and left without purchasing. After half a day at the stall, they had yet to sell a single jean. As the market grew quieter, Yin Jiqian pondered aloud, could it be that our prices are indeed too high? Yun Fu suggested, brother, perhaps we are targeting the wrong crowd. Should we consider a different location? Yin Jiqian was about to agree, but upon seeing his sister's rosy cheeks, he felt a pang of sympathy. Mother, sister, let us return home. Noticing Yin Jiqian and Appo's dejection, both Lu Shi and Yun Fu wished to offer encouragement, but ultimately remained silent. Such is the nature of business. It is rarely an easy endeavor. Once outside the market, they found the streets bustling with activity, street vendors calling out to sell their wares, and patrons entering the shops lining the streets. Yin Jiqian felt a renewed sense of hope. This was an opportunity to sell his candied chestnuts amidst the livelier atmosphere. Most who could shop at the market were from impoverished backgrounds, while those entering the stores likely had more to spend. Sure enough, after calling out a few times, he caught the attention of a woman who appeared to be a servant from a wealthy household. Are your candied chestnuts sweet? Indeed. Would you like one jean or half? May I taste one first? Chapter 39. Informing the village chief, Yin Jiqian selected a large chestnut and handed it to the maid. Each chestnut was meticulously scored with a cross, allowing the maid to peel away the skin with ease. She approached the tasting with a sense of trepidation. If the chestnuts proved unpalatable, she feared her mistress's displeasure. However, knowing her mistress's penchant for sweet treats, she entertained the thought of purchasing some if they were as delectable as claimed. To her astonishment, upon tasting, she was immediately captivated by the fragrant sweetness of the candied chestnuts. One was not enough. She found herself yearning for a second, yet felt it improper to indulge further without payment. Without inquiring about the price, she said, please give me half a pound. If my mistress enjoys them, I shall procure more next time. Yin Jiqian and Appo's heart raced with exhilaration, unable to contain his excitement. This was his inaugural venture into commerce, and the sensation of selling was truly delightful. I shall package it for you, he declared, swiftly wrapping half a pound of candied chestnuts. Here you go. How much is it? A full half pound, 10 won, he replied. The maid counted out 10 coins and placed them in Yin Jiqian's hand. Once she departed, he exuberantly exclaimed, Mother, sister, we have made a profit. Yin Fu and Lu also shared in his joy. Elder brother, I knew you would succeed, Yin Fu said with a smile. What would you like to eat, sister? Now that we have earned some money, I shall buy you something delicious. Great. I always knew you were the best, elder brother. With newfound confidence from this initial sale, Yin Jiqian decided to call out and sell more on street. However, despite his efforts, he failed to sell anything further, causing his spirits to plummet. Noticing Yin Fu was both weary and hungry, Lu suggested returning home. Reluctantly, Yin Jiqian agreed. Passing a steamed bun stall, Lu purchased 3 large buns to quell their hunger momentarily. Upon returning home, Lu entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, instructing Yin Fu to rest with Yin Jiqian in the main room. Seeing her elder brother and Appo's dejected demeanor, Yin Fu felt a pang of sympathy. Since arriving in this household, he had initially been somewhat stern with her, but he had since taken on the role of a caring brother. She pondered how she might assist him. Reflecting on her previous life and the businesses she had managed, she recalled how, after rescuing the time-traveling Tang Xinxin, the latter had introduced many peculiar items that significantly boosted their shop's success. Yet, Tang Xinxin had conspired to claim those ventures for herself, even attempting to take her life in collusion with her sister. But now was summer, a perfect time to create iced desserts and chilled beverages. She remembered that Tang Xinxin had utilized a substance called saltpeter to make ice and had crafted unique molds to produce popsicles. She had watched in awe, her curiosity piqued, and had even tried her hand at it. Not only could they sell popsicles, but they could also offer ice. She recalled her first summer in the Song residence, when the heat became unbearable, leading to instances of heat-related illness. It was only when she fainted from the heat that the matriarch, Wei, provided her with some ice. However, acquiring saltpeter was quite challenging. While some apothecaries possessed it, they did not sell it publicly, using it solely for medicinal purposes. In her previous life, she had paid handsomely to acquire a batch of saltpeter, but in this life, Being destitute, such a purchase seemed implausible. She had even sent people into the mountains to seek it out, spending considerable time until they finally found it on a rocky cliff. She wondered if it might be found in the large mountain south of Shilling Village. After dinner, Lu instructed Yun Jiqian to inform the village chief about the chestnuts at the foot of the mountain. Initially, he had been reluctant, lamenting why they should disclose their discovery to the villagers. But seeing the unsold chestnuts piling up at home and uncertain of how long they could sustain themselves, he ultimately consented. Upon receiving the news, the village chief regarded the Yun family with newfound respect. At that time of year, few households had surplus provisions. Some were entirely devoid of food, relying on foraging for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. The Yun family, being newcomers to Shilling Village with no farmland of their own, depended on their work in town to support the family, making their situation even more challenging than that of the native villagers. In such circumstances, the fact that the Yun family had discovered chestnuts and chose to inform the village chief rather than hoard the knowledge was commendable. However, having lived in Shilling Village for most of his life, the village chief had never seen a chestnut tree or tasted chestnut. He had only heard of them and seen them in books. Young man from the Yun family, are you certain you are not mistaken? Are they truly chestnuts? Chapter 40. Gathering chestnuts with the villager's village chief. Allow me to take you for a stroll to the foot of the mountain, said Yun Jiqian. Thank you for your kindness, young Yun, replied the village chief. Yun Jiqian led the village chief to the chestnut tree they had harvested from the day before. Isn't this a prickly ball tree? How could it possibly bear chestnuts? Questioned the village chief. Yun Jiqian kicked the trunk, causing several prickly balls to fall. Just as the village chief looked up, one landed squarely on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. Yun Jiqian stepped forward to pluck the prickly ball from the village chief's face, and before his eyes, opened it to reveal the chestnut within. The village chief, momentarily forgetting his discomfort, picked up a prickly ball himself and peeled it open, revealing a rich brown chestnut. His weathered face broke into a broad smile. Wonderful. I shall inform the villagers to come and gather chestnuts. The village chief rang a gong to summon the entire village. Under his guidance, the villagers made their way to the foot of the mountain. To ensure fairness, each household could send only 2 individuals to gather chestnuts. For appearances and Appo's sake, Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian also took their baskets and joined the gathering. Lu Shi, concerned about leaving her daughter Shen Fu alone at home, insisted she accompany them. Some villagers remained skeptical. Having lived in Shilling Village for half their lives without ever encountering chestnuts, they were doubtful that the Yun family, newcomers of merely 2 years, could have made such a discovery. Village chief, could it be a mistake? Queried Zhao Ergu. The village chief, visibly displeased, retorted, if I personally inspected it, how could I be mistaken? If you do not wish to join, feel free to return. Zhao Ergu, unwilling to miss out on potential chestnuts, insisted on staying. The village chief led the group to the foot of the mountain, and skepticism faded as he peeled open a prickly ball before their eyes, confirming the existence of chestnuts. Is this truly a chestnut? One villager asked. If the village chief says so, then it must be true. He would not deceive us, another chimed in. This is our first encounter with chestnuts. We've only heard tales of their deliciousness, exclaimed a villager. Indeed, I've heard they are quite delectable, another agreed. Cheers erupted among the villagers, some even wielding sticks to knock down the prickly balls. In a corner, Zhao Ergu turned to his elder brother, Zhao Yukai, brother. Let us hurry to collect some chestnuts before they are all taken. However, Zhao Yukai pulled his younger brother back and whispered, why the rush? Let them gather first. We'll take advantage afterward. Zhao Ergu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, is that truly possible? Trust in your brother's abilities. We need not gather any ourselves. Soon all the chestnuts will be ours. Zhao Yukai replied confidently. Zhao Ergu gave his brother a thumbs up, praising him for his cleverness. Meanwhile, Sun Posey noticed that 3 members of the Yun family had arrived and was immediately displeased, remembering the humiliation she had suffered at their hands. She sought an opportunity for retaliation. We are all limited to 2 people. Why should the Yun family have 3? Sun Posey's voice rang out, capturing the villagers' attention. Upon seeing Shen Fu crouch to gather prickly balls, the villagers grew increasingly irate. Yes, we are all limited to 2. Why should the Yun family be allowed to take more? How could the village chief advocate treating them as villagers when they do not adhere to our customs? What can a 6-year-old gather? Shall I bring my children to collect chestnuts too? Yun Jiqian furrowed his brow, realizing the villagers lacked any sense of fairness. After all, it was the Yun family who had uncovered the chestnuts. If they were truly greedy, would it not be them who had taken all? Lu Shi interjected. My daughter is too young. I'm not comfortable leaving her at home alone, hence she joined us. Fu, go find a large tree to rest under. Do not stray too far, Lu Shi advised. Yin Fu had no intention of gathering. She merely wanted to appear involved. Her mother's words suited her well, providing her the perfect excuse to search the mountains for saltpeter. Very well, mother. Seeing Yin Fu leave, Sun Posey grumbled, isn't this unfair? This is our territory in Shilling Village, and these chestnut trees belong to us. How dare you outsiders attempt to claim what is ours? Her words resonated with the villagers. In the face of self-interest, even kinship could falter, especially regarding the Yun family, who had only recently settled in the village. While some villagers wished to prevent the Yun family from reaping undue benefits, they were reluctant to take the lead in opposing them. With Sun Posey voicing her concerns, she quickly garnered support from others. Before anyone could echo Sun Posey and Appo's sentiments, the village chief interjected. The chestnut trees were discovered by the Yun family. If they desired to hoard the chestnuts, they could have done so in secret. Why would they share this secret with the entire village? If the Yin family had chosen not to inform you, would you have recognized these trees as chestnuts? The village chief's words enlightened the villagers, and they realized they had been led astray by Sun Posey. Sun Posey, if you have no interest in these chestnuts, then do not collect any. With that, Sun Posey fell silent, no longer daring to speak against the Yun family. Unbeknownst to Yun Fu, who had wandered off, the chestnuts were not being gathered as quickly as expected. She ventured further into the mountains. In her previous life, she had dispatched individuals to find saltpeter in the deep mountains, but now, at the tender age of 6, she feared encountering wild beasts. As she skirted the cliffs, she searched for a while but saw no sign of the elusive saltpeter and decided to return. If she lingered too long, her mother and brother would surely worry. With autumn upon them, and the season for selling cold drinks now past, even if she found saltpeter, it would only be available for next summer. Upon her return, Lu Shi and Yun Jiqian were still collecting chestnuts. Familiar with her daughter's obedient nature, Lu Shi felt at ease, knowing Yun Fu would not wander far. Moreover, being in Shilling Village, she felt less need to keep a tight grip on her. Fortunately, Yun Fu had not strayed too far, and Lu Shi remained unaware of her absence. With so many villagers present, the few chestnut trees were soon stripped bare. Each household collected merely half a basket, leaving many villagers feeling disappointed. If only they had discovered the prickly ball tree earlier, they could have harvested all the chestnuts, and any surplus could have been sold in town. However, they were unwilling to let the Yun family enjoy the spoils alone, for this was their territory. As the villagers finished gathering and prepared to head home, Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu blocked their path. You may leave, but first, you must relinquish all the chestnuts in your baskets. Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu, who had done no work themselves, now sought to claim the fruits of others' labor, prompting outrage among the villagers. Zhao Yukai, Zhao Ergu, you are too lazy to pick a single chestnut, yet you wish to steal from us? How dare you? Zhao Yukai wore a mischievous grin. I appreciate the hard work you all put in for our family. Let us do this. You take half, and we shall keep the other half. Chapter 41. Zhao Youcai's conspiracy exposed. What gives? You ask what gives? Simply put, these few chestnut trees have grown into my family's field. Nonsense. How could they have grown in your field? This is clearly unclaimed wasteland. Zhao Yukai, with a smile, produced the land deed and said, this plot of land indeed belongs to our family. Let me show you. The villagers, skeptical, gathered around to inspect the deed in Zhao Youcai's hand, and it was evident that he was not deceiving them. The village head was elsewhere, gathering chestnuts, unaware of the unfolding situation. Upon being informed, he hurried over. What do you two intend to do, Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu? Zhao Yukai, not daring to offend the village head, quickly smiled and said, Village head, I was just about to ask you. Although these chestnuts are wild, since they grew in our field, don't they belong to us? The village head paused, clearly unsure whether the land was indeed Zhao's. Upon glancing at the deed handed to him by Zhao Yukai, he confirmed that it was indeed Zhao's property. Why have you neglected your land, letting it fall into disrepair? The village head, aware of the Zhao family's laziness, was astonished at how they had allowed fertile land to become wasteland. Uncle, it's not that we are incapable. We simply have no one to help us at home. The village head shot them a dubious glance. How could their health be poor? They looked as strong as oxen. What do you want? Zhao Yukai proposed. How about this? Let us keep half of the chestnuts and the rest can be taken by them. This suggestion ignited a chorus of protest from the villagers, who were evidently unwilling to accept Zhao Yotsai's claim. If it were truly their land, why hadn't they mentioned it sooner? They had worked hard to gather the chestnuts from the trees, only for Zhao Yukai to step in and claim a share. The village head found himself in a difficult position, as he bore some responsibility for having summoned the villagers. He suggested a compromise. Let us divide the chestnuts into 3 parts. You take 1, and they take 2. Would that be acceptable? Before Zhao Yukai could respond, Zhao Ergu interjected vehemently. No, that won't do. If we're to find food from our land, then it should be 2 for us and 1 for them. The villagers were incensed. Zhao Ergu, don't be so shameless. These chestnut trees are wild. Whoever picks them is entitled to them. Indeed, we've already made the largest concession by agreeing to a 2-to-1 split. Since you are not satisfied, we want to give you a single nut. Granny's son chimed in. In my opinion, this issue was instigated by that boy from the Yun family, who didn't clarify matters before summoning us to gather chestnuts. If I had known it would be so hot today, I would have come for a mere 2 coins. This remark seemed to place the blame squarely on Yun Jiqian. Lu Shi felt frustrated. Had she known the villagers of Xiling were of such character, she would never have allowed her son to notify the village head. Cheng Shi spat on the ground. Granny's son, how can you be so shameless? That boy from the Yin family didn't force you to gather chestnuts. You came to seize the opportunity yourself. Now that you find it unprofitable, you shift the blame onto the Yun family. Your behavior is truly despicable. Most villagers in Xiling were kind-hearted and maintained harmonious relationships, always ready to help one another in times of need. Cheng Shi was among them. Noticing Lu Shi's gaze upon her, Cheng Shi smiled back, and Lu Shi returned the gesture, remembering this kindness. Lu Shi was aware of Cheng Shi, as she lived next door to the Yun family. The 2 homes were separated by a fence and a mud wall, preventing them from becoming one household. Occasionally, when Cheng Shi went out, Lu Shi had seen her. Cheng Shi was warm and friendly, greeting Lu Shi first, while Lu Shi, wishing to maintain some distance from the villagers, merely nodded in response. This was the first time Lu Shi had reciprocated Cheng Shi's warmth. Cheng Shi was well-liked in the village, and many families had friendships with her. As soon as she spoke, numerous voices rose in agreement. Yes, Granny's son, don't be so shameless. You were the first to rush for the benefits. Indeed, was it wrong for them to inform you? It seems we should be more cautious in the future, lest we fall prey to Granny's son's schemes. Upon seeing the tide of sentiment turn against her, Granny's son attempted to retort, but the village head intervened, commanding, everyone, silence. Granny's son opened her mouth to protest, but, seeing the village head's displeased expression, closed it instead. Zhao family, what say you? Is my previous proposal acceptable? Zhao Yukai flatly rejected it. Village head, it's not that we refuse, but you know our circumstances. We are on the brink of starvation and rely on these chestnuts for sustenance. Zhao Yukai and Appo's plea was pitiful. Yin Jiqian, having listened attentively, interjected, Grandfather village head, why not measure the land? If these chestnut trees truly grow on their property, we can discuss it further. The village head slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. The truth of whether the trees were indeed on Zhao's land could be determined by measurement. It could not simply be taken at face value that the Zhao family owned the land. The village head regarded Yin Jiqian with renewed respect. Indeed, the mind of a scholar was sharp and agile. He recalled his own experience of being sent to school, though he had not been suited for it, learning only a few characters before giving up. He had heard that Yin Jiqian had already become a student and might one day aspire to be a scholar. If the Yun family could remain in Xiling, they would have a scholar in their midst. Should he ever achieve the rank of Jinshi, he would have much to boast about before other village heads. The more he observed Yun Jiqian, the more he appreciated him. The boy was right. He would summon someone to measure the land. As the village head's home contained measuring tools, he sent a young relative to fetch them. Shortly thereafter, the measuring tools were brought forth. Zhao Ergu, standing nearby, panicked. If it turned out that the chestnut trees did not grow on their land, they would leave empty-handed today. He asked, "Brother, what shall we do?" Even Zhao Yukai felt uncertain, but he could not show weakness. He slapped Zhao Ergu on the shoulder and said, "What are you afraid of?" However, as the village head ordered the measurement, even he began to feel apprehensive. He stepped forward and said, "Village head, there is no need for such trouble. Let us just go with your initial proposal. 2 for us and 1 for them." The village head ignored him and instructed the measurement to continue. Ultimately, the result confirmed that the chestnut trees were not on Zhao's land. The plot was indeed unclaimed wasteland. The villagers erupted in cheers upon receiving this news. Their gazes towards Yun Jiqian transformed. It was thanks to him that they could collect these chestnuts today. Some women looked at Yun Jiqian with eyes akin to mothers-in-law gazing at their sons-in-law. "All right, everyone disperse," the village head declared. As the villagers carried their chestnuts past Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu, they couldn't resist spitting in their direction. Zhao Yukai and Zhao Ergu felt profound regret. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have worked harder. Seeing the village head's unfriendly gaze, the two hurriedly fled. Chapter 42. Once again confined to the woodshed upon returning to the Yun residence, Yun Jiqian went straight to his room. Shen Fu, aware of the considerable blow he had suffered that day, energetically set off to sell candied chestnuts, only to find that none were sold, earning barely enough to cover the round-trip fare to the town. Lu remarked, "Let your elder brother calm down for now. He can return to his studies later. Business is not easily conducted." Shen Fu nodded, though she understood that her brother's thoughts were far from academia. After a day of turmoil, Shen Fu felt exhausted and was just about to take a brief nap when Wang Yue arrived. "Am I disturbing you, Shen Fu?" Wang Yue had visited twice before, and seeing no one in the Yun household, she returned again in the afternoon. "Sister Yu and Appos, your timing is perfect. I saved some bird eggs for you," Shen Fu said, bringing out the bird eggs collected by her 5th brother the previous day, along with a dozen candied chestnuts. "Here, enjoy." Wang Yu and Appos, not want to stand on ceremony, immediately began to eat the chestnuts. "These are delicious. How did you make them?" As she tasted one, her eyes sparkled with delight. "These chestnuts are sweet and fragrant. I must learn to make them this way when I return home. Father and my brother also went to pick chestnuts. I will use this method as well." Upon learning that the chestnuts were cooked with sugar, Wang Yue hesitated, for sugar was a precious commodity. Even if the Wang family had some, it would be reserved for her brother, younger siblings, and nephews. She felt unworthy of it. After tasting one chestnut, she refrained from eating more and opted for a bird egg instead. "Why aren't you eating more? These are all for you," Shen Fu encouraged. Wang Yue's eyes widened in surprise. "All for me?" "Indeed," replied Shen Fu. Wang Yue gazed at the plate of candied chestnuts, realizing that even her parents had never been so generous towards her. As she pondered this, tears welled up in her eyes. At the Song residence, after Shen Yao was taken into the room by Madame Wei, she was provided with the attire and sustenance befitting a legitimate young lady, along with a maid to attend to her. Within a few days, Shen Yao had regained her strength. Although Madame Wei did not care for her as extensively as Madame Lu had in her previous life, she still inquired about her well-being occasionally, making her days relatively comfortable. The only source of her discontent was the daily morning and evening rituals she had to perform for her mother. Each morning, before she had fully awakened, the maid would rouse her for grooming. Recalling her previous life in the Yun household, where she could sleep soundly, she felt a pang of nostalgia. Since that day, when Song Jingshan last visited Madame Wei, he had not returned. One day, Song Jingshan entered the residence with a woman, a seductive beauty, exuding charm and allure with captivating eyes. He summoned Madame Wei. "Madam, this is Lu Ping and Appos, who will henceforth be a concubine in this household. As the matriarch of the Song family, I hope you will conduct yourself with grace and coexist harmoniously with Ping and Appos. Madame Wei cast a brief glance at Lu Ping and Appos, fury surging within her. Surely my husband has been ensnared by this enchantress. Her delicate demeanor would mesmerize any man. Yet, having been raised in a respectable family, she could not abide the shamelessness of such a woman. Resentment brewed within her as she perceived Song Jingshan's attempt to pressure her into decorum. Liu Ping stepped forward, offering a slight bow. I pay my respects to the madam. After partaking of the concubine's tea, Madame Wei, with reluctance, instructed Jean Wei, arrange a suitable courtyard for Lu Pinger. Once all arrangements were made, Madame Wei returned to Tsuehua courtyard. Zhang Mama confined Song Yao to the woodshed. Madam, is that truly wise? Zhang Mama replied hesitantly. Madame Wei retorted coldly, I initially spared that little wretch, intending to raise her well in Tsuehua courtyard. But it seems my husband merely used her to placate me before introducing other women into the residence. How can I endure this? Sensing her mistress's ire, Zhang Mama refrained from further argument. She entered the room where Song Yao resided and roughly pulled her from her bed, tossing her into the woodshed. Awakened by the commotion, Song Yao winced in pain upon recognizing Zhang Mama. You wretched servant, how dare you treat me this way? Do you not fear my parents' wrath? Zhang Mama scoffed. You cannot even protect yourself. Do you still think to complain? Look where you are. Still dazed from sleep, Song Yao, upon hearing Zhang Mama's words, quickly surveyed her surroundings. She was all too familiar with this place, having nearly frozen to death there upon her first arrival at the Song residence. A wave of unease washed over her. Why have you brought me here? With a derisive smile, Zhang Mama replied, I am merely following the madam's orders. Enjoy your stay here. Zhang Mama then locked the door behind her. Song Yao, incredulous, pounded on the door, unable to comprehend why the once compassionate Madame Wei had suddenly turned against her. Anger and frustration coursed through her, yet she felt powerless. This confinement lasted 3 days. When Song Jingshan finally visited Tsuehua courtyard, Madame Wei hastily instructed Zhang Mama to retrieve Song Yao from the woodshed. Where is Yao? The meal is prepared. Why hasn't she come yet? Master, I've already sent Zhang Mama to fetch her. She will be here shortly. Zhang Mama first brought Song Yao to her room, grooming and preparing her before admonishing. If you utter a single word out of turn before the master, beware for your life. Having suffered numerous indignities from Zhang Mama, Song Yao had lost her previous arrogance and quickly acquiesced. When she entered Madame Wei's quarters, despite her grievances, she dared not reveal a hint of them. I pay my respects to my parents. Yao, please sit. Madame Wei feigned maternal warmth, serving Song Yao dishes while Song Jingshan nodded in approval. Song Yao, too fearful to raise her head, felt a growing dread towards both Madame Wei and Zhang Mama. After the meal, as Song Jingshan prepared to leave, Madame Wei signaled desperately to Song Yao. Quick-witted, she understood her mother's intent, to keep Song Jingshan from departing. To avoid being confined to the woodshed again, she mustered her courage and approached. Father, might you stay a while longer to accompany me and mother? Taken aback, Song Jingshan halted his departure. Very well, I shall remain today. Madame Wei's furrowed brow finally relaxed. She glanced at Song Yao, acknowledging her usefulness. Meanwhile, in Luyuexian, Lu Pinger shattered a porcelain teacup in frustration. She had underestimated Madame Wei. Though Lu Pinger was not born into an illustrious family, she was certainly of respectable lineage. Aware of Song Jingshan's existing wife and several concubines, she felt a sense of resistance. Yet, Song Jingshan had promised her that should she bear him a son, he would elevate her to the status of a primary wife. He had assured her that his marriage to Madame Wei was merely a familial arrangement devoid of affection, claiming that his true love was for her, Lu Pinger. Thus, she had entered the household. Yet, mere days after her arrival, Song Jingshan had visited Madame Wei. Duer, go summon the master back and say, I am unwell. Chapter 43. Song Yao fainted. Duer arrived at Suwa residence, only to be halted at the entrance by the residents. She shouted, Master, you must come and see. The lady is unwell. After a brief moment of commotion, Song Jingshan emerged. What is the matter with Ping? He inquired. Master, Lady Lu is feeling quite ill and wishes to see you, replied Duer. Anxious, Song Jingshan was about to depart when he heard Wei's voice calling out, quickly. Summon the doctor. Hurry. Indeed, Song Yao had fainted. Feeling embarrassed to leave, Song Jingshan noticed Duo Er's lack of urgency and understood that Lu Ping'er must be feeling jealous seeing him at Wei's side. A sense of pride swelled within him. The once aloof Lu Ping'er had ultimately succumbed to his charms. It appeared that his allure had not waned with time. Go tell Lady Lu that I will send the physician over shortly, he instructed. With no other option, Duo Er complied and returned to Lu Yuexian. Seeing Song Jingshan return, Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. Observing the unconscious Song Yao, she secretly devised a plan to deal with these impertinent people. She would have to leverage Song Yao's condition. After a brief interval, the servant brought the doctor, who after examining Song Yao's pulse, reassured, "Madam, do not worry. The young lady has merely caught a chill." Wei breathed a sigh of relief, though she remained slightly apprehensive, fearing that the physician might reveal the truth about Song Yao's condition. Having not eaten for 3 days and suffering in the cold and hunger of the woodshed, Song Yao's frailty was evident to the physician. However, being well aware of the hidden machinations of the women in the inner chambers, he chose not to disclose the full reality in order to avoid trouble. Noticing Wei's anxious demeanor, Song Jingshan refrained from chastising her further. The doctor provided a few more instructions before departing for Lu Yuexian as per Song Jingshan's directive. Upon Duo Er's return, Lu Ping'er quickly discerned the outcome. "My lady, do not be upset. The master did not neglect you. It is merely that the eldest young lady is genuinely unwell, and the master is concerned for her health." "Eldest young lady?" Lu Ping'er frowned, having never heard Song Jingshan mention an heir. "Indeed, my lady, the eldest young lady was adopted by the master a few days ago. She is not his biological child." Upon hearing Duo Er's explanation, Lu Ping'er's expression softened considerably. At that moment, a servant announced the arrival of the doctor. Just as Duo Er intended to dismiss the doctor, Lu Ping'er interjected, "Let him in. It would be good for the doctor to examine me as well. I wonder when I shall conceive." "Certainly." Duo Er ushered the doctor inside and then stood to the side. "Your health is robust. It is only a matter of time before you conceive," the doctor stated, much to Lu Ping'er's satisfaction. She instructed Duo Er to reward him. "Thank you, madam." The title madam further pleased Lu Ping'er. She thought to herself that once she bore a son, the position of madam would ultimately belong to her, as promised by the master. That barren old hen, Wei, would dare to contest her then. How laughable. The following morning, Song Jingshan left only at the designated hour. Upon awakening, Song Yao found Wei seated by her bedside and Zhang Mama kneeling on the floor. "Mother," she called weakly. "Yao and Appos, or how do you feel? It is all my fault for not taking better care of you, allowing the servants to take advantage," Wei lamented, wiping away her tears. Seeing her mother's sorrowful expression, Song Yao felt a slight easing of her own heart. She pointed weakly at the kneeling Zhang Mama and said, "Mother, it was that old hag. She locked me in the woodshed." Wei's face darkened with anger as she pointed at Zhang Mama, saying coldly, "You wretched servant, how dare you mistreat your master? You shall be confined to your quarters for 3 days. Begone." Terrified, Zhang Mama quickly bowed and retreated. Song Yao gazed at Wei with discontent. Shouldn't Zhang Mama have been punished more severely? Wei seemed to sense Song Yao's thoughts, and, after wiping her tears again, gently urged Yao, "Zhang Mama has been my companion since childhood, caring for me through all these years. In light of her long service, though she acted foolishly, she has been punished now. For your mother's sake, please do not hold it against her too harshly." With that, Song Yao could hardly voice any further objections. "Very well, mother." She feigned obedience, genuinely fearing another confinement in the woodshed. As Yun Julia finished school, he mysteriously beckoned Shen Fu over and whispered something in her ear, the content of which remained unknown. Shen Fu's eyes brightened with excitement as she asked, "Really?" Yun Julia queried, "Will you come?" Without hesitation, Shen Fu agreed, "I will go." "Then do not tell father, mother, or elder brother. Rest assured, brother, I won't mention it to them." Just as they were about to depart, Yin Zhizhong popped his head in, asking, "What are you two up to?" "Nothing, second brother," they replied in unison, with Yun Julia signaling Shen Fu to comply. Yes, second brother. Brother just wants to take me out for a bit. nothing else. Hearing the commotion, Lu called from inside, "Go along. Let your brother take you for a stroll nearby. But don't wander too far." The villagers were unfamiliar, and with no close friends other than Wang Yui occasionally visiting, Lu felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter, who often remained confined at home. "All right, mother, I want to take her far," Yun Julia responded as he led Yun Fu outside. Yun Zhizhong watched their departing figures, sensing they were up to something devious. What mischief could that little brother of mine possibly concoct? "Brother, I can't walk anymore," Yun Fu panted. "Let's walk a bit further." "We're almost there," Yun Julia assured. "You're lying. You've said that multiple times, and we're still not there," Yun Fu protested, having never walked such a distance before. Even when visiting the town, she always rode in a donkey cart. Observing her fatigue, Yun Julia squatted and said, "I'll carry you." Chapter 44. Picking plums, Yun Fu unceremoniously perched herself upon Yun Ji Li's back, curious to ascertain the softness of the future monarch's stature. With utmost care, Yun Ji Li rose to his feet, wary of dislodging his sister, and urged, "Sister, hold tightly to my neck." This marked the second occasion for Yun Fu to ride upon a man's back, the first being their father, Yun Zhongqing, while the second was her elder brother. Yet, her elder brother was hardly a man yet, merely a boy at best. Noticing that she merely clutched his shoulders, Yun Ji Li began to sprint, prompting Yun Fu to grasp his neck firmly for fear of falling. As she secured her hold, a subtle smile graced Yun Ji Li's lips. The sensation of having a sister was rather delightful. "Are you not weary, elder brother? Perhaps I should dismount," she inquired, observing him panting heavily. "I am a man. What is there to fear in a little fatigue? You weigh but a few pounds," he retorted. After a brief while, Yun Fu noticed someone waving at Yun Ji Li. She looked up to see two youths standing at the road's end, their age comparable to Yun Ji Li's. Though their garments were not of the finest quality, they surpassed the fabric adorning her brother, suggesting they were not country children. It was likely these two were Yun Ji Li's classmates. Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xiyai also spotted Yun Fu on Yun Ji Li's back and curiously inquired, "Yun Ji Li, who is she?" "Apologies for the wait. This is my sister, Yun Fu," he replied. Gu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So you're Yun Fu. I believe I have heard much about you. You know me?" she asked, surprised. Gu Qingyuan explained, "Your elder brother often speaks of you in our presence. That purse you embroidered, I wish to see it. He has been rather stingy about showing it." Yun Fu felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed her elder brother held her in great regard. "Ah, the purse? Indeed." Yun Ji Li had insisted she craft a purse, which he had stipulated could only be used at home, to which he had acquiesced. The thought of her wrinkled purse being displayed before his classmates filled her with embarrassment. "Not all." Yun Ji Li glared at Gu Qingyuan. "What a loquacious fellow you are." Gu Qingyuan retracted his head, hastily sealing his lips. Amidst her brother's classmates, Yun Fu felt a tinge of awkwardness while conversing from his back, prompting her to wriggle free. Yun Ji Li gently set her down and introduced her. "These are my classmates, Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xiyai." A wave of surprise washed over Yun Fu. She was intimately familiar with their names, as they were Yun Ji Li's trusted confidants in his previous life. So, this was how Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xiyai appeared in their youth. Though she had been confined within the manor walls, she had heard of their esteemed names. It was said they held themselves in high regard within the court, recognizing only the reigning monarch, who was none other than her elder brother. The tasks her brother found inconvenient to undertake were often executed by them, and the words he could not voice were spoken by their lips. She recalled that Gu Qingyuan was the illegitimate son of Minister Gu, neglected due to an unfortunate birth date and left to fend for himself in the countryside. Jiang Xiyai, on the other hand, ascended through his own merit, eventually being appointed as a flower scholar by the current sovereign. Seeing Jiang Xiyai today, she noted his extraordinary appearance even in childhood. "Little sister of the Yun family," Gu Qingyuan began, "we are your elder brother's friends, and, as such, you shall also be our sister henceforth." Jiang Xiyai nodded in agreement. Yun Fu welcomed the notion. With two esteemed allies before her, how could she not be delighted? "Greetings, elder brothers," she chirped obediently. Gu Qingyuan, charmed by her demeanor, could not resist reaching out to pat her head. How wonderful it would be if she were his sister. Yet, before his hand could reach her, Yun Li swatted it away. Call you brother, and yet you dare overstep your bounds, thinking yourself her elder brother? If you desire a sister, return home and have your mother bear you one. He had never even touched his own sister in Dapo's head. Merely being addressed as elder brother was enough of an honor. Yun Li cast a stern gaze at Gu Qingyuan, vexed by yet another individual vying for his sister's affection. Had he known, he would not have brought her along. Gu Qingyuan pouted in grievance. How stingy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi wore a subtle smile, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Qingyuan, if you wish for a sister, why not make Jiang Wanin your sister instead? Gu Qingyuan promptly waved his hands. No, that is your sister. Keep her for yourself. Jiang Xi retorted. Well then, you refuse your own sister while attempting to claim another's precious sister. Let's be off, Jiang Xi suggested. Yin Fu followed the three of them until they reached a plum orchard, at which point they paused. She gazed upward at the sprawling plum trees, their branches adorned with glistening, exquisite fruits, though most remained unripe with hints of green. The plum trees were renowned in the capital for their sweetness, and the dried plums transformed into candied treats were even more delectable. In her previous life, Yin Fu had been confined within the manor's walls, allowed only to plant a couple of plum trees in the marquis's garden, which were ultimately uprooted by the young master Xiao, who deemed them unworthy, stating that plum blossoms were as common as peach blossoms and that refined households would never cultivate such trees. Unable to contest with young master Xiao, she acquiesced. This plum grove must belong to someone, Yin Fu remarked. Such an expansive orchard could not be wild. The fruits are well-sized, indicating careful cultivation. Gu Qingyuan puffed out his chest, declaring, "We have been here numerous times and have never encountered anyone. It must be unclaimed." As the three of them ventured deeper into the plum grove, Yin Fu could not resist following suit. Eyeing the plums, she felt a pang of desire. "Wait, I shall pick some plums for you," Yin Li announced, climbing up a plum tree. He soon plucked a vibrant red and purple plum and tossed it to Yin Fu. She eagerly caught it, inhaling its fragrant aroma, and could not resist taking a bite. "How sour!" she exclaimed, covering her mouth, nearly losing a tooth to the tartness. "Silly sister, plums must be allowed to soften before they can be enjoyed." Yun Li chuckled. He then produced a cloth bag and began gathering plums from the tree. Seeing Yun Li picking plums, Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi clambered up another tree to join in. Inspired by their actions, Yin Fu also wished to experience climbing a tree. Mimicking her brother and Appo's technique, she began to ascend. However, after a couple of attempts, she tumbled down. Yun Li laughed. "What is a girl doing climbing trees? Stay down there." Undeterred, Yun Fu adopted another stance, gripping the tree tightly as she attempted to climb higher. Yet, she fell again. Shaking his head, Yun Li leapt down to personally instruct his sister on how to scale the tree. "Grip here, push off there, use your legs to propel yourself upward." Unbeknownst to them, a pair of curious eyes watched the four of them intently from another tree. Chapter 45. You are qualified to be my friend under the guidance of Yun Li. Yun Fu climbed the tree, though her hands bore the marks of strain. Standing atop the branches, she felt a surge of pride. Observing her, Yun Li expressed his concern. "I warned you against climbing, yet you persisted. Does it hurt?" He took out a handkerchief to tend to her injuries, but Yun Fu declined. "Fifth brother, I'm fine. Please be cautious yourself." "Very well, take care," he replied. With one hand gripping the trunk, Yin Fu reached for a plump, purplish-red plum that appeared ripe for the picking. Stretching on her toes, she almost grasped it when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her leg, causing her to lose her balance and tumble from the tree. "Sister! Yin family sister!" Three voices exclaimed in alarm. Yin Julia attempted to catch her arm, but it was too late. Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi also felt a pang of anxiety for her. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a whip lashed out, encircling her and easing her descent. To her surprise, she landed gently, without the anticipated injuries. Yun Julia, Gu Qingyuan, and Jiang Xi breathed a collective sigh of relief. It then dawned on them that they were not alone in the plum grove. Amid their lively chatter, they had failed to notice another presence in the trees. A girl, around 8 or 9 years old, dressed in finery befitting a wealthy family, had skillfully wielded the whip to save Yun Fu. With an air of confidence, the girl remarked, "You are quite amusing. I like you, and I hereby declare that you are qualified to be my friend, Chong Qingqing. From this moment on, you shall be my sister." Her tone carried an unmistakable hint of arrogance. Yun Fu thought to herself, another spoiled child. At that moment, Yun Jilian descended from the tree, inspecting Yun Fu for injuries and pulling her aside, instructing her to disregard the girl. As he plucked plums, he kept a vigilant eye on his sister. Earlier, a plum had been thrown, striking her leg and causing her fall. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Otherwise, he would not let this girl off lightly. Chong Qingqing's haughty demeanor further irked Yun Jilian. His sister was exceptional, and this girl was unworthy of her friendship. As Yun Fu was led away by her brother, Chong Qingqing called out, "Hey, I saved your sister, and you are being unreasonable." Yun Jilian was incensed. He had witnessed everything and could not believe the audacity of her lies. As they walked away, Yun Fu turned back and waved at Chong Qingqing, intrigued by the girl. The name sounded familiar, yet she could not place it in her memory. Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi exchanged glances with Chong Qingqing before following the siblings. Feeling dejected, Chong Qingqing pondered why they did not wish to befriend her. In the capital, the ladies had labeled her a wild child, forbidding their daughters from associating with her for fear of corruption. Yet, she found those delicate, tearful girls utterly tedious. When Chong Qingqing first arrived at the plum grove, she had dismissed Yun Fu as another fragile girl, protected by 3 boys. However, upon seeing Yun Fu bravely climb the tree and endure the strain without complaint, she became intrigued. Thus, she decided to tease the girl by tossing a plum her way. She had not intended to harm her. Yet Yun Fu's brother seemed furious and whisked her away. With a mischievous thought, she whistled and called out, "Huang Er." A large, snow-white dog with a patch of yellow on its ears bounded toward her. Pointing in the direction the 4 had departed, she exclaimed, "There are thieves in the grove." "Did you not hear?" The dog circled Chong Qingqing, nuzzling her leg in apparent distress. "Did you not tell me to be a good dog and not act as a guard?" She scolded playfully. "Go chase them. Those rascals are stealing our plums." Understanding her command, Huang Er darted off in pursuit of Yun Fu and her companions. A smile crept onto Chong Qingqing's lips as she followed closely behind. As they ventured deeper into the grove, Yun Jilian recounted the perils of the world while ensuring Yun Fu remained safe. Before they could exit the grove, they were met with a cacophony of barking. The dog positioned itself before them, barking fiercely. The 4 exchanged glances, their faces pale at the sight of the imposing canine. "We visited this grove countless times and never encountered such a creature before," Gu Qingyuan remarked. Yun Jilian grunted, "It must belong to that girl in the grove." He picked up a branch, shielding Yun Fu as he advanced toward the dog, but its barking grew louder. The dog stood just a meter away, barking without aggression. Yet it blocked their exit. Sensing Yun Fu's fear, Yun Jilian comforted her. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." To his astonishment, the dog approached Yun Fu, rubbing against her legs, prompting her to reach out and pet it. Yun Jilian, Gu Qingyuan, and Jiang Xi widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't it customary for girls to fear dogs? Why was Yun Fu unafraid? "This dog is quite adorable," Yun Fu remarked. Chapter 46. They do not like me either. Do they? "Don't touch it, sister. Be careful, it might bite you," Yun Jili shouted. Huang Er rolled his eyes, a hint of derision flickering within them. Yun Jili seemed to grasp the meaning behind that look, feeling a surge of indignation at being scorned by a mere dog. "Fifth brother, this dog won't bite. Just look how well-behaved it is." However, another person was even more incensed, Chong Qingqing. As she caught up with Huang Er, she noticed him shamelessly rubbing against the girl. Lacking any sense of decorum, she had overheard their conversation earlier. The girl's name appeared to be Yun Fu, which was rather pleasant. Upon seeing Chong Qingqing approach, Huang Er pranced over, seemingly eager to boast, as if to say, "I stopped them all. Now, praise me." Chong Qingqing kicked Huang Er, exclaiming, "You foolish dog." She wished to explain herself, but Yun Jili was unyielding, taking Yun Fu's hand and departing. Chong Qingqing watched as the 4 of them grew increasingly distant. opening her mouth but unsure how to speak. Lowering her gaze, she self-deprecatingly mused, Huang Er, they do not like me either, do they? Huang Er wagged his tail, looking at Chong Qingqing with a bemused expression that seemed to suggest he understood her, yet also did not. As they reached the intersection, Gu Qingyuan and Jiang Xi bid farewell to the two and headed toward Shiqiao town. Yunji Li repeatedly instructed Yun Fu to keep her distance from that troublesome boy. Li Lin, brother, if I'm not mistaken, Li Lin might belong to her family. Yunji Li was taken aback, evidently not having considered this. Yun Fu pointed at the plums in Yunji Li's hand, saying, Fifth brother, look at these plums, so large and red. They clearly are not wild. Only those cultivated at home, tended to with care, can bear such fruit. Taking what is not one's own is unjust. Their parents had instilled in them the principle of not taking what does not belong to them. Yet today he had plucked someone else's plums and had not even offered them a courteous demeanor. Noticing the look of guilt on her brother's face, Yun Fu added, Fifth brother, we did not know the plum grove had an owner. Since we have taken them, we can simply pay her. Yunji Li raised his eyes. Is that acceptable? Of course it is. Yun Fu retrieved some silver, which was the money Yun Jingqing had given her previously. This weighs about £1. It amounts to 10 coins. Yunji Li accepted it very well. Yun Fu did not dwell on the matter of the plums, whereas Yunji Li, Gu Qingyan, and Jiang Xi returned to the plum grove the following day. This time, they did not encounter Chong Qingqing. After calling out a few times without a response, they tied the 10 coins to the plum tree they had picked from and placed a pre-written apology note inside. Regardless of whether Chong Qingqing noticed the money, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. In the days that followed, Wang Yuan opposed. He often visited Yun Fu. From her, Yun Fu learned that there were 2 families in the village who lived by hunting. After ascertaining their whereabouts, Yun Fu decided to visit them, but realized it would be inappropriate to go alone, so she insisted her elder brother accompany her. Yunji Qian had not set up his stall after selling candied chestnuts the day before. Instead, he went to town for odd jobs every day. Yun Fu waited for him at the door, and he returned just before nightfall. Curious about his sister's intention to visit the hunters, Yunji Qian asked, What do you need to go to the hunter's house for? I want to ask them where I can find saltpeter. What do you need saltpeter for? I have my reasons. Brother, can you come with me? Unable to refuse his sister, Yunji Qian took her along, following the address Wang Yue had provided. Along the way, they stopped 2 villagers for directions before finally locating Zhao, the hunter's home. Zhao, the hunter, was acquainted with the Yun family, not only from the previous incident with Granny's son, but also from the chestnut picking. Although he made a living through hunting in the mountains, his family was large and in need of food. The few chestnuts he had gathered would suffice for several meals for his family. Upon learning that the Yun siblings had come to borrow saltpeter, he readily produced some without hesitation. How much is it, Uncle Zhao? I will pay for it. Pay for what? This is something I found in the mountains. There's plenty of it, and it isn't worth much. If you need it, just take it. Had it not been for his hunting needs, he would not have had any at home. Hearing that there was an abundance in the mountains, Yun Fu and oppose. His eyes sparkled. Really? Uncle Zhao, there's a lot up there? Can you show us where to find it next time? Zhao the hunter, having a good impression of the Yun family, readily agreed. What is the matter? Since you've called me Uncle Zhao, feel free to come to me whenever you need something. Thank you so much, Uncle Zhao. Yun Fu felt like bowing in gratitude. With the saltpeter, she could already envision silver coins filling her coffers. On their way home, Yunji Qian asked, How did you know that Zhao the hunter had saltpeter? Brother, hunters generally require such things, didn't you know? Yunji Qian shook his head, genuinely unaware. Yun Fu assumed this was common knowledge, something a scholar should know. She was surprised her brother didn't. I just happened to overhear someone mention it. Yun Fu fabricated a story, successfully misguiding Yunji Qian, who regarded her with suspicion, wondering how it seemed his younger sister knew more than he did. What do you need the saltpeter for? I have my own purposes, brother. Do you want to make money? If so, come to my room tonight, and I will show you something wonderful. At the mention of earning money, Yunji Qian became intrigued. Really? Can't you tell me now? Seeing they had arrived at home, Yun Fu gestured for silence. Sure. This is our secret. Do not tell anyone. Yunji Qian was left in a state of eager curiosity, wondering what scheme his sister had devised, especially since she claimed she could make money using the saltpeter. Chapter 47. Yun Jilan harvests medicinal herbs upon returning home. All the Yun family brothers had gathered. Yun Zhizhong, upon seeing Yun Jiqian enter, remarked, "Eldest brother, this is for you." Yun Jiqian accepted the offering and, noticing it was quite a substantial sum, inquired, "Where did you acquire such a fortune? Did you not fail to sell those candied chestnuts?" Our mother mentioned that the leftovers were too many to consume and worried they might spoil over time, so she suggested we share them with our classmates. A couple of days ago, we brought some to the academy, intending to give them to our closer friends. To our surprise, they all found them delightful and expressed a desire to purchase them to take home to their families. You know how it is. The students in town aren't into oppos, tea lacking in funds. After tasting them, they asked us where they could buy candied chestnuts, and I informed them that they were made by Mother and you. They immediately wanted to buy from us. I told them they were 20 per pound, and upon hearing such a low price, they all flocked to me to buy. Yun Jiqian stood stunned, unable to comprehend how his younger brothers had managed to sell so many while he had sold none during his day of stall-keeping. "Second brother, you are truly impressive," Shen Fu praised. Upon hearing his sister's compliment, Yun Zhizhong beamed with delight, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Really? Then tell me, which of the 5 brothers is the most formidable?" This question left Shen Fu in a quandary. She did not wish to offend anyone. "All 5 brothers are exceptional." Yun Zhizhong retorted that rather dismissive. "Hurry and say second brother is the best." As the other brothers cast expectant looks her way, Shen Fu hesitated, daunted. "Mother, I am hungry. Is dinner ready?" In the kitchen, Lu Shi, hearing Shen Fu's call, replied promptly, "Are you hungry, dear? Just wait a moment. The food will be ready shortly." At that moment, Yun Zhengqing also entered the room. "Second, do not bully your sister." Yun Zhizhong merely scoffed. Just then, Lu Shi emerged from the kitchen, and Yun Jiqian handed the money to her. "Mother, you're the head of our family. This money is for you." Lu Shi, having overheard the children's conversation, joyfully accepted the pouch of coins and tucked it away. At this juncture, Yun Jilan produced a small amount of silver and attempted to present it to Lu Shi. "Mother, this is for you." Lu Shi declined. Where did this money come from? The joy she felt from Yun Zhizhong's earnings contrasted sharply with her concern over Yun Jilan's unexpected contribution. Yun Zhizhong interjected, "Fourth brother, what is the origin of this money? The students from the academy paid me a deposit for the chestnuts. You didn't steal this, did you? Even if we are short on funds. You must not resort to such actions." He had sensed something unusual about his fourth brother lately, who seemed to prefer solitude. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shi grew anxious. "Fourth, quickly explain what is happening." Seeing their father poised to reprimand him, and with his eldest brother looking at him with disappointment, Yun Jiqian felt the weight of their mistrust. "Do not wrongfully accuse fourth brother. His earnings are from selling medicinal herbs," Shen Fu clarified. Yun Jilan glanced at Shen Fu, his expression complex. To his astonishment, it was his younger sister, whom he often found irritating, who stood up for him. She understood that he had been collecting medicinal herbs. "Medicinal herbs?" Yun Zhizhong asked. "Yes, second brother. It is indeed the wild herbs we gathered together a few days prior, which fourth brother brought back," Shen Fu explained. "At that time, you wanted to throw them away." Shen Fu recalled how, in a previous life, Yun Jilan had vanished without a trace, and the family had searched for him in vain, likely due to their broken hearts. He had only returned after their parents had passed away, as he had been poisoned and was desperately seeking a healer, eventually learning that Yun Jilan had become a renowned physician skilled in both healing and poison. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Yun Zhizhong realized he had wronged his younger brother and felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, fourth brother. I should have inquired further before speaking." Lu Shi, filled with remorse, added, "You should communicate clearly with your mother. If not for your sister, I will have wronged you today." Yun Jiqian chimed in, "Fourth brother, I apologize. It was my failure to trust you and defend you." Without further ado, Yun Jilan pressed the silver into Lu Shi's hands. She accepted it, her face reflecting her guilt. Yun Zhengqing remarked, "All right, this misunderstanding has been resolved. Our fourth brother has truly blossomed. He has learned to identify medicinal herbs and can gather them to earn for the family. You all should take note and ease your parents' burdens." The brothers nodded in agreement. Yun Zhongqing's acknowledgement brought comfort to Yun Jilan, and he cast a grateful glance at Yun Fu. This exchange did not escape Yun Zhongqing's notice. While he appreciated Yun Fu, he also admired her further. After dinner, Yun Jiqian visited Yun Fu's room, where he found 2 basins of water on the floor, one large and one small. Fu, is this marvelous thing you mentioned simply these 2 basins of water? Instinctively, he almost overlooked them, scanning the room for anything extraordinary. Wait a moment. I shall perform a trick for you, Yun Fu said, producing some niter and placing it into the larger basin, then setting the smaller basin afloat within it. Before long, a reaction occurred, and white smoke began to rise from the basin, with the water in the smaller basin gradually freezing. Yun Jiqian's eyes widened in disbelief. This is incredible. It actually froze. He could hardly believe that his 6-year-old sister could create ice right before his eyes. Was Fu a celestial being with magical abilities? In those times, ice was a luxury not commonly found in households. Only affluent families stored ice in their cellars during winter for summer use. Some merchants specialized in selling ice, but it was prohibitively expensive for ordinary families. Thus, ice served as a rare and costly luxury in taverns, while common folk could only afford the occasional cup of chilled herbal tea. Chapter 48. Let's open a shop upon hearing Yun Fu mention that the nitrate could be reused and that the cost of making ice would be minimal. A thought struck Yun Jiqian. If they were to produce some cold beverages for sale, they would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. However, he pondered the potential dangers if others discovered that Fu Air possessed the ability to make ice. With this apprehension in mind, Yun Jiqian inquired, "How did you come to learn to make ice?" "Brother, I dreamt about it last night," Yun Fu replied. Yun Jiqian cast a skeptical glance at his sister, but seeing her earnest expression, he chose to believe her. She was merely 6 years old and likely incapable of deceit. Furthermore, over the past few days, he had sensed that his sister was indeed quite fortunate. "Fu Air, my dear, you must not speak of this to anyone else except for your elder brother. Do you understand? If those unscrupulous individuals were to learn of your ice-making abilities, they might abduct you, torture you to extract your secrets, and then eliminate you. You would never see our parents or me again," he cautioned, both soothingly and ominously. Yun Fu obediently nodded. Meanwhile, Yun Jiqian felt a mix of worry and joy. Having learned this method of ice production, he was already contemplating how to turn it into a lucrative business. Numerous ideas for making money danced in his mind, and visions of silver coins seemed to flutter towards him. "Brother, why don't we open a shop in the town next year?" Yun Fu proposed. "Open a shop?" Yun Jiqian echoed, taken aback by her suggestion. "Yes, brother. Trust me, if we sell cold drinks, we are sure to profit." Yun Jiqian hesitated for a moment. "But, sister, I could prepare a few varieties of icy beverages. We can purchase the necessary ingredients tomorrow in town, and I will let you taste them." He was somewhat astonished by Yun Fu's confidence. He had never considered opening a shop, yet here was his 6-year-old sister with aspirations that surpassed his own. They had 180 taels of silver, which would be sufficient if they were to embark on this venture. However, he had no prior experience in business and felt uncertain about taking such a step. "Did you learn this from your dream as well?" he asked. "Indeed, brother," she replied. Unperturbed, since he had provided her with an excuse, she felt no need to elaborate further. In her previous life, the cold drink shop she had operated in the capital had been immensely popular. Eventually, several imitators had emerged, but they all ultimately closed down due to their inability to cover the costs of ice. Seeing the unwavering confidence in his sister's eyes, Yun Jiqian felt his own resolve strengthen. Perhaps they should invest that 180 taels of silver as a trial. If they lost, he would accept his fate. If they succeeded, it would be an opportunity for the Yun family to change their fortunes, relieving their parents of their burdens. Moreover, the silver was earned by his sister, so he had no reason to object. The two of them deliberated for a considerable time before Yun Jiqian finally emerged from the room. He had never anticipated that at the age of 16, he would be discussing the prospect of opening a shop with his 6-year-old sister. Despite her tender age, she conversed with him without any hint of an age gap. If one disregarded her appearance and voice, one might easily believe she was 16. They agreed that they would need to dig a cellar for ice storage to avoid attracting attention, as well as fortify the walls of their home. The existing fence made the Yun family feel vulnerable, as passers-by could easily see into their courtyard. Gazing at the ice basin in the room, Shen Fu smiled, filled with anticipation. With her brother by her side, she felt their business would surpass anything she had achieved in her past life. She eagerly looked forward to returning to the capital, pondering whether her sister would have regrets, and who might save her in this life if she failed to rescue Tang. Xin. If others discovered her knowledge, she wondered how she would react. Now 7 years old, Shen Fu found herself in the summer season. Over the past 6 months, she had provided her brother with various ideas, helping him earn some small profits. For instance, she sold recipes to taverns, assisted struggling shops, and set up stalls selling unique pastries. Gradually, Yun Jiqian had begun to accumulate a modest sum of money. Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi had also taken notice of this. Yun Jiqian balanced his time between supporting his family, studying, and teaching Shen Fu the basics of literacy. In turn, Shen Fu gradually integrated herself into the Yun household. Whenever he had spare time, Yun Jiqian would make mud bricks, and once the earthen walls were constructed, he dug a cellar for ice. The purpose of the cellar was to keep their activities discreet. It was unnecessary, but would prevent others from discovering the Yun family's abundant supply of ice, which would certainly raise suspicions. Should anyone inquire about the cellar, they could simply claim it was an old ice cellar dug to store winter ice. After breakfast one morning, Yun Jiqian and Shen Fu concocted an excuse to visit the town with Lu Shi. They intended to purchase materials for making cold drinks and scout potential shop locations. The main streets of Shiqiao town consisted of only 2 thoroughfares, East Street and West Street. After strolling through both, they unanimously agreed that West Street was much livelier, deciding to focus their search there. Recalling a shopkeeper on West Street, Shen Jiqian suggested they inquire about any available or transferring shops. Given their limited time, they needed to secure a shop and complete renovations within a few days. Upon entering the shop, a middle-aged man approached them with a friendly smile. "And who might you two be?" he inquired, scrutinizing Shen Jiqian and Shen Fu. The man's scholarly demeanor suggested he was still quite young, while the little girl by his side was merely a child, likely his sister. Thinking the two of them might be easily deceived due to their youth, the shopkeeper's smile widened. However, upon noticing their modest attire, his suspicion arose. Perhaps they were selling themselves. If so, the young man was handsome and literate, while the girl possessed an appealing appearance, ideal for reselling. The shopkeeper began to ponder how much silver he could acquire for the pair. "Sir, we are interested in opening a shop on West Street and would like to know if you have any vacant establishments or ones for transfer," Shen Jiqian stated. The shopkeeper, taken aback by their request, quickly invited them inside. "It seems I misjudged you," he admitted. After seating them, he poured them tea. "Recently, a few shops have become available for transfer. You may examine them and see which one suits your fancy." The shopkeeper retrieved a ledger, flipping through its pages before presenting it to Shen Jiqian and Shen Fu. With the heat increasing, many shops are struggling, and there are indeed several looking to transfer ownership, he explained, observing Shen Jiqian's reaction. "Have you found one that interests you?" To his surprise, Shen Jiqian turned to Shen Fu and asked, "Sister, which one do you prefer?" The shopkeeper gazed at Shen Fu in confusion, wondering what a mere child could possibly understand about such matters. Chapter 49. An attractive shop. I find the shop next to Qianwei building to be quite appealing. It is indeed a bustling establishment. One dares to inquire, and another dares to respond. The shop adjacent to Qianwei building is indeed commendable. Yet due to the overwhelming success of Qianwei building, it seems to have siphoned off the favorable energies of the surrounding shops. The businesses directly neighboring Qianwei building have not fared well. This particular shop has undergone multiple ownership changes, yet none have managed to thrive, ultimately leading them to vacate. It has remained unrented for the past 2 months, prompting the landlord to contemplate selling it. Word has spread throughout the town. It is likely that the two individuals are not locals or perhaps are venturing into business for the first time, fearing that they might change their minds. The young man eagerly exclaimed, "You are absolutely correct. This shop is indeed a gem, with the bustling foot traffic from Qianwei building. Any venture here is bound to be profitable. Please wait a moment. I have the key to the shop and will fetch it for you to have a look." Shen Jiqian replied, "Let us not rush. We would like to return home and discuss this matter with our family first. He was not at ease with the prospect of his sister making a whimsical decision. If she were merely toying with the idea, and they secured the shop while their cold drink business remained unestablished, it would result in considerable loss. However, the young man was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. This prime location is highly sought after. Many have already expressed interest and are waiting to sign contracts. Are you truly not interested in taking a look? If you wait until tomorrow, this shop may no longer be available. He scrutinized the expressions of the duo. If they were interested, they could leave a deposit, and he could reserve the shop for them. Unyielding, he continued, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, sir." Yin Jiqian, too, found the shop appealing. It was prudent to at least take a look. The young man had mentioned the possibility of leaving a small deposit to hold the shop for 7 days. If it truly was a lucrative establishment, he did not wish to miss out. Although this was his first venture in a business, he understood that prime locations were rare. The young man retrieved the key and led the way as he conversed with the siblings. "Are you two considering purchasing the shop?" "Renting," Yin Jiqian clarified. "The landlord is planning to move to the capital and is considering selling. Perhaps you could negotiate a better deal?" Yin Jiqian and Shen Fu exchanged glances, and he continued, "Sir, we're looking to rent. Let us see the property first." Given its proximity to Qianwei Building, it was likely to be quite costly, and they had only 180 taels in hand, far from sufficient to purchase the shop. Additionally, after securing the shop, they would need to renovate the walls and furnish the place with tables, chairs, and various supplies, which would incur a significant expense. The idea of buying could only be considered at a later date. Upon hearing this, the young man felt a tinge of disappointment, but accepted that renting was still a viable option. As long as he could secure the shop for the landlord, it would suffice. Yet he secretly hoped the siblings would ultimately choose to purchase it. He refrained from saying more, concerned that excessive persuasion might irk them, and they could seek out other agents, resulting in a lost opportunity for him. After a brief stroll, the trio arrived at the shop. Upon reaching Qianwei Building, Shen Fu immediately noticed that the shop beside it was locked. "Sir, what type of business was previously conducted here?" she inquired. As he fumbled with the keys, he replied, "This shop used to be a tea house." Regrettably, he felt compelled to add, they were quite successful, but they relocated to the capital to pursue better opportunities. So the closure of this shop is not a loss. One must strive for greater heights, right? Shen Fu nodded. It was evident that the young man was not being entirely truthful, yet she had no intention of exposing him. The tea house might have been thriving, but its location next to Qianwei Building was a miscalculation. After a hearty meal, who would wish to sip tea? Moreover, Qianwei Building itself offered tea, leaving little incentive for patrons to seek out a dedicated tea house. As the doors swung open, 2 spacious and brightly lit rooms came into view, revealing tasteful decor that would not necessitate further renovations if they were to take over the lease. Shen Fu and Yin Jiqian exchanged glances, each recognizing the satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. Observing their expressions, the young man sensed an opportunity and said, "There are private rooms upstairs. Why not follow me for a glimpse?" "Sir, please state the rental price directly. We need not inspect the private rooms. I am certain they are satisfactory," Shen Fu replied. 8 taels per month, with the landlord requiring a full year's payment up front, he stated. Yin Jiqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you not ashamed to ask for such a sum?" The young man patiently explained, "Allow me to elaborate. This shop is situated in a prime location, unique in its appeal. If missed, this opportunity will vanish. 8 taels per month is truly reasonable." "Unreasonable," Yin Jiqian countered. "Not unreasonable. We have other affordable options for you to compare. This establishment spans 2 floors, while others are confined to a single floor with inferior locations, charging 4 taels per month. Securing a different shop will likely incur substantial renovation costs." Yin Jiqian hesitated, glancing at his sister. The young man's argument held merit. Renting another shop might entail purchasing the previous owner's inventory and extensive renovations. This shop, previously a tea house, required no such alterations and was empty, needing only a thorough cleaning before opening. Shen Fu smiled and declared, "We will pay 6 taels for a year's rent." The young man gasped in surprise. This girl was quite the negotiator, managing to reduce the price from 8 taels to 6. Who could achieve such a feat? He firmly rejected the offer. That is unacceptable. If you refuse to rent, we shall seek out other agents. I am sure the landlord will not rely solely on your business. Yun Fu grasped Yun Jiqian's arm. Brother, let's depart. The young man was taken aback, witnessing Yun Fu lead her brother away, who obediently followed her out. It seemed that this girl held the reins, and he realized he had underestimated her. Wait, let's discuss this further, he called out. Sir, please negotiate with the landlord. Offering him 6 taels is not a loss. Although the location is prime next to Qianwei Building, the business is likely to be adversely affected, making it challenging to rent out. Upon hearing her words, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. It appeared the siblings were not easily swayed. He had assumed they were naive, yet they were keenly aware of the shop's rental difficulties. Shall we negotiate further? How about 7 taels? He proposed. Only 6. Today, we can leave a deposit, and tomorrow you may arrange for the landlord to sign the lease agreement. If this is not acceptable, we shall search elsewhere, Yun Fu asserted. The young man contemplated their offer. 6 taels was indeed reasonable. The landlord had initially considered accepting 5, if necessary, given the shop's unfavorable circumstances. However, the higher the rent, the greater the profit for the agency. Who would not prefer a more lucrative deal? Seeing that he was about to protest, Yun Fu swiftly interjected, Sir, let us settle this promptly. Otherwise, we shall take our leave. Chapter 50. The shop is settled well, 6 taels it is. The young man felt a twinge of regret for not securing a higher rent. Yet 6 taels sufficed. At long last, the shop was rented out. The 3 of them returned to the young man's establishment, where Yun Jiqian produced a tael as a deposit and signed the agreement, thus finalizing the rental of the shop. Upon exiting, Yun Jiqian felt as though he were in a dream. Sister, why do I feel that the rental process went so smoothly? Could it be that we have been deceived? He had now developed a habit of seeking Yun Fu's opinion when faced with matters of consequence. Brother, although the shop is located in a prime area, being adjacent to Qianwei Building has its pros and cons. Have you considered that? Yun Jiqian quickly grasped the underlying reasoning. My sister is indeed thoughtful. If patrons wish to enjoy tea, they can simply indulge at Qianwei Building. Who would venture out solely to buy tea? As for music, the tunes from Qianwei Building are indeed far more enchanting than those from a tea house. Having understood this logic, Yun Jiqian ceased to fret. Though he had not inspected other shops, he recalled that none of the ones previously suggested by the young man were as suitable as this one. They would sell cold drinks, and given the heavy foot traffic near Qianwei Building, people would likely seek refreshment from the sweltering heat as soon as they stepped outside. However, as the shop was settled, a new worry crept into Yun Jiqian's mind. His sister was still quite young. Could she truly manage to run the shop? They had hastily paid the deposit, but what if she was unable to create the cold drinks? Would the shop be limited to selling only ice? Yet, considering that the funds belonged to his sister, even if the venture failed, the loss would not weigh heavily on him. The 2 siblings decided to wander along West Street, hoping to purchase some ingredients for their cold beverages. After only visiting a few shops, they had yet to procure all they needed when suddenly a downpour began. Sister, quickly, we must find shelter. Yun Jiqian grasped Yun Fu's hand with one and shielded her head with the other, fearing she would get soaked. They spotted a store ahead and dashed inside without a second thought. Once inside, Yun Jiqian adjusted his sister's clothing before attending to his own. At that moment, a shop assistant approached, asking, What can I assist you with, esteemed guests? Upon hearing the inquiry, Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian turned their attention to the interior of the shop. To their astonishment, it was yet another newly opened cold drink establishment, bustling with patrons. Some were there specifically for the refreshments, while others, like the siblings, had entered to escape the rain. Feeling awkward about occupying a table without ordering, they scanned the crowded establishment. Noticing that all seats were filled, Yun Fu remained unfazed, yet Yun Jiqian felt a twinge of embarrassment at their predicament. The shop assistant, quick on his feet, suggested, The private rooms on the 2nd floor are also full. Would you be amenable to sharing a table with others? That seems to be our only option, Yun Jiqian replied. The assistant led them to a table where he cheerfully inquired of the diners, Miss, today we have many guests. Would you mind sharing your table with these 2? Mei Shu Yu, having just exited a bookstore, was perspiring from the heat. She recalled that several female students had mentioned the newly opened Shen cold drink shop in town, known for its delightful flavors. As the first cold drink shop in Shen Yao town, it had garnered popularity among the youth, with affluent young ladies and gentlemen eager to sample its offerings. Having a penchant for sweet beverages, she entertained the idea of visiting Shen. She ordered a serving of ice snow-cold Unzi, her favorite dessert. Its primary ingredient was yellow soybean, which required roasting, shelling, and grinding in a powder before mixing with sugar, honey, and water to form small balls, finally soaking them in specially prepared syrup, resulting in a delightful, refreshing treat. While she knew how to prepare this simple dessert, the convenience was lacking in Shen Yao town. After a few bites, she found it did not match her expectations and lost her appetite. Though her family was modest, she was discerning. If she did not fancy a dish, she could not bring herself to eat it. Just as she contemplated settling the bill and leaving, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. And realizing the rain showed no signs of abating, she resigned herself to stay seated. She retrieved a book she had just purchased and began to peruse it. At that moment, the shop assistant approached, informing her that someone wished to share her table. Mei Shuyu surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, all tables were occupied except for hers, which was rather empty. Seeing that the brother and sister pair did not seem unpleasant, she invited, "Please have a seat." The assistant responded with a smile, "Thank you, Mississippi." He then turned to Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu, saying, "Please sit down and let me know what you would like to order." He handed them the drink menu. Yun Jiqian barely glanced at the menu before passing it to Yun Fu, saying, "Sister, take a look and see what you wish to have." Yun Fu took the menu, noting the variety of offerings, though they paled in comparison to the selections available at her previous cold drink shop. The prices, too, were quite steep. Concerned that her brother might struggle with reading, Yun Jiqian began to read the new items aloud. Observing the tables around them, she noted that 8 out of 10 patrons had ordered the ice cream, indicating its popularity. Yet, the ice cream was priced at 1 tael per serving, clearly beyond the reach of ordinary folk. "I would like to try the ice cream," she declared, curious about the taste of Shen Yao town's version. Previously, her shop's ice cream sold for only 500 won, situated in a bustling area of the capital. She handed the drink menu back to Yun Jiqian, who then examined the prices and said, "I shall have a cup of ice water." Considering that the cold drinks range from several taels to hundreds of won, ice water at merely one was the only affordable option for him. He had always been frugal, and spending a couple of taels on a serving of cold drink felt extravagant. Mei Shuyu cast a surprised glance at Yun Jiqian, feeling a sense of kinship in their shared circumstances. As the eldest daughter in her family, she had always prioritized her younger brother's needs, often denying herself the same comforts. When the ice cream arrived, Yun Fu instructed the shop assistant to bring another spoon. "Brother, let us share." Chapter 51. Do you wish to dine without paying? Yun Jiqian glanced at the ice cream, shaking his head. "I do not have a taste for sweets. Dear sister, you may indulge." Yun Fu understood that her elder brother was reluctant to spend money, so she urged, "Brother, you must taste it. Only then can you make a comparison." She winked at him, and Yun Jiqian grasped her implication, silently inquiring with his eyes if she too could prepare this ice cream. When she nodded, he found it hard to believe. This ice cream was the signature dish of the renowned Shen. Could she truly replicate it merely from dreams? Yet, he refrained from discouraging her, choosing silence instead. Yun Fu was aware of her brother's skepticism. She would have to prove herself once they returned home. Yun Jiqian took a spoonful of the ice cream, the first time tasting such a delicacy. It was icy, sweet, and fragrant, indeed delightful. No wonder Shen attracted so many customers. Its reputation must have spread far and wide. This realization dampened his confidence further, with Shen as a benchmark. Their own shop's prospects seemed grim. Seeing her brother frown, Yun Fu understood his concerns. However, any reassurances at this moment would likely fall on deaf ears. She took a large spoonful herself, but nearly gagged upon tasting it. The flavor was indescribably odd. While it was sweet and fragrant, the aroma made her feel quite nauseous. Compared to the ice cream from her previous Life Fest shop, it was vastly inferior. After just one bite, she lost all desire to continue, and noticing her brother had not detected anything amiss, she said, "Brother, you may have it. I do not fancy it. Would you like something else? Yin Jiqian inquired. No, brother, she replied. Recognizing her genuine distaste, he resumed eating. This prompted Mei Shiyu to scrutinize Yin Fu, suspecting she, like herself, was rather particular about food. Observing the girl, she found her to be quite charming and endearing. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and soon the skies cleared. Waiter, the bill, please. Mei Shiyu called out. The shop assistant approached with a smile, stating, Miss, your order of ice cream costs 300 won. Being the sole establishment in Shiqiao Town, charging such a price seemed reasonable enough to Mei Shiyu, who reached for her coin purse to pay. However, upon checking, she realized it was absent. The assistant quickly discerned her predicament, and his jovial demeanor soured. Great, another diner attempting to dine and dash. The assistant, seeing her well-dressed appearance juxtaposed with this scandalous behavior, inquired, Miss, are you perhaps trying to eat without paying? Mei Shiyu had never encountered such a situation before and felt momentarily embarrassed. She was certain she had left with her purse. It had been there when she made earlier purchases. She must have misplaced it without realizing. What do you mean? Let me tell you, I have encountered many like you, wishing to dine for free without knowing where they are. If you cannot produce the money today, we can either summon the authorities or, since we are short-staffed, you may work here for a month to repay the debt. A month? Both Mei Shiyu and Yin Fu exclaimed in unison. Yin Fu remarked, Your establishment is rather unscrupulous, demanding a month of labor for merely 300 won? Furthermore, this dish is quite unpalatable. Child, I advise you to mind your own business. The assistant retorted angrily, feeling insulted. He considered these patrons to be troublemakers, oblivious to the stature of the Lin family, who owned the establishment, and the repercussions of offending them. Seeing the assistant raise his voice at his sister, Yin Jiqian was incensed. With half a serving of ice cream remaining, he lost all appetite. Waiter, settle the bill, including this young lady's, he declared, placing 2 taels of silver on the table. Upon hearing that Yin Jiqian intended to cover the lady's expenses, the assistant's expression swiftly shifted back to a smile. Your total comes to 1 tael and 301 won, making it 699 when in change. As the assistant struggled to calculate, Yin Fu blurted out, I truly wish to leave this establishment immediately. One should not operate a business without a smile. The moment she spoke, Yin Jiqian and Mei Shiyu turned to her in unison. She hesitated, having momentarily forgotten that, as a mere 6-year-old, she should not possess such arithmetic skills. Yes. You are owed 699 won, the assistant confirmed, about to take the silver to fetch the change when Yin Jiqian abruptly pressed down on the coins. Apologize to this young lady. The assistant was momentarily at a loss. If he apologized, he would secure the silver. If he did not, the potential for a scene loomed, jeopardizing the business with so many customers present. I apologize, miss. I was in the wrong. Mei Shiyu looked down, silent, her expression displeased. Yet she chose not to engage further with such a person. Yin Jiqian waved dismissively. Take it away. The assistant collected the coins and retreated to the counter to make change. Thank you for today. I wonder if you might accompany me to the Sierra residence to collect my money, Mei Shiyu said. The mention of the Sierra residence caused Yin Jiqian's expression to darken. Remembering how his mother had fallen ill after dealings with the Xie family, he felt certain that there was no good to be found there. Surely, this young lady must belong to that family. Had he known, he would have allowed her to be detained by the assistant for washing dishes instead of helping her. No need, he replied curtly. Just then, the assistant returned with the change, which Yin Jiqian accepted, taking Yin Fu by the hand as they made their way outside. Mei Shiyu furrowed her brow, puzzled by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Had mentioning the Sierra residence provoked his ire? Did they have some unresolved conflict? Deciding to let it go, she resolved to repay him on a future occasion. Observing his scholarly attire, she suspected he would likely frequent the study as well. As Yin Fu was led away by her brother, she understood the source of his displeasure. Although she harbored little fondness for the Xie family, she found the young lady to be rather likable. After wandering the streets to gather various ingredients, they headed towards the city gate, hoping to catch the returning donkey cart of Old Li. Upon arriving back at the Yin family courtyard, they overheard voices within, discussing Yin Jiqian and seemingly his impending marriage. With a smile, Shen Fu exclaimed, "Brother, your good fortune has arrived." Chapter 52. The Matchmaker in Appo's visit. Shen Fu recalled that her elder brother had never married in his previous life and had harbored a profound disdain for women. In a past encounter, she had attempted to discuss a potential collaboration with Yunji Qian, but upon discovering her gender, he had dismissed her outright without a second thought. As she glanced at her brother, she pondered what had caused him such distress in his previous existence. However, in this life with her presence, she vowed to help him overcome any lingering emotional barriers. Yunji Qian, overhearing the conversation within the room, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Yet, as he contemplated the Yun family's current predicament, he understood that his thoughts should not dwell on romantic affairs. At just 17, he had yet to reach maturity, and marriage was still a distant prospect. He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Fu, chiding her for her irreverence in jesting about their elder brother. Unaccustomed to witnessing such a playful side of her brother, Shen Fu found him endearingly charming and stifled a giggle behind her hand. The sight of his sister's amusement only deepened Yunji Qian's blush. Caught in a dilemma, he felt powerless to reprimand her. Inside the house, Lu was entertaining two matchmakers who had been present for quite some time. One was brought in by Aunt Zhao to propose a match for her son Yingzi, while the other was sent by Aunt Zhou to arrange a match for her daughter Xiaoyu. Both Yingzi and Xiaoyu had encountered Yunji Qian before, and having heard from their mothers about the Yun family's connection to the Xia household, they were curious about him, particularly given his notable intellect and handsome appearance, marking him as a suitable son-in-law. Curiosity piqued, they frequently strolled past the Yun residence, hoping for a chance encounter with Yunji Qian. However, when they finally spotted him, Yingzi was too shy to approach, while Xiaoyu made playful gestures at him, which he ignored entirely. Embarrassed, they returned home, insisting their mothers engage matchmakers on their behalf. These two matchmakers were renowned figures in Shiqiao town, with Li Pa having facilitated countless matches, and Wang Pa known for her impressive success rate. Lu remarked, "My son is still quite young. I believe it best to wait a couple of years before troubling you both." The matchmakers were already aware of the Yun family's circumstances. Despite their poverty, the couple had remarkably managed to send all 5 sons to school. Given Yunji Qian's exceptional appearance and scholarly talents, the matchmakers deemed him worthy of attention. Upon arriving at the Yun household, they noted the modest 5-room adobe structure and mused about the family's financial struggles. Had they saved the expenditures for marriage and education, they could have built a more impressive house, one of the finest in the village. Li Pa suggested, "Sister, your eldest is already 17. It's time to consider a match for him. This way, it won't hinder his younger brothers." Wang Pa concurred indeed. Xiaoyu is a beauty, one of the finest in Xiling village. Surely, she would be a fitting match for your eldest. Lu chuckled softly, acknowledging that she had seen Xiaoyu and had heard much about her. Recently, Cheng had been visiting frequently, sharing gossip about the village, including tales of the most eligible young women, with Xiaoyu being a prominent name due to her beauty and aspirations of marrying into wealth. Lu reflected that such frivolities were not suitable for her family. While considering Yunji Qian's future, she felt it imperative that he marry a diligent and practical woman to support their family. Given their unique circumstances, it was essential to avoid any troublemaking wives who might disrupt the household. Before Lu could voice her thoughts, Li Pa interjected, "Xiaoyu cannot compare to Yingzi. Yingzi is industrious and maintains a clean home, the ideal choice for a farmer's son." Wang Pa countered, "You are mistaken. Yin Gongzi is a scholar, not an ordinary farmer. He aspires to achieve high honors. Can a common farmer's daughter truly be his match? As the saying goes, a scholar loves a beauty, and Xiaoyu is quite the exquisite flower." Li Pa retorted, "But if a scholar lacks a capable partner to manage the household, how can he focus on his studies? If he pursues only beauty, he risks losing his ambition to frivolities. While Yingzi may not be as striking as Xiaoyu, she possesses her own charm and could match her beauty with the right attire." Their debate grew increasingly noisy, causing Lu to feel a headache coming on. However, she was reluctant to offend them, as their assistance would be invaluable if her family were to remain in Shiqiao town for the long term. Despite their rivalry, Lu found herself leaning towards Yingzi, appreciating her hard-working and honest nature. Ultimately, Lu decided she must consult her son before making any decisions regarding his marriage. Her own union with Qinggu had stemmed from mutual affection, resulting in years of love and companionship. With this in mind, Lu smiled and said, "Please, dear sisters, return home for now. I shall discuss matters with my son upon his return." The matchmakers, however, were reluctant to leave so easily, having been promised a generous reward should a match succeed. Moreover, they were engaged in a friendly competition, each eager to win the favor of Lu. When it became clear they would not depart promptly, Lu commented, "I'm finding Z quite appealing. I shall arrange for Ziqian to meet her. If the two are fated, I shall not oppose their union. The outcome rests upon their compatibility." Upon hearing this, Li Pa beamed, revealing a full set of gleaming teeth. Radiating joy, she shot a triumphant glance at Wang Pa, who was clearly displeased. Wang Pa attempted to sway Lu back toward Xiaoyu, extolling her virtues. But Lu remained impassive, showing no sign of acquiescence. Wang Pa, exasperated, gulped down her tea in frustration. After a moment of silence, Lu finally spoke. "Our household is modest, subsisting mainly on coarse grains and wild vegetables. Would Xiaoyu be content with such a life?" Chapter 53. The marriage of Yun Ziqian. Wang Pa was taken aback. She found herself in a quandary. From what she had gathered, though Xiaoyu and Appo's family belonged to the peasant class, she was nonetheless the cherished daughter of the Zhou family. Zhou, having had a daughter in her later years, adored her as if she were a precious jewel, while her brothers consumed the meager portions. Xiaoyu was afforded the best, and household chores were never her responsibility. If her garments became soiled, her sisters-in-law would see to their cleaning. She had no need to tend the fire, cook, or care for the livestock. Although she lacked the attendance of the affluent young ladies in town, she was still a girl of privilege, untouched by the toils of labor. Turning her gaze to the Yun family, she noted that while the couple possessed some skills and had managed to send all 5 sons to school, they lived in a mud brick house and subsisted on wild vegetables and cornbread. Although the eldest son was handsome and educated, it was rumored that passing the scholar examination was quite challenging. Some spent their entire lives as mere students, and the path to officialdom was not one everyone could tread. Zhou had declared that her daughter Xiaoyu would not marry an ordinary farmer. At the very least, he must be a wealthy peasant, with provisions that included not just rice, but also meat on occasion. Wang Pa had initially presumed that if the Yun family could afford to educate 5 sons, their living conditions would not be dire, but to her surprise, they too relied on foraged food. Thus, she resolved to steer clear of this muddled situation. The Yin family was not suitable for Xiaoyu. Noticing Wang Po's silence, Lu said, "Sister Wang, you should inquire further. Does Xiaoyu wish to endure hardship in her household?" Wang Po opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. It was her fault for not thoroughly investigating the Yun family's circumstances before accepting this matchmaking task. If she agreed, and Xiaoyu later discovered that the Yun family was not as respectable as it appeared, the match would surely falter, tarnishing Wang Po and Appo's hard-won reputation. She could not allow it to be said that there was a match she could not secure. Very well, Lu Mei. Let's consider this visit as if it never occurred. Just as Yun Ziqian and Yun Fugong were about to enter, they nearly collided with the hurriedly departing Wang Po. She looked up, her gaze landing on Yun Ziqian, her eyes widening in surprise. A child from a peasant household could grow to such stature. It was as if he had been born into the wrong circumstances. Had he been born into a prominent family, with his looks and stature, he could easily attract the attention of not only wealthy young ladies, but even royal princesses. What a pity! No wonder Xiaoyu, with her discerning eye, had chosen him at first glance. She then noticed Yun Ziqian holding the hand of Yun Fugong, her astonishment deepening. Every child of the Yun family was remarkably well-formed. Yun Ziqian and Yun Fugong were bewildered by Wang Po's scrutiny. After she left, they entered the house, only to find another guest inside. As they stepped in, Li Pa raised her head to look at them, sizing up Yun Ziqian before asking, "So this must be the eldest?" Lu replied, "Chinner, quickly greet Aunt Li." As a guest, Yun Ziqian politely clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Aunt Li." Li Pa, who typically engaged in matchmaking within the village, had seen many young men over the years. In terms of appearance, Yun Jiqian was certainly among the best. Having met the main subject, she nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Lu and said, "The Zhao family mentioned that Yingzi is not afraid of hardship, nor is she averse to simple fare, as long as her character is commendable and she does not cause distress to their daughter." Lu responded, "You may assure them of that. Our family is straightforward, and rest assured that their daughter will not be mistreated here." "Good, then I shall return to the Zhao family." Lu stood to see her off, saying, "I appreciate you making this trip, Aunt Li." Lipa waved her hand, saying, "It is my duty." Once Lipa departed, Yun Jiqian remarked, "Mother, I currently have no thoughts of marriage." Despite his words, having just begun to understand matters of the heart, he felt a certain yearning for it. The matchmaker had mentioned that the girl was willing to endure hardship alongside him, which pleased him. Lu glanced at him. "You are aware of this? I overheard your conversation with my sister when we approached the door." Lu said, "Chinner, since you know, why not share your thoughts?" Yun Jiqian's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied, "Mother, I am still young. Marriage is a distant prospect." Lu sighed. She too did not wish for this. But Chinner was the eldest, with 4 younger brothers behind him. He was only 2 years older than Zhang, and it was prudent to resolve one matter at a time. If the eldest did not marry, how would the younger brothers approach their own suitors? Even if he did not wish for marriage, it would be wise to establish a connection now, allowing for the possibility of a union in a couple of years when circumstances might be more favorable. Chin and Amp, opposer. Let us meet her first. Marrying well is important, and Yingzi is a decent girl. Lu had heard favorable things from Cheng, and she trusted that Cheng would not deceive her. Yun Jiqian found it difficult to counter his mother's words and reluctantly acquiesced. Yun Fugong observed his elder brother's reaction, noting that he was not opposed to matters of love at this time, wondering when he had begun to harbor disdain for women. "Should we arrange to meet her soon?" Yun Jiqian nodded in agreement. Lu let out a sigh of relief. She had feared that Chinner might be too proud to consider a village girl. Given their current circumstances, securing a wife for their son was already a considerable achievement, and Lu was genuinely concerned that this might delay the marriages of her other sons. "Very well. Mother will take on more embroidery work to save some betrothal gifts for Chinner." As she spoke, she left the room. Hearing his mother say this, Yun Jiqian felt a twinge of guilt, suddenly reconsidering his thoughts on marriage. It seemed that marrying would only add to his mother's burdens. If the shop could indeed become profitable, perhaps she would no longer need to toil late into the night over embroidery. With this in mind, Yun Jiqian silently resolved to devise a plan to open the shop as soon as possible. Chapter 54. The Wild Rabbit from Hunter Zhao in Recent Days. The brother and sister accompanied Hunter Zhao to the mountains, where they discovered the location of saltpeter and collected a considerable amount to bring back. To express their gratitude, they brought along 2 pounds of dragon beard candy, purchased specifically for Hunter Zhao's children in the town, which touched him greatly. This candy is indeed a delightful treat. Although Hunter Zhao often hunts and sells his game, he does not catch prey every day. Furthermore, with limited farmland, the annual harvest is insufficient for sustenance, and he relies on hunting to supplement their food supply. He seldom buys such treats for his children, only indulging them during festive occasions. Seeing the courtesy shown by the Yun siblings, Hunter Zhao insisted on gifting them a wild rabbit he had just caught. Yun Jiqian promptly declined, saying, "No, Uncle Zhao, you should sell your hard-earned game in town instead." They felt it would be inappropriate to accept more after receiving such substantial help from him. However, Hunter Zhao was adamant, stating that his guidance on the mountain was a mere trifle, especially since they all lived in the same village. Since they had brought the dragon beard candy, he felt compelled to reciprocate. As Yun Jiqian refused the rabbit, Hunter Zhao handed it to Yun Fu instead. Upon seeing her accept it, he broke into a broad smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao," she exclaimed. "Don't be so polite. Take it and enjoy some stewed meat," he replied. "All right." Yun Fu was eager to savor the rabbit meat, and since Uncle Zhao offered it, she accepted, thinking she could always return the favor later. Such exchanges foster goodwill among neighbors. After Yun Fu accepted the gift, Yun Jiqian expressed his gratitude as well. On their way home, he asked, "Are you craving it?" "Yes, brother. I can't wait to have that rabbit meat. Let's ask Mother to stew it for us." "Oh, and my icy drink should be frozen by now. You must try it. I assure you it rivals that from Xuanji." Yun Jiqian playfully tapped his sister into oppose, S-nose, teasing, "You little glutton," always thinking about food. Over the past few days, their bond had deepened, and the thought of being without his sister made him feel an unsettling emptiness. Yin Fu chimed in with a smile. "Brother, the scallion rabbit is delicious. Let us have mother prepare it when we get home." Watching her skip ahead, Yin Jiqian smiled, reflecting on how easily a single rabbit could bring her joy. "It's wonderful to be a child," he mused, as such simple pleasures suffice to bring happiness. Upon returning home, they found Lu Shi already tending to the fire and preparing a meal. Yin Fu eagerly tossed the rabbit to her, exclaiming, "Mother, I want scallion rabbit." Lu Shi, noticing the size and plumpness of the rabbit, inquired, "Oh, where did this fat rabbit come from? Did you catch it in the mountains?" Yin Fu replied, "It was given to us by Hunter Zhao." Lu Shi responded, "Oh, why would Hunter Zhao give us a wild rabbit? You should take this money to him as payment," treating it as a purchase. As she spoke, she pulled out 200 won to give to Yin Fu for Hunter Zhao. However, Yin Fu declined, saying, "We exchanged it for something else." "Something else? We don't have anything to trade for meat," Lu Shi remarked, clearly unaware of the dragon beard candy they had gifted. The siblings had discussed their plans to open a shop to surprise their family. "Mother, don't worry. We won't take Uncle Zhao's things for free," Yin Fu reassured her. "All right, you clever little one," Lu Shi replied, accepting the rabbit and preparing to cook. While Lu Shi was busy, Yin Fu pulled Yin Jiqian aside to sneak into their room to sample the icy drinks she had made. She had prepared 4 varieties: fluffy snow, icy cheese, cool slurry, and sweet bowl. She enthusiastically explained the names and recipes of each icy treat. Seeing their appealing presentation, Yin Jiqian was momentarily astonished. Each treat was served in white porcelain bowls, especially the shaved ice, which was adorned with fluffy ice flakes resembling dancing snowflakes. Drizzled with thick syrup and topped with dried fruits, truly appetizing. Unable to resist, he took a spoon and mixed the syrup with the ice, scooping a spoonful into his mouth. It was fragrant, sweet, and refreshingly cool. On a hot summer day, such a delicacy would be heavenly. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "Brother, you must also try this icy cheese. It in Appos is quite similar to what we had at Xuanji." Chapter 55. Yin Ji throws a tantrum. Yin Jiqian took another bite of the refreshing ice dessert, his eyes sparkling with delight. Unable to resist, he indulged in a second, then a third, and a 4th bite. "This is simply exquisite. It surpasses that of Xianji by 100-fold. Did my sister truly create this? What do you think, elder brother? Can we turn a profit from it?" Yin Jiqian's heart was brimming with joy. If Xianji could earn money with their offerings, it was evident that they would succeed as well. Yet, he refrained from showering praise, fearing it might inflate his sister's ego. Only being able to concoct these 4 types would not suffice. Look at the myriad varieties of iced beverages Xianji offers. Elder brother, I can prepare dozens of types, far surpassing Xianji's selection. Rest assured, besides these, I can also make ice cream, icy drinks, and various frozen bowls. Yin Jiqian could hardly contain his excitement. "Are you serious?" he inquired. Yin Fu nodded vigorously in affirmation. Yin Jiqian could no longer suppress his exhilaration, scooping up Yin Fu and twirling her around. "Sister, you are truly our family's little lucky star." With newfound confidence, he felt certain that with his sister's culinary skills, their financial success was all but guaranteed. Meanwhile, outside, Yin Ji had come to invite Yin Fu for a day out, and upon reaching the door, he overheard the conversation between his elder brother and sister. Pressing his ear against the door, he discovered that his sister had created delicious treats, all while keeping it a secret from him, her own brother. How infuriating! He stormed back to his room in a huff. Yin Jian and Yin Jilan, sharing a room with him, couldn't he help but inquire, "What's wrong? Who has upset you?" Yin Ji remained silent. The two exchanged puzzled glances, sensing his unusual demeanor. Little Five was typically so carefree. What could be troubling him today? Since he chose not to speak, they let him stew in his anger while Yin continued to study, and Yin Jilan immersed himself in medical texts, diligently identifying herbs to gather and sell, thus contributing to the family and Appos as finances. After finishing the 4 bowls of icy drinks, Yin Fu and Yin Jiqian exited the room. The oppressive heat seemed to dissipate, and they discussed the plan to set up their shop the following day. Lucier had prepared a meal, including scallion rabbit meat, which was now served on the table. The brothers eagerly grabbed their chopsticks, clamoring to enjoy the feast. "Mother, what kind of meat is this? It's delightful," Yun Zhizhang inquired. "This is rabbit meat, a gift from Hunter Zhao for your sister." "You are all fortunate today," Lucier replied. The brothers relished their meal, except for Yun Jili, who sat motionless. "Little Five, aren't you hungry?" Lucier asked, perplexed. Typically, he was the quickest to eat, especially when it came to delectable dishes. She placed her hand on his forehead, then checked her own. He didn't seem ill. Upon learning that it was the wild rabbit brought by Yun Fu, Yun Jili grew even more reluctant to eat. When his sister first arrived in the family, she always saved the best for him, leading him to believe he was her favorite. Yet, today he realized that since his elder brother stopped attending the academy, he spent more time with her, naturally winning her affection. It was evident that his sister prepared delicious food for his brother, leaving him with none. Feeling resentful, he cast a forlorn glance at Yun Fu. She was baffled by his expression. "What is wrong, fifth brother? Are you feeling unwell?" Yun Fu's inquiry only intensified his annoyance. Noticing his heavy breathing, she concluded that he must truly be upset. As the rabbit meat dwindled on the plate, she hastily piled several large pieces in her bowl and placed them before Yun Jili. "Fifth brother, please eat." At last, Yun Jili felt a sense of relief, casting a triumphant glance at his elder brother, as if to say, "See, my sister is still closest to me." Yun Jiqian understood the situation, but felt no anger. He was genuinely happy that Little Five could accept their sister wholeheartedly. He too added a piece of rabbit meat to Yun Jili and Appo's bowl, encouraging Little Five, "Eat plenty." Yun Jili paused, reflecting on his elder brother's years of care and support, realizing that perhaps he had been a bit excessive in his behavior. Surely, his elder brother must care for their sister in the same way, and it was only natural for her to have affection for him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy over the situation. "Thank you, elder brother." As Yun Jili began to eat, Yun Fu felt reassured. Something about his demeanor struck her as odd. He usually devoured meals with great enthusiasm, especially when there were special dishes. She resolved to inquire about his behavior after they finished eating. After the meal, when Yun Fu approached Yun Jili, he ignored her and retreated to his room. Confused, she pondered whether she had inadvertently upset him. After contemplating her actions, she concluded that she had done nothing to provoke his anger. "Never mind," she decided. "I'm quite tired from the day spent with my elder brother. I shall rest." On a bright morning, white clouds danced in the azure sky. After breakfast, Yun Fu stretched lazily. With the iced drinks ready and Yun Jiqian feeling assured, they had agreed to visit the shop today. "Little Five, let us go. We'll be late for the academy," Yun Zhizhang called out. Yet, Yun Jili sat there as if he had not heard. Yun Zhizhang approached to pull him along, but Yun Jili shrugged him off. "What is the matter? Little Five, are you itching for a beating?" Yun Zhizhang shouted. "Leave me alone, you all go to school. I want to drop out," Yun Jili replied. "Second brother, how can you treat your younger brother like this?" Lucier admonished Yun Zhizhang lightly, though it was more symbolic than forceful. She knelt down to touch Yun Jili's head, as she had the day before, finding no fever. "Little Five, tell mother something is bothering you. I'll take you to see a doctor." Yun Jili shook his head. "Mother, I want to drop out of school, just like elder brother." Chapter 56. The reason for the tantrum is someone at the academy bullying you? Lu's brow remained tightly furrowed, growing even more pronounced. Meanwhile, Yun Zhizhang rolled his eyes beside her. Was anyone really bullying him? It would be a miracle if he didn't bully others. When he first entered the academy, he relied on the influence of his 4 older brothers and acted with impunity. However, once his eldest brother learned of his behavior, he was put in check and subsequently became much more obedient. "Mother, no one is bullying me. I just don't wish to study anymore." Lu felt a surge of frustration, but maintained her gentle tone. "Then what is the reason? If you forsake your studies, you might end up like Huzi and his friends, wandering aimlessly around the village. When you grow up, you will merely become a farmer, struggling to make ends meet. Even if you harvest grain, you will have to pay taxes, and what little remains will hardly suffice to fill your stomach." Yun Jili stood in shock, realizing that even with farmland, one could still go hungry. He understood the necessity of paying taxes. Even the land owned by his family was subject to tribute. If the common people were starving, why was there such a heavy tax burden? This was the law of the court. With constant warfare at the borders, many soldiers required sustenance to remain strong enough to defend against enemy incursions. But where would this food come from? It had to come from the national treasury. However, with the treasury and oppos, as stock dwindling, the government could only levy taxes from the populace to ensure its coffers remained full. Only then could the soldiers protecting the borders be adequately fed and clothed, thus empowered to safeguard the Great Zhou from foreign threats. Being a farmer was simple. One only needed the strength to till the soil. Yet, farming contributed only a meager fraction to the Great Zhou's needs. The taxes from their small plot could scarcely provide for a few soldiers. Mother knows our leader is different. He is destined for greatness. Unwilling to settle for the life of a farmer like Huzi, our leader must pursue profound knowledge so that he may one day serve the court and negotiate with enemy nations, ensuring peace at the borders and filling the bellies of the common folk. Clearly, Yin Zhili absorbed her words as he silently resolved to study diligently, aspiring to serve the court and, through his learning, bring peace to the frontiers. However, thoughts of his sister clouded his mind. He felt a pang of sadness at how close she had grown to their eldest brother, leaving him feeling neglected. Yet, their brother had withdrawn from school for their sake. Seeking to ease the family's burdens, he could not hold it against him. With this thought, he cast a resentful glance at Yin Fu. At that moment, Yin Fu realized that her brother's tantrum was indeed due to her. Yet, as he ignored her, she was left perplexed, unsure of how to resolve the matter. She leaned closer to Yin Zhili and whispered, "Fifth brother, quickly join second brother at the academy. When you return, I'll prepare a delightful feast for you." Yin Zhili's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with excitement. "Really?" Yin Fu smiled. "Indeed, fifth brother. Have I ever deceived you? Then you must promise it's just for me." "Very well. We have an agreement. No lies. Let us seal it with a handshake." The two clasped hands, and Yin Zhili stood up. "Second brother, let's go to the academy. I will heed Mother's advice and study diligently to become a useful person." The others in the room were left bewildered, except for Yun Jiqian and Yin Fu, who exchanged knowing glances. Yin Jiqian smiled knowingly at her. After the four departed, Yin Jiqian and Yin Fu concocted an excuse to head to town. With Yin Fu present, Yin Jiqian suggested they take old Li's donkey cart, but today, Yin Fu preferred to walk and discuss plans for the shop with their elder brother. Yin Jiqian agreed, as long as his sister was not afraid of tiring. Even if she grew fatigued, he would carry her. As they walked and talked, Yin Jiqian was secretly amazed by his sister. She was a prodigy. If she were a boy, studying alongside him, she would undoubtedly achieve great things. However, it mattered not. Although the world was unfair to women, he would ensure she had opportunities. What she could not achieve, he would endeavor to accomplish on her behalf. Yun Fu, Du, recognized that her elder brother was a born businessman. They each silently admired the other's talents, unknowingly drawing their hearts closer together. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the street when two individuals emerged from a nearby establishment. Suddenly, Yin Fu felt a piercing gaze upon her. She looked up and found herself staring at Qi Jun. "Stop!" Yin Fu and Appo's body stiffened slightly, her heart skipping a beat. She clenched her fingers and halted her steps. Had he recognized her or uncovered something? "Brother, do you need something?" she asked, feigning nonchalance. Qingbei stepped forward, his voice booming. "How dare you disrespect the royal family and falsely claim that the crown prince is your brother?" Seeing someone shout at his sister, Yin Jiqian stepped protectively in front of Yin Fu, glaring at Qingbei. "You dare to reprimand her? Are you looking for trouble?" Qi Jun commanded Qingbei to step back. "My apologies, it was my subordinate who overstepped." He tried to soften his tone, fearing he might frighten the young girl. Yin Fu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, this man can actually apologize? Isn't he known for being cold-hearted and ruthless?" Qi Jun scrutinized Yun Fu, attempting to mimic others by curving his lips into a smile. "Have we met before?" Despite his efforts, Yin Fu found his demeanor strange. She shook her head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. Who would want to meet him? A villain, disguised as my fifth brother's uncle." yet his actions betray no semblance of an uncle's character. He was merely a royal with no familial affection. Moreover, he was only a few years older than her fifth brother, someone she had never encountered before. Nevertheless, she had to admit that in his past life, he had valiantly fought to reclaim lost territory and strengthen defenses against foreign foes, such that even the enemy trembled at the mention of the great Zhou's commander, Qi Jun. Yet today, the crown prince was acting unusually. Not only did he stop her, but his manner of speaking was also intimidating. Why'd he come here? Was it to ascertain whether her fifth brother had been sold to this establishment? Chapter 57. The store is robbed. Qi Jun gazed at Shen Fu for a moment before departing. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Shen Jiqian remarked, "How perplexing." He then urged his sister, "Come, dear sister, let us not concern ourselves with these individuals." Indeed, once the crown prince had distanced himself, Shen Fu finally exhaled in relief. Noticing that his master seemed to be deep in thought, Qing Bei inquired, "Master, those siblings are not the ones we seek. Why did you stop them?" The crown prince, bewildered, replied, "I have seen her before." "You have seen her?" This revelation only deepened Qing Bei and Appo's confusion. Ever since arriving in Shiqiao town, he had never dared to stray far from his master's side. Occasionally, Qing Nan would venture out on errands for the master, while he remained devotedly at his service, following wherever his master went. He could not recall having encountered the young lady. The crown prince affirmed, "I indeed have met her, yet I cannot recall where." "Master, if you cannot remember, then let it be. She is merely an inconsequential commoner, not worth your concern." Qi Jun found merit in Qing Bei's words and chose to dismiss the matter. Meanwhile, Shen Fu had mentally scolded the crown prince countless times. As the siblings entered the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper who had previously attended to them approached with a forced smile, saying, "You too. I was just lamenting about where to find you. And here you are." Shen Jiqian frowned slightly. "Fear not, shopkeeper. The 7-day period has yet to expire. We have come today with money." The shopkeeper and Appo's face briefly flashed with regret. "I must inform you, the store you wish to rent has already been sold. However, I inquired on your behalf, and the new owner intends to keep the store for personal use. Thus it will not be available for rent." A troubling thought crossed Shen Fu's mind. She suspected that the crown prince might have purchased the store. With a slight furrow of her brow, she asked, "Was it those two who just left?" "Yes, indeed. Perhaps you could catch up with them and speak some kind words. They might consider renting it to you." Shen Fu replied, "If it were anyone else, there might be a chance, but the crown prince, there is absolutely no possibility." The shopkeeper had not erred. Renting stores inherently carries risks, and unless they could purchase the property outright, they were left with no choice but to rent. Yet their funds were insufficient for a purchase, compelling them to seek a rental instead. The shopkeeper produced 2 taels of silver, handing them over. "I apologize, this 1 tael is your deposit, and the other tael serves as your penalty for breaking the agreement." Shen Fu accepted the 2 taels and handed them to her brother. "It is of no consequence, uncle. Let's look for another store." What more could she say? The shopkeeper had executed his duties impeccably. They had no grounds to criticize him further, and scolding him would yield no benefit. It merely meant that finding another store would be somewhat more troublesome. Nonetheless, they needed to act swiftly, as summer had already arrived. Shen Jiqian's expression was equally grim. After finally spotting a suitable shop, it had been snatched away. If they were to earn money this summer, he vowed to buy a store to prevent this from recurring. He stated, "Then please assist us in finding another store, ideally one that is clean and tidy, requiring minimal renovation." The shopkeeper, feeling a bit guilty about the situation, quickly responded, "There is indeed another available, previously a tea house. The DCOR is superior to the last shop, though the location is not as prime. However, the rent will be lower. Then let us trouble you to show us." "What do you think, sister?" "Yes, I shall follow my brother's lead." Shen Fu deemed it prudent to inspect the shop before making a decision. After the shopkeeper retrieved the key, he declared, "Let us proceed." The trio traversed 2 streets, ultimately arriving at the shop the shopkeeper had mentioned. As he unlocked the door, Shen Fu exchanged a glance with Shen Jiqian. The shop directly across was Xianji, presenting a formidable challenge for them. Firstly, Xianji had established its reputation. And regardless of whether patrons had previously visited, they would undoubtedly choose Xianji first. Secondly, Yun Jiqian had inquired previously and learned that Xianji belonged to the Lin family, a clan that had once been ordinary in Shiqiao Town. Initially not affluent, the Lin family's fortunes changed when a daughter married the head of the CF family, allowing them to leverage the CF family's influence to dominate the town. If they were to open directly opposite, they would inevitably attract the Lin family's ire by stealing their business. Yet, even if they sought another location, should the shop thrive, it would still incite retribution from both the Lin and CF families, as they had long engaged in suppressing competitors. However, this very challenge invigorated Yun Jiqian's entrepreneurial spirit. While Yun Fu, having lived once before, felt unafraid. She had already devised a strategy to contend with Xianji. As long as the Lin family refrained from provoking them, they could coexist peacefully. Should they choose to bully them, they would stir up the murky waters of Shiqiao Town. After all, those with nothing to lose fear, not those who do. They were not originally from Shiqiao Town, and if necessary, they could always relocate. She had faith in her brother. The refined gentleman of his previous life had swiftly risen in the business realm, becoming a commercial titan in the great Zhou kingdom. If he could not vanquish the Lin family, he would truly not be Yun Jiqian. With her by his side, he would only grow stronger. Once the shopkeeper opened the door, it revealed a beautifully decorated interior, clearly arranged with care by the previous owner. The proprietor and Appo's taste was commendable, aligning perfectly with Yun Fu's preferences. Upon first glance, it was evidently superior to the previous shop they had considered. Additionally, the second floor featured elegant private rooms. Would you care to take a look upstairs? Yun Jiqian dashed upstairs for a brief inspection before descending and nodding at Yun Fu. Uncle, let us discuss the rent. Seeing that the siblings were interested, the shopkeeper sighed in relief. In such scorching weather, it seemed his efforts had not been in vain. The landlord of the shop was asking for 6 taels. However, I will reduce it by 1 tael. So, how about 5 taels per month? It was evident that this shopkeeper was quite astute in business. After previously haggling with Yun Fu, this marked their second interaction, and the shopkeeper proactively lowered the price to avoid further negotiations. He was eager to finalize the deal and find a cool place to rest. Very well, 5 taels it is. Having inquired at other shops in recent days, Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian were aware that 5 taels per month was indeed a reasonable rate. Thus they did not attempt to negotiate further. The trio returned to the shop, and with newfound vigilance, Yun Jiqian presented the shopkeeper with 1 tael of silver, stating, "Please arrange for the landlord to come tomorrow to sign the lease agreement, and provide us with a receipt. Should we be unable to retain the shop, we expect 100 taels in compensation for breach of contract." The shopkeeper quickly acquiesced. "Certainly, you may rest assured. I will ensure that this shop remains reserved for you." Chapter 58. Let us move. By the time the two returned to the Yun household, it was already noon. As Yun Fu stepped into the courtyard, she called out, "Mother, is the meal ready? I am famished." Yet, no one responded. She first glanced into the kitchen, only to find the stove cold and unlit. Is Mother not at home? Where could she have gone? The two then entered the main hall, discovering Lu Shi and Yun Zhengqing at home, both wearing troubled expressions, as though something distressing had transpired. "Father, you have returned," Yun Fu exclaimed with joy upon seeing Yun Zhengqing. Typically, he left at dawn and returned only after dark, never taking a day off. It was surely taking a toll on his health. It was good that he could take a break today. Upon noticing Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian entering, Yun Zhengqing instantly replaced his sorrowful visage with a smile. "Yes, I'm resting at home today." Lu Shi quickly wiped her tears and donned a cheerful face as well. "You're back. Where have you been? You must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal right away." As she spoke, she stood to head for the kitchen. Lu Shi lowered her head, fearful that the children would see her red-rimmed eyes. However, Yun Jiqian grasped Lu Shi's arm, prompting her to look up, revealing tears still glistening on her cheeks. "Father, Mother, what has happened at home?" Lu Shi and Yun Zhengqing exchanged glances. Yun Zhengqing turned to Lu Shi. "Qianer has grown. Let's not conceal the truth from him. Speak plainly." Lu Shi steadied her emotions and replied, "A few days ago, your father was dismissed from the blacksmith shop. The manager suggested he reflect on who he might have offended in Shiqiao Town. Eventually, Your father decided that if they did not want him, he would leave. With his skills, he could find work elsewhere. He is not suited for anything else, and after inquiring at 2 other blacksmith shops, they initially agreed to hire him. But today, they rescinded the offer. As for my embroidery work, the embroidery shop has also stopped accepting my pieces. The assistant there pulled me aside to caution me to consider whom I might have offended recently. I slipped him 20 coins, and he finally hinted at the local bully in Shen Yao town. Yun Jiqian pounded his fist on the table, gritting his teeth in anger. It's the CF family again. They're trying to force Mother into servitude at the CF residence. This is utterly intolerable. Lu Shi said, your father and I have discussed it. We should move away from Shen Yao town in the coming days. Yun Jiqian's gaze darkened. No, moving would only benefit them. It seems that securing that shop today was indeed the right decision. I intend to open it directly across from Xianji and compete with the Lin family. I will ensure that the entire Shen Yao town uses our Yun family and Amp, Oppos, as ice, and I will bring misfortune to the Lin establishment. The Lin family has ties to the CF family, which would indirectly send a message to the CF residents. Chen and Oppos, do not act recklessly. Lu Shi and Yun Zhengqing exchanged worried glances. They feared that if Yun Jiqian's actions revealed the true identity of Xiao Wu, it would lead to grave consequences. Father, Mother, rest assured, I will not engage in imprudent actions. Unable to bear seeing Lu Shi in tears, Yun Fu approached and embraced her, lending her small strength. Since arriving at the Yun household, Lu Shi had treated her as a biological daughter, allowing her to experience the warmth of having a mother. In kind, she regarded Lu Shi as her own mother, setting aside their mother-daughter bond. Only Yun Fu was aware of the family and Oppos' current predicament. At that moment, Lu Shi resolutely declared, perhaps I should simply agree to their demands and go to the Xie residence to care for the old matriarch. No, both Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu protested in unison. Yun Jiqian insisted, Mother, if you return now, they will only humiliate you further. They may even force you into servitude. Yun Fu added, Mother, the Xie residence is not a good place. I will not allow you to suffer again. Do you remember? There was a death at the Xie residence not long ago. Lu Shi was caught in a dilemma. Yun Zhengqing sighed heavily. If not for the fear of Xiao Wu's identity being exposed, he would not have to endure the CF family and Amp, Oppos' bullying in this small mountain village of Shen Yao town. Father, Mother, you have worked hard to raise us all these years. Please take a moment to rest at home. As for earning a living, leave it to me. He assured them, you need not worry. I will ensure that you and my siblings do not go hungry. Seeing his son's steadfast determination, Yun Zhengqing asked Qian and Oppos, tell me the truth. Have you been hiding something from us recently? After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, Yun Jiqian replied, Father, Mother, today my sister and I went to the town to discuss leasing a shop. Upon hearing this, both Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi stared at Yun Jiqian in disbelief. They were not opposed to his minor mischief, but opening a shop was a significant matter. If mishandled, it could lead to losses, and they had no funds to fill in the gaps. Yun Zhengqing and Amp, Oppos' expression hardened. Nonsense. I do not approve. Lu Shi hurriedly inquired, leasing a shop? Where did you acquire the funds? Yun Jiqian returned to his room and emerged holding over 100 taels of silver. Father, Mother, this is what I have saved over the past 6 months. This revelation left both Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi utterly astonished. They had been unaware that he had amassed such wealth. Typically, when Yun Jiqian visited the town, he would bring back a few necessities, leading Lu Shi to believe he was merely earning a small amount selling trinkets. They exchanged glances, perhaps concluding that Yun Jiqian had simply been fortunate. Chinner, tell Mother, what prompted you to consider opening a shop? Yun Fu inquired. Mother, I urged my elder brother to open the shop. She felt responsible for the situation, unwilling to watch her brother face reprimands. Yun Zhengqing was skeptical. His daughter was only 7 years old. What did she understand about running a shop? Surely, she was too kind-hearted and was merely covering for her brother. Just as he was about to scold Yun Jiqian again, he heard his daughter declare, It was I who insisted my elder brother open an ice beverage shop, as we have successfully produced ice and crafted ice drinks. Making ice? Yun Jingqing's brow furrowed slightly. Wasn't ice meant to be stored in winter for summer use? How could it be manufactured? Noticing her father's disbelief, Shen Fu ran outside, filled 2 basins with water, and demonstrated the ice-making process right before Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi's eyes. Yun Zhengqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Shi's heart raced with excitement. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 59. The wolf will ultimately return to the mountains in this era. Ice is exceedingly precious, and the 2 children have discovered a lucrative venture. Yun Fu presented a bowl of ice dessert, which she had prepared for 5th brother and stored in the ice basin. Father, mother, please taste this, she said. Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Is this Su Mountain? How did you learn to make this? She was familiar with such delicacies from her youth, recalling the cooling bowls she would relish every summer. Yet, over time, she suffered from abdominal pain during her monthly cycle, attributed to a cold constitution by the household physician. Despite this, she could not resist indulging in the icy treats, often scolded by her elder sister, who would snatch the bowl from her hands, playfully warning her of her gluttony and the risk of remaining unmarried, to which Lu would defiantly respond that she would remain single, promising to care for their mother in her old age. The sight of the ice dessert evoked memories, and Lu turned her head, tears welling in her eyes as they streamed down her cheeks. Mother, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing, just happiness. She quickly wiped her tears and focused on the dessert. Can this ice dessert be sold? As Lu took a spoonful of Su Mountain, her eyes widened in surprise. The flavor was exactly as she remembered, perhaps even better. It was worth noting that in her previous household, they had hired an expensive chef from Jiangnan to create such delicacies, unique to the capital. She realized that Qian could not have made this. It had to be Fu, who was only 7 years old. Or had she acquired such skills? Yun Zhengqing was not fond of sweets, yet he felt compelled to taste what his daughter had presented. Upon his first bite, he too was taken aback. The sweet treat was not as unpleasant as he had anticipated, but rather fragrant and refreshing. Indeed, a delightful respite on a summer day. He found it hard to believe that this was crafted by his children, who likely had not even tasted it themselves. Lu was the first to speak. Tell us the truth. Where did you learn to make this ice dessert? Reluctantly, Yun Fu resorted to the story she had concocted for her elder brother, claiming it was a dream. Yun Zhengqing and Lu exchanged glances, feeling that their daughter was a little blessing bestowed upon the Yun family, while secretly worrying for her safety. Yun Zhengqing asked, "Did you also store ice in the cellar?" "Yes, father." He sighed, recognizing that his son had grown thoughtful and responsible, leaving him with little room for reproach. "Qian, remember to always act with integrity in all matters and remain true to your conscience." "Rest assured, father, I understand," Yun Zhengqing replied. "Good, I trust you, my son. Go on." The children were growing up, and they too were aging. The wolf will ultimately return to the mountains. The wild geese will eventually spread their wings to soar. He had been clipped of his wings, living a constrained life, yet he could not hinder his children's aspirations. Yun Zhengqing suggested that his parents rest and calm their emotions while he went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He told them he would need a month to earn some silver. If he failed, they would leave Shiqiao town. At the Xie residence, the old matron insisted, "You must drink this medicine. The physician has instructed it, and only with it will your ailment improve," said Chuanhong. However, the elder matron shattered the delicate porcelain bowl containing the medicinal soup, spilling it across the floor and splattering Chuanhong. "Every day, medicine, medicine. Do you wish to kill me?" Her recurring headache had intensified, and only Lu's massages could alleviate her pain. As Chuanhong cleaned up the shards, she cautiously instructed Xiangmi to fetch the mistress. Seeing the elder matron in a fit of rage frightened her, so she hurriedly sought out Madame Wang. Soon, Madame Wang arrived, accompanied by concubine Lin, who had been with her when she came. Upon entering, Wang noticed the pervasive scent of medicine and the remnants of spilled soup on the floor. Instantly realizing that the elder matron was in a foul mood, she promptly ordered Xiaomi to open the windows to air out the room. Seeing her mother-in-law's pallor, she inquired, "Has the old matron's headache returned?" Chuanhong replied, "Madam, the old matron did not sleep last night, and her headache has worsened. Has the physician been summoned?" Chuanhong shook her head, hesitant to speak. The elder matron had refused medical attention, leaving them powerless. Why would the elder matron not seek treatment? "Quickly, fetch the physician." At that moment, the elder matron, her face grim, weakly retorted, I see you all wish for my demise, forcing this bitter concoction upon me daily. She suspected that her ailments had worsened from these potions, and she harbored doubts about Wang's intentions. Mother, how can you think so poorly of your daughter-in-law? I only wish for your recovery. If you refuse to take your medicine, how will you ever heal? Wang's words, though well-meaning, only fueled the elder matron's ire. Without waiting for her to finish, the elder matron hurled a teacup at Wang and Amp. Oppo's feet, exclaiming, You, of all people, wish for my death. Once I am gone, you will seize control of this household, no longer under anyone's thumb. Hearing such harsh words from her mother-in-law brought tears to Wang's eyes. She could not fathom that the elder matron held such a low opinion of her. Concubine Lin stepped forward. Elder matron, I understand you wish for Lu to serve you. The master has instructed the shopkeeper to dismiss her husband, with Lu's embroidery work no longer in demand. They will soon be destitute and will have no choice but to seek your assistance. The elder matron raised her chin, inquiring, Is that true? Concubine Lin assured her, Fear not, elder matron. They will not idly watch their sons go without an education. Had it not been for the principal of Shirgu Academy, who stood firm against corruption, the master would have bribed him to ensure Lu and Amp, Oppo's children were left without schooling. The elder matron nodded in satisfaction. Well, you do attend to matters thoroughly. Chuanhong, a reward for you. Chapter 60. Guche's injury. Aunt Lin twirled the bracelet in her hand, wearing a smug expression as she observed Madame Wang. Madame Wang regarded her with disdain, dismissing the significance of a mere bracelet. Nevertheless, concern for Lu weighed heavily on her heart, yet she felt powerless. As the master was often incited by the Lin family to commit acts of oppression against the common folk, despite her repeated attempts to counsel him discreetly, it only deepened his aversion towards her. Over time, the master had ceased to visit her courtyard altogether. At that moment, the young master of the CF family came to pay his respects to his mother. Noticing her furrowed brow, he inquired, Mother, what troubles you? Madame Wang sighed, Alas, I fear that the CF family will inevitably fall into the hands of that mother-son duo. Do you remember Lu? The maid who adeptly attended to your grandmother? She has emerged again to wreak havoc, sabotaging the livelihood of the Lu couple. Is this not a means to starve them, driving them to despair? The young master understood his mother's kind-hearted nature and her aversion to the misdeeds of the CF family, which had led to discord with his father, only emboldening that mother-son pair. He advised, Mother, allow me to handle this matter. You must avoid further conflict with father. Madame Wang massaged her temples and replied, Very well. Go and offer some compensation to Lu. It may alleviate her grievances, and if she truly comes to serve your grandmother, she will be more devoted. But do so discreetly, lest that mother-son duo learns of it and reports to your father. The young master complied, Yes, I understand. The following day, Yun Jiqian took his sister Shen Fu to the shop, paying a year's rent of 60 taels of silver. They set about tidying up the shop, eager to commence business. Shen Fu suggested that since the shop had a back courtyard suitable for residence, they could invite Gu Che and his sister to stay. If Gu Che were willing, he could assist in the shop. She had her plans to ensure that Gu Che and the other little beggars could have a meal. Yun Jiqian agreed with his sister's proposal, and together they visited the city god temple on West Street. A year had passed, and they presumed that Prince Chun had found nothing amiss at the temple. The Gu siblings were safe. She believed Prince Chun would not have the leisure to keep watch over these beggars for an entire year. As they approached the temple, a little girl waved at Yin Fu. Call him, Miss Yin, is that you? Running towards them was Gu Yu. The current Gu Yu was a far cry from the girl they had first encountered. Though still clad in coarse linen, she appeared much cleaner and more presentable. Her cheeks fuller, and her bright eyes were striking. Blushing under their gaze, 11-year-old Gu Yu said, I owe you both a debt of gratitude. Had I not met you, I might not be here today. Dear Gu Yu, you are fortunate and blessed, so do not speak that way. Even without us, you would have encountered other kind souls. Yin Fu reassured her. Alas, the money you gave my brother was hardly spent before it was snatched away. The clothes, bedding, and food he procured for me were all taken by those old beggars, Gu Yu said, her face flushed with indignation. Then, her expression shifted to one of hope as she asked, Are you and your brother here to find me and my brother? My brother said I should follow you. You saved my life, and I would gladly serve as your maid. Gu Yu asked cautiously, fearful that the Yun siblings might not keep their promise. The two siblings had longed for the Yun family to come and take her away. Her brother had warned her that, as she grew older, it would become dangerous to remain a beggar, as she would be vulnerable to bullying. Even being a maid in a grand household could be fraught with peril, embroiling her in domestic strife that could threaten her very life. Their only hope was to follow Miss Yin. Yun Jiqian inquired, "Where's your brother? He has gone out to beg for food and should be returning soon." "Then let us wait for your brother here." However, they waited until noon, and Gu Che still had not returned. Just then, a little beggar rushed in, panic etched on his face, calling out to Gu Yu, "Gu Yu, Gu Yu, something has happened to your brother. Come with me quickly." A wave of anxiety washed over Gu Yu as she hurriedly stepped forward, asking, "What happened? Is my brother all right?" The little beggar replied, "Your brother was beaten by the bun shop owner." "Why did they beat my brother?" "I don't know. When I arrived, the owner claimed he stole some buns, and the couple was beating him." Gu Yu shook her head. "That cannot be true. My brother is not that kind of person." Yin Fu and Yun Jiqian also refused to believe that Gu Che would steal buns. They recalled a time when his sister was gravely ill, and he had stood before an old man selling candied hawthorns, knowing that the elderly vendor could not chase after him if he had attempted to snatch a skewer. Yin Fu urged, "Do not panic. Let us go and see for ourselves." The four of them arrived at the bun shop, where they found Gu Che battered and bruised. Gu Yu rushed to her brother, lifting him up with tears in her eyes. "Why did you beat my brother?" The shop owner's wife, upon hearing the little girl refer to Gu Che as her brother, sneered, "Since he stole our buns, he must work here for a month as punishment, or we shall report him." Upon hearing the threat of being reported, Gu Che immediately panicked, shouting, "I was clearly offered 2 buns by you. As I tried to leave, you stopped me, accusing me of theft. How can you be so unreasonable?" In these times, the common folk feared the officials, and a mere beggar was even more vulnerable. The owner, aware that these children were orphans without any family to support them, had often witnessed them begging outside his shop. In the sweltering heat, the couple worked tirelessly, drenched in sweat, and found it difficult to hire help due to the meager profits of the bun shop. Thus, they had set their sights on exploiting these children. Yun Jiqian interjected, "If he took your buns, I will pay for them. We do not want your money. If he dares to steal from us, he shall work here for a month as compensation." The shop owner replied, calculating that once the month was over, he would find another excuse to keep him on. Yun Fu protested, "For just 2 buns, you would make him work for a month? Your greed is astonishing." Her innocent voice drew the attention of many passers-by, who paused to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 61. Yun Jingqing's restlessness, the proprietress of the steamed bun shop, was incensed to see a little girl meddling in affairs that did not concern her. "Go play, you little brat," she snapped. She intended to shoo Yun Fu away with a wave of her hand, but was halted by Yun Jiqian. "They're my younger siblings. If you refuse, then we shall report you to the authorities." The shopkeeper scrutinized Yun Jiqian, perceiving him to be an educated man, and educated men are not easily deceived. 2 buns for 2 coins, she stated. As Yun Jiqian produced the silver coins, the proprietress was about to accept them when he added, "You may have the bun money, but the injury inflicted upon my brother requires a physician. Let's discuss the medical expenses." Upon hearing that there would be a financial demand, the couple hesitated. The proprietress, ready to explode, was interrupted by her husband, who chuckled and inquired, "How much for the medical expenses?" "1 tael of silver," Yun Jiqian replied. This declaration infuriated the proprietress. Demanding 1 tael was nothing short of extortion. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "You can forget it." Yun Jiqian countered, "Then we shall report this to the authorities. I happen to see a constable patrolling nearby. Would you kindly fetch him?" A passerby chimed in, "I witnessed it all. You were the ones who gave that child the buns." Another bystander affirmed, "Indeed, I just happened to pass by and saw it." Seeing that there were witnesses, the proprietress feared the arrival of the constable and hastily urged, "Quickly, go fetch 1 tael of silver for them." Yet, she was obstinate and refused to comply. Her husband, unable to contain his frustration, slapped her across the face. "If I say to give it, then give it without further ado." With her husband's anger unleashed, she dared not resist any longer. Feeling wronged, She covered her face and retreated to fetch one tael of silver, which she begrudgingly handed over to Yun Jiqian. As they departed, Yun Jiqian placed the 2 coins for the buns on the table. They had initially sought to exploit free labor, but their plans had backfired. The meager profit from the buns would take ages to recover. Once Yun Jiqian and his companions left, the proprietress could not help but complain, "This is all your fault. We should have let them report us. We could have claimed he stole our buns, and the constable would not have found any evidence." Before she could finish, she received another slap, this time harder. "This was your foolish idea, and look at the mess we are in now." The force of the blow caused her face to swell. "You struck me just now, and now again. You dare not act like this in front of outsiders. You only bully me at home. I will not stand for this." With that, they began to grapple. After exiting the clinic, Gu Che expressed his gratitude. "Young Master Yun. Young Miss Yun, thank you for assisting me today." Fortunately, Gu Che had only sustained minor injuries, as the bun shop owner had likely refrained from striking him too hard in hopes that he would work for them. Shen Fu replied, "This was merely a small favor. We came specifically to seek you out. We have opened a shop and would like to know if you wish to join us." "I would love to," Gu Che exclaimed joyfully. He had been eagerly awaiting the Yun siblings, knowing that they were not from a wealthy family, and he felt fortunate to be taken in by them. After waiting for over a year, believing he would never see them again, he was elated to learn they had opened a shop and were inviting him to work there. "Please gather your belongings. We will meet at our new shop on the south side of Shangyun Village." Although the sign had yet to be made, Gu Che was familiar with Shangyun Village. "All right, we will go collect our things right away." The siblings spent the entire day in town. Not only did they need to find someone to renovate the shop, but they also purchased various items necessary for opening. Most importantly, they prepared a space in the back of the shop to serve as an ice room. That evening, upon returning home, Yin Jingqing eagerly inquired about the shop's status. Having never known a moment of idleness, he felt a restless itch in his heart, akin to being prodded by countless claws. Not wanting to diminish his father's dignity by asking his eldest son, he turned to Yin Fu for casual conversation. "Fu, how is the shop coming along? Have you secured it?" Yin Fu replied, "Yes, it has been secured, and we are currently in the process of renovations. We should be able to open in a few days." Yin Jingqing hesitated before speaking. Yin Fu gazed at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Gathering his courage, he decided to cast aside his embarrassment, reasoning that as long as it was in front of his daughter, he had nothing to lose. "I am idle at home. Perhaps you could ask your elder brother if there is something I might assist with." Suppressing a laugh, Yin Fu said, "Father, I actually have something I need your help with. It requires your expertise, and no one else can manage it." "Well then, as long as I am kept busy, I am willing to do anything." Yin Fu returned to her room and came back with a blueprint, which she handed to Yin Jingqing. He was taken aback. "Did you draw this?" The blueprint featured a peculiar mold. While its purpose was unclear, crafting it did not appear to be a challenge. "I had my elder brother assist me with the drawing," Yin Fu explained. At that moment, Yun Jiqian entered the room and clarified, "Father, Fu and Appos mentioned that this could be used to create ice pops, so I sketched it according to her idea." Unfamiliar with ice pops, Yun Jingqing surmised they were likely some kind of frozen treat. Since his daughter desired it, he was determined to make it for her. After all, one must always indulge their beloved daughter. "Father, can this mold be made?" "Yes, absolutely. Your father's iron working skills are not to be underestimated." Yin Fu's face lit up with delight, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Really? You are incredible, father." Her praise brought joy to Yun Jingqing, dispelling the sense of loss he had felt from being without work. The following morning, he took the blueprint and set out, bringing along the silver given to him by Lu Shi, determined to visit the local blacksmith to fulfill the task entrusted to him by his daughter. Although the blacksmith shop had been influenced by the Xie family, prohibiting Yun Jingqing from working there, he was still welcomed as a customer. In truth, the shopkeeper was troubled. He did not wish to lose such a talented craftsman as Yun Jingqing, yet they could not afford to offend the Xie family, so they had to let him go. However, when Yun Jingqing expressed his intention to personally craft the mold, the shopkeeper, eager to retain his services, immediately agreed. Upon seeing Yun Jingqing arrive, Manda Chue and Chai Kong gathered around him. Chai Kong remarked, "Brother Yun, they're being unreasonable. How can they dismiss such a skilled blacksmith? We no longer wish to work with such a callous establishment." Chapter 62. Sheltering the little beggar man, Dachui echoed. Indeed, Brother Yun, with your exceptional skills. Why not establish your own shop? Just say the word, and both Chai Kong and I will gladly follow you. Chai Kong and man Dachui shared a close bond with Yun Zhengqing. In the beginning, they were novices, and it was Yun Zhengqing who guided them meticulously through their tasks. In their hearts, Yun Zhengqing was not merely a colleague or a brother. He was a mentor. Yun Zhengqing replied, "You two should focus on your work here. I cannot burden you with my troubles." He was acutely aware of Chai Kong and man Dachui and Appo's family situations. They relied on their wages to support their entire households. Should they lose their livelihoods as he had, it would spell starvation for their families. Furthermore, opening a blacksmith shop was not as simple as it sounded. It required official approval, and he was not yet inclined to engage with the authorities. Besides, the Yun family was hardly in a position to open a shop. Even securing basic meals had become a challenge. Brother Yun, if you encounter difficulties, please do not hesitate to confide in us. You mustn't treat us as outsiders. All right, Yun Zhengqing said, continuing his work. He appreciated their sentiments. Brother Yun, please direct us on how to assist you. We are here to lend a hand, they insisted. Seeing them pause their tasks to help him warmed Yun Zhengqing's heart. He took out the blueprints and began explaining. With the contributions of Man Dachui and Chai Kong, the molds were completed swiftly. Within a day, 2 were ready. In the evening, as if seeking approval, Yun Zhengqing presented the molds to Yun Fu. Fu and Appos, take a look at the molds I created. If they are unsatisfactory, I shall make them anew. Yun Fu examined the molds carefully, reflecting on her father's craftsmanship. She gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "If there is anyone who could rival my father's skills, they will be hard to find." Her praise delighted Yun Zhengqing immensely. The molds, crafted from iron, were not overly large and featured 30 small compartments, each detachable. Ice could be placed beneath, and then the lid fashioned from the compartments could be secured on top, allowing for a mixture to be poured in with small sticks added, resulting in homemade popsicles once frozen. Tomorrow, she would take these to the ice room at the shop to attempt selling the popsicles. Yun Fu mentioned that Yun Zhiqian had provided 10 taels of silver to Yun Zhengqing, suggesting, "Father, please make a few more. If funds run low, just let us know." "Certainly," he replied, eager to oblige, as a day without forging left him restless. 3 days later, the streets were bustling with children selling popsicles and milk puddings, each carrying white wooden boxes calling out, "Popsicles for sale, milk puddings for sale." In the sweltering summer heat, upon hearing the word ice, passers-by flocked to the children with wooden boxes, inquiring about the prices of the popsicles. Before long, a crowd encircled one particular boy, Guche, to instill confidence in Yun Fu and her brother. The children signed a contract of servitude, pledging to remain with the Yun siblings for life. Aware of the tragic backgrounds of these children from the city temple, Yun Fu and Yun Zhiqian decided to take in 23 of them, providing each with 2 sets of clothing and accommodating them in the backyard of the ice shop. By offering these children sustenance, they also gained a source of income, achieving a dual purpose. Once profits were generated, Yun Zhiqian planned to rent a larger space for them, with newfound shelter, fresh clothes, and food. The children expressed deep gratitude to the Yun siblings. Yun Fu resolved to promote their shop before its official opening by distributing the popsicles and milk puddings, allowing any child over 10 to join in earning money. Counting the children, she found there were 18 aged 10 and above, and only 5 younger ones, whom they could still afford to support. Under the guidance of Yun Fu and Yun Zhiqian, these children quickly learned how to interact with customers and sell goods. For every 2 popsicles sold, they earned a coin, and a milk pudding also brought in a coin. The only stipulation was that they must maintain cleanliness in both appearance and attire. Upon hearing this, the children cheered joyfully, realizing their employer was exceptionally generous, providing food, shelter, clothing, and wages. Guche opened the wooden box, removed the white cotton cover, and presented a popsicle and a milk pudding, both wrapped in oil paper. Thanks to sufficient ice at the box's bottom, the popsicles remained intact, protected by the cotton from heat. He explained, "The popsicles are 4 coins, while the milk pudding, made with milk, is priced at 8 coins. Both items were white, though the popsicle appeared somewhat translucent, while the milk pudding had a creamy, inviting hue. 2 popsicles for me. I do like a milk pudding. I want 4 to take home for the children. Everyone hurriedly produced coins, eager to purchase before they ran out. The townsfolk had a little money to spare, and compared to ice bowls, these treats were remarkably affordable, especially in such sweltering weather. As more customers approached, Gucci found himself overwhelmed, unsure whom to serve first. Moments later, someone took a bite of a popsicle, and the refreshing chill spread through them. It's icy and sweet, delicious. I need another. Before long, the popsicles in the box were sold out. Little brother, where's your shop? This milk pudding is delightful. I wish to buy more. Gucci responded, our shop is located south of Shangyun Zhuang on West Street. Yunji Ice Drink Shop. We open in 5 days, offering various ice bowls, drinks, and ice cream at half price on opening day. You're welcome to come and try. Additionally, we sell ice for just 10 coins. Enough for a chunk half the size of this box, which can keep a room cool all day. 10 coins? That's incredibly cheap. Can we buy it now? The heat is unbearable. I must get 2 blocks. Everyone began discussing excitedly. I want a block of ice and a few popsicles. Given the affordability of their offerings, they speculated that the ice bowls would also be reasonably priced. As the crowd grew, Gucci was astonished by the commotion his popsicles had caused. Latecomers observed others enjoying the frozen treats, small sticks with chilled delights, and regretted their tardiness. However, upon hearing about Yunji Ice Drink Shop, they eagerly inquired about its location. Chapter 63. A flourishing business before opening. What surprised Shen Fu and Yunji Qian was that even before the shop officially opened, customers began to trickle in. Some came to purchase popsicles, others sought ice blocks, while a few inquired about the availability of ice bowls. That day, the 300 popsicles and 100 milk puddings prepared in advance were all sold out, along with over 100 ice blocks and more than 30 bowls of ice bowls. Customers noticed that the price of the ice bowls was significantly lower than those at the neighboring Xianji, prompting them to ask Yunji Qian if they could purchase them ahead of the official opening. The siblings had intended to reserve the ice bowl for the grand opening, but upon seeing the customers' eagerness, they decided to sell them early. The moment they tasted the ice bowls, patrons exclaimed their delight, noting that they were not only delicious, but also half the price of those from Xianji. They were eager to spread the word to friends and family about Yunji's affordable and tasty offerings, declaring that they would return to Yunji for their future treats, especially since the shop was comfortably cool, with ice basins placed around, creating a refreshing contrast to the heat outside. Meanwhile, in the elegant second-floor parlor of the Shen family's cold drink shop, a well-dressed, middle-aged man reclined leisurely, sipping tea and occasionally humming a tune. Ever since his sister became a concubine to the master of the Xie family, his life had taken a turn for the better. The Lin family business was thriving, bolstered by his sister's influence over her husband. Though she held the status of a concubine, her authority as the steward of the Xie household brought fortune to the Lin family as well. His sister had indeed made a wise match. At that moment, the shopkeeper knocked and entered. Master, another cold drink shop has opened across the street. Without raising his head, the man sipped his tea and replied, Oh? The shopkeeper continued, They haven't officially opened yet, but customers are already streaming in. Once they do open, Mr. Lin waved dismissively, Do not concern yourself with them. Not everyone can master the art of cold drinks. He spoke with unwavering confidence, not underestimating the competition, but knowing that the skilled craftsmen who made cold drinks for Xianji had been imported from the capital. He had prepared for this venture for 3 years, constructing multiple ice cellars and stockpiling ice yearly to ensure a successful opening. This business was not something one could simply launch. The superiority of their ice cellars alone set them apart, not to mention the lack of expertise possessed by their rivals. The shopkeeper, sensing Mr. Lin's confidence, chose to remain silent, though a nagging feeling told him that the shop across the street was not to be underestimated. That evening, upon returning home, Shen Fu and Yunji Qian tallied their earnings and were astonished to discover they had made over 5 taels of silver that day, with a profit of at least 4 taels. Their parents were equally shocked to hear this news, realizing that their children had indeed opened a shop and were already generating income before the official launch. The brothers of the Yun family, who had just learned of their older brother and sister in Oppo's business venture, were equally astonished. Father, we only have 12 molds. It might not be sufficient. Please make 20 more, suggested Yun Zhengqing. All right, I will start tomorrow, he replied, planning to visit the blacksmith early. Initially, he had taken longer to create the molds, but now he was proficient and could work swiftly. He needed to complete the 20 molds before the shop opened to ensure they were ready for use. Since the day Yun Fu had prepared ice bowls for Yun Jili, he had realized that his sister was truly exceptional, far more capable than other siblings. Now that she was also contributing to the family income, he felt a twinge of embarrassment recalling the time he had been angry with her. Sister, I will come to help at the shop after school tomorrow, he declared. Sure, fifth brother, she replied. Their second brother, Yun Zhizhong, third brother, Yun Jiyan, and fourth brother, Yun Jilan, all chimed in. We will help at the shop too. At that moment, Lu Shi pulled Yun Jiqian aside, saying, Qian, you've been busy until late these past days. Tomorrow, you should go to the town a bit later and meet Zi. Yun Jiqian felt a slight blush creeping to his ears and replied, All right, I will listen to mother. In the countryside, social norms were more relaxed than in affluent families, allowing for interactions between young men and women with the assistance of a matchmaker. Early the next morning, Matchmaker Li brought Zi to the Yun household, not only for Zi and Yun Jiqian to meet, but also for the Zhao family to assess the Yun family situation, as specifically requested by them. Lume Zi, I have brought Zi for you. Look at how lovely this girl is, Lu Shi remarked, scrutinizing Zi closely. Yin Fu, too, was curious to see what kind of person Zhao Zi was, whether she would be a suitable match for her elder brother. It was evident that Zhao Zi had dressed with care for this occasion. Though her clothes were still made of coarse fabric, they were brand new, and she had lightly adorned her face, making her features appear quite elegant. Zhao Zi seemed to sense Lu Shi's gaze upon her and blushed slightly. Lu Shi nodded in satisfaction, noting that her physique indicated she was capable and not as delicate as a young lady from a wealthy family. The only drawback was her somewhat tanned skin, likely a result of years of hard labor under the sun, although the marks on her neck suggested her natural complexion was significantly fairer. Lu Shi thought to herself that a slightly darker complexion was of no consequence. Once she entered the Yun family, she would be well taken care of. At that moment, Zi noticed a young girl staring at her, so she looked up at Yun Fu and gently asked, Is this your younger sister? She is truly beautiful, Yun Fu replied. The beauty of childhood is in their unreserved curiosity. Seeing Zi express fondness for her daughter filled Lu Shi with joy, and she smiled as she responded, Yes. She is the youngest in the family, so she is quite cherished. Upon hearing Lu Shi and Appo's words, a flicker of something unusual passed through Zi and Appo's eyes, but she maintained her smile, saying, Auntie is right. The youngest should indeed receive more affection. Matmaker Li suggested Liu Meizi. Why don't we step into the courtyard for a chat? Lu Shi understood the implication and took Yun Fu's hand, following Matchmaker Li outside. As the three departed, the room fell silent. Since Lu Shi had instructed Yun Jiqian to take the initiative as a young man, he stepped forward and bowed politely, attempting to ease the tension. Miss Zhao. Chapter 64. A glance between Yun Jiqian and Zhao Zi. Yun Jiqian maintained a humble demeanor, his gaze lowered, not daring to look at Zi even once. Despite this, Zhao Zi felt her ears flush suddenly. She covertly stole a glance at Yun Jiqian, pondering how he resembled a graceful gentleman from a play, even bowing to her. Indeed, scholars possess a distinct charm. Yet, this left her in a quandary. She felt neither comfortable sitting nor standing, and she was uncertain how to return the gesture. This predicament caused her to break into a light sweat. According to the plays, she ought to respond with a courteous bow. She strained to recall the southern opera she had seen at the theater in Shichiao town, mimicking the poise of the wealthy young ladies, and awkwardly curtsied, saying, Greetings, young Master Yun. Her sweet voice pierced through Yun Jiqian and Appo's heart, prompting him to muster the courage to meet Zhao Zi and Appo's gaze. Upon seeing her pleasant appearance, his heart raced like a startled deer, and his face involuntarily flushed. He slightly lowered his head, a smile spreading across his face. Miss Zhao, please have a seat. Peering through the window ledge, Yun Fu sighed inwardly, and Appo's over. My elder brother has taken a liking to Zhao Zi. It wasn't that she held any ill will toward Zhao Yingzi, but rather because her brother had spent all his days ensconced in the academy, where no female students existed. He might find even the most unattractive woman appealing. Was it not because of her brother that she suffered from the pressures that led to his prolonged bachelorhood? She would have to keep a close watch to protect him from further heartache. At this moment, Zhao Yingzi also raised her head to appraise Yun Jiqian and could not help but feel a surge of delight. He appeared even more handsome than when she had previously seen him. Her mother had indeed spoken the truth. Earlier, at the intersection near the Yun residence, she had spotted Yun Jiqian from a distance, and his striking looks and exceptional demeanor had captivated her at first sight. However, that was merely a fleeting glance. Seeing him up close today, he was even more enchanting. "Young Master Yun, I heard you study at the Shirgu Academy in town?" Noticing Yun Jiqian lost in thought, Zhao Yingzi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing he might not find her appealing. "Ms. Zhao may not be aware, but I have withdrawn from my studies." Zhao Yingzi and Appo's heart tightened, and her smile faded significantly as she hurriedly asked, "Why?" "Initially, my mother fell ill while striving to provide for our education, and my father alone could not support the education of all 5 of us. As the eldest son, it is my duty to alleviate my parents' burdens." Yun Jiqian recounted the circumstances with a calm demeanor. Seeing Yun Jiqian's sense of responsibility, Zhao Yingzi felt a deep admiration for him. "Will you return to the academy in the future?" "That depends on the circumstances. The future is unpredictable, and perhaps I may return." Yun Jiqian could discern the worry in Zhao Yingzi's words, and, not wishing for her to fret like his mother, he fabricated a comforting lie. Having resolved to pursue commerce, he ought to remain steadfast in his decision and focus on mastering the art of business, leaving thoughts of academia behind. Upon hearing Yun Jiqian's statement, Zhao Yingzi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Young Master Yun, with your remarkable academic prowess, you should certainly return to your studies." "Very well, Miss Zhao. I shall consider it." Seeing Yun Jiqian acquiesce, a smile returned to Zhao Yingzi's face. All of this was observed by Yun Fu outside the window, who felt a nagging suspicion that Zhao Yingzi was not as innocent as she appeared. Perhaps both her mother and brother had misjudged her. After Li Meipa and Zhao Yingzi departed, Lu Shi inquired, "Chinner, what are your thoughts?" Yun Jiqian felt a warmth spread across his face and lowered his head, replying, "I will heed my mother's wishes." Lu Shi took note of her son and Appo's reaction, filled with joy. "Qin and Appo's has consented to this marriage proposal. I shall inform Li Meipa." Meanwhile, Yun Fu harbored concerns for her elder brother. She had not expected her typically astute brother to be so naive in matters of the heart. Though she wished to voice her concerns, she refrained from slandering Zhao Yingzi without concrete evidence. It would be unwise. "Let us proceed cautiously," she decided. With personal matters settled, they returned to their shop in town to resume their labors. The previous night, the children had ventured into the streets selling ice pops, with the most successful selling 35 pieces, including 11 milk puddings and 24 ice pops, earning a total of 23 won, a sum they had not anticipated. Those who sold fewer were still content, knowing they could save all their earnings while having no expenses for food or lodging. The younger children looked on with envy as the top 3 sellers received an additional 5 won as a reward from Yun Jiqian, further fueling their enthusiasm. Some recognized these children as former beggars and admired Yun's generosity for providing them with food. Upon learning that they would receive rewards for their sales, others began to lend a hand, eager to sample the refreshing taste of ice pops. Once they tasted them, they became enamored with the icy treats, which provided a delightful respite from the heat. Thanks to the children's enthusiastic street promotion, the shop welcomed even more patrons than the day before. Fortunately, they had prepared ample molds and materials, having stocked up on ice pops, ice bowls, and cold drinks after closing the shop the previous day. Only Yun Jiqian, Yun Fu, and the Gu siblings were permitted in the ice room. Others were not allowed to enter, nor were they privy to its secrets. When the shop became busier, Yun Jiqian selected 5 of the more astute children to assist. The ice blocks, prepared the day before and stored in the ice room, were sent out one after another. Yun Fu suggested, "Elder brother, before the shop opens, it would be wise to secure support from the local government. Our ice is not valuable, and even if we give it away for free, they can afford it. With Shen Fu and Oppo's insight, Yin Jiqian understood the significance. With the local government's backing, even if someone were envious and sought to cause trouble, they would think twice. I see, sister. I will take care of it. Can you manage here? He felt a twinge of concern, as the shop was staffed mainly by children. Though his sister was clever, she was still just a child. Brother, you can go with peace of mind. While the shop is not yet open, we can manage, but if this goes on too long, it may become difficult. When you return, we should post a notice outside for hiring a shopkeeper. Additionally, we need to hire a cook. Relying on takeout for meals isn't sustainable. Not to mention the expense, and they need nourishment. Very well. Each time his sister spoke, she impressed Yin Jiqian, as her thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. He recalled the time when she first arrived home, when he had contemplated sending her away. Now, he felt a wave of relief that he had not acted on that thought. Yin Jiqian rented a cart to transport 30 blocks of ice, planning to deliver 10 to the county office, 10 to Shirgu Academy, and the remaining blocks to the Zhao residence. He had heard that the Zhao governor's mother was unwell and had returned to Shiqiao town for recuperation, bringing her family along, establishing a connection with the governor's estate, even if merely for familiarization, would be advantageous. Though these 30 blocks of ice would be worth at least 1 or 2 silver taels if purchased, their production cost was nearly negligible. However, should this ice secure their protection, it would be well worth the effort. Yin Jiqian and Oppo's first stop was the county office. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered 2 guards standing like sentinels, their large swords gleaming in the sunlight. One of the guards stepped forward and called out, "Halt! Who goes there?" Chapter 65. Seeking support for the shop, the official scrutinized Yin Jiqian, noting his refined demeanor, which suggested he was no ill-doer, thereby easing his vigilance. Yin Jiqian promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing the 2 officials. "Esteemed brothers, I am but a student from Shirgu Academy. My family has recently opened an ice drink shop, and, as I happened to pass through here while transporting ice today, I thought to express my gratitude for your diligent service under this sweltering sun. Please accept these ice blocks as a small token of appreciation for the government's kindness towards the common folk." Yin Jiqian's mention of Shirgu Academy was strategic. Had he merely been an ordinary citizen, the officials would likely have dismissed him without a glance. However, as a student of the esteemed academy, he garnered a modicum of respect. Indeed, upon hearing his affiliation with Shirgu Academy, the stern expressions of the officials softened considerably. The academy's head was a person of considerable standing, deserving of respect even from their county magistrate. With the promise of ice, the 2 officials quickly approached the cart, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the ice blocks. Sweating profusely from their duties under the relentless sun, they yearned for the relief that the ice would bring. Their faces transformed into smiles as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, young brother." As Yin Jiqian assisted the officials in unloading the ice, he suggested, "If you have time, do visit my shop, Yin Ji Ice Drinks, located south of Shanyun Zhuang on West Street. I would be honored to treat you both to some cold refreshments." The officials, now visibly pleased, responded, "We shall certainly pay a visit in the future." Given the exorbitant cost of ice in those times, the officials had initially intended to take only a few blocks. To their delight, Yin Jiqian offered them 10, lifting their spirits greatly. As he took his leave, he added, "Kind sirs, please share the ice among yourselves. Once you've used it up today, I shall bring more tomorrow." As the cart rolled away, one of the officials, named Du Jin, remarked to his companions, "Brothers, let us keep an eye on that Yin Ji Ice drink shop. We ought to support him." Xiao Qiu quickly agreed. "Indeed, in this scorching heat, it is only this young man who remembers us. We should certainly look out for him." Yin Jiqian had anticipated a more arduous process to establish a connection with county office, but he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything unfolded. Although still young, he understood the significance of social connections in this world. He felt no aversion to this arrangement. If it brought him benefits, his efforts were well worth it. After sharing the route to Shirgu Academy with the car driver, they set off towards the academy. Upon arrival, the gatekeeper, who recognized Yin Jiqian, greeted him. He had seen Yun Jiqian come with his 5 brothers to study at the academy. The Yun family was the only one of its kind. They greeted him each day, and having known him for 2 years, the gatekeeper was quite familiar with him. He had often heard the teachers and students praise Yun Jiqian for his remarkable talent, with expectations that he would surely excel in the upcoming scholar examinations. When he learned of Yun Jiqian's withdrawal from the academy, the gatekeeper felt a pang of regret. "Good sir, I have brought some ice blocks for the academy," Yun Jiqian announced as he began unloading the ice. "Given my current circumstances, I hope you can assist me in delivering this." Understanding dawned upon the gatekeeper. Despite Yun Jiqian's withdrawal, he still cared for his younger brothers at the academy. What a kind-hearted and considerate young man he was. The gatekeeper readily agreed. "Rest assured, I will deliver them." After unloading the ice, Yun Jiqian instructed, "Please keep 1 block for yourself, and ensure the headmaster receives another. The rest, you may distribute as you see fit." The gatekeeper was taken aback. "Is there still a portion reserved for me? Aren't these meant for your brothers?" No, this is for the academy and has no connection to the students," Yun Jiqian quickly clarified. Only then did the gatekeeper realize his misunderstanding. He was moved to tears, feeling the weight of Yun Jiqian's kindness, even in his absence from the academy. Yet, he felt a deep sense of regret for the young man's situation. Recognizing the gravity of the matter, he thought of the headmaster being present at the academy today. Perhaps if the headmaster intervened, Yun Jiqian might reconsider his decision. With this thought, the gatekeeper declared, "I must attend to a pressing matter. If you could kindly wait here until I return, I would appreciate it." "Please go ahead. I can wait a while longer," Yun Jiqian replied. Thank you, the gatekeeper said, hurrying away. Once inside the academy, he composed himself and briskly made his way to the headmaster's study. The headmaster of Shirgu Academy, Lu Yuanzheng, a man in his 50s, was a former scholar expected to serve in the capital. However, disillusioned by the intrigues and deceptions of court life, he resolutely left the capital to become the headmaster of Shirgu Academy, a position he had held for 30 years. At that moment, he was deeply engrossed in studying a famous scholar's correspondence when an urgent knock on the door interrupted his concentration. Frowning slightly, he reluctantly rose to open the door, finding the gatekeeper standing there. His tone softened a bit as he inquired, "What brings you here?" The gatekeeper respectfully replied, "Headmaster Lu, I bring news that the former student Yun Jiqian has come to deliver ice for the academy." Headmaster Lu remembered Yun Jiqian well. Although he was the headmaster, he still taught students from time to time, despite enrolling later than others. Yun Jiqian's diligence and natural talent allowed him to grasp in 2 years what took others 5 or even 8 years. Lu Yuanzheng believed that this year, Yun Jiqian would undoubtedly achieve the title of scholar. Delivering ice? The headmaster's brow furrowed in confusion. A student of such caliber should be in class at this hour. Chapter 66. Dean Lu's appreciation for talent indeed. Dean, Yun Jiqian has already withdrawn from school. I came to seek your counsel to persuade him. Before the doorman could finish his words, Dean Lu had already hurriedly stepped outside, heading towards the doorman's area. His demeanor suggested urgency, likely fueled by a shared appreciation for talent. The doorman cautiously assisted the dean in closing the door before following him. Upon entering the doorman's area, Dean Lu spotted Yun Jiqian seated there, which confirmed the doorman's claims. It was a pity to see such an outstanding student squandering his future. Recently, he had been in the capital and had only returned to the academy yesterday. Had it not been for the doorman's notification, he would have remained oblivious to Yun Jiqian's departure. "May I inquire as to why you have chosen to withdraw?" Dean Lu asked. Yun Jiqian, startled to see Dean Lu, quickly realized he had been misled by the doorman. However, he understood the doorman's good intentions and bore no ill will. He promptly rose and performed a respectful bow. Student Yun Jiqian pays his respects to Dean Lu. "Very well. Please take a seat," Dean Lu replied, gesturing for Yun Jiqian to sit down. "If your family is facing difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will do my utmost to help within my capacity." Dean Lu was aware of the Yun family situation. The couple struggled to support 5 scholars. Consequently, he had previously taken the initiative to reduce their tuition fees by 5 taels. Could it be that the Yun family had encountered further misfortunes? "Thank you for your kindness, but I simply do not wish to continue my studies. There is no other reason," Yun Jiqian insisted. Dean Liu was unconvinced. It is hard to believe that someone who is passionate about learning would suddenly declare an aversion to it. Seeing the dean's expression filled with doubt, Yun Jiqian steeled himself and replied, "My aspirations lie elsewhere. That is unacceptable. Without my consent, you shall not withdraw." Dean Liu exclaimed, "Dean, how about this? I will waive your tuition for a year, and the academy will provide you with all necessary supplies. Focus on your studies," Dean Liu proposed, unwilling to see a promising student squander his potential, especially with the upcoming examinations in August. The students he nurtured were no less capable than those from the capital's academies. Such a bright prospect was not something he could easily let go. However, it was too late. Had the dean made this offer earlier, Yun Jiqian might have considered it. But now that his shop was established and money invested, there was no turning back. Furthermore, with his parents now without income, even if the dean waived his tuition, how would the family manage their living expenses? Noticing Yun Jiqian's hesitation, Dean Liu quickly added, "If there are any other difficulties, please do share." Yet Yun Jiqian stubbornly replied, "I appreciate the dean's goodwill, but I truly do not wish to continue my studies. It is unrelated to anything else." Seeing the determination in Yun Jiqian's gaze, Dean Liu realized he could not change his mind and felt a twinge of regret. "However, I will still participate in the August examinations," Yun Jiqian stated. Dean Liu asked eagerly, "Is that truly possible?" If circumstances prevented Yun Jiqian from attending the academy, given his current talent, passing the examinations should be within reach. Moreover, having another scholar from Shirgu Academy would bring honor to the institution. "May I request one favor from you, Dean?" Yun Jiqian asked. "Speak freely," Dean Liu responded. "Dean, my younger brother has been exceptionally gifted since childhood, surpassing me in studies. I wonder if you might consider accepting him as a student?" As soon as Yun Jiqian finished speaking, Dean Liu's brow furrowed. Years ago, many students had attempted to persuade him to accept them as disciples and to maintain the academy's integrity. He had declared that he would treat all students equally and would not take any individual under his wing. Later, when he encountered several promising students he wished to mentor, he refrained from doing so, recalling his earlier commitment. To accept a new student now would be to contradict himself. He had not had much interaction with Yin Jiwen and only remembered him as a studious boy who preferred solitude to socializing. Whether Yin Jiwen possessed true scholarly talent had yet to be validated by Dean Liu. Even if he had no intention of taking him on as a disciple. After a long pause, he finally said, "Let him participate in this year and Oppo's examinations. If he can pass, I will acknowledge his talent and consider accepting him as my student. If you cannot attend the academy, then study diligently at home. I hope you will achieve a commendable result." Dean Liu's proposal was merely a tactical delay, aiming to complicate matters for Yun Jiqian. Given Yun Jiwen's age, passing the examinations would be unlikely. Yet, to Dean Liu's surprise, Yun Jiqian quickly rose and bowed deeply, unable to contain his excitement. "Thank you, Dean Liu, for your generosity. I will do my utmost and will not disappoint your expectations." And about the ice, there is no need for further discussion. Dean Liu began, but before he could finish, Yun Jiqian interjected, "Rest assured, I will deliver 10 pieces of ice daily to the academy. No, 20 pieces for its use. I must take my leave now." Yun Jiqian bowed once more, fearful of any change in Dean Liu's decision, and hurriedly exited. Dean Liu attempted to call him back, but found him already too far away. Alas, if given a choice, he would have preferred Yun Jiqian as a student. The young man was diligent, ambitious, humble, sincere, quick-witted, and adaptable, truly a promising talent. If he were to enter public service, he would likely navigate it with ease, perhaps even rectifying the regrets of his own past. But fate can be cruel. Unaware of Dean Liu's thoughts, Yun Jiqian was in a rush to visit the governor's office and then return swiftly to his shop, anxious about how busy it might be and whether his sister could manage on her own. Arriving at the governor's office, Yun Jiqian leapt from the carriage. But before he could speak, a guard shouted, "Who goes there? Leave at once." "Two guards. I am Yun Jiqian from the Yunji Ice Drink Shop in the west of the city. I have come to deliver ice, all free of charge." Before Yun Jiqian could finish, the guard barked again, "Leave immediately." "Wait." As the guard raised his spear, Yun Jiqian knew he could not linger any longer. "Very well, I shall take my leave. It seemed delivering ice to the governor's office would not be an easy task. At the Xie residence, Qingnan knelt on one knee before Prince Chun, reporting, "My lord, we have yet to find any clues regarding the seventh prince. Could it be that we are pursuing the wrong leads? Initially, we uncovered that 3 male infants were born at the Su residence around the time of the incident, and all 3 were sent away." Chapter 67. Chong Qingqing encounters Yun Fu again. They had been in Shichiao town for over a year, yet had uncovered not a single clue. Qingnan speculated that the issue might lie within the Su residence. Qi Jun replied, "That cannot be. The 7th royal nephew must be in Shichiao town." When Qi Jun was 8, he had once pressured Madame Su for answers, but she merely shook her head in ignorance and fell silent when pressed further. Witnessing Madame Su's profound grief over the loss of her beloved daughter, the execution of her husband, and the exile of her sons along with all the male members of the Su family, he felt pity for her. At just over 50, her hair had turned completely white under the weight of her suffering, and he could not bear to press her any further. Madame Su did not believe him, even when he professed that he had been raised by the Empress Dowager and regarded her as a mother. He had once dispatched people to investigate the whereabouts of the 3 male infants taken from the Su residence years ago, but they seemed to have vanished without a trace. If not for the 5 small characters inscribed on a note that red-white jade dragon pendant, he would have thought the direction of the investigation was misguided. However, a curious event had recently transpired in Shichiao town. Noticing the prince's rare interest in gossip, Qingnan decided to amuse him with the tale. "Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on those little beggars at the city god temple? Just a few days ago, they were all hired by a shop." "Hired the little beggars?" "Yes, my lord. I inquired and found out that the shop is called Yunji Ice Drinks. They have created various types of ice treats, something like popsicles, and have the little beggars selling them on the streets. Each popsicle sold earns them a little money." Leaning back on the couch, Qi Jun's expression remained inscrutable. "Are they really able to sell them?" "Indeed. These little beggars have donned new clothes and shoes, and they are now clean and fresh, almost unrecognizable from their former selves. Not only do they sell popsicles quickly, but they also promote Yunji's products, claiming such large blocks of ice are only 10 when each. The shop must be bustling with customers." Qi Jun's eyes flickered, and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. To take in these little beggars and provide them with food, preventing them from starving or freezing, speaks to the immense kindness of this individual. However, he felt that something was amiss. "Investigate the owner behind Yunji." Obeying his command without question, Qingnan clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, I take my leave." Upon returning to the shop, Yin Jiqian found it to be remarkably busy, yet his sister managed the crowd with grace, ensuring that everyone was working in harmony. While there weren't many customers eating ice in bowls, the vast majority came to purchase popsicles, milk pudding, and ice blocks. Many bought in quantities of 5 or 10, intending to share with their families. "Sister, you must be exhausted." Upon seeing her brother return, Yin Fu finally relaxed her posture. With her elder brother back, she felt she could take a break. This petite 7-year-old frame truly could not withstand too much toil. "Brother, you take over. I'll rest inside for a bit." "All right." Yin Fu entered the back room, disregarding the fact that it was filled with sleeping children, and lay down after removing her shoes and socks. She soon drifted into slumber. She slept for over an hour, awakening only when she heard Yin Jilai's voice. "Fifth brother?" "Little sister, brother said you were working hard and sleeping inside, so I came to check on you." Yun Fu stretched lazily. "I'm fine, fifth brother. I'm not tired." Such is the nature of children. Fatigue comes swiftly, yet so does recovery. "Come, let me take you to eat." Yun Jilai began to put on her shoes and socks, but Yin Fu hesitated, fearing repercussions. "Fifth brother, I'll do it." Yin Jilai pressed her foot down gently, putting on her shoes himself. He then took her hand and led her out through the back door. "Shouldn't we inform brother?" "It was brother's instruction. He gave me money to take you out for good food and to stroll around." "Oh." Feeling languid, Yin Fu allowed her brother to guide her along. Before long, they arrived at Qianwei Tower. "Fifth brother, are we eating at Qianwei Tower?" "Yes. I'm taking you to have roasted goose." Since the last time their mother brought home roasted goose, he had noted how much his sister enjoyed it, and he promised himself that when he had money, he would take her to Qianwei Tower for the same delicacy. Fifth brother, I don't want to eat at Qianwei Tower. The dishes there are quite expensive, and upon learning it was owned by the Xie family, Shen Fu was not foolish enough to spend her money there. However, her brother remained unaware of the underlying grievances. She pointed towards the west. On the way here, I saw a shop selling small wontons. Fifth brother, I want to eat wontons. All right, whatever you wish for, Yin Jilai replied gently. He would certainly accommodate his sister's wishes. Today was meant for her to relax, and he had requested money from their brother to take her out for a break. Though their second, third, and fourth brothers might not know, Yin Jilai was fully aware that the Yunji ice drink shop had been entirely his sister's idea. As they walked towards the west, Chang Qingqing, who had just exited Qianwei Tower, spotted Yin Fu and Yin Jilai conversing not far away. Seeing them whispering to each other, she wondered what they were discussing. Moments later, the duo headed west. Cousin, you should return first. I wish to explore over there. Chang Qingqing pointed in the direction where Yin Fu and Yin Jilai had departed. Zhao Mingzhou felt a tinge of unease. His grandmother had instructed him to take good care of his cousin, and should anything happen to her in Shiqiao town, he would have difficulty explaining himself. Cousin, I'll accompany you. There's no need, cousin. You may return. Let Songzhu follow me instead. Having her cousin shadow her, dictating what she could or could not do, felt akin to being monitored, which was quite disheartening. Zhao Mingzhou glanced at Songzhu and replied, very well. Songzhu, take good care of my cousin. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Songzhu, a servant of the governor's estate, had been by Zhao Mingzhou's side since childhood and possessed some basic martial skills. So he felt reassured with him around. Yes, rest assured, young master. I will certainly protect Mississippi Chang. Qingqing stealthily followed behind the Yun siblings, observing them laughing and chatting, which reminded her of her own elder and second brothers. Once, they had shared such moments of joy, but alas, they could never return. Meanwhile, Huang Er strolled leisurely behind Chang Qingqing. At that moment, a young man around 20 passed by Yun Jilai and abruptly snatched the purse hanging from his waist before sprinting ahead. Chapter 68. The Thief and the Stolen Pouch. Yun Jili witnessed someone snatching the pouch his sister had embroidered for him. He shouted, "Thief! Thief!" Without a moment's hesitation, he took off in pursuit of the scoundrel. Yin Fu, regaining her senses, realized that the thief was sprinting away with remarkable speed, clearly outpacing her brother. "Five, brother! Don't chase him!" she called out. Upon hearing Yin Fu's plea, Yun Jili halted after a few steps. He thought to himself that if the thief escaped, his sister would surely worry about him, and what if she encountered more nefarious individuals? At that moment, Yin Fu caught up with him and inquired, "Five, brother, how much silver was in the pouch?" Yun Jili shook his head and then revealed a silver ingot from his person. "I had hidden the silver on me." "Then let the pouch go. We no longer need it," Yin Fu suggested. Yin Jili hesitated, "But that was your gift to me." Yin Fu felt a bit embarrassed. The pouch had merely been a casual creation, yet her brother treasured it dearly. "I will embroider you a finer one in the future." "No, that was the first pouch you ever embroidered, and I cannot bear to part with it." As Yin Fu attempted to persuade Yun Jili further, Huang Er came dashing towards them from a distance, resembling a triumphant general, looking up at Yin Fu with a proud demeanor and eagerly nudging her leg. Yin Fu bent down, and Huang Er affectionately rubbed against her. "Why are you here alone? Where's your master?" Huang Er barked a couple of times towards the path it had come from, seemingly indicating that its master was not far behind. Indeed, moments later, Chang Qingqing arrived, accompanied by a young servant, who was escorting the very thief who had stolen Yun Jili's pouch. Chang Qingqing handed the pouch to Yin Fu and said, "Miss Yun, please check if anything is missing." Yin Fu passed the pouch to Yun Jili. Upon receiving it, he confirmed it was indeed his pouch and felt two hard objects inside. When he opened it, he found that the previously empty pouch contained an unexpected 10 taels of silver. He took the silver out and returned it to Chang Qingqing, stating, "This does not belong to us." Chang Qingqing was taken aback, realizing they had recognized her. She had been trailing the siblings when she heard someone shout "thief," and looked up just in time to see the thief fleeing with their belongings. The thief had dashed past her in the blink of an eye. Chang Qingqing shouted for Huang Er, who, obeying its master and amp, Oppos, as command, shot forward like an arrow. The thief turned into an alley ahead, and Huang Er swiftly pounced, gripping the thief with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. When Chang Qingqing arrived, she found the thief writhing in pain, having been bitten by Huang Er, who had seized the pouch in its mouth. Chang Qingqing inspected the pouch and frowned. One ugly pouch. The stitching was coarse and uneven, resembling a caterpillar, and the embroidery was indeed quite shabby, worse than her own efforts. She had always despised the delicate embroidery needle, preferring the thrill of wielding a sword over the tedious task of stitching. She recalled how her mother had confined her for a month, forcing her to learn embroidery, nearly driving her to madness. As Chang Qingqing held the pouch, she found it rather flimsy and, upon opening it, discovered it was empty. She kicked the thief and demanded, "Speak quickly. Where have you hidden the contents?" The thief, initially dismissive upon realizing she was just a young girl, felt the sting of her kick and no longer underestimated her. He cried out in protest, "Miss, spare me. This pouch was indeed empty. Song Zhu, search him thoroughly. He must have hidden the items on his person." "Yes." Song Zhu complied and searched the thief from head to toe, but found nothing. "Nothing? Speak. Where is the silver you took from the pouch? If you don't tell me, I shall have no choice but to end you today." Chang Qingqing delivered another sharp kick. The thief was filled with regret, lamenting that he should never have attempted to steal from individuals who clearly possessed martial prowess. He had only considered their youth and decent attire, thinking they would be easy targets. Had he not been desperate to procure medicine for his ailing mother, he would never have resorted to thievery. "Miss, I assure you, that pouch was entirely devoid of contents," he pleaded. Chang Qingqing, however, remained unconvinced and instructed Song Zhu to give him a beating until he relented. Eventually, the thief could bear it no longer and confessed, "I dropped the silver while fleeing. I was too frightened to stop and retrieve it. There were 2 pieces of broken silver, 10 taels total." Only then did Chang Qingqing escort the thief to catch up with Yen Fu and Yun Jili. Yen Fu accepted the broken silver from her brother and handed it back to Chang Qingqing. "Thank you for helping us recover the pouch. It originally contained no silver, so please take this back." Chang Qingqing realized her earlier misjudgment of the thief. However, she felt no regret for her actions, having chosen the path of a thief. He must face the consequences of his choices. She waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort." "Where are you 2 headed?" Yen Fu replied, "We wish to eat some dumplings. Would you like to join us, Miss Chong?" "How did you know my surname is Chong?" Yen Fu smiled. "Last time at Li Zilin, you introduced yourself as Chang Qingqing. Am I correct?" "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yen Fu." "Greetings, Miss Yen." Chang Qingqing was delighted that Yen Fu remembered her name. Song Zhu interjected, "Miss, how shall we deal with this man? He stole from Miss Yen and her brother. I believe it is only fair to let Miss Yen decide his fate." Yen Fu scrutinized the thief, noting his clever demeanor, though he did not appear particularly villainous. Yet, one cannot judge solely by appearances. Even the most unscrupulous individuals may not wear a label proclaiming their wickedness. "What compelled you to steal?" The thief, on the verge of tears, wished he could slap himself for underestimating these formidable individuals. "Miss, my name is Anfu. I have an ailing mother at home, and I had no other means. This is my first time doing such a thing. If I utter a single lie, may I be struck by lightning. Your mother is ill, yet you chose to engage in this disgraceful act instead of seeking honest work. Do you not fear for her health?" Anfu's face reflected despair as he lamented, "I was employed at Xianji, but the manager replaced me with a relative. I struggled to find work, and with my mother's illness, I resorted to this desperate measure." Seeing sincerity in his words, Yun Jili asked, "Where do you live?" "Just around the corner. If you do not believe me, you may follow me." "Very well," Yen Fu agreed. Chapter 69. Chang Qingqing and Yun Jili compete fortunately, not far away. Yun Jili allowed his sister to have her way. Chang Qingqing declared, "I wish to join as well." Such revelry was certainly not to be missed by her. The group proceeded to a nearby alley and arrived at a modest courtyard. Anfu pushed the door open and said, "Please come in." Leading the way, Anfu entered with Yen Fu, Yun Jili, and the others following. "The home is humble. I hope you won't mind." Yen Fu and Yun Jili had no reason to be disdainful. Their own residence was even less impressive than Anfu's, and given the location of this stone bridge town, even a modest dwelling here would be of considerable value. Has Anfu returned? A voice from within the house inquired, sounding like that of a woman in her 60s or 70s. Upon entering, they indeed found an elderly woman with a head full of white hair, exuding the signs of age. Fu inquired, "Is she your grandmother?" Anfu, appearing no more than 20, replied, "She is my mother." Just as the group was puzzled, the elderly woman clarified, "I am not his biological mother. When Anfu was 10, he came begging to my door. Seeing the poor child, I took him in." The elderly woman noticed the distinguished appearances of the young gentlemen and ladies, particularly the boy who, while not dressed as richly as the young lady, possessed an indescribable aura. Yet, keeping him has been more of a burden than a blessing. I have become a liability to him. For the past 2 years, my health has deteriorated, depleting my savings on medicine and forcing Anfu to earn money to support this old woman. Through their conversation, they learned that the elderly woman had been abandoned by her husband due to her inability to bear children. Since Anfu arrived, he had brought her much joy. At that moment, she noticed Anfu and Appo's injuries and, filled with concern, attempted to rise, asking, "What happened? How did you injure your leg?" Anfu hurriedly supported her, saying, "Mother, I am fine. I will find a way to get the money for your medicine." Unexpectedly, the elderly woman brushed off his arm and insisted, "Leave, go away, and do not return. You're not my son." Anfu was taken aback by her sudden dismissal, fearing she had discovered his misdeeds in stealing money. He knelt and pleaded, "Mother, I was wrong to take from others. Hearing his words, she began to weep uncontrollably. When she took Anfu in, she had never met her own family, who had once warned her that this boy was merely after her possessions. Yet, she chose to keep him. Now, in her old age, her savings had vanished due to medical expenses, but Anfu had not left her side. He stayed resolutely to care for her, even resorting to theft for her medicine. In her lifetime, no one had cared for her as he did. Moreover, Anfu had arrived at her home at the age of 10 and had taken on all household chores by the age of 13, even massaging her back and washing her feet daily. Both Anfu and the elderly woman cried together. Chang Qingqing interjected, "Why are you crying? Stop this at once. A man does not shed tears. Here, take this 10 taels of silver for your mother's medicine, and ensure you seek treatment for your leg." Her words drew the attention of both the elderly woman and Anfu, as well as Yunjili, who all looked at her, feeling embarrassed under their gaze. Chang Qingqing waved her hand. "I am merely lending you this in recognition of your filial piety. You must repay me in the future. Furthermore, you must never engage in thievery again, or I shall not hesitate to reprimand you." Anfu gratefully accepted the silver, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss, thank you." Observing Chang Qingqing's generosity, Yunjili felt compelled to uphold his dignity, asking, "Sister, do we still need help at the shop?" Yin Fu turned to Anfu, saying, "Once you've seen to your mother's health, go to Yunji Ice Drinks across from Shinkei. We are looking to hire." Understanding the implications, Anfu quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed hosts. I will take good care of my mother first." After bidding farewell, Anfu's mother urged him, "Be diligent at Yunji. I have always had a good eye for people. The Yun siblings are kind-hearted and unlike those at Shinkei." Anfu reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. I will repay their kindness." He then offered to carry her to the doctor. As they departed from Anfu and Appo's home, Yunjili remarked, "Sister, you must be starving. Let's go eat." Having spent some time with Anfu, Yunfu indeed felt hunger pangs. "Would you like to join us, Miss Chang?" Chang Qingqing readily agreed, "Of course." Meanwhile, Songzhu reminded her, "Cousin, you already ate quite a bit at Qianwei Tower." Chang Qingqing shot him a glance, and Songzhu recoiled slightly, realizing he had spoken out of turn. His concern stemmed from wanting to prevent her from overeating, as there had been instances in the past. Meanwhile, Huang'er tugged at Songzhu and Appo's pants leg, seemingly wanting him to leave. The four arrived at a stall selling small wontons, ordering 3 bowls. Songzhu refrained from ordering for himself, as he was tasked with protecting Chang Qingqing and feared being punished by his master for indulging. Yin Fu, driven by hunger, wolfed down her meal without waiting for it to cool. Seeing his sister eat with such gusto, Yunjili too felt hungry and joined her. Chang Qingqing, witnessing their hearty appetites, felt a sense of camaraderie, and also began to eat voraciously. I did not expect this stall to have such delightful flavors, she mused. Miss, please slow down. Songju raised his hand, contemplating intervening, but ultimately deciding against it, fearing it would dampen her spirits. After finishing one bowl, Shen Fu ordered another, prompting Chang Qingqing to do the same while challengingly glancing at Yin Jili. Naturally, Yin Jili could not back down and requested a bowl as well. Shen Fu glanced at the two, bemused that even during a meal, they felt the need to compete. She was genuinely hungry, while they seemed to be engaging in a frivolous contest. With one bowl unfinished, Shen Fu found herself unable to eat more. However, it appeared that Chang Qingqing and Yin Jili were truly in competition. Just as she was about to leave, she declared, "You two can continue eating. I must take my leave. If this goes on, fifth brother may end up with a stomach ache and complain of pain tonight." Chapter 70. The selection of the shopkeeper. As soon as he saw his sister preparing to leave, Yin Jili quickly rose to his feet and called out, "Boss, time to settle the bill." To his surprise, Songju had already taken care of the payment. When Yin Jili attempted to reimburse him, Songju replied, "Let this be considered a treat from our esteemed cousin to you." Yin Jili protested, "Why not to accept rewards without merit?" Chang Qingqing chimed in cheerfully, "Then shall we count on you to treat us next time?" It's settled. Given Chang Qingqing's insistence, Yin Jili found it difficult to decline. Regarding the previous incident, that plum tree, I genuinely had no idea it belonged to your family. I left you a note. Chang Qingqing looked puzzled. What note? At that moment, Yin Jili realized that Chang Qingqing had not received the payment he had left for the plums. Just then, Songju presented an item to Chang Qingqing, saying, "Miss, is this what you're looking for?" It was discovered last autumn when the workers were tending to the plum trees on the estate. The steward handed it over to the young master, who asked me to inquire if it belongs to you. I intended to deliver it to you after your return to the capital. Chang Qingqing took the item and saw a piece of cloth tied with a string, which contained a note. Upon unraveling the string, she realized that Yin Jili had made a special trip to the plum orchard to settle the payment for the plums. Truly, it was unnecessary. If you wish to enjoy plums, simply go to the orchard and pick some. It was a gift from my grandmother, who knew of my fondness for plums and had this orchard planted for me. Yin Fu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Miss Chang, do you also enjoy plums?" Chang Qingqing responded with delight, "You too, Miss Yin?" "Indeed, I consumed quite a number from our last gathering." Chang Qingqing and Oppos, as heart soared. Finally, someone shared her passion for plums. The people in the capital often preferred lychees, snapper fish, and cherries, dismissing plums as commonplace and unworthy of their status. Such pretentiousness infuriated her. "May I accompany you to the orchard next time?" Yin Fu readily agreed, of course. She found Chang Qingqing to be quite endearing, possessing a candid nature that resonated with her, unlike the delicate young ladies from affluent families. "Then it is settled." Songju reminded Chang Qingqing that it was time to return, lest the matriarch grow concerned. Reluctantly, she bid farewell to Yin Fu, planning to visit the Yunji ice drink shop together next time. After their goodbyes, Yin Fu and Yin Jili returned to the shop. Yin Jiqian had posted a notice seeking applicants, and soon after, a dozen individuals arrived to inquire about the position of shopkeeper. Given the bustling activity at the shop, Yin Jiqian wished to finalize the selection promptly. He asked the candidates to wait until his sister arrived before making a decision. The applicants speculated that this sister mentioned by Yin Jiqian must be around his age, and given the esteem with which he regarded her, she must surely be an impressive individual. Upon her entrance, Yin Jiqian led Yin Fu to meet the applicants. Their faces were filled with confusion as they beheld the young girl brought forth by the shopkeeper. "Sister, the choice of shopkeeper is now in your hands." Only then did they realize that the sister in question was this child. Was this some kind of jest, entrusting the management of the shop to a child? Surely, the establishment could not endure under such circumstances. They mused that the shop's current success was merely a stroke of luck. Doubt crept into their minds. Each sought a stable job, and they feared that such an establishment would not last long enough to even pay their wages. Consequently, they began to lose interest in the opportunity. Before long, 5 individuals departed. "Brother, let them go. They're simply not destined for Yunji." Indeed, Those who look down upon my sister are not worthy of consideration. Some wished to stay, but were reluctant to witness a young girl directing affairs in the shop. One asked, "Yin boss, will she truly oversee the shop in the future?" Yin Jiqian replied, "Yes, she will manage the minor affairs, while I will oversee the significant matters." Though her approval is essential, the implication was clear. Yin Fu was the true proprietor behind scenes. "Yin boss, I advise you, if you find this intolerable, the door is right there. Feel free to leave." Yin Jiqian spoke bluntly. Of the remaining group, 7 more chose to leave, leaving only 5 candidates. After Yin Fu posed several questions, they answered adeptly, and she ultimately selected one individual, a shopkeeper from the tea house previously run by Yunji. This man, surnamed Zhao, appeared to be in his 40s. Though his demeanor was simple, he adeptly navigated the challenging questions posed by Yin Fu, demonstrating his innate capability as a shopkeeper. The other 4 expressed their regrets, acknowledging their inferiority to Mr. Zhao. "Do not lament, gentlemen. This establishment is merely our first venture. While we require only 1 shopkeeper now, we shall eventually open a 2nd and a 3rd. Should you remain unoccupied by then, destiny may unite us once more." Chapter 71, Mr. Xie pays a visit. Several individuals exchanged glances, having initially believed the owner of Yunji to be absurd for allowing a child to take charge. However, upon Yin Fu questioning them, they found themselves unable to dismiss her lightly. The number of applicants for the cook position was scant, with only 6 candidates. Yin Fu retained 2. One was a woman in her 40s, surnamed Su, referred to by others as Sister Su, abandoned by her husband. She had no choice but to seek work to survive. The other was a widow in her 30s named Ing Yang, who had raised 2 children alone. The elder was 13 and the younger only 10. Yin Fu, moved by their plight, decided to employ both women. She understood the challenges women faced in this world, and by offering them employment, she was essentially saving their lives. Without a means of support, and with neither in-laws nor family willing to help, they could easily find themselves in dire straits. The shopkeeper and Appo's monthly wage was 2 taels of silver, while the cooks earned 800 a month. All 3 agreed and signed employment contract. Both Yin Jiqian and Yin Fu were aware that their parents were idly at home. Even if they chose not to hire a shopkeeper, it would not have posed a problem. However, their parent status made it unsuitable for them to be in the public eye, leading them to abandon that thought. Previously, their work had been behind the scenes, and taking on the role of shopkeeper would require them to interact with many people daily. Noticing that Ing Yang seemed hesitant to speak, Yin Fu encouraged her, saying, "And Ing Yang, please feel free to express your thoughts. I wish for my 2 sons to sell ice pops like them, but I am uncertain." "That sounds wonderful. Bring them tomorrow, and let Guche guide them." Ing Yang's eyes welled with tears of joy. "Is it truly possible?" "Of course, and Ing Yang. These children are still young. The eldest is merely 12. Earning 20 to 30 in a day should pose no difficulty." Thank you, dear owner," Ing Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a benevolent employer. Previously, whenever she worked, families would regard her as a jinx upon learning of her husband and Appo's death. Not only did they deny her children work, but they also dismissed her efforts. Today, however, this young owner, aware of her situation, had offered her a chance to earn a living, allowing her children to contribute as well. Sister Su, too, could only utter thanks repeatedly, her simple words seeming the only way to convey her heartfelt emotions. Once the last customer departed, they prepared to close the shop for the day. To their astonishment, they had sold over 15 taels of silver. The most successful child had sold 52 ice pops and 10 milk puddings, earning 36 in wages, supplemented by Yin Jiqian's reward, totaling 41 won. 41 won. It was remarkable that a child could earn such a sum in a single day, while a grown man laboring hard would scarcely earn the same amount. This realization ignited a competitive spirit among the children, motivating them to work even harder to secure a place among the top 3 for the 5-win reward the following day. Dunzizang, Dunzizan, Dunzilan, and Yunji Li shared in the excitement, particularly Yunji Zhang, Yunji Yin, and Yunji Lan, who now recognized that the ice pop shop had been their sister's idea. They silently vowed to treat her well in the future, grateful that they had not lost her to another family. After a long day, the siblings returned home to find a carriage waiting at the entrance. Yunji Yin stepped forward, glancing at the carriage and Appo's insignia. It belongs to the Xie family. Yunji Zhang clenched his fists. They dare to come here? He strode into the house, followed by the others, all filled with anger. Shen Fu, however, was primarily concerned, uncertain of the Xie family and Appo's intentions. Except for Shen Fu and Yunji Qian, the other four brothers remained oblivious to the schemes of the Xie family, still reeling from their mother's treatment at their hands. Yunji Zhang was the first to enter the room, glaring at the unfamiliar master and servant seated there. How dare you show your faces? Get out. You are not welcome here. The servant was about to respond when young Master Xie raised his hand, silencing him. Rising, he addressed Yunji Zhang. You must be Brother Yun. I have come today on my mother's orders to apologize on behalf of our family. As Shen Fu and the others entered, they overheard Yunji Zhang and Appo's irritable response. Leave. There is nothing to apologize for. We shall have no dealings with you henceforth. Do not think for a moment that we will allow our mother to return to serve that difficult old woman of yours. What nonsense is this? Just leave. Be careful, or my fists may not be so discerning. The servant could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, How ungrateful you Yin family members are. Our lady knows that Lin Yinyang and the master have ruined your livelihood. She meant well and sent the young master to apologize, yet you treat her kindness with disdain. The servant's words revealed the truth to the four brothers, except for Yunji Qian. No one of their parents had been so troubled recently. It had all been the Xie family and Appo's bullying, attempting to drive the Yun family to despair. Yunji Zhang declared, What are you all waiting for? Grab your weapons. With the exception of Yunji Qian, the other four brothers seized nearby wooden stools and hurled them at the two visitors. Young Master Xie recoiled in fear, but it was too late. Although they were still children, their pent-up anger fueled their strength. Young Master Xie fled to the carriage, sustaining minor injuries, while the servant, in an effort to protect him, bore the brunt of the blows. Young Master, let us ignore them. These wild people deserve to go hungry in the future. Young Master Xie rebuked him. What kind of talk is that? The Xie family was the one who acted ruthlessly first. What is the difference between cutting off someone and Appo's means of living and committing murder? Their anger is entirely justified. Even a clay figurine has some spirit, let alone 5 educated young men from the Yun family. Having been beaten, young Master Xie felt no anger. Instead, he sighed with relief. The Yun family had vented their frustrations, and surely they would not remain angry. His mother had always taught him to leave some room for others and not drive them to desperation. As the saying goes, a son repays his father's debts. He was merely settling accounts with the Yun family, hoping they would find peace. Meanwhile, within the Yun household, Shen Fu and Appo's expression darkened, while Yunji Zhang, Yunji Yin, Yunji Lan, and Yunji Li stood in a line, heads bowed, bracing for their father's impending wrath. Chapter 72. Yunji Zhang contemplates abandoning literature for martial arts' second brother. Your temperament is too reckless and impulsive. Yunji Zhang licked his lips, braving his father and Appo's ire, and muttered softly, Father, I do not believe I am in the wrong. They have bullied our parents so severely. If I do not stand up, what sort of man would I be? Yun Zhengqing sighed. Young Master Xie has come to apologize. He is not like those from the Xie family. All of the Xies are the same, and he need not feign compassion. Allowing him to leave our home today is already a show of mercy. Listening to his son, Yun Zhengqing's face displayed helplessness. He advised, Second brother, do not provoke trouble. Yunji Zhang could not comprehend why his father had chosen to endure in silence time and again over the years, always seeking to resolve conflicts swiftly, even at the cost of his own dignity. Father, why? Why? Since childhood, you have taught us to endure whenever we could no longer stay in those places. You and mother moved us away. But why? By what right? Yun Zhengqing opened his mouth but swallowed his words. He closed his eyes, his face etched with pain, helplessness, and a sense of injustice. Yet he could only resign himself to fate. There were matters he could not share with his children. They were still too young to bear such burdens. Lucia seemed to recall past events, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhang and Appos. Your father has no choice. Do not press him further. Mother, why? Lucia replied, Zhang. Yun Zhengqing reprimanded, silence. This matter shall not be mentioned again. At that moment, Yun Zhizhang's gaze hardened, as if he had resolved upon a decision. Father, mother, I wish to abandon literature for martial arts. I want to learn skills to protect you, my elder brother, and my younger siblings. Yun Zhengqing and Lu Shi exchanged a glance, understanding their second son's resolute nature. Once he set his mind on something, nothing could deter him. However, they had no funds to hire a martial arts instructor. Yin Fu interjected, I support second brother in learning martial arts. Money is not a concern. Our shop has begun to turn a profit, and we can afford to hire an instructor. Yin Zhizhang smiled at Yin Fu, his eyes welling with emotion, surprised that his sister was the first to offer such unwavering support. Seeing their hesitation, Yin Fu continued, Father, mother, second brother has never enjoyed studying. Confined to the academy is a torment for him. It is better to acquiesce to his wishes. Yun Zhizhang widened his eyes in astonishment at his sister and Appos' insight. He feared their parents would be angry, sitting there each day pretending to study, while he was beset by discomfort akin to 1,000 ants crawling upon him. Although his grades were commendable, they were achieved through sheer determination, given the choice. He would prefer to delve into military treatises and strategies. He had once been fortunate enough to glimpse such texts, their formations and tactics captivating him to the point of obsession. Yet, those books were prohibitively expensive, and the shopkeeper, seeing he had no intention of purchasing, had unceremoniously expelled him. Yin Zhiqian recalled how his sister had been the first to recognize his entrepreneurial aspirations and the first to support him. Now it was time for the second brother, and he too should speak up, just as he had done before. Clearly, their sister had invested thought into their futures. Father, mother, since second brother wishes to practice martial arts, let us indulge his desire. Sister is correct. The profits from the shop can easily cover the cost of a martial arts instructor. The beverage shop had not even opened yet, but it was already showing great promise. Today alone, the shop had earned over 15 taels of silver. As you know, the profit margins for cold drinks are substantial. After deducting costs, rent, and labor, the profit today alone amounted to 12 taels, and that was without officially opening. Once they commenced operations, the profits would likely double. It should be noted that the shop's primary offering was ice, which they produced at almost no cost. Such a sum? Indeed, father. It would be beneficial for second brother to learn martial arts. As our shop flourishes, we will inevitably attract the envy of others. Moreover, having one scholar in the family suffices. Today, I've visited the academy, and Principal Lu has agreed to accept third brother as a student. This revelation astonished Yin Ziyuan, who exclaimed, How can that be, eldest brother? Do not jest with me. Principal Lu has stated he never accepts students individually. But there is a condition. What condition? Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Yun Zhiqian. Third brother must pass the entrance exam in August. Lu Shi remarked, that may prove quite challenging. A 14-year-old scholar is rare. Even in Shiqiao town, how many can be found? Furthermore, these children began their studies late. For Yenner to achieve this by 14 would be exceedingly difficult. Unexpectedly, Yin Ziyuan replied, Thank you, eldest brother, for securing this opportunity for me. I will not disappoint your expectations. I shall return to my studies at once. After Yin Ziyuan left, Yin Zhilan and Yin Zhilai tactfully stated, Then we shall share a room with eldest brother and second brother to free up space for third brother. They understood that third brother studied late into the night, and with this new opportunity, he would likely study even later. To avoid disturbing him, they would rather squeeze in with eldest brother and second brother. That is agreeable, Yin Zhiqian responded. Meanwhile, Yin Fu contemplated what she could do to assist third brother. Recalling her previous life, she remembered how she had once bribed an examiner for the sake of a half-brother-esque examination, inquiring about which books and materials would suffice for the upcoming tests. She only wished she knew where to purchase them in Shiqiao town. She would have to visit several bookstores in the coming days to gather information. Before long, the day of the shop's opening arrived. Coincidentally, it was a holiday for the academy, and aside from Yin Ziyuan, who remained to study diligently, The rest of the family went to the shop to assist. Manager Zhao, a man of considerable experience, had arranged for a line dance troupe, which began performing early in front of the shop, attracting a great many onlookers and creating quite the spectacle. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers and the eager gazes of the crowd, Manager Zhao unveiled the shop in Amp, Oppo's S sign. Dear patrons, today marks the grand opening of Yin and Amp, Oppo's S ice beverage shop. For all customers, aside from ice, everything else is half price. We kindly ask for your support. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Manager Zhao intended to say more, but the crowd was too impatient. Manager, let us get underway. It's too hot out here. We want to get inside and cool off. Some of the heavier set individuals were already wiping sweat from their brows. The heat seemed to intensify day by day, and with the absence of rain for several days, they were grateful that the early crops had matured. Otherwise, they would surely have withered in the fields. They knew that Yun's ice beverage shop was generous with ice basins positioned throughout the establishment and each table adorned with small ice containers. The temperature inside the shop felt like a different season compared to the sweltering outside. Manager Zhao seemed to sense the patrons' eagerness and quickly welcomed them inside with a warm smile. Just then, a voice cried out, "Something's wrong. Someone has fainted." Chapter 73. A woman faints before the shop. Yun Jiqian, ever the considerate host, allowed Manager Zhao to attend to the guests first while he stepped forward to investigate the commotion. Parting the crowd, he discovered a woman collapsed on the ground, her complexion alarmingly pale. It was ill-timed for such an incident to occur as they opened for business, and he could not simply ignore it. Unfu, please summon a doctor for this lady, he instructed urgently. Yes, master. I shall do so at once, Unfu replied, eager to earn some quick money. Unfu had just treated his own mother that very day, albeit still recovering from his own leg injury, and had reported back to Yun's establishment. He feared that the young master might dismiss his words as mere jest, so he took immediate action to prevent any potential change of heart. Yun Jiqian supported the woman as she slowly regained consciousness. Gripping his arm, she said, "Young man, thank you. I am quite well. I merely feel a bit warm and dizzy. There is no need to fetch a doctor." She had fainted amidst the throngs of onlookers, overwhelmed by the heat and the jostling crowd, causing her to momentarily lose her breath and consciousness. "Dear lady, please do not worry. Allow me to cover the cost of your treatment today. I will assist you to your feet," Yun Jiqian reassured her. The woman waved her hands in protest, insisting, "I assure you, I am fine. I know my own body. I am not ill, just overheated. May I sit in your shop to cool down?" Yun Jiqian, recognizing that her fainting spell was likely due to the heat, quickly urged, "Please come inside." Though hesitant, she peered through the window and noticed the shop was filled with bowls of ice. In her memory, ice was a luxury, and she wondered if she could enter without making a purchase. "Is it acceptable if I have no money?" she inquired. "Not at all. Your presence is welcome, and I insist on treating you," he replied. With a philosophy of hospitality that fosters prosperity, Yun Jiqian invited her in. Thankfully, the woman was unharmed, merely suffering from the heat. Had she collapsed from illness, he would have had to intervene, as a life lost in front of his shop would spell disaster for his business. The crowd of onlookers, curious to see how the owner of Yun's establishment would respond, observed as he helped the woman inside and offered her sustenance without concern for her finances. They thought to themselves, the owner of Yun's is truly kind-hearted, a stark contrast to the proprietor of the neighboring Xian's. Thanks to the recent promotions, Yun's shop was bustling with customers eager to sample the half-price offerings. Spotting an empty table, Yun Jiqian approached it with a smile, asking, "Would it be possible for this lady to join your table?" The patrons, aware of the woman's fainting spell, recognized the goodwill of the shopkeeper and readily agreed. "Of course, she is welcome to sit here." Once seated, Unfu promptly served her a cup of cool beverage, saying, "Take your time, dear lady. This should help you feel better." As the woman began to recover from her heat-induced malaise, the other customers silently accepted the precedence given to her, not uttering a word of dissent. Across the street, Manager Wang of Shen and Oppo's watched with growing concern as Yun and Oppo's shop filled with patrons while his own remained sparse. He feared for the future of his establishment. knowing that failing to attract customers could lead to dire consequences, including accountability from Lord Lin. Just then, a newcomer burst into the shop, exclaiming to his friend, "Why did you bring me here? Yun's has lower prices and half-off deals, and I hear it's far superior to Xian's. Is that so? I thought Xian's had masters imported from the capital. How could Yun's compare?" The friend questioned. "Try for yourself, and you'll see. I wouldn't deceive you." The first responded, dragging his companion away while calling out, "Waiter, don't bother with our cold drinks." The waiter rushed out, looking distressed, but they're already prepared. Ignoring the waiter, the two friends continued on to Yun's shop. Observing this, other patrons who had yet to receive their orders quickly followed suit, declaring, "Ours too. We don't want them anymore." In mere moments, several customers departed, leaving Xian's shop feeling even emptier. Only a few had received their cold bowls, and they regretted not going to Yun's, eager to discover if the rumors of its quality were true. Manager Wang, witnessing this unfolding disaster, felt his anxiety mount as he envisioned his own unemployment. Unable to wait any longer, he decided to report the day and Oppos as events to Lord Lin. Meanwhile, the woman finished her cool beverage at Yun's and prepared to leave. Though Yun Jiqian wished to send someone to escort her, she politely declined. Instead, he offered her a block of ice, saying, "Please take this with you, dear lady. If it is inconvenient, simply return the basin when you can." Initially hesitant, she accepted the ice, expressing her gratitude profusely as she departed. Aside from a few younger siblings assisting, Yun and Oppos, as parents were present but chose to remain in the background, helping with the preparations. "Where are Yun Jilai and Yun Gu?" Yun Jiqian inquired. At that moment, Yun Jilai, who had been serving ice bowls, heard a familiar voice and turned to see Chang Qingqing entering, accompanied by a maid who appeared to be around 14 or 15, struggling to carry a heavy golden basin. The patrons, intrigued, turned their attention to Chang Qingqing, speculating about her lineage. Wealthy young ladies who had failed to secure private rooms scrutinized her attire, noting her expensive garments and accessories, each likely worth hundreds of taels. The jade hairpin she wore alone was a sight they had never before encountered. Who exactly was this young lady, and why had they never seen her in Shiqiao Town? Chapter 74. Chang Qingqing presents a gift upon seeing the maid adorned in finery, carrying a treasure basin. Master Zhao immediately recognized her purpose. She was there to deliver a congratulatory gift. As the maid struggled to hold the basin, he swiftly stepped forward to relieve her of it, allowing Zhu Lu to breathe a sigh of relief. Anfu entered the courtyard to report to Yun Fu. Upon stepping inside, was drawn to the striking treasure basin. This basin, crafted from jade-green porcelain, bore the prominently inlaid golden characters treasure basin, which stood out remarkably. It was filled to the brim with numerous golden ingots, which, though not made of real gold but merely coated with a golden hue, were nonetheless indicative of substantial value, particularly given the porcelain end amp. Oppos' origins from the esteemed Ru kiln. Chang Qingqing, upon noticing Yin Fu, called out, "Yin Fu, I am here." The patrons enjoying icy beverages in the shop speculated about the relationship between the two young ladies, given that the girl named Yin must belong to the shopkeeper's family. Why go to such lengths to present such an extravagant gift? Yun Fu inquired. "It is nothing of the sort. As long as you appreciate it, that is enough." Chang Qingqing replied, fearing that Yin Fu might refuse the precious item. Naturally, Yin Fu was delighted. She speculated about Chang Qingqing's identity, pondering whether she was a daughter of a noble family or a wealthy merchant. Unlike others who may not recognize the value of Ru ware, she was intimately familiar with it, having amassed a collection in her previous life. The Ru kiln, a product of the Rome Kingdom, was a rarity that required considerable effort to transport to the Great Zhou. Just this one treasure basin alone was likely worth at least 400 to 500 taels of silver. Despite not having a close relationship with Chang Qingqing, Yin Fu felt it inappropriate to refuse such an extravagant gift now that it had arrived at the shop. She instructed Master Zhao to accept it and find a suitable place to display it, intending to repay the gesture in the future when circumstances allowed. With that thought, Yin Fu led Chang Qingqing to a private room on the second floor. Presenting the drink menu, she asked, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Chang Qingqing took the menu, initially intending to order something casual, as she had tasted many delights in the capital. However, she hesitated to decline Unfu's offer. As she perused the menu, she became captivated by the array of options. What is this shaved ice? And what curious creation is this ice cream sundae? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, worrying that Unfu might think her uncultured. My goodness, there's so many flavors: apple, grape, bayberry. And were these jelly desserts and double skim milk? She had never encountered such sweet dishes before, nor did she understand what the fresh orange juice and taro balls were. Noticing Unfu's gaze fixed on her, she attempted to appear composed and replied, I find everything on the menu appealing. Let us have a few of each. Unfu raised an eyebrow. Which one specifically? Chong Qingqing waved her hand dismissively, saying, I've had all of these before. Just choose a few at your discretion. Unfu, smiling, took the drink order and called over a server. Ordering a variety of new items she was confident Chong Qingqing had yet to try. Before the drinks arrived, Chong Qingqing's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Your shop has ice basins everywhere, cooler than my grandmother's house. Just how much ice do you have stored? We had always considered selling icy beverages, and my elder brother decided to stockpile more, Unfu explained. Oh, that makes sense. My grandmother is rather stingy with ice. But your family seems more prosperous than mine, Chong Qingqing remarked, having no concept of wealth, as she had never lacked for silver since birth. However, her parents often advised her to conserve ice during the sweltering summer months, lest they run out when the heat intensified. Should your family ever need ice, you are welcome to take some from our shop. This summer, we will have ample supply, Unfu offered. How could I? Your family has worked hard to stockpile ice for business. I cannot impose, Chong Qingqing replied. At that moment, the server arrived with a plethora of icy treats, instantly captivating Chong Qingqing's attention. It seemed that girls had an innate weakness for such colorful desserts, and she found herself unable to resist, indulging in one after another. Wow, this is incredibly delicious, far superior to the cold treats in the capital, she exclaimed, finishing one serving of ice cream before reaching for the shaved ice, all the while sipping on some sour plum soup. Zhu Lu, the maid, cautioned, cousin, do take care not to indulge too much in the cold. Otherwise, you may suffer a stomachache tonight. Chong Qingqing, however, handed Zhu Lu a bowl of ice cream, insisting, you must try this too. Initially, Zhu Lu intended to admonish Chong Qingqing, but upon receiving the bowl, she couldn't oppose to resist and began to enjoy herself. With each bite, her eyes lit up, so refreshing, sweet, and smooth, it was truly divine. Is it good? Chong Qingqing inquired, but Zhu Lu could only nod vigorously, too engrossed in her treat to reply. Had the housekeeper from the governor's residence been present, she would have surely scolded Zhu Lu for neglecting her duty to watch over her cousin and indulging in sweets herself. Just then, loud shouting and commotion erupted from downstairs, as if the ceiling might cave in. You all continue to enjoy. I'll check what's happening below, Unfu said. Chong Qingqing waved her hand. No need to worry about us. Please go ahead. Downstairs, a group of 7 or 8 ruffians sat like stray dogs at the entrance of the shop, preventing customers from entering. Zhao, as the seasoned shopkeeper, you ought to be aware of our customs. We cannot leave empty-handed today. If you cannot produce 500 taels, your shop may as well close its doors. 500 taels? That is quite a steep demand. The leader, Wang Wu, who was notorious for extortion in the area, typically asking for only a few taels. The shop owner and Master Zhao, wishing to avoid trouble, usually paid a small sum to shoo such ruffians away. Today, I am indeed making a bold request, Zhao. Who is the owner of this shop? Let him come out. You have no business meddling here. Master Zhao replied, I am the shopkeeper. It is the same. Today, we shall not engage in disputes, and I will give you 5 taels to be on your way. Chapter 75. Yun Zhizhang's confrontation. As some patrons approached the entrance of Yun Ji's establishment and witnessed the commotion, they found it intolerable to linger outside in the sweltering heat. Thus, they retreated to the opposite establishment, Xianji. Manager Zhao, observing the customers unable to enter, felt a pang of anguish. Others, who had just ordered icy beverages but had yet to indulge, hastily departed upon noticing the disturbance. In mere moments, the losses incurred by the shop far exceeded 5 taels. For a single bowl of ice could fetch a tael of silver. In a rush, he extracted 5 taels from his pocket, attempting to offer them to Wang Wu. Yet Wang Wu didn't even spare him a glance. "Ha ha, 5 taels? Brothers, have we never seen 5 taels before?" Wang Wu bellowed, laughter echoing from his companions. "What a joke. I'll repeat myself. 500 taels. 1 tael less is unacceptable." Wang Wu's arrogance soared, emboldened not only by his brother Wang Er, but also by the instigation of Boss Lin across the street, who had thoroughly assessed Yun Ji's vulnerabilities. The Yun family, mere country folk without any significant backing, posed no threat. Even should their shop be wrecked, they would not dare retaliate. Meanwhile, Yun Jizhong stood in the backyard, his inclination to charge out and confront the ruffians stifled by Lu's firm grip. "Wang Wu, if you continue this farce, we shall report to the authorities," Manager Zhao expressed, puzzled by Wang Wu and Appo's his audacity, as he typically did not dare to demand so brazenly. "Report? Go ahead. If you can make it out that door today, then do so." Wang Wu scoffed. His companions blocked the entrance, each eager for a confrontation, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Yet, before Wang Wu could bask in his triumph, he was seized by the collar and flung out the door as though he were a mere chick. Wang Wu landed on the ground, wincing in pain. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Seeing the onlookers reveling in his misfortune, he gritted his teeth in anger, wishing to devour his adversary whole. Struggling to rise, he barked, "What are you fools waiting for? Go and beat him." At that moment, Yun Jizhong's hands itched for action. A prodigious strength coursed through him since childhood, yet he had always lacked an outlet for it. Today he found himself with the perfect targets to hone his skills. The ruffians, noticing his towering stature yet youthful visage, perceived him merely as a brash youth. Wang Wu attempted to salvage his pride, declaring, "Kid, if you kneel and call me and Appo's, Grandpa and Appo's, now, and present me with 1,000 taels, I might let you go. Otherwise, I'll break your bones to use as firewood." "Then let us see if you can," Yun Jizhong retorted. The Yun family watched anxiously as Yun Jilai offered, "Second brother, allow us to assist you." Yun Jizhong waved them off. "Do you look down on your second brother?" At this juncture, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Every shop along this street had fallen victim to Wang Wu's extortion. The townsfolk had long wished to rid themselves of him. However, they had refrained from confronting him to avoid entanglement, opting instead to pay for peace. One burly man, incensed by Yun Jizhong's audacity, felt his anger boil. His allegiance to Wang Wu stemmed solely from Wang Er's position at the local authority. Otherwise, he would never have submitted to someone as feeble as Wang Wu. With a furious shout of arrogance, he charged at Yun Jizhong, who met him head-on. In an instant, fists clashed, and the man found himself staggering backward, bewildered. Was this young man's fist forged of iron? Yun Jizhong, having trained tirelessly by striking sandbags in the courtyard, had honed his strength over the years. Though his techniques were still developing, few could match his raw power. With no respite granted, Yun Jizhong advanced, his right arm raised, delivering a punch like a tempest aimed squarely at the man's face. The man, quick to react, sidestepped, but Yun Jizhong feigned strike, swiftly redirecting his blow to the man's abdomen. "Ack!" The man gasped, clutching his midsection, contorting like a bent bow. Witnessing his companion's defeat, Wang Wu seethed. Let us all attack him together. Though facing 7 assailants was daunting, Yun Jizhong's strength prevailed as he ultimately subdued them all. Others attempted to intervene, but were halted by Yun Fu, who had observed the conversation between Manager Zhao and Wang Wu. Realizing this was not Wang Wu's first transgression, it was evident he had been able to dominate Shiqiao town for years due to some form of protection. If the authorities were to arrive now, it would constitute a public brawl, and the Yun family could find themselves embroiled in trouble. However, if only the second brother were implicated in the fray, it could be framed as a retaliatory act against a group assault, leaving little room for blame, especially with so many witnesses present. After exerting considerable effort, Yun Jizhong managed to bring all the assailants to the ground, groaning in pain. Wang Wu, in particular, bore the brunt of the defeat. His face was battered and swollen, resembling a pig's head, with a lost incisor and a fractured arm. "I won't let you off today. I'll ensure your entire family spends time in jail," Yun Jizhong declared, seizing Wang Wu by the collar for another round of punishment, only to be restrained by Yun Jiqian. Second, brother, if this escalates to a fatality, it could jeopardize the shop, Yun Jiqian cautioned. Brother, why fear him? He is merely a lackey, Yun Zhizhong retorted. True, he is a lackey, but he is likely acting under someone else in Oppo's orders. Why risk inflicting greater damage upon ourselves? Yun Jiqian advised softly. Reluctantly, Yun Zhizhong released his grip. Meanwhile, Lin Yukai, watching from the second floor of Xianji, reveled in the chaos, secretly delighted that Yunji had found itself in dire straits. He turned to Manager Wang, instructing, "Go to the magistrate's office and find Wang Er. Tell him something has happened to his brother Wang Wu." Chapter 76. The constable's visit. Manager Wang hurriedly made his way to the county office. Upon hearing that Wang Er's younger brother was in trouble, the constables on duty rushed inside to find Wang Er. Everyone in the county office knew how dearly Wang Er cherished his brother Wang Wu. After Wang Er emerged, Manager Wang embellished the tale of how Yunji had assaulted Wang Wu, nearly costing him his life. Before Manager Wang could finish his account, Wang Er dashed inside like a gust of wind. A surge of satisfaction filled Manager Wang's heart. He knew Wang Er was calling for help. Indeed, when Wang Er reappeared, he was accompanied by 5 indignant constables, all marching purposefully toward the exit. The constables moved swiftly, and Manager Wang struggled to keep up. By the time they reached the entrance of Yunji, he finally entered Su Nji to report. Upon arriving at Yunji, Wang Er witnessed his brother being mercilessly beaten by a young man, which broke his heart. Wang Wu was his youngest brother. Their mother had been unwell during his childhood while Wang De worked with their father, so Wang Er had practically raised Wang Wu himself. As the constables arrived, Yun Jiqian realized that business today would likely be disrupted. Concerned for his patron's safety, he addressed them, saying, "Thank you all for your patronage. I regret to inform you that we must close today. All charges are waived for you. You may leave now." Despite his sorrow, Yun Jiqian understood that cultivating goodwill was essential for the longevity of his business, and this was the only course of action he could take. Upon hearing that Yunji and Oppo's owner intended to waive their bills, the customers felt a wave of gratitude, but couldn't Oppo's help but worry for Yunji. The owner was kind-hearted, not only providing shelter and meals for the city's impoverished beggars, but also offering them wages. Furthermore, Yunji's prices were considerably lower than those of Su Nji, enabling the common folk to enjoy refreshing iced beverages. Recently, many had come to Yunji to escape the heat of their homes, hoping to sit in the cooler atmosphere, yet hesitating to order anything. The staff at Yunji, however, did not shoo them away, but instead offered them a cup of iced water. When they declined, the staff insisted it was complimentary, recognizing the value of even a simple cup of water in alleviating the heat. Though it was merely a glass of water, they tasted a hint of sweetness within it. Now that Yunji faced adversity, they could not remain indifferent. They contemplated how to witness the constable's actions and vowed to testify should the constables side with the ruffians. Determined to seek justice for Yunji, even if it meant taking the matter to the authorities. Meanwhile, Wang Er approached to assist Wang Wu. "Ah, it hurts," Wang Wu cried, sweat streaming down his face. Upon seeing Wang Er, tears of grievance cascaded down his cheeks. "Brother, you must avenge me." Wang Er helped his brother to his feet and, seeing the severity of his injuries, turned to 2 constables, saying, "Could you please take my brother to the clinic for treatment?" Wang Wu, weeping, protested, "No, I want to stay here and witness Yunji's downfall. I want that person to die." He pointed angrily at Yun Zhizhong. Wang Er comforted him. "All right, brother will take care of it soon." Their father and mother, aware of the constables and Oppo's arrival, resigned themselves to the situation. They instructed Yun Zhizhong to exit through the back door while they would confront the constables. Yun Fu leaned in and whispered to Yun Jiqian, "Elder brother, what are the names of those 2 constables who assisted you when delivering ice to the office recently? I should send someone to invite them here." With Yun Fu's reminder, Yun Jiqian regretted not recalling this sooner. It was his first encounter with such trouble, and he had only been worried about his younger brother and Oppo's safety. Yun Jiqian spoke softly, and Yun Fu nodded. preparing to head to the courtyard to arrange for someone to exit through the back. Just then, Wang Er's voice rang out. No one in this room is allowed to leave. Shen Fu retorted, I have a pressing need. May I not step out? Wang Er shouted, I will not repeat myself. No one is permitted to move. Otherwise, you will all be charged with obstructing official duties. Yun Zhizhong, filled with anger, exclaimed, What kind of bravery is it for constables to bully a child? It was I who struck him. If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be me alone, not others. Yun Zhiqian attempted to intervene, but was unable to stop him. He said sternly, I am the owner of this establishment. You should address your concerns with me. Wang Er's forehead throbbed with veins, and he glared fiercely at both Yun Zhiqian and Yun Zhizhong. Today, Wang Wu has a broken arm. We are here on official business and must arrest both of you. Wang Er was astute by asserting they were merely performing their duties. None could contest them. The constables found this reasoning sound. Despite the involvement of Wang Wu, the matter had escalated beyond Wang Er's personal grievances. Gathering in a brawl warranted immediate detention, with further proceedings to be handled by the magistrate. They stepped forward, asking, Will you come quietly with us? Or shall we escort you by force? Choose. Yun Zhiqian understood reasoning with Wang Er was futile. He turned to the other constables, saying, Gentlemen, it was these individuals who came to extort protection fees, demanding an outrageous sum of 500 taels. Is this not extortion? We attempted to reason with them, but they responded with violence, forcing my younger brother to defend himself. Surely this does not breach any laws, does it? Have you ever heard of a situation where one cannot retaliate, even when a knife is held to their throat? Yun Zhiqian's quick wit recognized that if he were to accompany the constables today, he would likely return with significant losses. Moreover, the lead constable seemed to be Wang Wu's brother, which complicated matters further. The customers, witnessing the constables surrounding Yun Zhiqian and Yun Zhizhong, hastily chimed in. What he says is true. We can all attest that those thugs came to extort money. Yes, I heard it too. The owner offered them 5 taels, but they rejected it, insisting on 500. The shop has just opened and is yet to turn a profit. Who could possibly pay that? You may be constables, but you must adhere to reason. If you must make arrests, apprehend those ruffians instead. They are the ones who cause trouble daily. Why not pursue them instead of targeting the owner of Yunji? I just heard the leader call that constable brother. They must be in cahoots. No wonder Wang Wu behaves so recklessly. It seems the authorities turn a blind eye. These constables were left puzzled, questioning who exactly Yunji's owner was, that he could inspire such loyalty from the townsfolk. Chapter 77. Personal vendetta. A constable suddenly recalled that the head had instructed them to pay special attention to an iced drink shop, though he could not remember which one it was. Was it perhaps Yunji? There were only 2 iced drink establishments on West Street, either Yunji or Xiankai, and it seemed that the ice they had been using these past few days was supplied free of charge by one of them. If it turned out to be Yunji, the head would surely be displeased, and Wang Er would likely face punishment. Even if it wasn't Yunji, the head despised those who oppress the common folk, often stating that once donned in this uniform, one must serve the people and not terrorize the countryside. Reflecting on this, he advised, perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. Today's incident was instigated by your brother. If the head learns of it, I fear the other constables found merit in his words and echoed his sentiments. However, Wang Er, consumed by anger, was unwilling to let the Yun family off so easily. He was deeply pained by the sight of his brother being harmed. He would not hesitate to take action against the Yun family. What is the matter with you all? Wang Er retorted. Even if what they claim is true, we should at least bring them in for questioning, shouldn't we? They have never shown fear of these common folk before. This is our procedure. Even if it reaches the governor, what of it? We'll apprehend them first. The manner of questioning, whether it results in mere bruises or worse, is entirely up to us. Seeing Wang Er so resolute, the other constables refrained from further argument. Noticing how the common folk were protecting the owner of Yunji, they understood that forcibly detaining anyone would be unwise. They attempted to explain, we are merely taking them in for questioning. We hope you will not obstruct our duties. Anyone causing a disturbance will be taken in for impeding official business. The patrons, merely there to enjoy iced drinks and disapproving of the constable's reckless behavior, fell silent upon hearing the threat of imprisonment for those who caused a ruckus. Shen Fu, meanwhile, was unable to find a moment to notify the two constables. The Yun family was in a state of panic as they witnessed the constables preparing to take away the two. Yun Zhengqing implored, "If you must apprehend someone, take me instead. They are still young, and as their father, I should bear the brunt of any punishment." Having never run a business before, he was unprepared for such trouble on their opening day. Had he known, he would have discouraged Qian Heir from pursuing this venture. Yet, he understood the implications of being taken away. He could not allow the constables to snatch his sons from under his nose. However, if he resisted, they surely would not relent. Wang Heir commanded, "Take them all." Yin Zhizhong shouted defiantly, "You shall not." As Wang Heir reached to detain Yin Zhizhong, he received a swift punch in return. Blood streamed from Wang Heir's nose, and he grimaced in pain. "If you wish to take me, you must prove you have the ability." Wang Heir, skilled in combat himself, quickly subdued Yin Zhizhong after a brief struggle. A constable lacking some means of self-defense would not be fit for this line of work. Two more constables aimed to apprehend Yun Zhongqing and Yun Zhiqian. But Shen Fu stepped forward, stating, "Constables, you must see that it was Wang Wu who instigated this trouble. My brother was merely defending himself. The desire for revenge on the part of his brother is a matter unrelated to you. If you proceed to arrest innocents, it could tarnish the reputation of the county office." Yun Jilan and Yun Ji Li stood resolutely in front of their father and brother, glaring at the constables, asserting, "You shall not take our father, elder brother, or second brother." At that moment, a group of children gathered, some wielding sticks, others carrying wooden benches or brooms. Even timid Yang and Aunt Sue each grasped a rolling pin and a kitchen knife, respectively. The two constables exchanged glances, sensing hesitation. It was clear that Wang Wu had been in the wrong, and Wang Heir had not only failed to reprimand his brother, but had joined in the chaos. The Yun family was utterly innocent. Should they forcibly arrest anyone, the backlash would be severe, and if a tragedy were to occur, they would have much to answer for. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Chang Qingqing awaited Shen Fu's return. Noticing his delay, she instructed Zhu Lu to descend and investigate. Before Zhu Lu had fully navigated the staircase, she spotted the fierce constables and instantly realized that Yunji was in trouble. She hurried back upstairs to report to Chang Qingqing. "Constables?" She confirmed. "Yes, cousin," replied Chang Qingqing, piecing together that the commotion had started when Shen Fu went downstairs to handle the disturbance. "They must be here to apprehend those who caused a ruckus at Yunji." "I don't think so. They seem to be targeting the Yun family," Chang Qingqing replied, springing to her feet. "I must go and see." "Cousin, please don't. It's too dangerous outside," Zhu Lu pleaded, but Chang Qingqing was not one to heed warnings, causing Zhu Lu to fret anxiously. She considered alerting the governor's office, but with constables stationed below, she feared they would not allow her to leave. If anything were to happen to her cousin in the process, she would surely face punishment upon returning. Suddenly, Zhu Lu recalled that her cousin often used carrier pigeons to send messages. She had once expressed her curiosity about trying it herself, and her cousin had taught her how to handle the pigeons. With no other options, she decided to act. Regardless of her cousin's earlier instructions to keep their identity from the governor's office, she would only mention the governor's name, believing these individuals would not dare to oppose such authority. She whistled as instructed by Chang Qingqing, and after a moment, to her delight, a carrier pigeon arrived. She rolled up the order for Yunji's ice drinks, tied it to the pigeon's leg, and whispered a few words, instructing it to return to the governor's office with the message. The pigeon took flight. Zhu Lu silently prayed that the eldest young master would see it. Meanwhile, as Chang Qingqing descended the stairs, she spotted an officer escorting a young boy of around 15 years. She surmised that he must be Shen Fu's brother. As a close friend of Shen Fu, it followed that she would also know his brother. She shouted, "How dare you? Just because you're constables, you think you can apprehend anyone indiscriminately?" Wang Heir didn't even lift his head, frowning as he coldly replied, "Begone. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or you shall be taken in as well." With that, he proceeded to retrieve handcuffs, intending to restrain Yin Zhizhong. Chapter 78. Chang Qingqing angrily strikes Wang Heir. Chang Qingqing, noticing that the man disregarded her presence, swiftly withdrew a whip from her person and struck it forward with great force. The whip arched gracefully through the air, landing squarely upon Wang Er's body. Instantly, a pronounced bruise appeared, accompanied by a gash in his flesh. Chang Qingqing stepped forward, positioning herself protectively beside Yun Fu, declaring, "I am here to shield you." Yun Fu, not wishing to involve Chang Qingqing in the fray, urged, "Miss Chang, this matter does not concern you. Please, retreat upstairs and take cover." With her arms crossed defiantly, Chang Qingqing retorted, "When a friend is in peril, how can one remain aloof? Fear not, for today I shall demonstrate the prowess of my whip." Wang Er, having suffered a setback, began to assess Chang Qingqing with newfound scrutiny. Initially, he had assumed her to be merely a child who would be intimidated into submission. However, he was taken aback by her audacity to physically confront an officer of the law. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Who is this wild child? How dare you impede the workings of the government?" "Huh, you are the wild child, and your entire family as well," was Chang Qingqing's retort. Unfazed by the circumstances, she understood only that trouble had arrived and that these officers were assisting the wrongdoers in capturing members of the Yun family. Knowing that Yun Fu was a good person, she was convinced that all members of the Yun family shared that virtue. Regrettably, she had not brought her dog, Wang Er, along. Otherwise, she would have unleashed it to defend her allies. Wang Er, now infuriated by a little girl besting him, ordered another officer to guard Yin Zhizhong while he advanced to seize Chang Qingqing. Although only 9 years of age, she had trained in martial arts alongside her 2 elder brothers since childhood. Having practiced with a whip from the tender age of 3, she had honed her skills for 5 to 6 years, wielding it as if it were an extension of herself. In her early days, when she struggled to manage the large whip, her eldest brother crafted a smaller version for her, which she later replaced with a larger one. The only drawback was her youthful lack of strength. Otherwise, not even 10 Wang Ers could match her prowess. In short order, Wang Er found himself bested. The 5 other officers, preoccupied with containing the Yun family members, could not assist him. At that moment, 6 additional officers, passing by due to a significant case, were drawn in by the commotion at the Yun establishment. Upon witnessing Wang Er engaged in a struggle with a young girl, they were initially uninterested in intervening until Wang Er called out for help. Understanding that he was outmatched by the child, Wang Er disregarded his pride and shouted, "Come quickly to my aid." The 6 officers, armed with swords at their sides due to their ongoing investigation, rushed to assist him. Despite their intervention, Wang Er found himself no better off. "Should we not assist Wang Er?" one officer inquired. "Certainly. Wang Er has often aided us. Moreover, these unruly citizens dare to strike at us, the officers of the law. They require discipline," another officer asserted. The 6 officers surged forward, attempting to subdue Chang Qingqing, showing no shame in their numbers, overwhelming a mere girl. Many bystanders silently cursed the officers for their lack of dignity, yet none dared confront them openly. Yin Fu, with concern, cautioned, "Miss Chang, be careful." Unable to bear the scene any longer, she contemplated urging others to arm themselves against the officers, but alas, Chang Qingqing had already been subdued, a knife pressed against her throat. "Do not move," commanded Wang Er. "Release me, or I shall make you regret it," Chang Qingqing threatened. "Let the child go. Today and Oppos. Events are unrelated to her. She is merely a patron of this establishment," Yun Jingqing pleaded. Wang Er grasped Chang Qingqing and Oppos' chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "You are quite the spirited little girl. So, you fancy yourself a person of significance? In Shiqiao Town, there is no one who does not know of me, Wang Er. Why have I never encountered you before? Have any of you seen this child?" He inquired of the other officers, who all shook their heads in response. Zhu Lu, standing at the top of the stairs, wrung her hands in anxiety. If the young master did not arrive soon, she would have no choice but to reveal her affiliation with the governor's office. Chang Qingqing had previously instructed Zhu Lu to keep her identity hidden. Should Yin Fu discover she was a lady of high birth, she might dismiss her entirely. Having finally made a friend, she was loath to let their relationship be strained by social status. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, Zhu Lu felt compelled to invoke the governor and Oppos' name to intimidate their aggressors. She hurried downstairs, declaring, "Release our young lady. If my young master learns of your treatment towards her, you shall face dire consequences." Upon seeing Zhu Lu descend, Chang Qingqing gestured urgently for her to remain silent, which Zhu Lu understood. Her cousin did not wish for Yun Fu to learn of her true identity. Such a foolish girl, Zhu Lu thought, feeling tears prick at her eyes in desperation. "Ah, so you are indeed a lady? How an amp, oppos, dire amp, oppos could it possibly be? How does your amp, oppos, dire amp, oppos compare to mine?" Wang Wu, missing a front tooth, leered with malicious intent. Noticing Zhu Lu's beauty, he felt a surge of lust. Ignoring his own pain, he stepped forward, saying, "Why not accompany me? And I shall ensure my brother spares your lady." "You scoundrel!" Zhu Lu exclaimed, both humiliated and enraged. Wang Wu and Appo's behavior caused the other officers to frown in disapproval. The 6 officers who had arrived later began to suspect that Wang Er and his companions were not engaged in law enforcement, but rather abusing their power to oppress the innocent. "Our lady is," Zhu Lu began, but her words were cut short by the voice of a matron. "Son, listen to your mother. Earlier, when I fainted outside, it was the young master of this shop who assisted me, providing me with—" Her words trailed off abruptly as she took in the scene of the Yun family being restrained by a dozen officers. Why are you here?" One officer stammered. Du Jin furrowed his brow, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" In response, they claimed, "We are merely assisting Wang Er in apprehending a few troublemakers." The matron, indignant, retorted, "You strike children? Have you no conscience? You wear those uniforms only to bully the good people? Son, you must ascertain the truth. The owner of Yun and Appo's establishment is a good person. They have aided me, and you cannot allow them to suffer injustice," she implored, her voice filled with righteous anger. Seeing Yun Zhang held captive by an officer, she hurried to reassure him. "Do not fear, dear child. I believe in your innocence." Yun Zhang nodded gratefully toward the matron before turning to Du Jin, "Brother Du." Chapter 79. Enamored by her maid, Madame Du inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Do you know each other?" Du Jin elucidated, "A few days ago. My son mentioned to you that there was an individual who comes to the county office daily to deliver ice, and this young man is he. The ice currently utilized by the office has all been generously donated by Yun and Appo's establishment, and it is through this young man and Appo's understanding of our hardships that my son has been able to endure his shifts these past few days." Seeing her son speak so highly of the young man, Madame Du felt an even greater sense of gratitude. "Now, can you believe he is a good person? Hurry and command your subordinates to release the Yun family." During their conversation, Madame Du had been praising Yun Jiqian, yet when Du Jin asked which shop it was, she could not recall. How could she possibly know? She only remembered that while out shopping, she had been drawn to the bustling atmosphere of West Street and had followed the crowd to see what was happening. The Yun establishment was bustling with patrons, and due to the heat, Madame Du suddenly felt faint and collapsed. At that moment, overwhelmed by her discomfort, she paid little attention to the name of the shop, and, being illiterate, she couldn't read the sign. Had it not been for someone informing her that it was a shop selling cold drinks, she would have had no idea what it was. Du Jin assumed that someone with ulterior motives had recognized his mother and had thus assisted her. Unaware that it was Yun Jiqian, Madame Du insisted on personally thanking Yun Jiqian, and Du Jin, not wanting to defy his mother, accompanied her. Those within the shop, upon hearing Du Jin and Appo's words, were left astounded, their mouths agape. The remaining customers could no longer contain themselves and began to murmur among one another. Yun's establishment supplies ice to the county office? One must understand that the county office has numerous personnel, requiring a considerable amount of ice daily. Indeed, and what more, Yun's establishment donates it for free to the authorities. They understand the challenges faced by the officials, yet these officials repay kindness with malice. Using Yun and Appo's ice only to then create trouble for the Yun family, attempting to ruin them. ISN and Appo's is a classic case of biting the hand that feeds you. How heartless! Be cautious with your words. The authorities might imprison you for such talk. In my view, Yun's establishment is at fault as well. With the sweltering heat, ice is a precious commodity. Even if they have ample supply, they shouldn't be so reckless, should they? They not only provide ice to the county office for free, but also sell it at an incredibly low price in their shop, merely 10 won for a substantial block. ISN and oppose. T that inviting resentment? One mustn't oppose. T say that. Yun and oppose. S is a boon to the people. If they didn't oppose, T sell it so affordably. Who could afford ice? As for inviting resentment, who would dare bear ill will towards Yun and oppose? S? We all wish for Yun and oppose. S to thrive and sell more. Who could harbor resentment? Certainly not us. In this Shen Yao town, there are only 2 cold drink shops. One could guess with their toes who would resent the Yun family. At that moment, realization dawned upon everyone. Who else could it be but Shen and Amp? Oppose. S establishment. No wonder the ruffian Wang Wu had caused trouble as soon as he entered, demanding 500 taels for protection. It turned out his intentions lay elsewhere. The patrons and Amp, oppose. Conversations fell upon the ears of the officers, particularly Du Jin. The officers stood pale, rooted to the spot, wishing they could disappear into the earth. They felt a mix of anger and shame towards Wang Er, for the day's events stemmed from his brother's malicious thoughts. From the townsfolk's discussions, Du Jin gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. He shouted indignantly, "Shameful creatures, release the Yun family at once." Only then did a few officers snap back to reality and hastily retreat, allowing the Yun family to regain their freedom. The officer who had been restraining Yun Zhizhong quickly loosened his grip. Yun Zhizhong, unable to contain his anger, seized the officer and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. The officer initially intended to evade, but upon meeting Du Jin's cold gaze, stood rigid, allowing Yun Zhizhong to vent his frustrations. "My young brother, I apologize for the wrongs done today. It is all my fault. You may strike or scold as you wish. As long as you feel satisfied, I shall not pursue today as matters further, and I can preserve my position." It was merely a beating for him, worth it. Yun Fu managed to break free and approach to assist Ching in untying her bonds, but Wang Er intervened. Du Jin, observing this scene, furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. "Wang Er, did you not hear what I just said?" Though Wang Er felt discontent, he still responded respectfully. "Captain Du, do not underestimate this young lady. Her temper is fierce and her skills commendable. You do not see how she injured us. She dares to openly defy the officers and oppose the authorities. If we release her, everyone will feel emboldened to confront the government. Such unruly children should be detained for a few days to temper their disposition." As Wang Er spoke, he displayed the whip marks on his body. Yun Fu retorted angrily, "I scoff at you, Wang Er. Everyone knows your true intentions. I tell you, keep your vile thoughts to yourself. She is not someone you can provoke." In front of so many witnesses, Wang Er felt humiliated being chastised by a young girl. However, with Captain Du present, he dared not offend the Yun family. But the girl named Chong was not a Yun. Wang Er and Amp, oppose, as confidence stemmed from this surname. In Shen Yao town, no prominent family bore the surname Chong. Having grown up in this town, how could he not be aware? Yet, how could this young Yun girl be so perceptive, uncovering his thoughts? After all, his brother Wang Wu had taken a fancy to that girl and oppose, maid. Marrying into their family would be a stroke of fortune. As long as he could control her mistress, he need not worry about that maid named Zhu Lu coming to him willingly. However, with Captain Du still present, he had to maintain appearances. The notion that Yun's young lady had misjudged him was quite amusing. Du Jin's expression darkened, as if ink might drip from his face. He coldly commanded, "Wang Er, I do not wish to repeat myself. Release her. Do not force my hand. Captain Du, while you may lead them, I am not under your command. The Yin family has caused my brother great harm, as you have seen. Today, I have given you face by sparing the Yun family. I hope you grant me the same courtesy. You lot, untie that young lady." Du Jin ordered. As several officers prepared to advance, Wang Er interjected, "Let us see who dares. Captain Du, do you truly wish to oppose our second group?" Du Jin let out a cold laugh. "The second group is not yours to command." He seemed to have exhausted all patience, delivering a swift kick to Wang Er's abdomen. sending him stumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. Yin Fu, Zhu Lu, and Lu Shi hurried forward to untie Chong Qingqing. Wang Er had not intended to bind Chong Qingqing. She was simply too difficult to control. If she managed to break free, it would require considerable effort to recapture her. Once freed, Chong Qingqing picked up the whip from the ground and strode out boldly. Wang Er, prepare to meet your end. With her words, the unmistakable sound of the whip striking flesh followed. Chapter 80. The Ice from Yunji. No face to use it. How could Wang Er possibly be a match for Chong Qingqing? He ran while calling for help, hoping that the accompanying officers would assist him. Yet, these individuals merely stood frozen in place, exchanging glances with no intention of coming to his aid. Du Jin ordered his subordinates to bind all of Wang Wu and his companions, casting them at the entrance of Yunji. Despite the sweltering heat, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. The people of West Street felt a sense of satisfaction at seeing Wang Wu and his companions thrown onto the street. Wang Wu, disregarding his own embarrassment, yelled for Wang Er to save him. However, Wang Er was too preoccupied with his own plight. Wang Er confronted the officers, exclaiming, "We are both in a second group. Can you truly stand by and watch as I am beaten?" Though Du Jin held the position of captain, his subordinates belonged to the first group, while Wang Er was part of the second group, under a different captain. 4 of his companions were also from the second group. Yet none offered their assistance. Just as Wang Er was being mercilessly beaten by Chong Qingqing, he spotted his captain, Xiang Xiao, approaching with a team from a distance. Wang Er scrambled toward Xiang Xiao, crying out, "Captain, save me! Help!" As Xiang Xiao drew near, Wang Er felt a glimmer of hope. However, Chong Qingqing furrowed her brows and questioned, "Are you his accomplice? Beware, I may take it out on you too." "No, just spare him." Wang Er was taken aback, exerting all his energy to crawl to Captain Du and Amp. Appo's side, pleading, "Captain, you cannot abandon me." Xiang Xiao kicked him aside, retorting, "Get lost. Never mention that you were part of the second group. I, Xiang Xiao, cannot afford such a liability." Xiang Xiao bypassed Wang Er and entered Yunji directly. "Rest assured, I will leave you some breath," he added, leaving Wang Er with nothing to cling to. When he attempted to flee, he found 2 officers from the second group, blocking his path. "Apologies, Captain instructed us to keep an eye on you and not let you escape." Wang Er closed his eyes, realizing his fate was sealed. He had been severely betrayed by Wang Wu. As Xiang Xiao entered the shop, Guche approached Yin Fu, saying, "Miss, I am late in returning." It was then that Yin Fu realized Guche had slipped away to notify others. Guche had gone to the county office, having previously accompanied Yun Jiqian to deliver ice. He was aware of Du Jin and Xiang Xiao. After inquiring, he learned that Du Jin was off duty, resting at home, while Xiang Xiao had gone out on business. Anxiously, he awaited Xiang Xiao's return to explain the situation, and upon his arrival, Xiang Xiao hurriedly brought his men along. Yin Fu reassured him, "It is not too late. We can still act." Xiang Xiao surveyed the surroundings and ordered, "Bind these individuals. Those who err must face the consequences." The officers accompanying Wang Er lowered their heads, allowing themselves to be tied up, fully aware that upon their return, they would not only face losing their positions, but also punishment. Among Wang Er's group were 4 from his second group, while another officer from the first group stood silently, afraid to breathe, as if he could escape notice if Captain Du overlooked him. However, his hopes were dashed when he caught Du Jin's cold gaze. The officer hastily declared, "Captain, I was wrong. It's too late. I will bind myself." Du Jin then turned to the 6 armed officers, who quickly echoed, "We will bind ourselves." No need for the captain to intervene. They removed their swords and tied each other up. Du Jin, with an expression of guilt, turned to Yun Jiqian and said, "My young brother, I apologize. It was my negligence that caused you distress today. We can no longer afford to use the ice for free. In the future, the office will purchase ice at your regular selling price, and I will report this to the county magistrate. As for today's events, I am determined to uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation. If there are any instigators behind this, I will not let them go unpunished." Yun Jiqian replied, "There is no need for that. Brother Du, today's incident is not your fault, and you are unaware." Regardless of Yun Jiqian's reassurances, Du Jin was resolute in his decision to cease free usage of the ice, feeling he had lost the right to do so. Xiang Qiu shared Du Jin's sentiments. Madame Du remarked, "Child, do not mind him. Ice is precious, and there is no reason to use it for free." Reluctantly, Yun Jiqian acquiesced. Du Jin continued, "Today, the shop is opening, and it will not affect your business. We will take our leave now. I shall return to apologize formally. And regarding your assistance to my mother today, I acknowledge you as my friend." Yun Jiqian responded, "It was merely a small favor. The shop needs to be tidied up for reopening, so I will not keep you, Brother Du, or Brother Xiang any longer." Du Jin and Xiang Xiu led Wang Wu and his companions away, leaving the shop in a tranquil silence. Xiang Xiu directed his men to drag the nearly lifeless Wang Er, and upon seeing his bloodied state, Chang Qingqing relented, exclaiming, "He got off easy." "Who got off easy?" Zhao Mingzhou emerged from behind. "What brings you here?" Chang Qingqing shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "You should have come when it mattered. Not now. Didn't you summon me here? When did I ever summon you? This small matter, I could handle myself." Suddenly, Chang Qingqing pointed a finger at Zhao Mingzhou, questioning, "You weren't surveilling me, were you?" Zhao Mingzhou handed her a rolled-up drink menu, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Zhu Lu chimed in, "Miss, I was the one who informed the young master." Zhu Lu had been following Chang Qingqing around, anxious for her safety, and now that she had finally stopped, she felt a sigh of relief. "Since we are here, shall we go to Yunji and try their ice drinks? Try your own foolishness." Chang Qingqing ordered Zhu Lu to relay her departure to Yun Fu, declaring, "I'm leaving. I'll visit her another day." She pulled Zhao Mingzhou forward. With the incident at Yunji, the Yun family was already overwhelmed, and her cousin's lack of awareness was frustrating. She had initially come to deliver a gift, and now that it was done, it was time to leave. "Chang Qingqing, do you have no modesty as a young lady?" Zhao Mingzhou felt a headache coming on, knowing that his cousin's fierce pursuit of Wang Er would surely reach their grandmother's ears by the next day. Their grandmother had repeatedly instructed him to take care of his sister, and it seemed he was in for another lecture. Meanwhile, the Yin family was busy attending to guests, having previously promised that all ice drinks would be complimentary, with additional orders to be charged separately. To appease the guests, Zhao Zhangguwei provided each of them with a block of ice as they departed. "Zhao Zhangguwei, how can we accept this without payment? This is our master and Oppo's instruction. If you find our master to be a good person, please refer more customers to us once you leave, and we would be most grateful." Of course, the customers, pleased with the gesture, left in high spirits. Meanwhile, Yun Jiqian and Yun Fu were on the second floor. "Brother, this incident was likely instigated by Xuanji. We owe much to Chang Qingqing and Du Jin this time. We may not be so fortunate next time." Lin Yukai did not succeed, but I suspect he will not rest easily. Chapter 81. Yun Fu's aspiration for martial arts today. Lin Yukai stood by the window of the elegant room on the second floor of Xuanji, yet he had not witnessed the scene of the Yunji personnel being taken away. Just as he was about to instruct Manager Wang to send someone to check, he heard the sound of a child wailing, being lashed by a whip. Returning to the window, he saw a little girl chasing after Wang Er, wielding her whip with remarkable skill. Clearly a child who had trained in martial arts from a young age. What is happening, and who is that child? Lin Yukai turned to Manager Wang. "I do not know either. I have inquired. There is no such person at Yunji," replied Manager Wang. "Find out for me again." Upon receiving his orders, Manager Wang hurried out, and after a short while, he returned with news. The child was not from Yunji, but rather a guest of theirs, likely caught up in their troubles. Wang Er himself was baffled as to how he had angered that little ancestor, finding himself cornered in the street and pursued. Lin Yukai and Oppo's attention remained fixed on Yunji. He solely wished for Yunji and Oppo's downfall. As for why Chang Qingqing was beating Wang Er, he was indifferent. "Why haven't the Yun family members been arrested yet? It seems unlikely now, boss. The situation has changed. I sent someone to eavesdrop at the entrance of Yunji, and it appears the Yun family has secretly allied with Captain Du from the county office. Captain Du has apprehended Wang Wu and others." Lin Yukai was taken aback. "What? Wang Wu has been captured? What a useless fellow. If Yunji can connect with Captain Du, they must possess some capabilities. I have underestimated this family. Boss, will Wang Wu expose us?" Rest assured, with my relationship with County Magistrate Kong, even if Wang Wu were to betray me, what could it matter? Can Captain Du outmatch the County Magistrate? After Manager Wang left, Lin Yukai felt increasingly anxious. He had no acquaintance with the County Magistrate. He knew all too well that he was merely boasting in front of Manager Wang. No, he must visit his sister and have her mention this matter to Master Xie, lest he find himself embroiled in legal troubles. Yanji set off a few firecrackers outside to dispel the ill omens, and business continued to flourish. Soon, word spread throughout half of Shichiao town that the owner of Yanji was acquainted with Captain Du from the county office, leaving others hesitant to provoke them, fearing they might meet the same fate as Wang Wu. That evening, the Yin family returned home and counted the day's profits from their shop, astonishingly amounting to over 200 taels. No one could believe that a small ice drink shop could earn such a sum in a single day. Yun Jiqian remarked, "Do not celebrate too soon. Ice drinks can only be sold during the summer months for 3 to 4 months of the year. Moreover, today's opening was at half price, naturally drawing in townsfolk. In the future, the demand for cold drinks may dwindle." This was anticipated by Yun Jiqian. The primary allure of cold drinks lay in their high profit margins. The cost of a bowl of soft mountain ice was merely a few coins, while it sold for 1 tael of silver, even at half price yielding half a tael. Yin Fu added, "Eldest brother is correct. It can only be sold in summer. However, I have already devised a plan. Once the weather turns cooler in 3 to 4 months, we will sell other foods in the shop. Though they may not be as lucrative as ice drinks, they will still sustain the family and the children." Yin Jizhong declared, "Father, I shall drop out of school tomorrow. I want to learn martial arts and ensure our family is no longer bullied." This time, Yun Zhengqing did not object. "If you wish to learn, then learn." Yun Jilan and Yun Zhili chimed in, "Father, we'll learn too." Yin Fu expressed, "I also wish to learn." The events of the day inspired Yin Fu to reconsider her stance. She wanted to be proactive like Chong Qingqing instead of remaining passive. She resolved to ask Chong Qingqing for a suitable martial arts instructor soon. In her previous life in the capital, she had primarily conducted business through others, issuing instructions while they acted on her behalf. After all, the Song family was well connected, and even if they were only of the 6th rank in the capital, local ruffians dared not provoke them lightly. Those of higher status would maintain a facade of decorum, resorting to subtle machinations rather than overt aggression. Unlike Wang Wu's blatant conduct today, in this life, in Shichiao town, the Yin family held only commoner status, and without martial skills, survival would likely prove even more challenging. Is it true that Fu and Oppos or wishes to learn? Indeed, father. Learning martial arts can be arduous, so Fu and Oppos, or should follow your mother in embroidery. Yun Fu shook her head vigorously. No, my brothers are not afraid of hardship, and neither am I. Being a little child and indulging in some playful antics proved effective. Very well then, Yun Zhengqing said with a smile. Our Fuer shall accompany her brothers to learn martial arts, so she can protect father when she grows up. Yes? Yun Zhengqing assumed Yun Fu was merely playing, believing that after a couple of days of training, she would likely lose interest. At that point, he would find her a female tutor to teach her music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Seeing her father's agreement, Yun Fu beamed with joy. Good. I want to learn martial arts to protect father and mother when I grow up. Then tomorrow, I shall inquire around town for a skilled martial arts instructor. Xiaoxi, Xiaowu, you both shall attend the academy by day and practice with your second brother at night. Understood, father. The two boys were quite envious of their second brother, as they would no longer need to attend the academy from the following day. Only Yin remained in his room studying, unaware of the events transpiring in the shop. Upon their return, Lu Shi checked on him and noticed that the meal sent by Cheng Shi at noon remained untouched on the table. Lu Shi inquired if it did not suit his taste. Yin replied, "Didn't I already eat?" Upon seeing the food still laid out, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory, I forgot to eat." Lu Shi had no choice but to reheat the meal and watched as he ate. Concerned for her son's health, she advised, "Yinner, your mother knows you are determined, but you must balance work and rest, and take care of your health." Yin smiled and replied, "I understand, mother." After Lu Shi left, he shook his head and chuckled softly. What could he do? The only path for him was to study diligently for the imperial examinations, which was his sole avenue for advancement. Since the day he began his studies, he vowed to rise above and change his family's fortunes, relieving his parents of their hardships. The following day, the morning in Xiling village remained refreshingly cool, evoking a sense of tranquility. Yun Zhizhong, accompanied by his 3 younger brothers, set off for Shirgu Academy to withdraw his tuition fees and retrieve his belongings from the academy, until he found a martial arts instructor. He intended to assist in their family shop. As the 4 of them reached the village junction, they encountered a young woman who asked, "Are you Yun Qian and Amp?" Amp, Oppos, as younger brothers? "And you are?" "I am Zhao Yingzi." Upon hearing her name, the 4 brothers looked up to assess her. They had heard their sister mention Zhao Yingzi, the woman who had been betrothed to their elder brother. This woman could potentially become their future sister-in-law. "Are you all heading to the academy? Why is your elder brother not with you?" Zhao Yingzi had prepared food early in the morning, intending to bring it to Yun Qian. Having not seen him for several days, she was uncertain if he held any feelings for her. Her mother had said that Yun Gongzi, being a scholar, valued reputation. If he did not take the initiative, she could be a bit more proactive. She had waited at the crossroads for Yun Qian's arrival and stopped the 4 brothers only upon realizing he was not among them. "My elder brother has dropped out of school. He will no longer be studying." Zhao Yingzi furrowed her brow. Didn't he return his studies? Chapter 82. "Perhaps you should marry my elder brother sooner." Yun Zhizhong opened his mouth, intending to offer an explanation, but found it somewhat superfluous. For reasons unknown, he harbored an aversion towards Zhao Yingzi, despite her evident concern for his elder brother. Surely, the meal she had prepared was meant for him. "Why don't you ask my brother? He is still at home," Yun Zhizhong remarked before leading his 3 younger siblings away. Zhao Yingzi gazed at the meal she had diligently prepared that morning, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to smash it. Resolute, she set off towards the Yun residence. Yun Zhilai inquired, "Second brother, could she possibly be our sister-in-law?" Yun Jian and Yun Zhilan also turned their attention to Yun Zhizhong, curious to know the answer. "Do not speak foolishly. Whether she is our sister-in-law remains uncertain," Yun Zhizhong replied, suddenly struck by another thought. "Let's not discuss our family matters with outsiders, especially those from this village, understood?" "Why?" came the reply. "Why the multitude of questions? Just do as I say. When our elder brother is absent, I'm the elder in charge. Now, let us hurry, or we shall be late." Yun Zhizhong invoked his brother's authority to assert control. Uncertain why, he realized this understanding only as he matured, particularly in their childhood, when their parents often moved them from place to place. There were nights when they were abruptly awakened, dressed hastily, and taken away without time to gather their belongings. In hindsight, it felt as though their parents were leading them in a constant state of evasion. His elder brother frequently reminded him that their family affairs must remain confidential, and he now wondered what his brother might know. Yet, when he contemplated asking further, his lips sealed in silence. Yun Jian, Yun Zhilan, and Yun Zhilai exchanged glances, their mouths agape in dissent, but the fear of their second brother's wrath silenced them. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingzi hurried to the Yun household. The family, weary from the previous day's endeavors, had risen late. Others fared better, but especially Yun Qian and Yun Fu, who bore the brunt of numerous responsibilities. Fortunately, as an ice beverage shop, the morning was not overly hectic, and, with Zhao Zhonggui, Anfu, and Gu Che managing affairs, they found some respite. Despite his youth, Gu Che possessed a maturity beyond his years, displaying cleverness and insight. His presence alleviated much of the burden for Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian. At that moment, as they enjoyed breakfast in the main hall, Zhao Yingzi arrived. "Yun Jiqian, did you not promise to return to the academy for your studies?" The members of the family, including Yun father and Yun mother, gazed at her in surprise. To avoid suspicion, Yun Zhengqing retreated to his chamber. "I," Yun Jiqian stammered, for the Yun family had little interaction with the villagers, maintaining only a few cordial relationships. Even then, they were not intimate enough to share familial matters. Seeing Yingzi's anxious expression, Lu Shi said, "Jiqian, you two should have a proper conversation." She intended to create space for the two by vacating the hall. "Fuer, shall I take you to the bedroom for your meal?" "No, I want to eat here," Yin Fu pouted defiantly. Lu Shi conceded. Very well, you may stay here and eat, while I step outside to wash clothes. Lu Shi believed her daughter, being merely a child, would not disrupt the interaction between her son and Yingzi, and thus did not insist. Once Lu Shi departed, Yin Fu continued to eat, while Zhao Yingzi grew increasingly impatient, wanting to glare at her, but refraining for fear that Yin Jiqian might misinterpret her intentions. What an oblivious little girl. My mother is unwell, and my father alone cannot support all 5 of us in our studies. As the eldest son, it is my duty to uphold our family. So I withdrew from my studies and have not considered returning to the academy since, Yin Jiqian explained, fearing his elder brother might mistakenly divulge matters concerning the shop. Yin Fu felt a sense of dread, fearing her brother might be confused and divulge shop-related details. She suspected that Zhao Yingzi was more enamored with the status of her elder brother as a scholar than with him as a person. Fortunately, Yingzi was impulsive and interrupted him before he could finish. Well, now that your aunt and Appo's health has improved, she mentioned washing clothes in the courtyard. She must be well enough to return to work. This way, young Master Yun can continue his studies. Yin Jiqian replied. Yun Fu. Reflecting on their past hardships, Yin Fu recalled how the Yun family had struggled. Unlike now, when they had opened a shop early on, it seemed her brother had only had the likes of Zhao Yingzi, who had never ventured beyond the village or received an education, as a potential partner. It was not until many years later that Yin Jiqian and Appo's business began to flourish, yet their parents never enjoyed the fruits of his success. Even after amassing considerable wealth and becoming a renowned merchant in the entire Dazhou dynasty, it was said that he had developed a disdain for women. In this life, she must take precautions and help her brother find a suitable sister-in-law. Sister Yingzi, my mother has yet to fully recover, and working now would be unfeasible. My father suggests that my brother should find a sister-in-law quickly, so the household tasks can be managed by her, allowing my mother to recuperate properly. I believe you would make a good person for my brother. Why not marry him sooner? That way, my mother would not have to bear so much strain. Chapter 83. I want you to marry into the Zhao family. Zhao Yingzi paused, her expression immediately darkening. What does this mean? Marrying a wife to serve her younger siblings in their home? Did she not have younger siblings to attend to? Was it necessary for her to come to their house to serve? In the end, her elder brother worked in the town to earn money, while her sister-in-law took care of the household. Her other brothers could continue their studies, and she could finally wear new clothes and shoes. How wonderful! Yin Jiqian cast a glance at Yin Fu, and he quickly understood his sister's intention. While he was not entirely in agreement with her approach, he knew that she had never acted recklessly, and her actions must surely have a purpose. Indeed, he sought a partner who would share both joys and hardships with him. He thought to himself that if Zhao Yingzi did not mind, he would dedicate his life to her. Zhao Yingzi was taken aback by Yin Jiqian's words. Surely, he must have been coerced by his family. How could he, a scholar of such promise, willingly abandon his studies to toil as a laborer? Furthermore, he was expected to support 4 scholars. If those 4 younger brothers lacked the aptitude for learning, how long would they remain dependent? When would they ever rise above their circumstances? Faced with the prospect of an endless abyss, Zhao Yingzi suggested, why don't we, the Zhao family, cover your tuition fees instead? Your Zhao family? No. Yin Jiqian felt a twinge of shame at her offer. It seemed he had been overly sensitive. He had just tested Zhao Yingzi, yet she was already considering his education. At that moment, he looked at Zhao Yingzi and found her even more beautiful than when he first met her. However, I have one request. What request? Speak freely, Zhao Yingzi replied. Yin Jiqian resolved to pursue a relationship with Zhao Yingzi, confident that such a kind-hearted person would not make unreasonable demands. I want you to marry into the Zhao family, thereby severing all ties with the Yun family. What? Yin Jiqian's eyes widened in disbelief. What right did she have to make such a demand? To insist he cut off relations with his parents? How dare she? At that moment, Zhao Yingzi no longer seemed so lovely to him. She appeared almost repugnant. Leave, Yin Jiqian said, feeling that any further conversation with Zhao Yingzi was superfluous. I understand that you might not be able to accept this right now, but it's all right. I will wait for you to come to terms with it. Zhao Yingzi noted his displeasure but chose not to press further. She believed her intentions were noble, and surely he would come to understand her heart in time. His parents had urged him to drop out of school to support 5 younger siblings. What was there to cling to in such a family? This is the meal I prepared for you. Remember to eat it. Zhao Yingzi placed the packed food down, which included eggs, something the Zhao family typically considered a luxury. Take it away. My brother asked you to take it. Didn't he hear? Shen Fu said irritably. Zhao Yingzi and Amp, Oppo's face fell, and without further ado, she took the food and left. Lu Shi was washing clothes in the courtyard when she saw Zhao Yingzi running away in haste, not even stopping to say goodbye. She hurried inside to find her son looking equally troubled. Qian and Oppo's, what happened? Why did Yingzi leave? Yun Jiqian remained silent. Lu Shi turned to Shen Fu. Do you know what transpired? With a sigh, Shen Fu replied, Mother, Zhao Yingzi wants to marry our elder brother, and then she wants him to sever ties with us. What? Lu Shi exclaimed in disbelief. How could she say such a thing? Guilt washed over her. She had permitted her son to pursue Zhao Yingzi, believing her to be a good match. Little did she know that Zhao Yingzi would propose such an unreasonable demand. Qianer, this is all my fault. Shen Fu interjected. This has nothing to do with you, mother. I believe that Zhao Yingzi is unworthy of our brother. He is such a fine young man. He can certainly find a better sister-in-law. To divert Yun Jiqian's attention, Shen Fu suggested, Brother, let us eat quickly. We need to head to the town afterward. Initially despondent, Yun Jiqian was momentarily distracted by his sister's words, realizing that their shop was likely to become busy soon. He promptly dismissed the earlier incident from his mind. Seeing her brother settle down to eat again, Lu Shi felt a sense of relief. The day of their meeting had revealed that Qianer still harbored feelings for Zhao Yingzi, and she feared he might become despondent. Yun Zhongqing emerged from his room, intending to inquire about his son's engagement, but was pulled back in the room by Lu Shi before he could voice his question. After their meal, they prepared to head to the town, and Yun Zhongqing joined them, intending to gather information and seek out Master Wu for the children. Lu Shi, disliking public appearances, chose not to accompany them to the shop. Now that the Yun family had established a shop, Yun Zhongqing had forbidden her from seeking work outside. Moreover, her embroidery skills had found no takers, leaving her with little to occupy her time. Noticing that everyone seemed busy, Shen Fu realized that she had not sought her mother's company in recent days, instead spending time with Qian and Oppo's, leaving her feeling somewhat empty. Observing Lu Shi and Oppo's dejected demeanor, Shen Fu resolved that once they had earned money, she would open an embroidery shop for her mother, allowing her to be the behind-the-scenes matriarch. At the Xie residence, the head of the family inquired, How is Yiner's health progressing? The third miss of the Xie family, Xie Qian, had nearly lost her life after an unsuccessful attempt to seduce Prince Chun. Since that incident, she had been discreetly sent away to recuperate in the countryside. Following the event, the Xie family head brought it up with Prince Chun, who remarked, Xie family head, you should manage your servants better. At that moment, the Xie family head realized that Prince Chun was somewhat face-blind and had not clearly recognized the woman who had tried to entice him, mistaking her for merely a maid. Elated by this revelation, he thought it fortunate that he had not identified Yener. Once Xie Qian had regained her health in the countryside, she returned to the Xie residence. Aunt Lin stood to greet her, saying, Master, Yener is feeling much better. Good, that's a relief. The master replied, Yin and Oppo's, has expressed a desire to learn proper etiquette from the matron. Oh, it and Oppo's. It's rare for her to come to such realizations. Tomorrow, I will inform Madame Wang to have Yener study alongside her second sister. Madame Wang was the primary wife of the Xie family head. The Xie family head felt immense satisfaction. He had not anticipated that Yener would mature and show such understanding after this ordeal. Aunt Lin glanced at the head of the family and gently added, Master, I have one more matter to discuss with you. Speak. Do you remember some time ago when you intended to force the Yun couple into destitution so that they would come to us, promising to serve the old matriarch? That couple is remarkable. They have opened shop in Shiqiao Town. Chapter 84. Discussion after Wang Wu and others were captured yesterday. Lin Yukai was restless ultimately seeking out Aunt Lin at the Xie residence for counsel. Aunt Lin inquired, "Yunji ice drink? The surname Yun?" Indeed, the owner of Yunji bears the surname Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Lin recalled the Liu family, whose husband also shared the surname Yun. The Yun surname is quite rare in Shiqiao town. Aside from the Liu family, Aunt Lin had not encountered any other households with that name. She too felt perplexed. Currently, in Shiqiao town, there are not many individuals capable of causing trouble for the Lin family. If the Yun family were indeed so formidable, how could they allow the Liu family to remain in servitude? Aunt Lin found this difficult to comprehend. Dismissing the servants, Lin Yukai urgently pleaded, "You must assist me in this matter. Otherwise, the Lin family will face ruin." That Captain Du and Captain Xiang are renowned for their integrity, and they have a good relationship with the Yun family. They will undoubtedly subject Wang Wu and the others to severe interrogation, which will ultimately lead to my exposure. Seeing her brother's panicked expression, Aunt Lin quickly reassured him, "Do not fret. Take your time to explain." Thus, Lin Yukai recounted the events without reservation. "You must help me," he implored. Aunt Lin consoled him. "Rest assured, I will enlist the assistance of that old man." Her words calmed Lin Yotsai's frantic heart. "I am truly grateful for your support." As they were close together, Lin Yukai caught a faint whiff of Aunt Lin and Appo's delicate fragrance and subtly licked his dry lips. Aunt Lin abruptly pushed him away, saying, "This is not the place. The old man could arrive at any moment. Wait a few days. I will return to my family. If the old man discovers this, we are both doomed." "Have you forgotten our close call with that little vixen Haidang?" Lin Yukai retorted. "But she didn't find out, did she? Does he not realize how perilous it is in the Xie residence? Were it not for that tiresome old woman at home, and my prolonged lack of satisfaction, I would not be taking such risks." Aunt Lin swatted his hand away, stating, "That little wench is cunning. The pastries I gifted her were given to other children, and she even attempted to incite that family to report me to the authorities. A life was lost in the Xie residence, and that life was of good standing. If not for the old man intervening and spending money to settle the matter, we would be in serious trouble. She is merely a lowly servant. It would be no loss to eliminate her," Lin Yukai argued. But Aunt Lin twisted his hand sharply, saying had she not lost her wits, "I would not have let her off so easily. Now, you should return home. I will discuss today's events with the old man. Do not dwell on it. To him, this is but a trivial matter." Seeing Aunt Lin urge him to leave, Lin Yukai reluctantly cast a few lingering glances at her before departing the Xie residence. Only then did Aunt Lin retract her gaze. She sent a servant to inquire if the head of the Xie family was present in the residence. Shortly after, the servant returned to report that the head was out conducting business. The following day, Aunt Lin finally met with the head of the Xie family. How could this be? Opening a shop requires a substantial investment. If that couple had money, why would they come to my residence as servants to earn mere wages? Observing the head's skepticism, Aunt Lin hastily recounted the previous day's events, though she concealed certain details to protect her brother, such as the 20 taels of silver Lin Yukai had given to Wang Wu as a deposit, promising an additional 30 taels upon completion of the task. Instead, she told the head that Wang Wu had approached Lin Yukai as there were grievances between the Yun family and Wang Wu, prompting Lin Yukai to assist him. "Is it truly the Yun family?" the head inquired. "Yes, I sent a servant to the shop yesterday, and Lu's youngest daughter was indeed there, confirming it is the Yun family." The head furrowed his brow, stating, "For the Yun family to secure funding for a shop is indeed no small feat. I underestimated them. If he wishes for Lu to attend to my mother, it seems he will need to employ some stratagem. Then what about my elder brother from the Lin family?" Upon mentioning her brother, the head's expression grew even more troubled. "I've already cleaned up so many of his messes. He wants to start a business. I guided him, provided him with ideas, even went to the capital to find a master to help him open an ice drink shop. Yet, he neglects the business and engages in shady dealings instead." Aunt Lin gently called out, "My lord." Seeing her expression, the head felt a wave of tenderness and quickly acquiesced. All right. I am truly at my wit's end with you. Fortunately, I still have some connections with County Magistrate Kong. I shall make a trip." "Thank you, my lord." Upon reaching the town, Yun Jingqing parted ways with Yun Fu and Yun Jiqian. Before leaving, he repeatedly instructed Yun Jiqian to take good care of their sister, to which Yun Jiqian assented, allowing Yun Jingqing to depart with peace of mind. As they walked, they noticed a commotion outside a bun shop, lively with shouts. As if something had occurred, Yun Jiqian suggested, "Fuer, let's take a detour." After the recent troubles at their own shop, he wished to shield his sister from witnessing such distressing events, lest it tarnish her innocence. However, before they could turn away, a figure dashed out towards Yun Fu, pursued by the shopkeeper and staff shouting, "Dare to steal buns? Catch her! Catch him!" Yun Jiqian quickly shielded his sister. Yun Fu looked up to see a disheveled woman, her hair in disarray, her face and body caked in dirt as though she had rolled in the muck. The woman ran swiftly, but upon spotting Yun Fu, she abruptly slowed, grinning at her and exclaiming, "Have a bun. Buns are delicious." Chapter 85. Encounter with the madwoman Yun Jiqian, fearing for his sister's safety, shielded Yun Fu entirely behind him and admonished the madwoman, saying, "Leave, go away." Yet, the woman not only refused to depart, but also bared her teeth and exclaimed, "Hungry. Buns, I want buns," before gnawing on one herself. The shopkeeper and his attendants soon arrived. Two attendants swiftly subdued the madwoman and warned Yun Jiqian, "Be cautious. This woman can be dangerous." Yun Fu, peering out from behind her brother, gazed at the restrained madwoman with a sense of pity. The woman seemed familiar, yet Yun Fu could not recall where she had seen her. She quickly called out to the shopkeeper, "Uncle, we will pay for this sister's buns." Turning to her brother, she urged, "Brother, give him the money." Yun Jiqian inquired, "What kind of filling does she have in her buns, and how much is each?" The shopkeeper, eager for a paying customer, smiled broadly and replied, "Meat buns, 3 won each." Yun Jiqian produced 3 won and handed them to the shopkeeper, gently saying, "Please release her. It is not worth it for just 1 bun. She is merely very hungry and likely a pitiable soul." After a moment as consideration, he added 6 more won and instructed, "Pack 2 more buns for her." The shopkeeper accepted the money, ordering his attendants to release the woman, and cheerfully said, "As long as someone pays, it's all good. Go pack her 2 more buns." The attendants, responding promptly, wrapped 2 more buns in oil paper and brought them to her. The woman received the buns and flashed a terrifying smile at Yun Fu, baring her teeth once more. Concerned for his sister's safety, Yun Jiqian took her hand and led her away. The madwoman pursued them for a few steps before losing interest, though his expression remained impassive. Yun Jiqian's grip on Yun Fu's hand tightened, which she noticed. Yun Fu realized that her brother, like her, was moved by compassion for the madwoman. Their interactions over the past days revealed his kind nature, evident when he assisted the goose siblings and took in filthy little beggars. He always sought to offer his meager support to the weak, while his ruthlessness was reserved solely for the wicked. Brother, one must not help too much, for excessive aid can lead to backlash. Yun Jiqian suddenly turned to his sister, momentarily taken aback before he smiled. He shook his head, realizing that even his sister understood this principle, while he, a man of letters, had been so oblivious. All those years of study seemed futile if such a simple truth required his sister's reminder. There are countless pitiable souls in this world, and it is indeed beyond his capacity to assist them all. Furthermore, should he overextend himself, one day he might find himself unable to help, and those he aided might not only lack gratitude, but also blame him for not being able to continue supporting them. This is not to say that everyone behaves thus, but those devoid of conscience are certainly not in the minority. Just like when his sister brought back those little beggars, while she provided them with food and clothing, it came with conditions. She required them to earn their own money, teaching them that nothing in this world comes without effort. The madwoman, though appearing insane, possessed a glimmer of clarity in her eyes, leaving Yun Jiqian uncertain of her true state. Giving her 3 buns was a form of assistance in itself. Upon arriving at the shop, they found it bustling, despite it being only mid-morning, as patrons flocked in primarily for ice pops and chilled treats. After making their purchases, they departed, leaving only 2 tables occupied within. The shop had settled into a steady rhythm, with shopkeeper Zhao and Fu and another hired young man attending to customers. Gu Che and Gu Yu were busy distributing ice pops and milk puddings to sell, while Yun Jiqian had gone to the ice room, leaving Yun Fu with nothing to do. Lazily seated, she inquired. And Fu, how is your mother in Oppos? As health? Back at the inn, my mother is much better. Thank you for your concern. Good work, and I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg by the end of the month. An extra chicken leg? Thank you. I will work diligently. As long as it's not a chicken rear, I am not picky. Yin Fu chuckled at Enfu's remark, reminiscent of a similar incident in her past life. When she first heard that time-traveling girl Tang Xinxin say the same, her immediate reaction was, if she gets the chicken leg, what will happen to the rest of the chicken? At that time, she had rescued Tang Xinxin, providing for her while enlisting her help in managing the business, bestowing upon her gold, silver, and jewels. Yet, Tang Xinxin harbored ill intentions, unable to resist the lucrative business and scheming to claim it as her own, conspiring with her sister to poison her. Once she uncovered the truth and confronted Tang Xinxin, the latter retorted, if it weren't for my ideas, could you still profit from this business? I created this, yet you only give me a mere 40%. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Yin Fu found herself speechless at Tang Xinxin and Oppo's audacity. Before rescuing her, the business had already flourished immensely. Tang Xinxin merely added embellishments, and even then, she had generously offered her 40% of the profits, along with countless treasures and opportunities for social advancement. While Tang Xinxin indeed produced some curious creations, running a business requires more than mere production. It necessitates strategic management to transform ideas into profit. Ultimately, despite their falling out, Yin Fu felt powerless against the time-traveling girl, for she had ascended to loftier heights. After a while, Yin Fu rested her head on the table, nearly dozing off. In this fleeting moment of respite, she felt particularly content. Hush, I have something to tell you that you must not share with anyone. What is it? Speak quickly. You can rest assured. My lips are sealed. Is it about matters in the master's chambers? The maid scanned the room and noted that only one table of patrons sat at a distance. A small girl lounged at a nearby table, seemingly asleep, so the maid dismissed her presence. Yin Fu chimed in, I want to hear too. She relished the gossip. Yin Fu perked up her ears. 3 months ago, do you remember when Haitang gave a pastry to a child? That child died on the spot. In truth, it was not Haitang who poisoned him. Chapter 86. Encountering old matters of the Sierra residents, who might that be? It is Aunt Lin. Do not speak carelessly. Did Aunt Lin not punish her? Is it not true that she harbored resentment against Aunt Lin and thus poisoned her to frame her? Then Haitang is truly wronged. Wait, perhaps she is not entirely wronged. Although she did not administer the poison, the child perished because of her. Is it true that the pastries were indeed given to her by Aunt Lin? How do you know this? The astonished listener inquired. After Haitang was confined, I went to see her. Ah, you dared to visit her? Were you not afraid of being implicated? Since Haitang once assisted me, I felt a pang of pity for her, a once decent person reduced to madness. I thought to visit her and bring her some food, as a token of our sisterly bond. That night, I dared to sneak out to meet her only around midnight. Haitang was locked in a room without windows, the door secured tightly. I called out to her several times from outside, and to my surprise, she responded, recognizing me. But Haitang is supposed to be mad. Is she not? Does she not recognize anyone? Listening intently, Yin Fu realized the speakers were 2 young maids from the Sierra residence. You must not speak of this to anyone else. I assure you, Haitang truly recognized me. But is not Haitang Aunt Lin's trusted maid? Were the pastries indeed a gift from Aunt Lin? Why would Aunt Lin wish for her demise? And why would Haitang give the pastries to a child? Did Haitang know they were poisoned? The questions poured forth, echoing the very inquiries Yin Fu wished to hear. It is true, Haitang conveyed this to me through the door. She was unaware that the pastries were poisoned. She had been assigned to the back courtyard for breaking a teacup, and Aunt Lin claimed this was to uphold the rules of the Sierra residence, merely for show. While punishing Haitang, Aunt Lin simultaneously consoled her by gifting her exquisite pastries. Hush! The two fell silent as a guest entered. Yin Fu thought, she truly guessed correctly. Haitang is indeed clever, but alas, her intelligence has led her to misfortune. Haitang was merely taking a gamble. If the pastries were untainted, it would indicate that her mistress still cared for her, allowing her to return to service. Yet, if the pastries were poisoned, the child, being of good family, would raise a ruckus that would inevitably draw the authorities' attention. It is a case of using another's blade to kill. Such underhanded tactics were all too familiar to her in her previous life. However, she overlooked a crucial point. In the face of true power and wealth, such cunning schemes merely create ripples. If her conjecture is correct, then Aunt Lin must have bribed the family of the victim, paying a hefty sum to ensure their silence. Haidang was indeed acting in self-preservation, but she should never have harmed that innocent child. As the two maids noticed a newcomer taking a seat at a nearby table, they discreetly changed the subject. After some time, Yunfu pretended to awaken from a nap, stretching her limbs. Her movement caught the attention of the two maids, who exchanged glances, observing her as she appeared genuinely dazed from sleep. Their anxiety eased, while Yunfu, from the corner of her eye, scrutinized the pair. These two were unfamiliar faces to her within the Xia residence. Nonetheless, she recognized their attire as that of Xia household maids. Once the maids departed, Yunfu fell into contemplation. Since Aunt Lin intended to poison her trusted maid, she must possess some leverage over Haidang. This matter had no direct connection to her. Yet the involvement of Aunt Lin's brother, Lin Yukai, had drawn her into the fray. Perhaps she could uncover the truth and deliver a formidable retaliation against Lin Yukai. Moreover, that incident nearly implicated her as well, and since they had provoked her, she would ensure they face consequences. But what could that leverage be? Yunfu felt as though she had overlooked something, a fleeting thought brushing her mind, yet she could discern nothing. Young mistress, these are the pastries I prepared last night. Do they suit your taste? Yingyang's voice interrupted Yunfu and Amp Appo's reverie. Yunfu lifted her gaze to see Yingyang placing a plate of pastries before her. Wow, Aunt Yingyang, you made lotus flower pastries. These pastries, with their layers of petals delicately arranged, transition from a soft pink at the base to a pristine white at the top, revealing tender yellow centers, resembling real lotus flowers. Yunfu picked up a piece, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship that made her hesitant to indulge. She had not anticipated Aunt Yingyang's culinary skills to be so remarkable. Taking a bite, she savored the flaky, crisp texture, sweet and fragrant. They were indeed delightful. Seeing Yunfu enjoy the treat brought relief to Yingyang. As long as the young mistress is pleased, that is enough. Having earned wages from selling ice pops, Yunfu provided her with a means of sustenance, prompting Yingyang to gift her a token of appreciation. With limited experience and resources, she sought to buy a pastry for Yunfu, but the prices were exorbitant. She pleaded with the shopkeeper, claiming her ailing mother-in-law longed for a taste of the delicacy, and the kind shopkeeper acquiesced, allowing her to purchase 2 pieces. Upon returning home, she sampled the pastries and found them unremarkable. She realized she could replicate them. After several nights of practice, she finally succeeded, producing a flavor superior to that of the shop-bought pastries. The discarded ingredients, of course, were not wasted, but instead found their way into the mouths of her 2 children. If the young mistress enjoys them, I shall continue to make them for you in the future. Aunt Yingyang, with such talent, why not sell your creations yourself? Faced with the young mistress's earnest inquiry, Yingyang shyly replied, "You flatter me, young mistress. I am no businesswoman. Besides, I can only make this one type, and I learned it only recently." On her first day at the shop, she realized that although the young mistress was young, she possessed great understanding. Thus, she refrained from boasting and spoke honestly. Only then did Yunfu comprehend the depth of Yingyang's intentions. She had learned to make these pastries specifically for her. Having tasted them, it was clear that Yingyang possessed a remarkable talent for pastry making. Yunfu sensed an opportunity in this culinary skill. Chapter 87. The foolish son of the CF family. Yunfu produced 2 taels of silver, saying, "Aunt Ying, this is for you." This was still the pocket money her elder brother had given her. Now that the shop was making a profit, Yunji Qian had allocated each of his younger brothers 100, one as pocket money. But he slipped 2 taels to Yunfu and said, "Sister, once this is spent, I shall give you more." Yunfu accepted it, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. The feeling of having someone earn money for her enjoyment was delightful. Once the shop was on solid ground, she would no longer need to come, allowing her elder brother to toil away for everyone. She would simply offer him a few ideas from behind the scenes, Aunt Ing quickly waved her hands, saying no, this was specially made for the young master. How can I take the young master's money? Aunt Ing, you've misunderstood. I merely wish for you to learn a few more recipes so that you can occasionally surprise me with your culinary creations. Yin Fu understood that if she did not phrase it this way, Aunt Ing would undoubtedly refuse her money. Indeed, upon hearing Yin Fu and Appo's words, Aunt Ying's eyes sparkled as she accepted the silver. Yin Fu's words reassured Aunt Ing. Well, since the young master enjoys it, I shall learn diligently and prepare it for him. Then I must thank you, Aunt. Yin Fu replied. No need for formality with Aunt. Please enjoy. I shall return to my work in the back. With that, Aunt Ing headed to the backyard. Ever since Aunt Ing and Aunt Sue began working at the shop, Yin Fu had been keenly observing their hard work. They washed clothes, cooked meals, and cared for the children, which was no easy task. Even so, during busy times, they would emerge to wipe tables and clean. Perhaps due to their past hardships, both women had become timid, fearing they might lose their livelihoods if Yun's establishment no longer required them. Aunt Ing fared better. Perhaps it was the presence of children that allowed her to occasionally chat with everyone and share amusing stories. In contrast, Aunt Sue rarely spoke, focusing solely on her tasks. Yin Fu understood that if she did not accept the pastries Aunt Ing had made today, Aunt Ing would surely overthink the matter. Conversely, if she offered a few kind words and graciously accepted Aunt Ying's goodwill, Aunt Ing would feel reassured and happy. Manager Zhao, Anfu Donglai, do try Aunt Ying's craftsmanship. Manager Zhao quickly waved his hands with a smile, saying, This is made by Sister Ing for the young master. How could we indulge? Don't be modest, Uncle Zhao. My mother always said that good food should be shared. Go on. Yin Fu held out the food box for them to take. Each of the three picked up a piece and began to eat. As they bit into the lotus flower pastry, its crispness enchanted them, and their eyes instantly lit up. The pastry crumbled upon contact, yet miraculously melted upon entering the mouth, releasing a sweet and fragrant flavor. They had not anticipated Aunt Ying's skills to be this exceptional, surpassing even those sold in pastry shops. Simultaneously, they felt deeply touched. They had worked in numerous shops before, but only this brother-sister duo was so amiable and approachable, never flaunting their status as masters. The young master shared his delicacies with them, further motivating them to work diligently. Just as they finished their pastries, customers arrived, prompting the three to rise and attend to them. There were only 7 pastries made. Yin Fu had consumed 1, and Manager Zhao and the others had collectively eaten 3, leaving only 3 behind. Reluctant to eat more, Yin Fu decided to save the remaining pastries for her elder brother, Gu Che, and Gu Yu. At the Xie residence, the matriarch's headache had returned, causing her immense distress as she smashed porcelain teacups across the floor. Just then, her daughter-in-law and grandchildren entered to pay their respects. Wang quickly instructed the servants, Hurry and summon the house physician. The old matriarch, pounding her head, grumbled, What good is calling the physician? I've taken his medicine for ages, and it does nothing. Why haven't you brought Lu here to attend to me? Are you wishing for my demise? Wang, looking troubled, replied, Matriarch, Lu is of noble birth. She is not one of our servants. Without your consent to her requests, we cannot summon her. I am powerless in this matter. The old matriarch suddenly recalled Lu's earlier suggestion of having her daughter study alongside the CF family's young ladies. Her anger flaring anew, she dreams of it. In her agitation, the matriarch's headache intensified, and she struck her head even harder. Wang, noticing this, quickly instructed Chuan Hong and Xiang Ming to grasp the matriarch's hands to prevent her from harming herself. However, before they could reach her, the matriarch bellowed, Do not touch me. The two were so startled they froze in place, too afraid to move. With nothing else at hand to throw, she hurled her prayer beads across the room. The beads struck Wang, who attempted to catch them but fumbled, causing them to scatter across the floor. Upon seeing this, the old matriarch's eyes widened in fury, nearly causing her to faint. These beads had accompanied her for decades, and their scattering was an ill omen. Wang commanded, Why are you still standing there? Go and collect them. At her order, the servants quickly scrambled to retrieve the beads. After much effort, they gathered each one and placed them into a tray, while Chuan Hong hurried off to rest string them. Mother, Is your head very painful? May I help you massage it? Young Master Xie approached, eager to assist the old matriarch. He resembled a chubby doll, his words unclear, yet his intent was sincere, though he walked unsteadily. The old matriarch, irritated, replied, "Grandmother is in pain right now. Go play over there." In her discomfort, she found fault with everyone around her, her tone growing increasingly impatient. Even the dim-witted young Master Xie could discern her displeasure, and upon being scolded, he could not contain his tears, bursting into loud sobs. His crying only served to annoy the old matriarch further, although it pained her more. This grandchild had been a source of joy since his birth, plump and fair, resembling a child from a painting. She adored him above all, but he was now 2 years old and still could neither walk nor speak. The physician could find no ailment within him, yet the matriarch felt something was amiss, believing he lacked the wits of others. This realization grieved her deeply. How unfortunate it was that he was the most handsome of her 3 grandsons, yet possessed the intellect of a mere toddler. Despite his 13 years, he remained akin to a 3-year-old in understanding. Suppressing her irritation, she comforted him. "Do not cry. Our clever boy is very obedient. Would you massage grandmother's head for me?" Only then did young Master Xie cease his tears, his wide eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. He approached, pressing down on the old matriarch's head with all his might, causing her to wince in pain and grimace. Yet he continued to apply pressure, as if he were attempting to extract her very essence. Wang rushed forward, pulling young Master Xie away, desperate to halt his ministrations. Yet he collapsed on the ground, wailing and kicking, shouting at Wang, "Bad woman! You are a bad woman. You want to harm grandmother. You are the reason she has a headache." He remembered his mother's words, blaming Wang for not allowing Lu to attend to the old matriarch, thus causing her current state. Seeing young Master Xie's disrespect toward her mistress, Chui'er scolded, "Young master, the old matriarch's headache has nothing to do with our mistress. It is all because of that Lu, who is so proud and haughty that we have been unable to summon her despite numerous attempts." Hearing Chui'er's words, young Master Xie could no longer sit still. Yes, if they could find Lu, grandmother's headache would vanish. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed out. Chapter 88. Xie Mingsong seeks Lu. Aunt Lin, upon noticing her young son heading outside, hastily intercepted him and inquired, "Where are you going, Song?" "I'm going to find someone to treat grandmother," he replied. Assuming he meant to summon the house physician, Aunt Lin allowed him to proceed, trusting the servants would accompany him. Meanwhile, Wang Shi promptly ordered the servants to lay the elderly matriarch down on the bed, causing a flurry of activity in the room. "Has the physician been summoned?" Wang Shi asked. Aunt Lin responded, "Song has gone to fetch him." Wang Shi then instructed her maid, Chui'er, follow the third master and see if he can articulate the situation to the physician. "Can a simpleton convey the matter clearly to the physician?" she muttered. Noticing Wang Shi sending another person, Aunt Lin furrowed her brow and halted Chui'er, saying, "There is no need for further messengers, as Tsonger has already gone to summon the physician. This woman is insufferable. Does she truly believe that my son cannot handle such a trivial task?" Aunt Lin desired to provide Xie Mingsong with an opportunity to prove himself, also to demonstrate to others that her son was not dull-witted. If others could accomplish it, so too could her son. "The old lady's condition does not permit your antics," Wang Shi retorted. "I have done no such thing. Song is the old lady's own grandson. Would he wish her harm?" Xie Cheating, the second daughter, interjected, "Whether he is the old lady and Appo's true grandson remains to be seen." She had long been privy to the whispers surrounding her family, but had refrained from mentioning them in front of her parents. She had confided in her elder brother about these rumors, only to be reprimanded. Each time she recalled Xie Qian's smug demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her face apart. Having committed such a grave error, why had her father brought her back from the estate? Should she discover that Xie Qian was not her father's biological daughter, she would relish seeing her lose her arrogance. Xie Cheating and Appo's words sparked a flicker of panic in Aunt Lin and Appo's eyes. Steadying herself, she replied, "Second miss, one may eat recklessly, but one should not speak carelessly. How could Song not be the old lady's true grandson? Are you implying that the master is not the old lady's biological son?" "Aunt Lin, do not conflate the issues. It is you and your child. Aunt Lin interrupted. Second miss, we are in the old lady's chamber. Given her illness, I shall not hold this against you. But should it happen again, I will not let it pass. Xie Cheating pointed at Aunt Lin and then at herself, scoffing, Ha! You're merely a concubine. A servant in essence. I am the true master of the Xie residence. You will not forgive me? I am eager to see how you will not. Everyone knows that our CF family is but a laughingstock in Shen town. Before she could finish her retort, Xie Cheating's face was met with a resounding slap. Mother? You struck me? Tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Wang Shi in disbelief. Return to your room. Your grandmother is unwell. What are you making a fuss about here? Wang Shi closed her eyes, feeling both pain and helplessness. The master had always favored Aunt Lin and her children. Should he learn of Ting and Appo's insolence towards Aunt Lin, the consequences would be dire. Seeing her mother's averted gaze, Xie Cheating fled in tears. Wang Shi sighed. This family will inevitably fall into ruin at the hands of Aunt Lin and her children. Even the third daughter has been led astray by that woman, seducing someone in the household. She is but a concubine. She likely lacks the qualifications to even serve as a maid beside the prince. Perhaps she is simply courting disaster. Wang Shi had once advised the head of the CF family, only to be reprimanded for her long hair and short wit. As the lady of the house, you should manage your duties well. If you cannot, then step aside. Since that day, the head of the CF family had not crossed her threshold even once, and it had been 3 months. Should anyone in her household err again, her position as mistress would be at risk, and her children would suffer the consequences. Aunt Lin watched the mother-daughter pair with a smug expression. Oomph. I shall see who truly holds dominion over the Xie estate. Xie Mingtsong, accompanied by a young servant, exited the Xie residence with determination. He intended to find Lu and request her assistance for his grandmother. He had money, and he could offer it to her. With this thought, he patted the 2 taels of silver in his pocket, a meager allowance given to him by Aunt Lin. Where's Lu? Xie Sanyi asked the servant beside him. The young servant scratched his head. I do not know, sir. Having been with the servant since childhood, Xie Mingtsong, despite his unclear speech, knew that the servant would understand him. Seeing the servant's bewilderment, Xie Mingtsong remarked, You are foolish, even more so than I. Yes, sir, I am quite foolish. You are the clever one. I will share a secret with you. If you do not understand, ask your uncle. The servant, puzzled, asked, Why should I ask my uncle? Because mother said that uncle is wise and that I should ask him if I do not understand. The servant scratched his head again. I see. Well then, accompany me to find uncle. Very well. The servant, knowing that the young master wished to visit Lin Laoi, did not hinder him. Aunt Lin had instructed that whatever the third master wished to do, he should be allowed to proceed, provided he did not commit any heinous acts, and the servant was simply to protect him. Thus, it was merely a visit to Lin Laoi. The servant first led Xie Mingtsong to the Lin residence, where the mistress informed them that Lin Laoi had gone to Xuanji. The servant then took Xie Mingtsong to West Street. After walking a short distance along West Street, they arrived at the Xuanji cold drink shop. Upon seeing his uncle and aunt, Appo's shop, Xie Mingtsong joyfully bounded inside. Shopkeeper Wang, having met Xie Mingtsong before, hurried over to greet him. Young master, are you here to see the owner? You have arrived too late. He just left not long ago. Where did uncle go? I do not know. Where could he have gone? To the Baiwa Lu in Shen town, no doubt. But he did not dare to say that aloud. Do you know where Lu is? Lu? Shopkeeper Wang shook his head. He knew many Lu and Appo's, but he was certain that the Lu Xie Mingtsong sought was not his wife. The servant quickly clarified, the husband of that Lu is surnamed Yun. Surnamed Yun? Shopkeeper Wang pointed across the street. The only family with that surname in Shen town is that one over there. The servant looked up at the sign across the street, which read, Yunji Cold Drinks. That must be the family. But it was unlikely that Lu's husband could afford to run a shop while working for the Xie family. However, while the servant was lost in thought, Xie Mingtsong dashed out, heading straight for Yunji. Chapter 89. The Dream Daughter. At this moment, Yunji Ice Drink was bustling with patrons. Due to its recent opening, the establishment was offering a 3-day half-price promotion, and, as the noon hour approached, the place was particularly busy. Exhausted from their outings, customers flocked to Yunji to cool down and indulge in refreshing icy beverages. Manager Zhao found himself overwhelmed with orders, prompting Yun Fu to assist in serving the dishes. "Good day, ladies. Here is the crisp mountain you ordered. Enjoy your meal," the young girl announced, balancing a tray that held 2 bowls of iced drink. The tray appeared larger in her petite hands, making it evident that she was straining slightly to carry it. The 2 female customers promptly helped themselves to their bowls from the tray. The girl wore her hair in 2 charming buns atop her head. Her cheeks were pleasantly plump, and her fair complexion glowed. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life. When she parted her lips to speak, a row of perfectly aligned teeth emerged, complemented by 2 adorable little canine teeth. Her sweet smile revealed delightful dimples, enchanting all who beheld her. Was she the daughter of the shop and amp? Oppose, as owner? She was irresistibly adorable, evoking an urge to gently ruffle her hair. "Please take your time enjoying the meal," Yun Fu chimed before moving on, leaving the 2 women gazing after her. These 2 were childhood friends. One was Su Qingru, daughter of the Su family, and the other, Ji Yun, daughter of the Ji family. The Su family had built their fortune through weaving, and now, a century later, most of the fabric worn by the townsfolk of Shiqiao came from their looms. If one were to speak of a family in Shiqiao with wealth comparable to the Xie family, it would undoubtedly be the Su family. Conversely, Ji Yun came from the Ji family, which had less fortunate circumstances. They operated a winery and were commercial rivals to the Xie family. Initially, the 2 families coexisted peacefully. However, troubles arose when Master Xie sought Ji Yun's hand in marriage, only for her to refuse and instead wed a poor scholar. This rejection incited Master Xie's ire, leading him to harbor resentment towards Ji Yun and subsequently undermine her family's business, creating a rivalry between the 2 families. Having both recently married, the 2 women had arranged to meet for iced drinks. As they sipped their bowls of ice, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Su Qingru remarked, "In the future, if I have a daughter, I shall be content if she is even half as lovely as that girl." Ji Yun giggled, "Oh, you shameless little thing. It has only been a short time since your wedding, and you're already thinking of children." Su Qingru shot her a teasing glance, "And what about you? Aren't you also dreaming of having a child with your beloved Jianggij? You may accuse me of being eager, but I wish to enjoy our time together for another 2 years before that." Ji Yun jested back, "If you wish for a beautiful child, it is quite simple. We shall frequent their shop more often. The more you gaze upon that girl, the more likely your child will inherit her beauty." Su Qingru gasped, "Is that truly possible?" Ji Yun responded, "I have heard tales of women who gaze upon painted children daily, and their offspring bear a resemblance to those images." Su Qingru's heart fluttered with excitement as she turned to see if Yun Fu was still present in the shop. "Quickly, let us switch places so I may observe her more closely. She resembles the daughter of my dreams." Reluctantly, Ji Yun complied and exchanged seats with Su Qingru. As Yun Fu sat there, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her and looked up to see the beautiful woman smiling at her. Su Qingru immediately grasped Ji Yun's arm, exclaiming, "Yun Yun, look, she smiled at me. Does this not signify that she likes me too?" Ji Yun chuckled and playfully tapped Su Qingru and Appo's forehead. "It seems you truly desire a daughter. Are you not concerned about your in-laws and Amp, Appo's opinion? They dare not object." "No, they would not dare," Su Qingru retorted. "And how can you mock me? Do you not yearn for a daughter as well?" Ji Yun sighed. "I have a mischievous little sister-in-law. I fear another child like her would be too much to bear." Ji Yun's thoughts drifted to her impish sister-in-law, Jiang Wanyin, causing her a headache. She was far more troublesome than any boy. In contrast, her little brother, Jiang Xi, was gentle and demure, leading her to wonder if they had been switched at birth. If Yun Fu were aware that one of these patrons was the sister-in-law of Jiang Xi, a close friend of her brother, she would certainly not accept their money. Upon mentioning Jiang Wanyin, Su Qingru could not help but smirk. "Oh dear, your little sister. Do not even bring her up. Just the thought of her fills my mind with mischief. I certainly do not wish for a daughter like that." At the same time, Jiang Wanyin was at home, sneezing repeatedly. "Who is cursing me?" On the night Ji Yun married into the Jiang family, as the newlywed couple prepared to consummate their marriage, a small head suddenly peeked from beneath the bed curtains, observing them intently. Startled by the unexpected gaze, they nearly lost their composure. "Brother and sister-in-law, do not mind me. Please continue. That night, Jiang Wanyin ended up sleeping between the newlyweds. However, Ji Yun, in her mix of nervousness and fear, found a strange sense of relief in Jiang Wanyin's presence. As the two women reminisced about the antics of Jiang Wanyin, Su Qingru suddenly noticed a strange youth entering the shop, muttering, looking for Lu, to treat grandmother. Chapter 90. Xie Mingsong visits Yunji. Su Qingru could not help but mutter, "What bad luck. I initially wanted to watch that younger sister, but after switching places with you, I ended up with ill fortune in my eyes." Jian asked, "Who did you see?" Turning her head, she caught sight of Xie Sanyi, Xie Mingsong. He was engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, murmuring something unintelligible, though the shopkeeper seemed unable to comprehend him. "It's him." Su Qingru inquired, "Do you know him?" Ji Yun replied, "This is Xie Mingsong, the son of the Xie family. They have never allowed him to venture out alone. It's strange that they would permit him today. Is the son of the Xie family a fool? I have never heard of this before." The fact that Xie Mingsong was considered foolish was not widely known among the residents of Shiqiao Town. Ji Yun recalled an occasion when the head of the Xie family had brought Xie Sanyi along during a business trip, which was the only time she had seen him. She had heard that the head of the Xie family intended to nurture him. Su Qingru exclaimed in surprise, "Nurture a fool? Doesn't the Xie family have other sons? I recall there being two more. Xie Yi is relatively normal, but he is the son of Wang Foran, so he is not favored by the head of the Xie family," Jian explained. Everyone in Shiqiao Town knew that the head of the Xie family favored his concubine the most, and only Xie Yi and Xie Mingsong were the biological sons of Lin Yinyang. Jian cleared her throat and continued, "Precisely because Xie Mingsong is the son of Lin Yinyang, although he may be foolish, the head of the Xie family and the old matriarch dote on him immensely. The fact that he could accompany his father during business affairs suggests an intention to pass the family business down to him. Ha 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 ha. How splendid. If the head of the Xie family wishes to ruin his own household, who can he blame? If he entrusts the family business to Xie Mingsong, then your family's wine workshop has nothing to fear. Yun, quickly switch places with me. I can't endure this anymore. Seeing Xie Sanyi for some reason makes me uneasy." Meanwhile, shopkeeper Zhao had been straining to catch what Xie Mingsong was mumbling. What is he saying about walking food? How did Napos? Walking food Napos? And up in our shop. The boy appeared rather unusual. Just then, a young servant rushed in, panting heavily, bowing and asking, "Sir, why are you running so fast?" Seeing the servant address him as Sir, shopkeeper Zhao finally relaxed. "What would you two like to eat?" "We are not here to eat. We are here to find someone." Shopkeeper Zhao, puzzled, asked, "Find someone? Who are you looking for?" "We are looking for Lu." Shopkeeper Zhao frowned. "Lu? Aside from the owner's mother, no one else bears the surname Lu. Are you referring to her?" He scrutinized the two individuals, uncertain of their connection to the owner's mother. He had no choice but to summon Yunfu. Upon seeing the servant's attire, Yunfu immediately understood. This is someone from the Xie family. However, she wondered who this young man was. He had a pleasing appearance, albeit with a disproportionately large head and vacant eyes. Though his features were handsome, their combination appeared somewhat peculiar, indicative of a simpleton. This reminded Yunfu of a book she had read in her previous life, where a king fell in love with his sister, and their child was a simpleton. The illustrations in that book bore a striking resemblance to this young man. Could it be? A bold speculation flitted through Yunfu's mind. Was he the illegitimate child of Lin Yinyang? If her conjecture were true, then this boy was indeed pitiful. His life had been marred by his own mother. "Young master, they say they are looking for Lu." Yunfu feigned ignorance, asking, "Who are you?" The servant replied, "We are from the Xie household. This is our third master." Yunfu thought to herself, "I guess correctly. This boy is indeed Lin Yinyang's child. But whether he is the head of the Xie family's son remains uncertain. There is no one here that you seek. You may leave." What Yunfu did not anticipate was Xie Mingsong and Appo's response. "Then I will take my leave," and he genuinely turned to go. However, he looked back several times as he reached the door, casting glances at Yunfu that sent shivers down her spine. Wait, could it be that Haidang discovered this matter, prompting Lin Yinyang to plot against her? A flurry of thoughts raced through Yunfu's mind, and she suddenly recalled the woman who had snatched buns at the steamer that morning. She looked incredibly familiar. Could it be? Was she Haidang? Chapter 91. Old Madame Xie is not ill upon exiting. The young servant, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Xie Mingsong, "Sir, are we not searching for Lu? Should we still look?" "You foolish child, she claimed that she is not here." The servant paused, realizing the absurdity of his question. Indeed, they had already been told that the person they sought was not present. If they continued to linger, they would likely be dismissed, which would undoubtedly be embarrassing. Yet, this did not align with their third master's usual logic. Typically, if he did not achieve his aims, he would wail and fuss, but today he remained silent. Instead, that young girl merely stated that there was no one they were looking for and sent them away. Astonishingly, their master accepted this. "Sir, shall we return to the residence now?" "No, we shall seek Lu." Xie Mingsong's insistence left the young servant bewildered. Where else could they possibly search for Lu? The glance Xie Mingsong cast at Shen Fu as he departed filled her with confusion. Did he still hold onto the notion of having their mother serve the old madam? They had exerted considerable effort to compel their mother to yield. Moreover, just yesterday, in a bid to seize business, the Su family had sent Wang Wu to create a disturbance in their shop. So it seemed appropriate to settle both old and new accounts. With this in mind, Shen Fu instructed Gu Che to ensure that when selling popsicles, should they encounter a madwoman, they must devise a way to bring her back to Yun and Appo's establishment. She described the madwoman and Appo's appearance, and Gu Che agreed to the task. Meanwhile, Lady Wang had yet to see the family doctor arrive and turned to concubine Lin, asking, "Where is the doctor that third master summoned?" At that moment, concubine Lin also sensed something was amiss. It has been over half an hour since Tsong and Appo's left. The Xie residence is not vast, and it shouldn't take this long to find doctor. However, she could not admit her son's shortcomings in front of the Wang family. Perhaps the doctor is simply not at home right now. Chui and Amp, Appo's, go see if the doctor is here. What does the lady mean? Does she doubt Tsong and Amp, Appo's, Concubine Lin blocked Chui and Appo's, from leaving. At a time like this, you still jest. Chui and Appo's, go. Yes. Concubine Lin remained resolute, instructing Shui Qin, "Stop her." She was determined to have everyone in the Xie household recognize Tsong's capabilities. What others could accomplish, her Tsong could as well. Her son was merely slightly inarticulate, not foolish. Upon receiving her orders, Shui Qin immediately stood in front of Chui. "Lin Piampian, you must not go too far." Lady Wang furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Yet she felt powerless against concubine Lin. If anything were to happen to the old madam, the master would surely blame her. Punishing concubine Lin would also place her in a precarious position upon the master's return. With the old madam, any incident would be indiscriminately attributed to her. Were it not for her 3 children, she would genuinely consider leaving this sordid place. Even becoming a nun at the Jingyi monastery would be preferable to her current plight. Yet, if she departed, Minner had already married. But what would become of her other 2 children? Ting'er had a temperament that could not endure, was fiercely competitive, and wore her emotions on her sleeve. Such a nature could not stand against that mother and son duo. After a moment of standoff, concubine Lin ultimately prevailed. Lady Wang, in a moment of resignation, declared, "Fine, do as you wish. It matters not to me, for the old madam is not my mother." An hour later, Xie Mingsong finally returned, accompanied only by the young servant. "Songer, where is the doctor you summoned?" Lu was not found. Concubine Lin felt a moment of embarrassment, but quickly recovered. Our Tsonger is truly considerate of his grandmother, seeking Lu for her sake. What a good grandson he is. Lady Wang remained silent. "Chui, go summon the doctor." This time, concubine Lin did not intervene, allowing Lady Wang to call for the doctor. After the doctor examined the old madam, he stated, "Madam, the old madam's headache has long since subsided. It is merely a matter of the heart." Lady Wang inquired, "A matter of the heart?" Concubine Lin interjected, "Can you even diagnose? A heart ailment should manifest as chest pain, not a headache. You claim she is well. Yet did you not see her faint?" The doctor did not respond to concubine Lin's question. Instead, he turned to Lady Wang, "Madam, it seems that the old madam fainted due to a recent impact to the head and will awaken shortly." Lady Wang shot a glare at concubine Lin, who opened her mouth but refrained from further argument. "Madam, Has the old madam harbored any unfulfilled wishes recently? After a moment of contemplation, Lady Wang replied, Indeed, there is one. This prompted her to regard the doctor with renewed interest. The number of doctors summoned due to the old madam and aunt Oppo's ailment was considerable, and this doctor, newly appointed, had merely taken the old madam's pulse and assessed her visage to discern her condition. Clearly, he possessed some skill. Then it is settled. If we fulfill the old madam's wishes, her ailment will surely be resolved. This predicament left Lady Wang in a quandary. Chapter 92. Are you reluctant to serve the old lady? Wang was in a quandary. Had she treated Lu kindly from the outset, considering Lu and Oppo's kind-hearted nature, matters would certainly not have escalated to this point. Reflecting on Lu's initial arrival to care for the old lady, it was due to a shortage of staff and the old lady and Oppo's irritable temperament that the servants were all fearful and unwilling to attend to her. It was Lu who stepped forward voluntarily. And how did the Xie family respond? They drove the Yun family to the brink of destitution. Now, what face do they have to invite Lu back? She is not a contracted servant of the household to be dispatched or coerced at will. Their relationship is merely one of mutual consent. The Xie family pays a suitable sum, and Lu is willing to undertake the task, leading to a collaboration. If anyone disagrees, it is of no concern to the others. If it causes them distress, it is irrelevant to Lu, who has already been subjected to the Xie family as pressure, cutting off their livelihood. Upon hearing the physician's remarks, concubine Lin retorted, What is this all about? It's simply a matter of not having a capable servant at hand. After much effort, I finally found someone, yet that person is unwilling to work. The physician continued addressing Wang without acknowledging concubine Lin at all. This infuriated her. Was the physician treating her as though she were invisible? She threatened to report to the master, demanding his dismissal. Wang gently explained, Indeed, there have been a few instances where the lady felt relieved after the massage, but since this person is not one of our household servants, it may be quite difficult to have her attend to the old lady. The physician suggested that can be easily remedied. We could seek out that individual. If someone in the household can master this massage technique, it would suffice. Wang noted that no one had managed to learn it. The physician frowned. No one could learn? With so many people in the Xie household, is there truly not a single person capable? This can only imply one thing, a lack of diligence. Having been here for 3 days, I've seen the old lady twice, and each time she was either in a foul mood or on the verge of one. I suspect that no one here is truly eager to learn this technique to care for such a demanding old lady. If one were to perform it incorrectly, it could lead to more than just scolding. It may even result in punishment. Yet, he refrained from stating this outright. Perhaps this lady could be the one to learn. I perceive her intelligence surpasses that of others in this household, so she should be capable. Concubine Lin paused, surprised, and asked me. The physician affirmed, Yes, indeed, I believe you possess more intelligence than anyone else here. You can contribute to the conversation when I speak with the lady, indicating your capability. It would be fitting for you to learn. For a moment, concubine Lin's expression faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. I fear I am not suited for such a role. I am inherently dull-witted. How could her well-maintained hands possibly perform massages for that elderly woman? Wang interjected. What is this? Are you unwilling to serve the old lady? She has always cherished you and your son. Concubine Lin and Oppo's expression slightly shifted. Just as she was about to argue, she heard her son say, Tsonger will take care of grandmother. Grandmother will sleep after Tsonger massages. Kongya, do not speak nonsense. She admonished, but Tsonger persisted. Tsonger has not. I made grandmother fall asleep. Xieming Song only knew that his grandmother had difficulty sleeping. But now that she was asleep, he believed it was due to his efforts. To prevent him from speaking further, concubine Lin quickly urged, Take the third young master back to his room. Xieming Song, feeling petulant, resisted leaving, but concubine Lin coaxed Song and Oppo's, if you return now, mother will have something nice for you later. At last, he relented. Once her son had departed, concubine Lin sighed in relief. She wondered when Tsonger might become as astute as his elder brother. Fortunately, he was still young. With gradual teaching, he would surely come to understand. My lady, you are aware that Lu likely harbors resentment towards our family. Although I wish to learn from her, she may not be willing to teach. The physician, puzzled, recalled that she had previously instructed them. Why the sudden claim that she would not teach now? Noting the physician's confusion, Wang replied, Dr. Li, you may be unaware that at that time, you had not yet arrived at the household. She was initially engaged by us as a domestic helper. And when we found ourselves short-staffed one day, she was asked to assist the old lady. Unexpectedly, the old lady took a liking to her, likely due to her massage technique. The old lady, suffering from insomnia, found relief and finally slept after just a few of Lu's massages. Lu was generally agreeable and occasionally helped care for the old lady, but some members of the household acted inappropriately, attempting to coerce her into signing a contract of servitude to ensure her continued attendance. As she had educated family members, Lu refused. Now, the two families have irreparably severed ties, and it would be challenging to persuade her to return. Upon hearing this, the physician finally understood. The CF family had been overbearing. Initially, when he was hired as the family physician, they offered a generous fee, which had puzzled him. Only in the days since he had come to realize that apart from Wang and Master Xie, the rest of the household was difficult to deal with. Especially the old lady, who exemplified the saying that an unworthy elder brings calamity upon the family. The child who had just left was also rather peculiar. Though the pay from a CF family was substantial, it was not easy to earn. He suspected that previous physicians had left for similar reasons. Concubine Lin remarked, this world is not solely comprised of Lu's massage skills. Surely there are others who can perform even better. The master will undoubtedly find someone more adept. Unbeknownst to Concubine Lin, Lu's technique had been learned from the renowned healer, Dan Yuanzi. Lu had sought out Dan Yuanzi after hearing of his expertise to alleviate the old matriarch of the Su family's headaches, eventually mastering the art of acupressure after extensive efforts. Chapter 93. Treating everyone to icy delights, the entire staff of Yunji Ice Shop was mobilized, selling ice pops while searching for the madwoman mentioned by Yun Fu. Over the past 2 days, they had scoured the entirety of Shiqiao town but had yet to find Haitang. With no money to her name, where could she possibly have gone? Yun Fu was utterly perplexed. He decided to dismiss the thought, instructing the children to remain vigilant while selling ice pops. 3 days had passed since the promotional event, and upon reviewing the accounts, Yun Jiqian discovered that they had earned over 700 taels in that time. When combined with the 5 days prior to the opening, their total neared 1,000 taels, an unimaginable sum. The ice drink business truly yielded exorbitant profits, all thanks to his sister's brilliant ideas. When she first arrived at the Yun household, she seemed like a mere child, and he had initially thought her just another mouth to feed. With their family already struggling financially, he felt a twinge of resentment at the prospect of another person competing for their limited resources. Yet, their parents adored her. Little did he anticipate that it would be just over a year before she would turn their fortunes around. Zhao, let us close up for the day and gather the children, Yun Jiqian commanded. Understood, boss, came the reply. Before long, the entire crew of Yunji Ice Shop had assembled, including Gu Che and the children, while Yun Fu took a seat nearby. With the half-price event behind us, tomorrow we will return to normal operations. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, he addressed his team. No hardship at all, boss. We are grateful that you've provided us with the opportunity to earn. One of the children exclaimed, I called everyone here today to let you sample the ice drinks we make ourselves. You may order anything from the menu. It's on me, Yun Jiqian announced. Wide-eyed with disbelief, one child asked, is that true? The drinks on the menu cost 1 tael each. And we can actually have some? Yun Jiqian smiled warmly. Indeed, you may. As soon as his words left his lips, cheers erupted from the children. I couldn't resist the temptation and bought an ice pop the other day. It was simply delightful, refreshingly sweet. I wonder if the ice bowls will be even tastier. One child remarked. I also treated myself to a milk pudding. It was rich and sweet, absolutely delicious. I can only imagine how much better the ice bowls must be. Another chimed in. Yes, I've tried that too, Yun Jiqian added. Not only can you indulge in the drinks today, but you will each receive an ice pop daily moving forward. Once again, the room erupted in jubilant cheers. How wonderful. Our boss is incredibly generous. We must work diligently to repay his kindness. Of course, I sold 32 ice pops and 15 milk puddings today, Yun Jiqian declared. Ah, you didn't sell as many as I did. I sold 63 ice pops and 28 milk puddings, another child boasted. Zhao, Anfu, and Ingyang shared in the merriment. Observing her brother's growing proficiency in managing the shop, Yunfu silently admired his ability to win over hearts. Yun Jiqian encouraged everyone to take a seat, stating that he and his sister would serve them today, allowing them to experience the joys of being guests. Boss, allow me to take over, Zhao offered. Zhao, please sit down. Guche, Gu, you both sit as well. Ingyang and Aunt Su, please take a seat too. Everyone be seated. The ice bowls are ready. Whatever you wish to eat, I will serve you, Yun Jiqian insisted. Very well, I shall sit down then. Today, I will enjoy the ice bowls from our shop. This will be my first taste, Zhao replied. Had it not been for the steep price of the ice bowls, he would have sampled them long ago. He was curious about how such a small bowl could command a price of 1 tael, while even the cheapest sour plum soup fetched 15 won. What could possibly be so delectable about it? Surely, it was merely chilled. Why not just eat ice instead, which cost only 10 won for a large chunk? As Zhao took his seat, everyone else followed suit. With so many present, Yun Jiqian feared he might forget their orders. He grabbed a charcoal pencil and a small notebook typically used for jotting down orders, carefully writing down each name and desired item. Once everything was recorded, he accompanied Yunfu to the ice room. Brother, you are truly wonderful, Yunfu exclaimed. Yun Jiqian nodded. Of course, there are all kind souls who appreciate gratitude. If we treat them well, they will work even harder. He recalled the previous day's commotion caused by Wang Wu, noting that neither Zhao nor the children had faltered. They stood united with him. Reflecting on that day, Yunfu felt a warmth enveloping her entire being. These people are worth a lifetime of loyalty. Brother, you bear a great responsibility. They will rely on you from now on. A determined glint flickered in Yun Jiqian's eyes. Fear not, dear sister. I shall strive diligently. Chapter 94. Aunt Su and Appo's dilemma. Yun Jiqian and Yunfu had gathered all the orders placed by the patrons. The children, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly began to indulge in their treats. Even manager Zhao, upon tasting the ice cream, felt as though his taste buds were experiencing a celestial battle. It was simply exquisite. He gazed at the nearly 40 patrons enjoying their expensive bowls, each priced at 1 or 2 silver coins. It dawned on him that they were quite literally consuming wealth. And if all were sold, it would amount to over 30 taels of silver. Zhao Kuden and Appo's helped but feel a twinge of sympathy for Yun Jiqian. Their employer was rather extravagant. Yet, the employer treated them with unparalleled kindness. Having only worked for 5 days, he had already benefited by a tael of silver. This marked the first time he had encountered such a benevolent employer. His gratitude swelled, and he silently vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his work, remaining loyal unless his employer dismissed him. As the merriment continued, a sudden sound of sobbing pierced the air. Who could be crying? Following the sound, they discovered Aunt Su, who, while eating, was shedding tears like pearls scattered from a broken string. The once lively room fell into a hushed silence, intensifying the poignancy of her weeping. Yunfu approached her, offering a handkerchief. Aunt Su, please do not be sad. The children here will always be your children, even when you grow old. You shall not be alone. Yet, Aunt Su did not accept the gesture. Yunfu's words seemed to deepen her sorrow. Dear Sister Su, Ingyang chimed in, please do not weep. We shall keep each other company. My 2 children will care for you in your old age. Would you not find that comforting? Wiping her tears, Aunt Su felt embarrassed and took the handkerchief to dry her eyes. Young master, I am quite all right. I merely find this ice cream too delectable. I have never tasted anything so delightful before, and it fills me with joy. Deep down, Aunt Su understood that despite his youth, the young master exhibited a maturity in caring for their emotions. In front of the children, her tears felt utterly humiliating, yet she could not restrain herself. After over 20 years of servitude in her marital home, she had endured endless labor alongside insufficient meals, all while facing daily abuse from her husband and mother-in-law. There had been a time when her husband, having lost money gambling, mercilessly beat her without cause. On that occasion, her face swelled like a steamed bun, one eye was swollen shut, and her leg was broken. It took an entire month for her to recover physically. Yet, her 3 children would scold her, claiming she must have provoked their father to be treated so harshly, insisting that he would never strike her without reason. Such a life felt akin to existing in hell. Not one person in her in-laws' family treated her with dignity, especially her own 3 ungrateful children. Since arriving at this shop, however, she not only received wages, but also had her meals and lodging taken care of. The employer was kind to her, making her feel as though she had entered a haven compared to her previous life. She recognized the employer and Appo's benevolence, providing shelter and sustenance to the children, whom he had taken in from the streets. Initially, she had nowhere to go, but her employer had noticed her plight and said, "Aunt Sue, I apologize for your discomfort, but for now, please share living space with these children. Once we have earned enough, we shall purchase a property in Shichiao Town to accommodate you." She had resolved that the young master would become her family. "Dear employer, I wish to request something." Shen Fu replied, "Aunt Sue, please feel free to share any difficulties. There is no need for formality with us." Shen Fu empathized with Aunt Sue's struggles. "Dear young master, I am quite all right. I simply wish to sign a contract of servitude. Tomorrow, we shall go to the government office to formalize it." Yin Jiqian looked puzzled. "Aunt Sue, there is truly no need for that. Have you encountered some difficulty? You may confide in us, and we would be glad to assist." "I do not face any difficulties. I merely wish to sign the contract." Shen Fu urged, "Brother, please take Aunt Sue to formalize the contract tomorrow." Shen Fu had surmised that perhaps Aunt Sue's relatives had caused her much distress. Her decision to sign the contract seemed a means of securing a safety net, evading her husband's family, and possibly distancing herself from her own children. She was cast off by her husband's family, suggesting that some incident had transpired, one she found too painful to articulate. Should her husband's family learn of her earnings, her so-called relatives, those who had once betrayed her, would likely swarm her, employing every means to extort money from her. By signing the contract, she could sever ties with those relatives, establishing that she was now bound to someone else, thus deterring any overt abuse or demands. Yin Jiqian, perplexed, turned to Shen Fu. Sister, as a scholar, he understood the implications of signing a contract of servitude. He had harbored reservations when Gu Che and Gu Yu had signed theirs, yet at that time, he and his sister had not fully trusted the pair, leaving them with no choice. Without explaining further, Shen Fu stated, "Brother, let us honor Aunt Sue's wishes. On Su, whenever you decide to tear up the contract and restore your freedom, we shall accompany you to the government office to make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 95. Do you not want her elder brother to find a sister-in-law? Well, I have heard from Xiaodong and Appo's family. Though she said this, Aunt Sue and Appo's heart was already resolute. The Xiaodong family was so kind that it would be better to spend the latter half of her life by their side, thus finding herself a source of support. After everyone finished their icy drinks, Shen Fu and Yin Jiqian were preparing to return home. Each day, after returning from the shop, they could no longer ride on old Li's donkey cart and had to rely on their own legs to walk home. Yin Jiqian contemplated going to the town early the next day to visit the livestock market and purchase a horse-drawn cart, sparing his sister from hardship, so she wouldn't have to walk alongside him. Indeed, after only a few steps, Shen Fu expressed her reluctance to continue, pouting, "Brother, I'm tired." Her small frame proved to be quite inadequate. Yin Jiqian, with affectionate indulgence, patted his sister's head and squatted down, saying, "Come on, I'll carry you." Over the past few days, Yin Jiqian, feeling pity for his sister enduring the same hardships, had taken to carrying her home from time to time. Having grown accustomed to being carried by her brother, Shen Fu had also become somewhat lazy. With a beaming smile, she climbed on his back and wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Brother, let us hurry home." "All right, just hold on tight," he replied. The two exchanged laughter and chatter, quickly arriving at Shilling Village. At the village fork, a pair of eyes were watching Yin Jiqian. Zhao Yingzi wanted to step forward and speak to him, but feared he might ignore her. She did not believe she had done anything wrong on that day. In her view, her intentions had been entirely for his sake, so why could he not show her any understanding? For the past few days, she had been waiting for him here, unable to focus on either tea or food. Seeing him leave early with his sister, Shen Fu, and return late. This had been the pattern for several days. She was curious about what the two of them had been up to. As Yun Ji Qian approached, the face she had long yearned for came into her view. In the days dictated by her parents, Zhao Yingzi had met a few suitors, yet none compared to Yun Ji Qian's refined elegance. All were mere rustic men, laboring in the fields day after day, lacking any semblance of grace. She was unwilling to relinquish her feelings for him so easily. Unable to contain her yearning, Zhao Yingzi stepped forward and greeted him. "Where have you been?" Upon hearing her voice, Yun Ji Qian lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Zhao Yingzi, he responded politely, as courtesy dictated among fellow villagers. "I went to the town." Can I talk to you?" Zhao Yingzi's voice grew increasingly softer, almost inaudible by the time she uttered the word talk. Even so, she kept her head down, afraid to meet his gaze, lest he reject her. Observing his silence, she could not help but glance up. Upon doing so, she found Shen Fu perched on Yun Ji Qian's back, gazing at her with an assessing and playful expression. That look was not at all that of a mere child. An inexplicable dislike for Shen Fu welled up within her. Seeing Yun Ji Qian distracted, she shot a fierce glare at Shen Fu, hoping to intimidate her. To her surprise, Shen Fu only grinned more playfully, as if to say, "I understand your meaning. Brother, I'm hungry. Let us go home," Shen Fu chimed in. Only then did Yun Ji Qian realize he had been lost in thought. Hearing his beloved sister say she was hungry, he immediately replied, "All right, I will take you home to eat now." He then turned to Zhao Yingzi, saying, "You should head back. It's not appropriate for us to." As he carried Shen Fu away, Zhao Yingzi felt a pang of jealousy. Originally, it should have been her being carried by Yun Ji Qian. After all, she was merely his sister, a mere burden set to be married off. "Do you not want your elder brother to find a sister-in-law?" Shen Fu giggled. "I will definitely help my brother find a good sister-in-law, but that person will certainly not be you." Yun Ji Qian chimed in, "Rest assured, sister. Even if I do not seek a wife, I will take good care of you, our parents, and our brothers." Zhao Yingzi clenched her fist tightly. "Just you wait. I will ensure that Yun Ji Qian has no choice but to choose me." The two siblings remained unaffected by Zhao Yingzi and Appo's presence, and Shen Fu inquired, "Brother, do you like her?" Yun Ji Qian chuckled at his sister's candidness. "What do you, a mere child, know about liking someone?" "I certainly know. I can tell you like her a lot," Shen Fu insisted. Yun Ji Qian replied earnestly. "Before meeting Zhao Yingzi, our mother had mentioned her several times, and I was quite captivated. When I first saw her, I thought she was wonderful and envisioned a future together. I initially believed she was a kind-hearted person, but it turned out, brother, you truly have never encountered a woman before," Shen Fu remarked. Considering it, it was indeed true. His brother had spent so long confined to the academy. Even now that he had left school, though he had interacted with many women in the shop, those encounters were limited to customer relations, and they hardly exchanged more than a few words. "No, I must take my brother out to see the world someday. He should witness what a true woman is like." Chapter 96. Father's affection upon returning home. Yun's father and several elder brothers had also arrived. Liu had prepared the meal and was waiting for the two to come back to dine. Seeing Yun Ji Qian and Shen Fu enter the house, Yun Zhengqing hurriedly said, "Fu and Appo's, you must be tired. Come and sit by your father." Shen Fu hopped down from Yun Ji Qian's back and trotted over to her father's side. "Father, I'm tired, and my shoulder hurts," she said, pointing to her little shoulder. "Ah, my dear daughter, you must be exhausted. Sit down and let father give you a massage," Yun Zhengqing replied, a gentle smile gracing his usually stern face. "Father is so kind." Shen Fu sat down, casting a proud glance at her brothers. Yet, her brothers were different from usual, all smiling at her. Their previous jealousy vanished. Only a sister would dare to behave so in front of their father. It was good, too. Their father, once always stern and imposing, now wore a loving and gentle smile every day since their sister came home. It was then they realized their father had another side to him. Yun Zhengqing carefully massaged Shen Fu and Appo's shoulder, cautious not to apply too much pressure and cause her pain. "Father, my arms are tired too." Enjoying the comfort of her father's massage, Shen Fu playfully extended her arms. Yun Zhengqing smiled warmly at his daughter. "All right, If father massages you, you won't feel tired anymore. Tomorrow, you're not allowed to work at the shop, understood? Let your elder brother and manager Zhao handle it. You should rest at home with father and let your brother worry about making money. Yes, I will listen to you, father. I'm not tired anymore. After a while, Yin Fu insisted that Yun Zhengqing stop the massage. She wasn't really tired, as her elder brother had been carrying her all the way. She simply couldn't resist the urge to be pampered by her father and savor the affection she had never experienced in her past life. Father, have you found Master Wu for second brother? Yes, he is from a martial arts school, but your second brother can only go to learn there, where he will have to eat and stay. I had hoped to find a martial arts instructor to come to our home, but none were available. That's all right. Let second brother learn first. We can manage, Yin Zhizhong said. Rest assured, father, I will practice diligently, Yun Zhiqian affirmed. Yin Zhengqing nodded. However, that martial arts school does not accept just anyone. The master said he needs to meet you first to decide whether to accept you or not. Also, the tuition is quite expensive, requiring 2 taels of silver per month, which includes meals and lodging. Yin Zhiqian patted his chest, saying, no worries. I'll earn money for the family. If you want to learn anything or buy anything, just tell your elder brother. Yin Zhiqian had gained his confidence. In just a few days, he was already able to meet the needs of his younger siblings. Yin Zhengqing looked at him with pride. They had grown up. Thank you, elder brother. And we must also thank our sister, Yin Zhizhong said. Even without their parents and elder brother mentioning it, he could see that the family was thriving, all thanks to their sister's ideas. Their elder brother merely acted on her behalf. Their sister was truly the family and amp, Oppo's little lucky star. Second brother, you must study hard. You'll need to protect me in the future, Yin Fu said with a playful smile, eliciting laughter from everyone in the room, except for Yun Jiyan. He was engrossed in his studies, determined to pass the entrance exam in August. Every day, upon returning from the academy, he would go straight to his room, only emerging for meals. Only students had the privilege to take the entrance exam, and Yin Jiyan had passed the county and prefecture exams by the age of 12. Director Liu was aware of this, which was why he was making things difficult for Yin Jiyan. The student exam was relatively easier, but the entrance exam was significantly more challenging. Director Liu did not believe that Yin Jiyan, having only passed the student exam a year or 2 ago, could succeed in this one. However, Yin Jiqian had great confidence in his brother. The third brother was a natural scholar, and Yin Jiqian believed he would surely pass. Determined not to disappoint his elder brother's expectations, Yin Jiyan studied tirelessly. His elder brother had sacrificed his education for them. He was not just studying for himself or for the family, but also for his elder brother. He would fulfill the aspirations that his elder brother could not complete. With this thought, he became even more diligent. The next day, Yin Jiqian set off early to the town, intending to buy a cart for the family's use. He needed it to deliver ice to the county office and the academy. The county office now paid him 10 coins for each block of ice he delivered, no longer allowing free use. Yun Jiyan, Yun Jilan, and Yun Ji went to the academy. Yun Zhengqing planned to take Yun Zhizhong to the martial arts school to meet the master. Suddenly, Yin Fu jumped out. Father, second brother, want to go too? She wanted to see where her brother practiced martial arts to bring him food and supplies in the future. All right, let us all go together. Come, let father carry you, he said, crouching down. Seeing his daughter run towards him with her little legs, Yun Zhengqing's face radiated with affection. He had been too busy to spend time with his daughter before, but today, with her at home and him free, he cherished the rare opportunity to accompany her wherever he could. Chapter 97. Second brother is assigned to class. Ding Yin Fu slept soundly on her father and Oppo's back throughout the journey, only awakening to the cacophony of street vendors upon arriving in Shixiao town. Upon reaching the martial arts school, Yun Zhengqing gently set her down. Still dazed from her slumber, Yin Fu stumbled as she jumped to her feet. Yin Zhizhong hurriedly caught her, allowing her to regain her balance. Thank you, second brother, she said, her tone filled with gratitude. Why such formality with me? He replied, if I remain here to practice martial arts, will you miss me? Yin Fu nodded vigorously. I will miss you, second brother. This brought a glimmer of comfort to Yun Zhizhong's heart. Indeed, she was his dear sister. Once steady on her feet, Shen Fu glanced towards the entrance of the martial arts school, where a prominent plaque read, Jade Stone Martial Arts School. Quite impressive, she remarked. Yet, transforming these unrefined stones into jade requires relentless effort. I hope second brother can endure the trials ahead. Yin Jingqing took his daughter and Appo's a small hand and said, let us enter. The trio stepped inside, making their way further in when someone called out, hey, what brings you here? Is Director Duan available? We had an appointment yesterday. The attendant scrutinized Yin Jingqing before casting a few glances at Yin Zhizhong, quickly replacing his serious demeanor with a warm smile. You must be Master Yin. Indeed, that is I, Yin Jingqing replied with a gentle tone. Director Duan instructed me to take you to him right away. Guided by the attendant, the four of them arrived at the training ground, where around 50 children were practicing under the supervision of their respective martial instructors. The children ranged from ages 4 to 18, each guided by different instructors. Some taller children trained alongside much younger ones, while some younger children found themselves in classes with older peers. Yin Fu discerned that there were likely 3 or 4 classes, and those just beginning their martial training would be assigned to the beginner class. Director Duan, observing the children and Appo's, as practice with hands clasped behind his back, occasionally approached individual students to offer guidance. After finishing with one child, Director Duan and Appo's gaze fell upon Yin Jingqing. He instructed the instructors to continue their practice and approach the trio. Master Yin, this is my son. I hope he won't Appo's to cause you too much trouble. It was evident that Yin Jingqing and Director Duan shared a familiar bond, akin to old friends. Yin Zhizhong stepped forward and bowed slightly. Student Yin Zhizhong pays his respects to Director Duan. Director Duan appraised Yin Zhizhong for a moment, placing a hand on his shoulder before commenting, quite impressive. Thank you, Director Duan. While others remained oblivious, Yin Zhizhong sensed the subtle application of internal energy from Director Duan. He steeled himself, determined to withstand the scrutiny and pass the director and Appo's evaluation. In a fleeting moment, Yin Zhizhong and Appo's body trembled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Have you trained? Director Duan inquired, releasing his hold. I have practiced with sandbags for 10 years, Yin Zhizhong answered. Director Duan nodded in satisfaction. Although Yin Zhizhong was already 15, he had not initially intended to accept him, but could not resist due to his acquaintance with Yin Jingqing. Their martial arts school required various weapons for the students to practice, and those weapons were crafted by none other than Yin Jingqing himself. The quality of Master Yin and Appo's craftsmanship was unparalleled, having far surpassed that of others previously commissioned. Over time, a friendship blossomed between them. Director Duan lamented, what a pity that Brother Yin did not bring this child to me sooner. Excellent. I will take this child under my wing. Yin Zhizhong exhaled a sigh of relief, but the following announcement caused his heart to leap into his throat. Yuan instructor, we have a new student for class Ding. Yin Zhizhong, Director Duan called out to one of the instructors overseeing the training session. Yuan instructor, currently guiding his students in stance practice, acknowledged the call with a gesture, indicating he understood. Class Ding? Yin Zhizhong echoed, bewildered. Director Duan smiled and explained, our Jadestone Martial Arts School is divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. Based on your level, Class Ding is indeed the most suitable for you. Yin Zhizhong hesitated, but those students under Yuan instructor appear to be no older than 4 or 5, even younger than my sister. Yin Fu grasped the situation, realizing her brother would likely find himself as the leader among a gaggle of toddlers. She glanced at her brother and the small children, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was easy to envision how out of place he would appear amongst them. Though she yearned to laugh, she refrained, feeling it inappropriate to mock her brother. The effort to contain her laughter resulted in an amusing expression. Yin Zhizhong shot her an exasperated glare. For the first time, he appreciated the simplicity of having a younger brother. Had it been a brother, he would have firmly reprimanded him for such teasing. With a sister, he could neither scold nor strike. Should he show any sternness, she would surely burst into tears. I am not laughing at you, second brother, Yin Fu protested, but her laughter erupted uncontrollably. This only fueled Yin Zhizhong's irritation, causing his breathing to become slightly labored. He had intended to glare at her once more, but caught the disapproving gaze of their father and quickly averted his eyes, no longer daring to glare at his sister. Observing Yun Zhizhang's displeasure, Director Duan offered reassurance. Being placed in Class Ding is advantageous. You must solidify your foundational skills, much like laying a strong foundation for a building. The firmer the base, the sturdier the structure. Chapter 98. The clay figurines. Yun Zhizhang's expression remained grim, unable to counter Director Duan's remarks. At that moment, Coach Yuan approached and inquired, "You're Yun Zhizhang, correct? Come with me." It seemed that Coach Yuan was accustomed to this, saying nothing further nor asking any questions. Director Duan nodded. "Yes, go ahead. Today will serve as your trial day. You may return home in the afternoon. Tomorrow, bring your belongings and a change of clothes for your official enrollment. Is the Academy and Oppo's policy to allow children a trial period of 1 day. Some lack perseverance and often give up after just a single day of training." Yun Zhizhang replied, "Understood." Seeing his son retained, Yun Zhengqing sighed in relief and said, "Zheng, practice well here. Your sister and I will head home first." Yun Zhizhang responded, "Wait, father, I have something to discuss with my sister." He then took Yun Fu's hand, leading her a few paces aside to speak quietly. Director Duan remarked, "Brother Yun, your children share a wonderful bond." Yun Zhengqing felt gratified as well. When Fu and Oppos first arrived at their home, his sons were quite resistant towards her. Yet, he understood that, despite their outward rejection, his sons were kind-hearted and would eventually accept Fu and Oppos, given some time. He felt a connection to Fu and Oppos, and when he saw her shivering in the cold, his heart ached. Now, witnessing his sons gradually warming to her, he too felt a sense of joy as a father. Meanwhile, Yun Zhizhang whispered, "Sister, please do not tell them that I was assigned to Class D when we return home, all right? It would tarnish my dignity as an older brother. If the little ones find out, my image in their eyes would be utterly shattered. This matter should remain known only to you." Seeing her elder brother in Oppo's distress, Yun Fu stifled a laugh. No, I must tell big brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother that second brother has been kept here by Director Duan. They should also rejoice for you." I. In a moment of panic, Yun Zhizhang raised his fist, intending to frighten the little ones as he usually did, but upon remembering their father standing nearby, he relaxed his fist. "Good sister, I beseech you, whatever you desire, I shall give it to you, all right?" Yun Zhizhang and Oppos, tone softened. "Well, that's more like it. Let me think about it, and I shall inform you once I have decided." Yun Zhizhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Coach Yuan called for Yun Zhizhang to return to the group. Yun Fu could hardly contain her laughter. "Sister, you and father should head back first. Take care on the way," Yun Zhizhang called out before dashing off. "All right." As she watched her brother's departing figure, Yun Fu pondered what gift she might bestow upon him. During her days at the Yun household, her brother had always saved the tastier treats and playthings for fifth brother, even chasing after her for some on occasion. As her brother would reside at the academy in the future, she thought back to her previous life, where she had once asked her elder sister about Yun Zhizhang. At 17, he had secretly left a letter and vanished without a trace. Yun Fu felt sympathy for her sister and investigated the entire Yun family, discovering that Yun Zhizhang had gone to the southern battlefield. During that time, the family lacked the means to support his martial training, and he had relied solely on sheer strength to survive on the battlefield for several years before carving out a future for himself. It was only after their parents, worn thin by grief from her sister's departure, passed away that Yun Zhizhang rushed back from the battlefield. By then, he had merely attained the rank of 1,000-man commander, a testament to the hardships he had endured. Had he received the proper training during those 2 years, Yun Zhizhang's life on the battlefield would surely have been even more remarkable. "Fu, let us go," Yun Zhengqing called, bringing her back to the present. Upon exiting the Yusher Martial Arts Academy, Yun Zhengqing suggested, "Since the weather is still mild, let us take a stroll." Yes. Yun Fu was keen to visit some bookstores to purchase materials for third brother studies. However, to her surprise, Yun Zhengqing led her directly to a toy store. As they looked over the items, including rattles, spinning tops, cloth tigers, and bamboo horses, Yun Zhengqing smiled. "Take whatever you like, Fu and Oppos. Your father will buy it for you. Yin Fu thought. It seems father sees me as a child of 3. Yet, appreciating his kind intentions, she chose a clay figurine. Noticing that she had selected a figurine resembling a middle-aged man, Yun Zhengqing couldn't help but suggest Fuer, I believe this one is more appealing. Why not choose this instead? He held up a figurine of a little girl, which bore a slight resemblance to Yun Fu. Yun Fu shook the figurine in her hand, saying, I want this one. It looks like father. This moved Yun Zhengqing deeply. Had it not been for the bustling store, he might have wept openly, his heart swelling with pride that his daughter held him in such regard. All right, we shall buy this one. Elated, he paid for the figurine and attempted to encourage Yun Fu to select more, but she firmly declined. Father, I wish to wander East Street for a bit. Very well, let's go. As they walked and chatted, the father-daughter duo made their way to East Street. Throughout their journey, Yun Zhengqing exuded a paternal warmth. Shedding the stern demeanor he often carried around his sons. East Street was filled with elegant items such as books, paintings, and scholarly supplies. Father, let us visit the bookstore, Yun Fu suggested, spotting one and pulling her father towards it. Oh, Fuer enjoys books as well. Yun Zhengqing had assumed she wished to buy children's books and readily agreed to her request. Just behind them, another person approached the shop. And as Yun Fu turned to grasp her father and amp, Oppo's arm, she nearly collided with the newcomer. Little sister, is that you? Are you here to buy books as well? Chapter 99. Encountering Mei Shuyu again, Yun Fu turned around and immediately spotted the sister she had shared a table with at Xuanji. Sister, are you here to buy books as well? Yun Fu recalled how her elder brother had been somewhat displeased upon learning she was from the Xie family. However, one should not strike a smiling face. This sister truly looked lovely when she smiled. Yun Fu found herself momentarily mesmerized. Surely, not all individuals from the Xie family could be ill-natured, she mused, and thus her irritation dissipated. Mei Shuyu and Oppo's appearance was not striking at first glance. Yet she possessed a unique aura, noble and graceful. Much like fine tea, her beauty required careful savoring to be fully appreciated. Noticing a middle-aged man accompanying Yun Fu, Mei Shuyu guessed he was her father and greeted him with a gentle smile. Uncle. Yun Zhengqing, recognizing the familiarity between this young woman and his daughter, politely nodded in acknowledgement. What a coincidence. You left in such a hurry last time that we didn't exchange addresses. I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. As she spoke, Mei Shuyu reached into her pocket and pulled out a couple of silver coins, attempting to hand them to Yun Fu, who promptly withdrew her hand. Sister, they're Napo's. There's no need for that. Last time, it was merely a matter of 301. You can simply give me that amount. Mei Shuyu smiled and insisted, take it. The remainder shall serve as a token of gratitude for you to buy some sweets. Yun Fu, not wishing to take advantage, replied, that one tea do. It was just a small favor. Seeing Yun Fu's reluctance to accept, Mei Shuyu felt slightly embarrassed as she lacked the change to offer her. How about this? Tell me what books you desire, and I shall purchase them for you. Yun Fu playfully responded, that sounds good, but please, do not buy anything too expensive. If it is too costly, I cannot accept it. Very well. Yun Fu's words endeared her to Mei Shuyu even more. The siblings had aided her previously, but had left without even sharing their names. However, upon mentioning the Xie family, they seemed somewhat agitated, leading Mei Shuyu to privately speculate about the nature of their grievances with the Xie household. This child appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. The books she sought must surely be introductory reading materials. Realizing there were no girls' schools in Shiqiao town, she inquired, little sister, where do you study? Sister, I have not yet begun my studies. My third brother is preparing for the imperial examination, and I wish to buy some books and study materials for him. I wonder if the bookstore on East Street has what I need. Yun Zhengqing, standing nearby, felt a swell of pride. Indeed, though young, his daughter always thought of her brothers. Should he ever witness those 5 brothers glaring at her again, he would not hesitate to discipline them. Let's go inside and take a look, Mei Shuyu suggested. The 3 of them ventured inside, but found nothing that Yun Fu sought. After inquiring with the shopkeeper, they were met with a shake of the head, prompting them to explore other options. However, after scouring the entirety of East Street, they still could not locate the materials Yun Fu needed. Yun Fu recalled that in her previous life, a designated bookstore in the capital had offered them. Must they make a journey to the capital? Moreover, when she had purchased them in her past life, it had been over 20 years later. She was uncertain if they were available now. Yet, her third brother only had this one opportunity. She was determined to assist him. The Yun family was unlike the Song family. In her previous life, the members of the Song household had only shown her kindness due to their vested interests. In this life, she had genuinely felt what familial affection entailed. The kindness of the Yun family, the love from her father and mother, was something she had experienced firsthand. When she first arrived at this family, even though the 5 brothers struggled to fill their stomachs, they remained silent as their mother provided her with eggs to nourish her health. While they had their reservations, they chose not to voice them. Gradually, her brothers began to show her concern. Even though her third and fourth brothers rarely spoke to her, they would leave prized possessions in her room. The introductory reading materials her third brother placed there were purchased with the money he earned from copying texts. The cloth tiger her fourth brother gifted her had been bought with the earnings from selling medicinal herbs. Even her eldest, second, and fifth brothers seemed to vie for her affection. It was only after spending time with the Yun family that she understood why her elder sister's actions had caused their parents such distress when she became a concubine. The Yun family genuinely regarded her elder sister as their own daughter. They could not bear to see the girl they had cherished grow up to devalue herself. In her previous life, her elder sister had taken their parents' and brothers' love for granted. But in this life, she cherished it deeply. Perhaps it would be best if I returned to the capital tomorrow to visit my ailing mother. If you would like, I can bring along the books and materials my cousin used for the examination. Shen Fu inquired with surprise. Aren't and Appos. To you from the CF family? Is your mother not in Xiao town? Mei Shuyu, realizing the misunderstanding, clarified, I am a female scholar invited by the CF family. My surname is Mei, and you may call me Sister Mei from now on. Mei Shuyu, you were invited from the capital, so it can only be you. Noticing Shen Fu lost in thought, Mei Shuyu smiled and asked, how shall I address you? Shen Fu instinctively replied, I am Shen Fu. The one who was with me last time is my elder brother, Yunji Qian. That book. Very well, thank you, Sister Mei. Please come to Yunji Ice Drink Shop to find me. It's right across from where we had cold drinks at Xuanji. I shall treat you to ice drinks then. Upon hearing this, Mei Shuyu's expression shifted slightly in surprise. She smiled and remarked, it seems that within just a few days, Yunji Ice Drink has gained quite a reputation in Xiao town. So, it is run by your father. Chapter 100. Yunji Ice Drink was established by my elder brother Sister Mei. You have misunderstood. Yunji Ice Drink is a venture solely established by my elder brother. Mei Shiyu momentarily displayed a look of astonishment, secretly admiring Yunji. That elder brother of Shen Fu appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Yet he had managed to open a shop in Xiao town from such humble beginnings, achieving a level of fame that rendered the establishment well known throughout the town. It was said that Yunji also provided shelter for homeless little beggars, indicating that Master Yun was indeed a kind-hearted individual, not only in Xiao town, but even among the noble families and wealthy merchants in the capital. How many could accomplish such a feat? Men of Master Yun and Appos' caliber are truly rare. However, during their previous meal together, she regrettably did not take a closer look at Master Yun and Appos' appearance. If fate permits, she would have expressed her gratitude to him in person for that incident. Yet, it seemed that Master Yun was not particularly fond of her. Mei Shuyu's thoughts drifted far away, tumbling through a myriad of emotions. Sister Mei? Sister Mei? Shen Fu called out 3 times before Mei Shuyu returned to her senses. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she spoke. Uncle Yun, Sister Shen Fu, I have already purchased what I needed, so I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will bring back the books and materials your brother requires when I return from the capital. All right. Thank you, Sister Mei. Yun Zhengqing nodded in acknowledgement. After watching Mei Shuyu depart, Shen Fu withdrew her gaze, marveling at the remarkable woman she had just encountered. How many women in this world dare to defy fate? Mei Shuyu was undoubtedly one of them. In her previous life, she had heard of Mei Shuyu, who remained unmarried her entire life and became self-sufficient by the age of 20. She tirelessly traveled throughout the world, serving as a mentor to countless women, shaping many female students under her guidance. Fuer, we should be on our way. Yin Zhengqing called out. Yes, father. Noticing the heat of the day rising, Yin Zhengqing was determined to leave before it became unbearable. He had no desire for his daughter to endure such discomfort. Father, what do you think of that sister from earlier? Yin Zhengqing had not dared to glance at the girl, fearing he might offend her, and thus had only overheard his daughter and Appo's conversation with her. It seemed she was quite familiar with Qian and Appo's. However, through their exchange, he discerned that the girl possessed commendable character. She's indeed a fine young lady. Yin Fu nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. It is unfortunate that destiny can be so cruel. Such a splendid woman has yet to encounter a worthy man. As the father and daughter continued their walk, Yin Fu spotted a vendor beneath a large tree selling chicks. Excitedly, she hurried over and crouched in front of the stall. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the tiny chicks. Their soft down and curious little eyes peered around as they chirped incessantly. "Old man, how much for each chick?" The vendor, initially impatient with the young girl, suddenly changed his demeanor upon noticing the middle-aged man standing protectively behind her. With a smile, he replied, "Each chick costs 6 won. Are these male or female?" The vendor, still smiling, assured her, "Rest assured, they are all hens. We don and amp. Appo's, T-cell roosters." "Then I would like a few roosters." The vendor wished to shoo away this troublesome child, but found himself under the steady gaze of the middle-aged man. He then continued with forced patience, "Little girl, hens are raised to lay eggs. Why would you want a rooster? No one is foolish enough to buy a rooster." At that moment, 2 women passed by and overheard Yin Fu's request for roosters. They shook their heads and commented, "Is this child foolish? Who raises chickens without expecting them to lay eggs? This child actually wants to buy a rooster." Yin Fu shot them a disdainful glance, thinking, "Mind your own business." The 2 women were about to say more, but upon seeing Yin Zhengqing's gaze, they wisely chose to walk away. "Old man, may I ask how long it takes to distinguish between male and female chicks?" The vendor, momentarily taken aback, replied, "It takes about 30 days to tell." He realized he had underestimated the child and Appo's intelligence. She was not easily fooled. "I see. So, these chicks look as if they have just hatched, and it is impossible to discern their sex yet, correct? If I happen to purchase a rooster, what will you do? How many are you buying? If you buy in bulk, I can offer a free exchange if any roosters are found later. If I were to exchange with you, that would not be fair, old man. I've already raised them for a month. How would you account for the feed consumed during that time?" Yin Fu gestured animatedly. The vendor found himself at a loss for words. "All right, if you discover a rooster, I will refund you the 6 won. How does that sound? That an Appo's is still not fair. Old man, once a rooster is grown, it cannot lay eggs. What use would I have for it? That won't do, that won't do. What exactly do you want, child? Are you here to cause trouble?" The vendor snapped, his patience wearing thin. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhengqing felt compelled to intervene, unable to refute the vendor's words. Indeed, Fu was being somewhat unreasonable. Was it not unfair to press the vendor like this? Nevertheless, he believed his daughter was not one to create unnecessary trouble, so he said, "Vendor, please do not rush. If you find my daughter and Appo's reasoning unsatisfactory, feel free to decline the sale.